So it's credited to only an animator and some writers.
They need like a storyboard animation.
That's the same guy that gave us the blue marble. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah.
He keeps delivering, doesn't he?
Hey, we can talk about how, the Earth is allegedly supposed to be moving, right? But that billowing cloud is just going straight up.
Yeah, they always forget about Coriolis. They don't understand what Coriolis is.
Oh, we forgot to edit for Coriolis. Damn it.
And guys, you screwed up your own reference frames. You do it every time. Animation. It's not like video by Don Pettit or something, right? No. Animation by Robert Simon. Oh, wait, are you kidding me? Sigma Space Corporation? I don't care. He just doesn't care. That's Sigma.
Yeah, that's what they've said that you are. That's right now. That's what you're considered. So there you go. You move up in the.
When I grew up.
level.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So you move up in your Freemason level.
Yeah, that's right. You got to attend another play by old men on a stage where they present this stuff. When I was a kid growing up, my dad always told me, yeah, all that stuff NASA puts out, it's all artistic renderings and things like that. They tell you right there, just look underneath the image caption, and there it'll say on the caption, digital composite, artistic rendering, yada, yada, yada. He'd point this out to me when I was a kid, and I'm like, yeah, that's right. So I grew up knowing this. It wasn't until I entered this arena. I mean, I thought everybody knew it, right? I thought this was common knowledge. Like, oh yeah, it's just, cool graphics, right? I enter this arena, everybody's like, no, that's real. That's a photograph. Like, what? They tell you it's not. It says right there, like they tell you, not me. They tell you it's not a photograph.
Look, we even have the bot talking now. It's so popular. Our YouTube bots are coming alive.
That's pretty cool. Oh, look at that. That's a cool grip. You know what I mean by grip?
It's similar.
Yes, sir.
It's similar.
When I noticed that, I couldn't help it. I had to blow up the image and crop it and be like, what the fuck is this? This is a very specific grip, right?
Yeah, it's similar to Theta Chi. I'll just spill the beans for all you Theta Chi. It's that and 3 squeezes. Then you know you're a Theta Chi. That's out of the bag.
That's definitely not a Master Mason grip.
Almost a fraternity of some kind.
Yeah. There are other kinds of grips for different fraternities. One of them, you take like your index and middle finger and you push them into the inside of the wrist. The Master Mason grip is like you take a Spock hand. I'm not even joking. You do the Spock hands, and then you grip around the wrist with your like doubled up fingers. The lion's paw.
Wow. Spock hands. I just tried to do that.
Yep.
Dude, they love their Spock hands. When you get into like their versions of Gnostic Christianity, they're like doing the Talmudic Spock hands.
That's pretty accurate, actually.
Did you see Rich down in there said, what happened to the bots, boys? And I posted a picture of both of them down in there. Well, they're not streaming. I said, you should reboot.
Yep.
Skill issue. Definitely a skill issue.
User error.
Call YouTube, Rich, and see what's wrong. Call them on the what's 1-800 YouTube and call them.
Man, he might.
I recommend talking to Michael from New Delhi.
Because
That's
they'll
all you're
never
gonna
see
get.
the air. So entwined that they think he's always right. That he'll never see the air. You could show him, here's both the YouTube bots. Here's the YouTube channel. And he still won't get it. Well, I don't see it, so it doesn't exist. Just completely egocentric, first-person point of view, unable to understand what anyone else says. And then tell you you should listen to him. Why would I listen to you? You fuck up a YouTube link. Wow. Like you just gotta click on the bot and there's a YouTube link. It brings you right to the channel. And you fucked it up. Like a click. All you had to do was take your finger and click. And you fucked that up. Dude, what the fuck, dude? And you wonder why, like these space agencies aren't calling you up to troubleshoot why they haven't been back to the moon in almost 60 years. You would fuck up a click. A click. That's it. Like, troubleshoot. You like turn the page, whatever, troubleshoot section. Does the website load after you click? And no. Try clicking. Okay. Click again. Did you move your finger? Yes. Okay. Did you push down? Did you move your finger over the mouse? No. Okay. Put your finger over mouse and now move finger. Just straight retarded. Just the pinnacle of stupid. And they want you to listen to them. Why would I do that? Why would I waste my time? Sit in your echo chamber until you figure out how to click. Then there could be a reason. Say, I learned how to click today. All right, cool.
Hey, heretic.
Yeah,
And we haven't showed the politics server any love, man. Been here a few days straight.
yeah, we're gonna be there at 6 for ladies' night, or in 3 hours from now.
Sweet, sweet, sweet.
Yeah, let's get it going.
You what? I didn't hear it.
Ladies'
Ladies'
night.
night.
today.
We both talked at the same time. Sorry.
Either going to be ladies' night or QB smashing the keyboard.
Was it any ladies from the Globe side showing up?
Not yet.
Uh-huh.
They don't have ladies. They have those other things.
Swamp donkey.
Close enough. Close enough.
Brenda debates is the female side of the globe.
I got you.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
Well, there's none of them on our side, is there? It kind of just shows a level of delusion, doesn't it?
Could be a couple.
Hate to play traffic cop, guys, but you know what I mean.
Yes, sorry. Fun police, more like it.
Was this Rick Clown dropped on his head at birth or something? What's his fucking stick?
Oh, you're not talking
Yeah,
about Rick. I keep saying I thought you were talking about Rich, but it's like a Rick. There's a Rich and a Rick now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude! They're multiplying.
You know the best way to handle a narcissist is to just ignore them completely, right?
Yep. That's right.
Yeah, just hover over the channel and it'll say mute and drop down until I turn it back on. You won't even see the pings. They won't even come up. They won't even display. The channel will just gray out and you won't have to worry about it. They can sit there and scream into the wind.
Yeah, they're playing a game, and in their game, he who cares the least wins.
Well, they're getting their time right now. We keep talking about them.
Moving forward, let's get back
I
to
don't
the
care if
ground.
it's negative or positive attention. They're fucking narcissists, and they just want any of it, whatever they can get.
Yeah, let's get back to the ground. Oh man, the ground's quiet. On the side show. You guys are a trip. Hope everybody's having a good day today.
Yeah. End of the month.
That. Got to start over. You can eat this?
Oh, you hot
Andrew,
mic?
look.
Amish, you're hot micing?
Okay.
Damn it! I dried up the chat by trying to keep it focused.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's spot on. I mean, I was kind of hinting at that earlier.
They'll hate that more than anything. And there I go. See, even there, what I just said there, that's too much. Even just
Yeah.
nothing.
We need to rustle up some globies. Who's on it? Cast the line. Who's M?
M for mango.
Yeah, I've seen a guy. M. I don't know who that is. That new person. State your business, M.
I called him out yesterday, but didn't no response.
Hmm.
Rich Evans thinks that you need to be on a globe to build a truck.
Yeah. So what's been happening today? Had any good Globers in?
Dude, it was an incredible day so far. Again,
All right. I've been missing it. I don't know what.
you sure did. Guy with Gauss's law proves the globe doesn't work on flat Earth. Indio posts the citation that shows how it works on flat Earth. And that was the end of him. He spiraled, left the channel, then came back and went on to something else. And then got smacked harder and then left finally. He said, "You're an idiot and fuck you," and then just left like that.
Nice. Standard then.
Standard, yeah. That's standard work. It's like they have a book, standard work. Anybody works in industry or corporation level would know what I'm talking about on that part. I'm not saying that other people should or shouldn't know that, but that's why you hear me say that word. It's standard work. It's written down. They follow it exactly like they're supposed to.
Did you see that, Radwin? Rich Evans, when he says, right, but. How come they always say right, but they agree and then proceed to disagree?
It's a psychological technique. I use it on Globers too. Then they don't realize when they're walking into a trap. But Rich won't use it correctly because he's an idiot.
Does Rich Evans think that the engineers of modern vehicles take curvature or rotation into consideration when designing and building said vehicles?
Had a chop
What
at
in
me
the hell?
about Jenna, he had a chop at me about not using complete sentences, but yet at least I stay on topic. Like, have a look what he said and look what he responded to.
All right. Let me scroll. What did I miss in here?
We don't use any earth curve in engineering, right? But people who are able to make modern vehicles can't be
Right.
retarded flirts who disregard science. They wouldn't get past installing the battery because they would ask for the experiment to explain electricity.
What?
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. It makes absolutely no sense. They wouldn't get past installing the battery because they would ask for an experiment to explain electric. That's, I own a vehicle that I do all of the maintenance on, and I have replaced my own battery, reset my own computer, done all of that without having to form an experiment to explain electricity. That's asinine.
Look what I just clipped out.
Oh, that's awesome.
In their chat too.
I'm laughing at Live Sue's picture at 5 past the hour. That's pretty funny. Kiddo.
Wow.
We should just stream that chat also.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Can we do that?
There's got to be a way. Yeah, you just set a second. You set a second account in there because it doesn't require voice. You can split your accounts up, and you can be in multiple channels. And you just take your screens and you put one Discord here, one there, and then you share it that way. And then you chop it up in OBS so it looks right.
Oh my gosh, this guy saying that you don't understand engineering. Look, buddy, I was a mechanic for several years. You want to tell me I don't understand engineering? Sometimes engineers don't understand engineering. It's a fucking mess. Engineers hate mechanics. That's one thing.
That's why we put the bolt where you can't reach it.
Yeah, you assholes. I gotta take my whole front end off to change a light bulb. Thanks.
I don't have to fix it. I don't have to fix it.
Engineering is like, if it works, it works. Oh my gosh, these repeat clowns, Rick. Perhaps you can share your measurements of flat Earth. Got any? Yeah, well, how are you getting elevation angles from sea level, right? If that shit's curving, i.e., it's measured flat.
Jenna, don't even worry about their channel.
That's so
They're
funny.
trying to. They're doing whatever they can to try to get your attention. Just forget about
Oh, but I'm not. I mean, yeah, I'm still in here. I'm in the VC
yeah,
right here.
no one really cares what they have to say, so you don't need to report back either. Just let them sit.
Well, they don't even want the answers to the questions that they're asking. They don't even care. So, I mean, no point in even.
No, if you give them an answer, they ask a different question.
Yeah, they don't want answers to their questions. They just want to talk. They just want to feel seen and heard. So yeah, just ignore them. They will perish away. And the sad little gloobers they are.
I'd like Rick to define normal.
Just tell them, guys, if you're this desperate to talk to us, Don't get yourself banned in future, you little retards.
It seems like they really are that desperate. The fact that we're getting multiple people, members of our Discord, are getting tagged by these weirdos and pinged all the time, getting added by them. Like they're like starving for attention, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're banned and still starving for attention.
Non-topic, but I was thinking earlier about the legal standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. And what we're dealing with the Globers is unreasonable doubt. Because we've sufficiently proven it way beyond a reasonable doubt. But you can't prove things beyond unreasonable doubt. That's why the legal standard exists. Because they're like, well, you could doubt anything, but if it's not reasonable, we don't need to consider it. And that's what we're dealing with when it comes to the Globers. When they see a horizon that's exceeding the geometric limits of their globe, they have to employ unreasonable doubt. That's just a little aside I was thinking about earlier. Reasonable versus unreasonable doubt.
Well, how do you like the new approach that I'm going to take towards them, like with when they bring up? I know that when they say refraction, okay, they've thrown the geometric horizon under the bus already. But I want to say to them, okay, correct the first statement of the syllogism, right? If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance for the horizon measurement must be no more than 1.225 times, right? Blah blah, right? So they say, yeah, but that's not okay. Correct it then. Put in the correct thing. What distance to the horizon?
Yeah, that's correct. And I try and hammer them on that as well, but they just don't commit. They just won't commit. Oh, it depends. It depends.
Right. They can't, right? They can't.
Yeah.
Think by now they would have something that they could do
They
for
still
that.
don't get how that defeats their argument, which is amazing.
Them not having an answer is more telling than them trying to make up an answer.
Guys, thanks for server muting me earlier. Had to deal with some family drama. I didn't realize I was out miking.
You were talking to the ninja, and then we muted you.
Yeah, thank you. If you guys haven't had a chance to look at my paper, I'm going to toot my own horn and say, read my paper. Please, for the love of God, read my paper. Give me some feedback. It's addressing some very pertinent issues that we're seeing in the community.
Where have you posted it? I'll check it out.
Mod server back chat and private back chats.
Okay, I'll take a look later on. Probably tomorrow now.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, like, within a reasonable amount of time. Reasonable being up to you. I am looking for some feedback. If it's good, if it's good, I'd like to take some of your feedback, incorporate it, and then release it to the world.
Nice.
So what I'm doing is I'm presenting a geometric equivalence between flat and globe Earth coordinate reference systems.
Ooh, sounds juicy.
Yeah, adding a little bit of philosophy of mathematics and concepts from the field of semiotics, which has to deal with signs and meaning and how people interpret things. Like if you've never heard of semiotics before, it's basically a field of study about reification fallacies. Not even joking. It's directly applicable to what we do every day.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a term for that. That's good to know.
Yeah, the actual lexical definition doesn't address that, but That's what it is. Like if you've ever used the term like maps versus the territory, which came first, the map or the territory? That is all over literature across the field of semiotics, like in every single book ever published.
Good to know.
Are you going to post that anywhere by chance in the home server?
Yeah, I will. Probably very soon, Sonny. I'll send you a copy if you want to stand by. I know you love sailing, so yeah, I'm going to send you a copy too. This is
all right.
At this point, it's draft. Like this is my first draft. So
awesome.
Yep. Let me see. We should be friends. If we're not, then we should be. Nope, we're friends. Yep. Let me message you. I'll DM it to you.
All right, perfect. We'd love to take a look at that.
Sporadic, are you aware of academia.edu? EDU?
Yeah, I used to have an account there. I should probably revitalize it. That'd be a great place to post it. Yeah.
Yep. Awesome.
What I really want is like a DOI number.
We got Vivance in the chat. I've just asked him where he can observe mass attracting mass as a natural phenomenon in nature. Still waiting on a response.
Well, you see really fat, tall guys. They have a lot of mass, and they attract so many women. Oh my god!
Well, Mr. Toxic, what kind of theory?
Overweight couples prove that. Oh, sorry.
I'm joking.
Dude, every fat person I met's really happy. So,
hey, Mr. Toxic, what do you know about the Earth?
You know, they had this movie come out in 2006 called The Core, and they drilled all the way to the center of the Earth. Now, if we could do this, imagine if we could find all the diamonds we wanted.
Wow. Sounds so cool, man.
That was their theory in the movie. Do you remember it?
Here we go.
Yes,
Here we go.
I remember it.
Wow.
I watched it. Yep, I'm pretty sure most of us in here have seen it. And the deepest hole ever dug is the Kola borehole. I think it's in Russia.
Yes.
So
how many of you have the soundtrack on CD?
Right, nobody really knows what's at the center of the Earth.
Yeah, but did everybody miss the elephant in the room? Why couldn't you just simply answer the question, Mr. Toxic?
What do I know? What do I know about the Earth is that a lot of the things about the Earth are kept in secrecy, just like the center of the Earth, if there even is a center, and what really was a mile and a half down. It's all secret. Like they mask it up. They're like, oh, we're not going to tell you. The minerals, the gold, the diamonds, we're not going to tell you what we found a mile down. We're not.
All right, well, let me narrow it down. Let me narrow down the question a bit. Are you aware that the Earth is not a globe?
I don't think the Earth is a globe, and I think globists now have come around. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't even say it's a globe. He says it's a spheroid of sorts. Like, well, okay, so you're gonna
like
now
say,
yeah, exactly.
Oh,
so
so you
he's
think
even
it's a
changed
spheroid of sorts?
his opinion of it, and he's like the biggest defeater of flat Earth, right? But even he's changed the opinion. He's changed. It's not a globe. It's not a ball. It's something else. It's like, oh my god.
So are you saying that you think it's not a globe, you think it's a pear, or you don't think it's like a pear?
I wouldn't even say pear. I'm not too sure. I would love to go to outer space, but well. Bezos,
well, here's a good one for you.
Bezos thing is did they even go
here's
out
a good
there?
one for you.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think.
Here's another mind blower. Outer space does not exist. What do you think about that?
That explains your made up space mission that you watch girls fly in. That explains why it was.
Right, exactly. Did they do it because of the door? Right, we talked about. This.
No, I just told you.
Space is fake, dude. They did it because space is fake. Nobody went to the moon. Nobody flies in the ISS. It's all fake bullshit.
Yeah, the Earth is a closed system, Mr. Toxic, so no one can leave it. Do you know how we know that?
Bill Nye Bill Nye broke it down.
Well, also Bill Nye. But do you know how else we know that?
Drum roll, please.
Don't have a guess?
I don't know.
It's the existence of gas pressure on Earth.
Whoa. The fact that you are breathing.
Do you know how gas pressure is defined? Come on, work with me here, Mr. Toxic. Simple questions.
I'm sorry. I'm killing people in Warzone. I'm sorry.
Put that shit down. That is inconsequential. It's actually detrimental to your mental health. What I'm about to tell you will boost you up. Yeah, put that shit down. That's rotting your brain. Learn something.
Talking to Neo from the Matrix right now, man. Put it away.
So do you know how gas pressure is defined, Mr. Toxic?
Is it what you were supposing? Is it that it's in a closed system?
Well, yeah, it's defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Like air in a balloon, air in a tire, air in a canister. You understand?
How do you feel about living inside a container?
Well, so the fact that gas pressure requires containment for the gas to press against, that's called pressure. And we breathe gas pressure. The air we breathe is a pressurized gas. Stable. Here on Earth. If we were adjacent to a vacuum, a low pressure space with no physical separation, natural law tells us that high pressure air that we're breathing would just be flowing out into the available space. That's what gas does. But because we're contained, it doesn't. It's pressurized. So if I was to ask you, could you show me gas pressure without a container? What would you say? Could you show me? Give me an example.
Trying to think.
Yes, you need to think.
If possible. Well, no, because like most examples are going to be in a container like area.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Vacuum.
But if you asked me,
yeah.
No, if you asked me to present some examples of gas pressure, I mean, we could rattle them off all day. Deodorant in a can,
Pipes,
the air in a
pipes
tire,
are closed system. Yeah.
pipes, all this stuff. Anything that contains gas, as far as you or I know, is in a container. That's how you contain gas. But
seems to me like you're in the biggest container.
For you to believe in the globe, you'd have to believe that something else is true, and you can actually pressurize that gas without a container. So that's what we need in a demonstration of. Otherwise, it's just fantasy contradictions of natural law.
Can gas contain gas?
Can gas act as a container for gas pressure? No.
Yeah, yes, that's
no.
Because then what would be containing that gas? Right? You're going to be getting
that would
like
be
an
that
endless
would be the thing.
cycle.
Exactly. How many levels would it have to be? And that's just absurd.
Eventually it has to get to physical containment if you have gas pressure.
How much gas is there in outer space, dude?
Don't we think it's like helium, pretty much? But like, I don't know.
But you understand our point? Do you understand our point that we can't be existing in a vacuum without some kind of physical containment?
Right, because it would need something to hold it inside.
It would have to be contained. If you pop your tire, there's no way to keep that air in.
Your world is a prison. Well,
yeah, just in case you didn't see the gravity of that situation, that blows the idea of gas giants out of the water, a burning gas sun out of the water. None of that can be true.
There's definitely something going on, though, right? In the Earth, other than simple containment, that we have the pressure gradient, which is clearly gas exerting pressure on gas, right? Otherwise, it would be equalizing.
Is this you, Daz? Is you your pearls for the 7,000th time?
Gas pressure gradients within a contained gas pressure system, that's the only way they can exist.
It's almost like you've got a moving heat source that would cause the pressure differentials.
It's almost like their best response is that there's infinity gas.
Let's not follow his red herring. I want to hear what Mr. Toxic thinks about the necessity for containment for gas pressure. What do you think, Mr. Toxic? Are we crazy science deniers?
Yeah, put that game down.
Gas pressure require containment.
Put that game down, Mr. Toxic.
You'll only be a burden to your team at this point.
Okay, Mr. Toxic is AFK then, apparently. Or he's just thinking.
That's all right. You're thinking your way out of this one.
Are you guys talking about pressures at different heights and depths?
No, we're talking about gas pressure requiring containment.
Every time you say pressure, we're just going to ask you what causes it. Do you understand the
question, right?
Pardon?
Like at the bottom of the ocean, shit, the pressure's so much it would just crush anything. And then, like, if you take a plane up real tall, the plane comes apart because the lack.
Yeah, we're talking about gas pressure. We're talking about gas pressure.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay.
Water
we
and
can
gas.
walk you through it. We can walk you through it just like we did with this guy. Do you know what the definition for gas pressure is?
No.
Okay, well, it's defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. You understand?
Say it again.
It's the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container.
Gotcha. So that's the gas pressure.
Yeah, so like air in a tire, air in a balloon, air in a canister.
Yeah, like a PFI.
Yeah. So we're breathing gas pressure right now. That's the air we breathe. Yeah?
What? I guess, I mean, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's the gas pressure that we breathe. Oxygen, air. It's a pressurized gas. So what container is it pressing on?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
What am I saying?
Well, that's what's weird about it. Like, because wouldn't the container vary at different depths and different heights?
No.
That's why the pressure changes?
No. What's Cyclone's saying? He's already given you the definition of it. So what is it?
What? Are you saying like we're in a dome and that's how there's a pressure?
I didn't say a dome, I said container. I said gas pressure requires a container. That's in the definition, right?
Yeah, that's the definition.
So then we're in a container. We're in a contained system. Yeah, we're in a contained system, which means we're not in space and you can't leave the Earth system.
You're in prison.
Understand?
But unlike prison, it doesn't stink so bad.
No, I wouldn't think of it. I wouldn't characterize it as a prison.
No, not at all.
Think of it as a home, like a building. Your home isn't a prison.
Or like a terrarium.
There you go.
A big terrarium for you to go to work in presently.
Why?
What do you think about that? You on board? You upset?
I'm sorry. I have like multiple conversations going on. I'm listening now.
Well, this is I'm sure the most important one you're having, so give it your attention.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Yeah,
if you're not paying attention, fuck off.
Well, think about that. The difference between your worldview of being on the exterior of a spinning ball, flying through a never-ending vacuum at millions of miles an hour, versus, no, you're in a contained environment, stationary, still. Like you're in a big giant building, just like you said. That's a big difference, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you agree, disagree that gas pressure requires containment?
Yeah, there is a sorts of containment, I believe. Whether or not,
Well, what kind of container contains gas?
Here we go.
Very many different containers that can contain gas.
Okay, give us some examples.
Let's cut to the bullshit. Sorry, Cyclone. These containers, are they physical? Are they physical boundaries for the gas?
Yeah,
the physical gas?
There is no physical container. Like you will bump into it and not proceed further because of its blocking you physically.
As long as we understand in the physical world, physical gas needs to press against a physical container to achieve the consequent of pressure. Good.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't you just need an opposing force? Pressure is just force on an object, right?
No, it isn't.
All you need is an opposing force.
No, it isn't.
That would be your religion kicking in.
No, pressure is force per unit.
We're talking to someone else.
You shush. Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah, we're
just,
talking about
pop
we're
yourself
talking
on
about
mute.
the cause of gas pressure. So, what that means, Fancy Boots, is we're in a closed system. That means no one's going in or out of it, like Daza would like to think.
Right. Well, we're not speaking to Daza. We're speaking to.
So you mean a stable
Mr.
volume,
Thompson.
right?
Dude, we're talking to someone. Put yourself on mute. So we just established with the guy. We just established with the guy that the gas pressure has to be contained by a physical container. Yes.
So then, what the physical container on Earth would be called? What, like a firmament?
It's called a container, or whatever you want. I don't care.
Also, one thing, notice that Daza changed it. He tried to sleight of hand. We're talking about gas pressure, and then he just went to talking about pressure.
Oh, gas pressure.
Tricky Dicky.
Well, rhetoric and tricks is all they've got. So it's no surprise.
So what is pressure different than gas pressure?
That doesn't mean talk again. Right? That doesn't mean talking. I was pointing that out for the guy that we're talking to, in case you managed to interrupt.
So you should have also said that all pressures are equivalent, right?
No, there's bonded matter and there's unbonded matter. Go F yourself.
Get him out the wheels. Get him out the wheels.
Yeah, extract yourself from the gears, my friend.
Because, like, if you go up in the mountains on a hike, it's hard as shit to breathe. But when you go down in like a valley, it's so much easier to breathe.
Why do you think
there's a pressure gradient?
Why do you think that is?
Why? It's hard to say because, like, it's throughout. Like, it continues on past where we can walk and past where we can venture. But the pressures.
I don't
continue.
I'm asking why you think it's easier to breathe at sea level than it is up a mountain. Why is it easier?
Like, I guess the gases are denser at the bottom, wouldn't it?
Very good. Now, why would that be?
So,
that's just another phenomenon. Yeah.
I guess this would be like oil and water. Eventually, everything was simmer down and settle.
Well, where's the gas? Where is gas produced?
I guess it would be produced from many different things. Are you talking about like oxygen in particular?
That's a good one.
The air that we breathe. Yeah, where's that really coming from?
Well, I've been told trees. They turn carbon monoxide into a type of oxygen and just kind of circle around this kind of.
The air produced.
Sorry, kind of. That's kind of recycling. It's part of the cycle, oxygen and the nitrogen cycle, but it's produced within phytoplankton within the oceans. The main crux to this issue, right, is the gas is produced on and within the surface of the Earth due to biological and chemical cycles. The oxygen cycle, as we're pointing out, nitrogen cycle, these things that are produced, absorbed, and then reproduced again, over and over and over again. So the reason why it's easier to breathe is because you're closer to the source of production.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so it's produced in the ground. That's where the thickest concentration is going to be, and then it spreads outwards into the volume of this container.
I don't want to change the subject for you guys, but I'm like curious. Since we're on the topic of pressure, when it comes to being like in the ocean or in a pool, and you go to like 10 feet of depth, you could feel that pressure, and that's because the weight of the water. But
sounds like Daza's in your DMs trying to replace gas pressure with liquid pressure.
Yeah, I'm not trying to throw off the conversation. I'm just curious. Is there anything anybody would say about that?
Was that a yes to he's in your DMs?
You got Daza in here? Oh no, he's a double speaking ding dong. I can prove it.
Yeah. Just ignore any DMs you get. You're a big boy. You can handle this yourself, okay?
Yeah, let me tell you what, Daza's going to set you up to sound like an idiot on our live stream in front of the world. If you want to continue using him as a reference, go ahead and see what happens.
Azza, that dude's a moron.
For the record, Daza is in your messages, right?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, no one's in my messages.
Yeah, he did ask about water at the very beginning, to be fair. So I think he's just,
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I just joined. I was just when I joined in,
you're all right.
gas
No, you're
pressure
all
and
right.
No reason
It's
to
all right.
apologize.
The reason we're talking about gas pressure is because that,
Sorry, you too.
That illustrates the general point we're making about this being a closed system. So all the space stories that they've told us cannot be true.
Hey, I got a good one. And you, whoever's talking about the air pressure, I think it was, well, whatever, whoever you are. There's a billion fucking people in here. Have you ever seen this video on YouTube? And it's a rocket. It's a GoPro on the rocket and takes
Crying
off.
out loud. So wait, hold on. You got a good one from whom? You said I got a good one.
Hold on, let him get it. Let him get it out. Explain what's this rocket
Okay,
doing.
I'm sorry. I'll take a back seat.
I'm just sharing some cool stuff I've seen. I'm not really trying to prove a point, but in this video, the rocket like is spiraling up, and it's just fucking flaring up there, and then all at once it stops, just thunk, and you hear a thunk, and it just stops spinning. It stops ascending, and it's just thunk, and it's just floating there. And then like it's not a very long video, but it's super cool to watch. Like, and say what made that happen.
That's called a yo-yo D-spin that was disengaged from the nacelle as the rocket ascended up and needed to reach a stable position. What this does is it transfers the momentum from the rocket that's spinning like a freaking screw to the yo-yo, which is like a bola with two weights and strings attached to them. And the bola gets released and it takes a lot of the tangential and rotational velocity out of the rocket. And the rocket then suddenly slows down almost instantaneously. You can actually buy these devices if you're a rocket hobbyist. And that's what you heard, that's what you saw, and that's what the rocket is. Next question.
So it could stop rotating by ejecting a piece of itself. It just loses all momentum that way.
Yeah, so the strings are wrapped around the rocket with weights on the ends. And sometimes they use a little charge to blow it off. And the weights unwind. And the rocket stops spinning as it unwinds.
It's like spinning in a chair and throwing your hands and feet out really far. It slows you down really fast.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good thing. Like an ice skater that's spinning and they hold their arms out and they slow down. Same principle. That's what a yo-yo D-spin is.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Like, so if you put the mass further outward, it'll slow down. But how do you put the mass so far out that it comes to a complete halt?
Engineering.
You need to understand how much it spins and how much weight you need to counteract it, and how many times you wrap the string around the rocket.
It's a fair point, though. When you first see it, I mean, it's very different to the usual rockets that you see with NASA and all that. So it is an interesting video.
There's
You can
always
look it
a
up.
way to explain it both ways, right? Like somebody could say no, it just hit something, and that's the end of it. And then
I can buy those off the internet for my rocket. I can buy those.
See, but this wouldn't be used as an argument for Earth being flat or a globe, because technically it doesn't really adjudicate that question. We adjudicate that question.
Some more important questions, right?
Well,
no,
that
no,
rocket,
that it's a globe.
It's not speaking to that.
Cyclone, that rocket one he's talking about, kind of debunks the globe, because the moon is supposed to be over Australia at that time, and they can see it when it's spinning, and they slow that video down. You can see the moon way out there.
That's right. I do remember people talking about that, actually. But yeah, I mean, if you're wanting to, you can say, oh, so you could explain it from either side, but I mean,
I just want to hear like maybe somebody who wanted a logical. I don't want to even say the other
That's
side.
good, though. It's good that you asked, because Amish explained it to you, the D-spin yo-yo.
Yeah, but I'll try that experiment at my house, and I'll never be able to make it resemble what I see in the video.
And that's fine. I mean, you'd have to get into rocketry and all that if you want to start doing stuff like that. But
no, I mean, you can take a basic concept without a whole rocket and make it work. That's how they put it on the rocket.
You can test the globe model a lot easier just by taking long distance observations, testing the curvature claim.
Yeah, but there's too many people that have their own like disagreements about it, and it would have to be like everyone would have to go do it out individually, because there's videos that show it's true, and then there's videos that show no, this experiment failed and the world is round. So it's kind of
that's why
like,
you need to go out and do it. That's why you should go out and do it.
Oh, mate, that's why I'm here. Fucking done it, been there.
So if
Been
you
there,
go to
done
a
it,
lake,
mate.
if you go to a lake that's 10 miles long, is it curved or is it flat?
No.
What?
No. Curved or flat? 10-mile lake.
How would you get the water to curve, mate?
Oh my God. Let's just mute him.
Is this the same guy that we were just speaking to? Or is this
Well,
a
that's what I'm
different guy?
saying. It could be argued both ways.
It cannot.
What?
It can be measured flat.
It could be
Yeah, no, I'm
measured
asking
flat.
you. If it's measured flat, then it is flat. If it's measured curved, then it's curved. What are you talking about?
Whoa.
So a 10-mile lake is a 10-mile lake.
Wait.
Is it curved?
To do a curve, like if you want it, you can measure it both ways through one source, right? Like
what?
You can measure it for a flat Earth. You can measure it for a curved Earth. And listen,
no, that would
you
be
have to accommodate. Shush. Hey, shut up.
Contradiction. That'd be a contradiction.
It's important.
Why should I let you contradict yourself?
Oh no, I ain't contradicting myself, mate. I'm trying to share with you.
You can't measure a curved line and a straight line.
You
They're
can.
two different things.
Would you listen?
The surface is
You
curved.
can get
it
two
won't make a
measurements
hole.
from one line.
You're just a fool. It's a contradiction
not
to say
interested.
that a horizontal can be measured as a curve.
What?
So when I ask you,
because out of-
if a 10-mile lake is curved or flat, you're saying it's both.
Yeah.
Yes. It can, well, it
And
can
then
be.
so
You can measure it as both.
It can be measured
How could
both
you measure it
ways.
as both?
You can
don't
you can
measure
show a totally different formula and get the same
Okay.
fucking answer.
No, you don't use formulas when you're measuring. You just measure and write it down.
Listen, stop yelling. You got to account
Well,
and accommodate
hold
for
on.
the curvature
If you think-
of
if
the
you-
Earth.
If that's your
if you're
claim,
measuring in a straight line.
if your claim is that a 10-mile lake can be measured curved, then show us who's ever measured a curved 10-mile lake.
Google Earth measured a fucking curved world. Google whatever lake you want.
No, because when you zoom in, the map flattens out.
Okay. If you are in a plane, it looks flat too. I mean, yeah, you zoomed in and it
Yeah,
still
that's because
looks
it's
flat.
flat.
Yeah.
That's because it's flat. But you're saying it can be measured curved. So who did that?
That's what I'm saying. It can be measured curved because if you Google what is the formula for accommodating the curve of the Earth at 1 mile, there should be a logical formula that I can apply to any distance and get
Well,
a number.
yeah. they'll give you a formula and they'll give you a number. So over 10 miles, they'll say there should be. Well, why don't you take a guess? How much curvature drop do you think there should be according to the globe model over 10 miles?
That's my point. I can't tell
What do you
you.
think?
There's
Okay.
not a consistent formula.
Okay, well, we can tell you. We can tell you. Well, you can just type in Google curvature calculator, and then
Yeah, and you get a bunch of different fucking
So they say,
little
they say,
for it.
well,
You don't
do
get a
you think
consistent
it would be? Do you think they'd be saying it's a foot of curvature, 10 foot, 20 foot, more, less?
No.
Have a
It's
guess.
like if you go a mile, it's like something like 8 inches of drop for
Okay.
like a mile.
Okay,
You
it's
say
8 inches per mile
It's not
squared.
even that.
What the
Okay,
different
so-
ones
so
then?
over 10 miles, then they're saying there should be a drop of over 66 feet.
Who said? I don't know, because when I googled the formula, that's the formula it gave me.
All
It
right, yeah, well, you
says
can look into
every
this. You
mile.
can look in. Yeah, you can look into it. But that's what they say. They say 66 feet. What's that?
For every 10 miles.
Not
This guy
every
hasn't had
mile.
algebra.
He's slowly getting taken along. 66 feet over 10 miles. Okay, you say I don't know that. Yeah, that's fine. You look into it. We know it because we've looked into it. They claim it's 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. Do you understand?
So you're saying that's crazy. So this would be
Right,
like
okay.
what everybody observes is true then, in that
So-
regards to
Well,
a curve
unless
as a
unless you
measurement.
can show me who's measured this 66 feet of drop, then yeah, no one's measuring it and it doesn't exist.
Here's something crazy, and listen, and you should try this, but it's really fun. If you go to somewhere like Walmart, fucking Costco, I don't know what they have in the UK that's super flat, but like a flat concrete place,
Like
and
on
you set an object. Listen, you set an object really far from you, and you observe it as low as you possibly can with your vision to the ground. It will appear as if there's a drop.
Yeah, it will disappear from the bottom up on the flat surface. Yeah.
Yeah, we know this. So there you go. So you already know the Earth isn't a globe. That's good. Good for you.
It could be either or.
No, it couldn't, because if it could be, then you would need that 66 feet of drop to be measured, and it never has been.
It would have to not be measured for it to be flat, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's never measured. Lakes are flat.
In fact, when we measure the Earth, it's always from a horizontal plane level. Do you know what horizontal is?
Wait. Which flag are you toting? I forget.
No. Do you know what horizontal is?
Yeah, it's at the horizon, so it's parallel, like to your vision. It's not. You don't have to move your head up and down.
Good stuff. So you understand to be horizontal with the world is to be parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think personally, I kind of view the world as flat because it feels flat. I don't feel like I'm spinning. I've always wondered as a kid, like, how the fuck is that possible? And I just rolled with it. Fuck it. Okay, this is what we believe. And then as an adult, I get older. I ask these questions. Like, I have a lot of questions, and so I start doing little research on them and doing little experiments on them. And I get the same. It could be round or it could be flat to what choice of method you want to figure it out.
Well,
to
no,
believe
this
it.
is the thing. This is where you're getting confused. All the other stuff is good, fine and well. Yeah, you were just told that you live on a spinning ball. You never actually were given any evidence other than images and videos that you can never verify. So you're right there, but then you keep defaulting back to, oh, you could prove it to be either one. No, you can test whether or not it's the globe that they claim, and it has been tested, and it's debunked. There is no curvature where there has to be. So
Like,
no,
I agree
it can't be
with you. But there's other things that we have going on that people believe deeply in that you gotta like.
There's nothing going on that proves that the
Sure.
Earth
I mean,
is
like,
this
there's
big
people
spinning
that'll
ball.
they'll tell me like, oh, well, of course space is real. The space station is floating around space. You can see it through a telescope.
Yeah, that's just them
And since they see
preaching
it
their
through a
belief to
telescope,
you. That's just what they were
Yeah,
told and
and it's
showed on
just like-
TV.
So this is what they believe, and it's not.
Yeah. So they're
It's
giving
not
you
really
belief. We're giving you reality. Go outside. Go to a lake. Recognize gas
No. I'm
pressure.
with you. I'm not here to argue that it's round.
No, I get it. I can already. I mean, it sounds like you're going to figure it out, because if you're not totally on the globe, then
But here's
you're
a
flat.
question,
That's all you've got.
and I'm stuck on this bit. Is like, so if you're watching the moon come up on a full moon, or any moon, but more observably on a full moon, on the horizon, the moon is ginormous. It's huge.
Chatbot.
Listen, and then as it comes to midnight, the moon will be right above you, and it will not be the same size. Is this a distance thing, or is this an
atmospheric magnification? You could.
That's what they
argue.
would say in a round world, right? Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
They would say,
But
like,
I mean, either
scientifically.
way, I mean, you're looking through a thicker part of the air, right? Atmosphere, is a globe term and a contradiction in itself, because you can't have spheres of gas. Gases don't take any shape. But when you're seeing the moon low, you're looking through the thickest part of the atmo, which is the air. When it goes higher, you're looking through a thinner distance of that.
Yeah, and
substance.
Another thing I
that
have,
calls magnification.
So I have this. I guess it's a headlight magnifier. It's like, but basically, it's a dome-shaped piece of clear plastic resin, and it can magnify what you put it over. But if you were able to stand in the middle of it and look out, things would look bigger on the horizon level than they would.
It would do all kinds of strange things with how you perceive light coming into it and going out of it. We're not making any claims about the luminaries, right? The sun, the moon, the stars, other than what we observe them to do. We're not claiming what medium they're in, where their source is, what it is, what their mechanisms are. We're not making claims like that. We just observe what they do, and we can speculate. That's all we can do. That's all the astronomers do. But they're just speculating on them from a heliocentric worldview.
Astronomy, in my opinion, is a big kind of giveaway that the Earth would have been stationary and flat. Because if in the scientific explanation, we're all expanding out at a steady rate, and it's from an explosion, so things would start to appear different over time. But through all humanity, astronomy has kind of just been the same.
It's all the same because we're in a contained, closed system, and the luminaries are revolving above us in repeated cycles and have done since the beginning of time. And
I think that's like
every
the coolest thing ever
in history basically knew. And it's only in the last few hundred years at most that people have thought anything other than that. I don't know if are you on our home server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
No, I just kind of joined in to see what you all was talking about.
All right, well, if you want more information and you want to look at stuff in your own time, someone send him a link in his DMs to our server, and we've got terabytes of articles, documentaries, all kinds of stuff. And it's all alphabetized. What's your name?
Sweet. Oh, Fancy Boots.
Let me see. All right. I'm going to send this to your DMs.
Cyclone, he seems sincere to me. Yeah, he kind of passed some honesty tests earlier. So thank you for putting up with some of our bullshit on our end. Welcome to the club.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, I just tried to send it to your DMs, but it's not going through. So it's discord.gg/flat earth.
All right, let me look.
It's the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. You'll see a bunch of different ones, but that's the one you should join.
I can't click on. I'm sorry, I don't use Discord. And if I clicked on your face or tag token thing, I couldn't look it up that way.
Who we got? Come on, tech guys.
Never mind.
I'm not a tech guy. Someone help me out here. We need to get this guy on the server. I'm on my phone, so.
Yeah, that's all I'm on to.
Sorry, what's up? What's going on? Does he need an invite?
He needs to get onto the server, but he's not. I can't DM him.
Who are we speaking with?
Oh, here we go.
Did you get
one of my friends? Yeah, one of my friends helped me here. Look, I'll accept it.
Right.
And there we go.
So join the server. Now, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the server list, and you should take some time exploring the server because it's loads of stuff, but you'll see an additional information section, alphabetized A to Z. Do you see those channels? It's got stuff like Gravity, Antarctica.
Let's see,
Sure,
back
sure.
channels.
Scroll about 3/4 of the way down the server list, and you'll see the additional information. It's all alphabetized.
Okay, I think he sent me the wrong one. Possibly this one doesn't have that. Here
Sent
we
you the
go.
wrong one.
Hold on, here we go. 2.0.
Dad.
Hold on. All right. Now what I'm looking for is
The additional information section. Just scroll about 3/4 of the way down. And you'll see it all alphabetized. Different channels, topics about the Earth.
perfect.
Sun, moon, stars. See all that?
There we go.
So when you're like, well, what about satellites? You look under S, satellites. Bunch of information. Because when you go searching
guys
on
did well,
Google and YouTube, it's just going to mess you up with the algorithms and send you a bunch of shit. So we save good stuff there so that you can research in your own time the other side, as it were. Cool? All right. I think we're good.
All right.
My apologies.
Oh, all right. You got that, didn't you, Fancy Boots?
Got what?
You've got the resources there.
I believe I do. I'm looking through it just to check.
You definitely on the right server. Let me see.
Let's see.
No, you're still not on the server.
Son of a gun. Here, I'll see if my buddy can send me.
Right, I'm going to send you a friend request. Go to
That
your
works.
friends.
No, Fancy
I'm-
Boots. I was just Googling Flat Earth Discord. I didn't know which one it was.
That's all right. We appreciate the attempt. Right, I've sent you the friend request. So accept that.
All right, thank you. Here we go.
For the audience listening, we are discord.gg/flat earth.
There you go.
All right. So I've just sent you the link.
There you go. Thank you. I appreciate this.
Right, so join that and then scroll down 3/4. Just like I said, I'm a broken record. Additional resources. You'll figure it out. You're a smart guy.
Not when it comes to Discord. I'm like 30 years old.
Yeah, you're a bit like boomer tech, like me. So that's fine. I get it. But I just like to give people this link because, you know, after this conversation, however long it goes on for, you should have somewhere where you can be like, well, shit, what now? What do I go and look for? What am I doing? This is a place you can go. And we're here on the politics server, and we've got a YouTube channel, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, 24/7. Smashing the globe down. So check that out. Subscribe.
All right.
Shout out Helio and Chris for hosting those.
Some of us are also on X, if you want to follow us on X.
I don't do much social media.
Perfect. You'll fit right in. Okay, so that's all that covered. So have you got any questions? You got any other burning curiosities about what the hell's going on the Earth?
I do. So like this server or this call we're all in is all in agreement with it. It's not like a debate about it.
No, the people come in trying to debate all the time. The thing is, there's not really much of a debate to be had because the Globers can't make an argument. They can only say, well, the government showed me in the school textbooks the cartoon of the core. You know?
Are you guys discussing if the Earth is flat?
No, we've actually just finished. We just concluded that, yes, of course it's flat. But we can start again if you want.
That's unbelievable.
Okay, let's start again. Let's start again. So you think it's a ball, right?
Well, it's not quite a perfectly round sphere, but you know, it's more roundish.
Yeah. It's like a pear. It's like a pear. We get it.
Something like that. Something.
So what are your top 3 proofs that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space?
Well, it's just that all the people that saw it,
all the people that
all
saw
the
it, okay,
astronauts
who
that
saw it?
saw it and everything.
Okay, how many is
They all
that?
saw it. That when they were on the moon, they saw the Earth and
Okay,
all
okay.
that
How many
stuff. And
how many people was that in
I don't know.
all history? So it was about 20, 25?
Maybe.
Okay, so we've got claims from 25 people. That's one. What's another proof?
Well, you don't go to the end of the Earth and fall off.
Don't go to the end of the earth and fall off. Okay.
Well, if
what's
it's
your
flat,
third one?
can't you go to the end and see? Whoa, this is all.
Well, I've never seen an end of reality. No, but
I can't wait for
I
the
mean,
third
still,
Well,
I've seen flat lakes and stuff.
It's not as though the Earth goes on for eternity.
Well, no, I'm not saying.
Goes
I'm not
a few
saying that.
thousand miles. You would be able to see if it
I'm
was
not saying
flat. You
that.
would be able to.
I'm not saying that, but we already see it as flat. We already see it as flat. But anyway, okay. So what's your third proof then?
Wait, sir. How do you see that it's flat? And
well, just that's what they tell you, right? They say that it.
No,
it
I mean,
looks flat because it's such a big ball. They say you can't see the curve. Yeah.
That's what we see. We see water lay horizontally.
The other thing is that it's like when you do radar and stuff.
Well, before we get to all that, I mean, just to confirm, you observe the Earth to be flat. When you go to the beach, you see a horizon which is flat.
I'm not saying I observe it to be flat.
Well, you don't observe it to be curved.
If it was flat, I could go to the end of it and be able to determine. Couldn't I determine that, sir?
Right. So, no. When it comes to observing the Earth, you observe a horizon which is horizontal. It's flat. You don't observe a curved horizon. So you do observe the Earth to be flat. But okay, so we've got the people who claimed they went to the moon and they saw it was a ball. And we've got... What was the second one again? God, I'm losing it already.
Wasn't it?
And all the mathematics, they that's what I love about that, man. It's just how
all right, so what's your third
we knew it wasn't flat. We knew
okay, so what was the third proof? What was the third proof of the globe?
To tell you the truth, I don't know. But if it was flat, sir, couldn't you come to the end and say, well,
I don't know.
Not going any farther,
I don't know. How far have you traveled?
I've traveled pretty much almost completely all around the world. I was in the Navy. I was stationed in Asia. And then from Asia went to Australia, and from Australia went up to the Seychelles Islands in the Indian Ocean. And that is pretty close to where the Gulf of Oman is, where you go up there.
Right.
So that's I almost made it around the world, but if it was flat, I would have come to the end. I would have come to the end somewhere.
Why do you think that? Why do you think you would have come to an end somewhere?
Because the Earth isn't infinite.
Well, you didn't travel infinitely. You didn't. How do you know where you even traveled to? I mean, you haven't explored the entirety of the Earth.
Because the other thing too, the jets have marked it like when I fly to Japan, I don't fly from California like straight latitude to Japan. I go to the north part of it because the sphere, it's much shorter to fly that way, and then I come down to Japan.
Yeah, but see, you're just assuming that sphere though, because
no, I'm not. It all comes together. Like, why wouldn't we go straight to Japan?
You are assuming it though, because the planes are flying flat and level.
And to be fair, there's never been a pole to pole flight. Like, no one's ever flown North Pole to South Pole. They've always flown in that circumnavigation pattern around to each country. But there's never been one.
Yeah, they're getting confused because they think they're traveling in a quote-unquote straight line when they're not. You're not traveling in a straight line in one direction. And
I just don't think
coming back where you started.
If it was true that these 20 so-called astronauts got in this conspiracy and they could hold the conspiracy together, and what would be the use of it? If in fact they would say,
Well,
no, it's not
it seems
true.
like what would be
You
the
guys,
use of
the
it?
Earth
You just
is
use
flat.
it.
When we flew away, it
hold
was
on, hold
flat.
on.
We
You
need to
say
tell
what
you
would
it's
be the
flat.
use in that? You say what would be the use in that? You just
Yeah.
use it as the number one proof of your worldview. So that would be a pretty compelling reason to perform a stunt if you wanted to control people's
why would
worldview.
you?
Isn't that an appeal? Isn't that an appeal to incredulity? I cannot believe that someone will.
Yeah, but that's fine.
I mean, could
what they did.
if let's say I was an astronaut and we flew, I'd say, "Oh my gosh, the Earth is flat." I'd make sure that news got
Maybe
out.
that's why you weren't an astronaut, whatever your name is.
No, I never cared about that, and plus a whole
Butler?
bunch of other reasons too. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't care about it because on some subconscious level, you know it's all fake.
No, that wasn't the reason. No.
Yeah, you don't know it, but that is the
No,
reason.
I
subconscious is
don't like
powerful, my friend.
math. I don't like math.
You don't like math,
In the
therefore
high
the Earth is a
levels
globe
of stuff you got to
and
learn
space is real.
to get to be an astronaut. I've never had a desire to be an astronaut. I just never
That's all
have.
right. That's all right. But none of the things that you said were proof that the Earth is a ball.
Can you just give me a few seconds and I'll come back with some
Take your
better
time.
proofs.
Take your time.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Yeah, give me a sec. I've just got to confirm my reality with Google.
Hey, sometimes you got to double check.
That was so funny. No,
Am I
they
breathing air
got
right now?
things on Google that I wouldn't come up with.
That's all right, dude. He's just hazing you. That's how it goes.
Okay, no,
Like
it's
you're
all
trying
good.
to
It's
you're
okay.
trying to join one of those American sorority clubs right now. What do they call them? Alpha, Kappa, Zeta.
Gamma.
It's going to beat you up for an hour and a half.
Okay, what it
and then you're
says
in.
on Google, does say on Google is the Earth is round, a fact supported by numerous observations and scientific evidence. Lunar eclipses, where the Earth casts a shadow on the moon, key piece of evidence. Additionally, ships disappearing hull first over the horizon, changing position of the North Star in different locations. Photographic evidence from space all demonstrate the Earth's spherical shape.
Okay, so pick one of those. Which one of those is your favorite?
All the pictures from the astronauts.
All the pictures from the astronauts. Okay, let's talk about that then. So, you would agree that you could make images and pictures of anything, right? Real or fake, at this point.
I don't think back in 1969 they could transfer these.
You don't think they could doctor
and
images
change them
in the 60s and 70s?
like 50 something years, that they had the ability to do it as quickly as it, like instantaneously.
They've been manipulating images since like the 1800s. So
the thing is that you have to have a conspiracy for that.
No.
You have to have people.
No, that's not my question. That's not my question.
Don't you?
We can get to
Don't
that
you
later.
Need to have a
No, because we just need to confirm. Well, we just need to confirm first if we can actually authenticate that any of these images are real. Because if we can't, then that's just a belief, right?
Well, it's like okay,
It's like images of the Loch Ness
when
Monster.
you see the setting of the sun, if the Earth's flat, it's going down past the flat part of the Earth.
Let's not go off onto a different topic before we finished on this one. Because otherwise we're not going to get through anything. Right? So we cannot authenticate these images, these claims, right? When they're presenting you with an image that they claim is from space, you're taking that as evidence when it's not. It's a claim. They are claiming to you, we went to this place and we took an image, or we made an image from this place. That's a claim to you. It's not evidence. So you need to think, can I verify this to be true, to be real? And the answer is you can't. Correct? Or incorrect?
I don't know how to answer that. I'll be honest.
Well, what's
say that
confused?
again.
What's confused you about it?
Can you say it one more time? I'll be honest. I was
Do you think
looking
you can-
at some of the evidences that the Earth is round. So
Right. Okay.
excuse me, sir. I didn't listen to you. I'm very sorry.
That's okay. The point is, these images and videos that they give you from space, they say, you cannot determine that they're real or authentic. You can't verify them. Right?
True. Okay. True.
Right.
I mean,
So that would make it a belief.
there could be a way if I was like super photographic science man. You know, there could be a
Right,
way. But I'm not.
But you don't have a way to do that. Right? No one else
Personally, I
does
don't.
either.
I don't.
No one else does either. So those are just images that you're accepting on faith, belief, trust in the government, the source that it's coming from.
The thing is, you have to have all this conspiracy if you don't. If it's not true.
No, listen,
All
that's
these
not,
people have
that's not a
to
logic.
have to.
That's not a logical way to decide that those images are true. Just because you say, I can't believe they would make these up. That's not. That's not an
No,
argument
it's
for
not that they. I can't
truthfulness.
believe they would make them up. I can believe they could make them up, but to keep them made up and not somebody give in and later, this is all a big scam. This isn't true.
Well, we can get. I mean, we can get into the details of all that later on. But I mean,
people just don't. The truth has a way of winning out after a while.
Yeah, and the truth is winning out. That's why we're here. We're here to wake people up from this space cartoon delusion.
I don't know why you would think it was flat. But can
Because
I ask
it measures
you that, sir?
flat. Yeah, it measures flat, not curved. Right. So you know how a ball.
Well, unless you got far enough above the Earth, then you can see where it turns.
No, you can just test it by line of sight, long distance observations,
You can
laser.
see the sphericalness of it.
No.
Away you get.
It observes and measures flat. That's the whole point. That's why we're here. So you know how a sphere, has a curved surface, yeah?
Yeah.
Earth doesn't have a curved surface.
Told
physically.
you that.
The Earth, when observed and measured and practically used.
Well, they were sending all these images back as they were occurring. Back in '69.
Yeah, those
they
are
didn't
just
have
that's
the
just
ability.
claims.
They didn't
That's
have
just
the
claims.
ability. That was almost 60 years ago. They didn't have the ability to
make fake images of the Earth. Yes, I assure you they did. I assure you they did. Because that's exactly what they did. Yeah. We actually have footage of how they were making some of these images. In a high altitude plane, using the window.
Well, why?
Why?
Well, for
Yes,
what
why?
reason?
Why
Yeah.
would they lie?
Well,
I
but
don't
yeah,
know.
but
NASA make
why?
about $80 million a day. Maybe some people like money. I don't know. Maybe they just like trolling people. Maybe they thought it was true at one point and just got too deep, couldn't turn
But
back.
people, it's easier.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the fact is, it measures flat. It's like if you have a table and you measure it to be flat, you're not going to be in any doubt if that table is flat. That's how it measures. So if you're going to say, well, no, it measures curved, well, then show us who measured it to be curved. Otherwise, It's just flat.
Well, can I read to you what this says? Yes, I went to Google. Yes, it's because I'm not very smart about this.
Google isn't a source, but go on.
But they got things on. Okay, it's from Cell Mentor, from Cell Press and Cell Signaling Technology. There are a few certainties in life: death, taxes, and the sun's rising in the east and setting in the west. Or does it rise on the left and set on the right? Lately, as flat earth theorists have become more vocal, it seems as though people are more frequently asking questions of that very nature, and the movement is gaining ground.
I wonder why.
Just this week, a flat earth believer launched himself into space in a homemade rocket in an effort to disprove the round earth theory.
Yeah, we know about this. You don't need to
I know nothing about this. I personally know nothing about it.
Yeah, this is another propaganda piece, much like the one you saw recently with Katy Perry. Don't know if you saw that. But yeah, they've been putting out numerous propaganda, weak little...
These questions go against every logical explanation of what we know to be true about our planet, mainly that it is sphere-shaped and orbits the sun.
Could you do me a favor, Butler?
What's that?
I want you to focus your efforts on finding us someone who's measured Earth's surface to be curved for it to be a ball, like they claim. That's what I want you specifically to focus on when you're Googling.
Well, I mean...
Because you would agree that that's a physical necessity for it to be the ball that you're claiming it is, that you've been told it is. It would need that curvature. So who's measured it?
But as you go up in, like, a spaceship, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
No, that's just TV again, Butler. Come on. We want something that we can go and test, that we can go and verify. We don't just have to trust the TV.
You would have to get on a rocket ship. Maybe you can get on a rocket ship.
No. See, this is... Yeah.
Okay, what about the one watching a ship sail off to sea?
I don't know. Someone else want to take over here? I'm going to have to go on mute for a bit.
Okay, let's see that. I'm going to show this to you, and now you're going to explain to me why the ship is going to disappear. Let's see.
Where do I look? Do I look on where you got...
Just a second.
The chat box?
Yeah, the side chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay, I'm gonna post this. Okay, let's see. Let's see this one. So you see that ship? It's loading. You see that ship right there?
Yeah.
Okay, now explain to me why you don't see anymore.
It's too far away.
It's too far away, but you can see the ship. But when you zoom out,
if you get closer,
So what's the problem here? Maybe human eyes has limitations, right?
Bingo.
You cannot see. So yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Then. It was very nice to come. You guys are a nice group, and it was great.
Yeah, I'm showing the reality. I'm showing just the reality. You with your normal eyes, you cannot see that ship. But you using a telescope or another technology, a camera to zoom in, now you can see it. So what did happen to that ship? Did it disappear?
Right, it didn't disappear below any physical obstruction of any Earth curve. It just went out of your view. The human eye has an optical resolution range of only so far, right? So you can bust your camera out, your telescope out, and you can be like, where'd that boat go, right? And you can zoom in, you can find it again. it's still straight and level and horizontal from you.
Exactly, and whether according to it depends of weather conditions. Sometimes you can see more farther away. Sometimes you cannot see it. For example, I'm in the border with Spain, from Portugal to Spain. There's some mountains. In a hot day, the sky is blue, clear, but because of it, there's too much hot going on. I cannot see some mountains that belong to Spain. So what's happening? The weather conditions. Sometimes I don't see. I just see a white haze going on.
Miguel, another thing I wanted to point out is when you go and you look and you check the weather for the day, right? You'll read things like humidity and visibility, right?
Exactly. Even pilots account that.
Right. So the more humid it is, or the more moisture there is in the air, right? The more scattering you've got, the less visibility you're going to have, the less visible optical range you're going to have. On clearer, drier days, you can see so much farther than you can on humid, low visibility days, on hazy days, on foggy days. And that's just common sense,
Exactly. I agree with you. Let me see his name. Butler. Do you know what is the Black Swan argument?
What's that, sir? What? Say that again.
Did someone explain to you the Black Swan argument?
I don't think so.
No.
Should we first start off with saying, okay, so basically, if you say the claim here is that all swans are white, right? And I come to you with a black swan, well, then I've just debunked your claim, right?
Yes, that would be true.
Yeah. Okay. And so that's what we've got here. That's what we want to show you. We want to talk to you about this. Is this black swan? It's an observation. It's a long distance observation that well exceeds the geometric limitation of a globe horizon, or where it should be from a 1 foot observation height. So go ahead, Miguel, and show them that.
No, you are doing a great job, so I'm going to post it. You can go on, please. Jenna, go on.
Maybe.
How come there's 45 people in here and no one's talking?
Right? I just got here. I want to see the evidence for a flat Earth.
Wait.
Everyone's so popular. Why are there so many people here?
We are talking.
Everyone start talking at once now. Let's go. Quick.
Is there somebody who believes in a flat Earth?
Yeah,
several
people here do, and they have their proofs. I was just checking it out.
No,
So I don't believe in a flat Earth yet.
Stop talking. Stop talking. He's wrong about it. No, there's nobody that believes in flat Earth. There might be, but none of the major people. We already know it's flat because it's measured that way. So unless you can find curve measurements, it's flat.
I mean, are there any proofs?
Yeah, I was talking to Butler. Butler, do you see that picture right there? Where is the horizon?
Of the ship?
There's two oil rigs. Platforms?
The oil platforms?
Yeah. Where is the horizon? On front or behind the two oil rigs, platforms?
Well,
I even put the ABC there. It's more easy to use.
Yeah.
A, B, or C.
I guess
which channel?
It would be B.
B.
B?
No, B is in boy.
B as in I'm coping?
Well, I haven't gotten there yet.
How about this? I'm gonna post this one if you can see more clear. Where is the horizon? Can you see where is the horizon now?
Yeah, he enhanced it for you. Now where do you see it?
Well, it's farther down past the second platform.
Thank you. So according to that radius, 3959 miles, at 1 foot observer's height, we should see that geometric horizon at 1.22 miles. So we have a big problem here.
Which channel are we
side shot
talking about?
The side shot.
Side shit.
Hey,
it's where you have the chat. He meant to say.
Oh,
side
open chat.
Yeah.
The one on the left, the booms are all crooked and stuff. You can tell it's atmospheric distortion.
Yeah, we are talking about the, let's say, the distance to the oil rigs, but we are talking about where is the horizon.
I mean, I'm just wondering, why are all the big scientists lying about a rounder?
Yeah, so that's a big problem.
That's the part that gets me. Why the big conspiracy?
Well, what's the benefit?
Yeah, what's
So why don't
hold on to this conspiracy if it?
Stop.
Hold on.
Why don't we just have one? Why don't we just have one Glober at a time instead of two of you talking to each other when you can talk to flat earthers? Let's have one Glober talk.
Yeah, and no, Miguel.
I've never
hold up.
I'm a
Glober,
man.
Yeah,
we're Globetrotters, bro.
You're the Globers. welcome, Globers. Right, but Miguel is going to explain the Black Swan to you. This observation with the oil rigs. This is what we're talking about right now. It's the horizon distance for the observer. That's what's important. Miguel's posted the information in the chat, so that's what we're going to talk about. So, someone on the flat Earth side. Let's go through the Black Swan with one of them.
Yeah, so you see, where is that geometric horizon at 1.22 miles? It's not there, right? So that 3959 miles radius is not working. We should see that geometric horizon at 1.22 miles. So it's not there. It's not even there at 10 miles. Let's say at least that horizon. So with that, if you do the calculations, that radius is.
I think Miguel. Sorry, Miguel. I think you need to start from the very start with them about the geometric horizon, the formula, what it means.
Well, the Earth and the radius equaling 3,000.
We need to start really basic with these guys and just explain it to them step by step with the observation.
Yeah, because Globers we don't catch on real fast.
Well, it's just you guys, the Globers don't know about the claimed curvature in the detail that you need to know about it in order to debunk it. So we have to explain that first, and then we can explain how we've debunked it. Okay?
I'm following you so far.
Cyclone, go on with it.
All right, so if you go on Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, you'll find a bunch of calculators, and you can input your observer height, and based on this 3959 mile radius ball that they tell us, it will give you the geometric distance to that horizon, as you should see it. So for a 6-foot observer, if you're just standing at the beach, they say this should be around 2.5, 3 miles. What we're demonstrating here is, and what we're testing, is that claim, that geometric horizon, which they tell us, they say it's been the globe proof for thousands of years. The boats are going over this geometric horizon. So we test that. We go to the beach, 6-foot observer, but we see the horizon out not at 2.5, 3 miles, but 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. Right, so we're seeing the horizon at distances that far exceeds the globe's curvature claim. And Miguel posted a little orthographic demonstration with the maths, and the oil rigs is showing that horizon beyond 10 miles from a 1-foot observer, where the horizon should be at 1.2 miles away, and that if it was a geometric horizon, a 1-foot observer for 10 miles would give us a radius of something like 250,000 miles versus the less than 4,000 they claim it is. So it's not just a little bit off, it completely destroys the entire idea of a globe. So that's the point. The image has been posted in the chat. You can see it. There's videos of it. People have gone out and done this again and again. You can do it yourself. That's what we'd recommend. Go and test it yourself. Check out the calculators, play around with the numbers, understand it, and then
Can
you'll
I ask you,
understand what you're trying to
can I ask
test.
you this? How on the flat Earth? How big is the Earth? Like how many
Right.
miles?
Well,
till
before
you
we get
reach
to
the
that,
edge?
could you respond to what I just said about the horizon distance? Do you understand it?
Well, I understand. It, like what
All right. What about the other glober? Did you understand it?
Yes.
were
Okay,
I
you
mean, I'll
understand
put
it.
it this way: I'm not like a constant debater in like round Earth, flat Earth shit. So I don't really know. I can't really
That's all
defend the
right. We
position.
don't need you
I'm
to
just
debate.
more or less.
It's actually better that you don't
I'm
try and debate. We're not trying to have a debate.
okay.
The horizon isn't a debate. It's just the horizon, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I agree on that point. There's definitely something fishy going on.
Something fishy's going on. Welcome to the club. Snacks are in the back. Okay.
And it's
Butler.
not surprising. I mean, the elites are always doing something fishy.
Well, there you
lying
go. They're
about
always
shit.
at it. There you go. You've figured it out already. Water's level.
This is why I just wonder what do you think the reason is? What is the point of lying about a round Earth? How does that benefit the elites?
Well, basically, if you ask me, they don't want us realizing that we're in a obviously created environment.
I see. Okay. So it ties
Well,
into like Christianity.
well, not Christianity specifically, just intelligent design.
Right.
Has to be. Basically, that's what this comes down to, if you ask me. I mean, we could speculate.
Well, then
on the
we
motives
probably
all
didn't
day.
even visit the moon then.
Correct. Good assumption.
That would tie you.
And I did hear some.
Yeah, Jake. The moon mission ties you into Christianity because you've got the astronauts. One of the astronauts, Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, brought a Bible to the moon. He was asked, "Hey, why'd you bring a Bible to the moon?" It's like, well, I wanted to make sure that if something happened to the Earth and aliens find the solar system, they know exactly what humanity was about.
Interesting. I heard this thing, like Buzz Aldrin had an interview and he said that it was fake. And then there's also like pictures of certain like footprints on the moon, and they don't match the footprint of the boot that Neil Armstrong was wearing.
Yeah, all that was fake.
Yeah, that's all side. That's all side things. The main problem with the Apollo program is how deeply entwined that they think God was with them the whole step of the way. Like Nixon said that God picked America to win the space race, God in the Bible, because God loves capitalism. So that's the main. When you want to really look at was the Apollo program real or not, you could tie in their supernatural claims of what happened. You really don't need to look at blueprints or all the other stuff. Just say, hey, you guys made a lot of supernatural events that tied into this Apollo program. You got any proof of this?
Hold on a sec. Just before I jump off again, I'm going to go through the same tedious exercise with Jake. Jake, are you on our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
No, I don't think so.
Right, I'm going to send you the
I might
link because you sound like you've got a working brain, so you might find some of the information interesting. So if you click on the link I just sent you in your DMs.
All right.
You see, we're VIP partners.
I don't think I got a DM.
You're Jake
there we go.
Right?
Yeah. No, I just don't know how to use Discord. I just had to go into my requests. There we go.
Right. So you click on that link, and then when you've joined, you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the list, the server list, and you'll see an additional information channel, all alphabetized. A to Z. It starts with Antarctica, has stuff like sun, moon, satellites, NASA. You see those channels?
Oh, like before all the voice channels?
No, I think it's further down. It's like 3/4 of the way down. It should all be alphabetized A to Z. Different channels, information channels, with different subjects about the Earth.
I'm in the wrong. Sorry. Okay.
You're in that Flat Earth
Hey, what's
Society,
it called?
aren't you? The one I sent to you in your DMs.
Yeah, but what's the channel name?
So the additional information is like a section of channels, and it'll have like gravity,
Oh, okay.
NASA, ISS, all these different topics. A through
Expect your
G.
DMs to blow up also. You can just ignore those Globers.
Okay.
Do you see it? Maybe we should have started with the alphabet test. ABCs?
Maybe.
So who's not a flat earther?
3/4 of the way down.
Additionally, oh, I see. Yeah. Additional information. A to L
There
and
you
M to
go.
Z.
We got there. We made it. You're here, Jake. Welcome to Flat
Oh,
Earth.
hey, it's
so,
Jake.
so when you've got questions like, what about NASA? You can scroll down to N and find the NASA channel and watch hours and hours of harnesses, blue screen, green screen, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah? So, welcome to the rabbit hole. Enjoy. All right, now I am going to go on mute. So, good one, guys. Good chats. I'll listen in for a bit. Let's keep it moving, Flat Earthers. We've got a few new people in. So let's
All
get
right,
the floor
so
opened
the
up.
Book
Get
of
some
Enoch
questions in.
talks about how the sun and the moon are the same size, and the sun is just 7 times brighter. And
Well, we
that's in the
can
Book
worry
of
about.
Enoch.
Let's go look. We'll talk about the Book of Enoch on Sundays. We do Speculation Sunday.
Oh, that's a great day for that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good day. When we're the supernatural stuff, we let the globalists speculate every day of the week because that's all they got, really, speculation. But for the flat earthers, we try to maintain focus on the really is level. And the main reason for that is because if you go into speculation outside of Sunday, they'll clip it and say, I heard a flat earther say the Book of Enoch. And they're like, was that Sunday? And they'll be like, I don't know, maybe. You're like, yeah, that was Sunday. That was a speculation. And then they'll be like, oh, okay, so you guys are speculating. Yep, that's what we call Speculation Sunday.
It's our day off.
Yeah, it's a day you get to have a little fun and go into speculation. Other than that, Monday all the way to Saturday, objective reality. Measurable, testable, repeatable.
Yeah, so maybe let's see if Jake, did you have any more questions about Flat Earth?
I mean, not that I can think of. It's not something that's really particularly interested me. I don't know. What about all the pictures of Mars that we have?
Oh, I got a really cool picture from Mars, right? And it's really weird. There's a North American lemming that was spotted on Mars. I'm not even shitting you, bro. I got the picture. I'll post it in chat.
You know what? That lemming also must have had juice boxes because I found the juice box up there too.
Oh yeah, and a plastic grocery bag, probably what the juice box came in.
Well, what do you think? How the lemmings can't carry it without a bag?
That's true. Yeah, I forgot the lemmings need the grocery bags to carry their juice boxes.
I found a pickup truck and a trailer. Like, no kidding. It's there in the picture. When you look at it, you go, that's a pickup truck and a trailer, but they've washed it out so that the color is the same as the background. But it's clearly somebody with a boat on a trailer.
All right, y'all. The cat's out of the bag, right? The Mars terrain that you see happens to be identical terrain to Greenland and even Devon Island off the coast of Canada. If you don't believe me, go ahead and look up some Mars stuff and then go and Google Earth the terrain of Devon Island and parts of Greenland and tell me that I'm bullshitting.
So this picture I just posted in the chat, is that what the flat Earth
So now we
model
have
is?
speculation
No.
again. Right.
All right,
See
yeah,
how that works?
you're back to speculation. Yeah, because honestly, if we're being intellectually honest here, we can't tell you how big the Earth is, right? I don't know where the ends of the Earth are. Therefore, how am I supposed to model something that I do not know the extent of?
Right.
You can take some basic principles from that concept, right? That's a visual concept of what we're talking about. Okay, flat, motionless, enclosed. All right. Now that's been formulated into a visual concept for like that's an ancient concept. That's the Hebrew cosmology, right? That's how they envisioned the world. We're not necessarily saying that's exactly what it should or shouldn't look like or whatever. We're describing the surface being planar, and we're describing its motion, which is zero motion, right? And it's enclosed, and we know that because we have gas pressure.
It's not speculation.
But what it might look like in its entirety, that's open for speculation.
It's for Globers to dream about, actually. They're the ones who come up with all the stories.
So is the whole solar system fake? Like, is there still a Saturn
Just a
and
cartoon.
Mars?
Cartoon you saw on TV, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, try to stay with Earth right now. Don't worry about the sky yet. Let's go right
Hold on,
back
though.
down to the
That
ground.
is a good question, though, and the answer is yes. The solar system, the galaxy, that whole heliocentric cosmology that they showed us cartoons of in textbooks, all fake. We're in an enclosed system. That's what you really need to
So
take
what
away
about
from
stars?
luminaries, part of the system.
Huh.
Like a
So
giant clock.
aside from that, man, how do you even have gas pressure, a pressurized system, or even gas density gradients without a container, right? Without being contained.
But yeah, along with not making any claims as to the entirety of the shape or the exact nature of this system, we're also not making any concrete claims about the luminaries, right? The sun, the moon, the stars. You can't go to them, test them, sample them. You can only look at them and speculate.
You know, twinkle, twinkle, little star, I wonder what you are. Right? Because nobody actually knows. Even to this day, nobody knows what the stars are. We look up and we see lights in the sky. That's about freaking it.
But it is like a clock and a guide, signs and seasons, right? So it's not that it's not important, they are, but we're just not making any hard claims about their physical nature. Okay?
That's true. Like how the constellations are constantly the constellations, and you'll see different ones season to season. They always come back around year after year after year after year, like a calendar cycle.
Hey DJ,
Like, I don't
if
know,
you're
man.
there, you should show this guy the Black Swan or something. If they're, well, we kind of went through that, but
Yeah. Well, my whole thing is like, how I want to ask him, how am I supposed to believe or trust or even know for a matter of fact that these constellations stay constant, even though we are spiraling uncontrollably into an ever-expanding void of nothing, right? Wouldn't you see like different stars,
Yeah.
different constellations? over, different periods of time. No, we see the same ones, and we've been seeing the same ones for thousands upon thousands of years. Nothing's changed. Famous quote that says there's nothing new under the sun, right?
Just quickly, guys, just one sec. Snackle, I'm not engaging with you in text form anymore. All right, you voice up, we mic up, we have a DM voice discussion, or nothing. And we can't do it in here because these guys are having a conversation with someone else. So, sorry, man.
I mean, you could have it here. I'm not really having a conversation. I'm just going to listen.
Nah, it's all good. We've spoken with Snackle before. Like, this is your time, man.
Yeah, so Jake, what we're talking about, right? When we're talking about flat Earth, we're not talking about like globe versus a flat object, right? Like a disc in space or anything like that. That's not really the comparison. Okay. Yeah, we're talking like when we're talking about flat, we mean that there's no measurable curvature over distance. Right? So if you have a surface, right, like a large body of water and it isn't curving over distance, right? It's by definition flat, right? So you could think of the Earth like a topographical plane, right? We don't claim to know the entirety of the Earth, right? The entire shape of the Earth, right? Exactly how this entire system works. But, we're like empiricists, right? We've been told a bunch of metrics by the globe side, right? They tell us the Earth is a sphere and this is the exact size, right? It's got a 3,959 mile radius. Right, so we can actually go out and test that, right? Because they give us the exact size. So, for example, a 10-mile lake would have 66 foot of drop over that 10 miles, right? So if you're standing on one side of the lake and your friend's standing on, say, the other side of the lake, right, you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see your friend, right? He should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? 66 foot of drop over that distance. Right, so your friend would be like, 50 foot or something like that below the horizon if the Earth was a globe. Right, so we started going out and actually testing giant bodies of water using super zoom cameras and lasers and all sorts of different things. Right, and we can't see any curvature. Right, and on top of that, we can actually see magnitudes further than you would be able to see if the Earth was a globe. Right, because there's certain characteristics that have to be there if the Earth's a globe. So we've got countless amounts of these long-distance observations, like laser tests, over 10, 20, 30-mile distances, right, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature over 20 miles, 30 miles. So yeah, I encourage you to have a look into some of these long-distance observations and laser tests because they are impossible on a globe. Right, so...
So how do flat earthers explain sunsets?
Sunsets, well, I mean, you have to understand how perspective works, right? Yeah, well, you understand how perspective works, right? Like things get lower. Yeah. As like if you're standing on a street, right, and you got street lights and you're looking down the street, obviously it looks like the street lights go down, right, due to perspective, and they kind of merge with the horizon. Right? They're all the same height, but due to perspective, right, they look like they get like lower and lower and lower, and then they kind of merge into the horizon eventually. Yeah?
Yeah.
Same thing happens. Yeah, same thing happens in, say, like a hallway. Like if you're looking down a long hallway, everything converges into what's called a vanishing point, right? And that's the limitation of your angle of view, right? Your perspective. Okay, same thing happens with the clouds or an airplane, right? As an airplane, right? If you see an airplane coming in the distance, right, it looks like it's going up, right? Up in the air kind of thing from the horizon, and it does like a big arc over the top of you. Even though that airplane is staying the same height, it looks like it's doing a big arc over the top of you, and that's how your vision works, right? So the clouds do the same thing. And yeah, this... the objects or whatever you want to call them, right? The celestial bodies also do the same thing. So as it moves away from you, right, it goes out of your field of view, right? It goes out of your range of perspective. Does that make sense?
Makes a little bit of sense. But like when the sun obviously moves in the flat Earth model, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
just to correct you real quick, there is no flat Earth model. Remember, I said that we
Right.
don't know.
Okay.
where
Sorry.
the engine is.
Yeah, I mean, like in the flat Earth theory.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about, dude. Right. So
the sun moves in the sky.
Exactly. Like we claim that the sun is moving east to west, right, over your head, right? That's what we all experience. We see the sun moving across the sky. Right on the globe, right? You know what they say from your perspective, the sun isn't actually moving, and you're actually on a globe that's spinning backwards, you know, faster than the speed of sound, and that just makes it look like the sun's setting. Whereas we say the sun's moving, right? The Earth is stationary, and the sun's, you know, taking a path over the top of you. Right? Everything in the sky moves in cycles. Right? It's kind of like, you could think of it like the sky's like a big clock, right? Like the sky clock. Everything moves in their own unique paths, right? So if you're in the northern hemisphere, right, you'll see all the stars kind of circling around Polaris, right? And then they reset back into the same positions each year. And everything moves on a cycle.
Huh.
It's a bit to wrap your head around at first, but I mean, it makes a ton of sense once you look into it.
So why doesn't the sun move?
No, the sun does move. Yeah, that's what's happening, right? So they say on the
but why does it move?
We don't make claims about things we can't validate. I mean, you know, how would someone test exactly how that mechanism works, right? We don't claim to know the exact distance to the sun, right? Exactly what the sun is, right? Exactly how the sky works, right? We're not going to bullshit you and make up something that we can't validate, right? We've been taught a story from the globe side, right? But it's nothing more than that. Right, a whole bunch of assumptions, a whole bunch of calculations based off those assumptions.
Yeah.
Right, that people are taught from a young age.
For example, Jake, how would you explain sunrise and sunset?
Oh, I can't. I'm not scientifically knowledgeable at all.
Oh, I thought, how do the Globers explain sunrise and sunset? We're going to give you an example of what DJ just said.
The Earth rotates.
Okay, so the Earth rotates and the sun comes up and goes down. Okay, validate it. Yeah, that's what DJ's talking about. Follow? Because then you're going to have to prove the Earth rotates.
Yeah.
That's going to be a problem. So, explanation.
Well, how do globe earthers usually explain that? How do scientists explain that?
No. This is what I'm saying. Explanations, as DJ was pointing to, are worthless. Because I can get an explanation for just about anything down on the corner with the village idiot. Now, an explanation with demonstration or scientific validation, that's a little different story.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
All right, do you want to go on to your next question?
Oh, I don't have another question. I'm just waiting for like somebody to come in who's knowledgeable. Maybe there will be a debate.
There is no debate.
No?
Nope. You don't debate objective topics like the nature of our reality is an objective topic. You debate subjective ones. Yes? Like voter age, gun control.
I knew you were going to say voting. I knew you were going to say something about voting first. That's fucking great.
Voters age, gun control.
What's the best color?
Whose favorite color
Yeah,
is
these
the
are
best?
all subjective topics. You know, Huey, were you here when I asked somebody if the Earth is an object? Oh my God, that shit was funny.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'd asked dude, I'm like, is Earth an object or an idea? And he's like, well, according to my twisted reality, basically, tells me that Earth is an idea. I'm like, bro, you don't live on a fucking idea, dude.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, in his mind.
That's the only place ideas are.
We got Siamese cat. We got the Siamese cat in the chat. Last time when I tried to talk to him, he kind of like huffed and puffed and then bailed. So I don't know. No hate though. Like we're just trying to have a discussion here, man.
I'm sorry, lads. Ladies and gentlemen, my bad.
Oh, you're good. I got corrected on that one time as well before, so.
I'm really glad to see you guys all here. I don't know what happened, but welcome to PNR, or at least welcome back.
Yeah, we were elsewhere, but we've decided to spend some more time in here, so it's been pretty flat out all week. I think for a couple of weeks now, it's been pretty active.
Excellent. I love seeing that.
Yeah, it's been good fun.
Some of you are familiar, some I do not recognize.
Yeah, most of us are here from the home server. A few newbies as well.
Looks like you guys have gathered some new followers. Apparently you're doing something right.
Yeah, it's always a pretty popular topic. I mean, any server we, go into seems to fill up pretty quickly in our channel. It's an interesting topic. People are intrigued or triggered, one or the other.
Have you guys considered that the Earth is sometimes flat and is sometimes like a sphere?
That would violate the law of non-contradiction.
Yes, when we're on shrooms.
Maybe it changes. Tomorrow it's a globe, today it's flat.
Not at the same time.
No, what is a container, right? It's just like common sense. Water needs a container, and then when it's at rest on the surface, it's flat, right? There's no curvature over distance.
I'll give you this. When I drink a fifth of rye, the earth definitely moves.
What?
So did they pick you guys? Or you guys like the best of the best? In that they threw you out there and said, "Go find more."
And picked by our leader and sent here.
No. It's always a good one.
There's another server where we have to take a test, and then the best of those come here.
Love it.
No, it's actually decentralized. It's volunteer basis only.
So I would love to start a conversation if you guys want to give me a couple of minutes, because I'd love to hear where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Come from Missouri.
Alabama.
Arkansas. Arkansas.
Wow.
I come from the streets.
California.
New Zealand.
California.
304.
Chicago.
So how did you guys? I want to hear the history before like the flat earth argument stuff happens. I would love to hear your guys' history, like how the server was created, where you guys all kind of met each other, like how that all formed.
Are you doing a report for somebody?
No. I'm an admin on the server on PNR, and I noticed that you guys were in here. I've been around for a little over 2 years, and I've been into your guys' server actually a couple of different times. And so I'm just kind of curious what your history is.
I think it started around like the current home server. I think it was late 2019, which was the 2.0 Discord server. There was another one previous to that as well.
It started with ODD started the original one and had to do with more with music and people writing songs and poetry and being creative about expressing their ideas of flat earth through creative like artwork or whatnot. So then it started off with making songs and then kind of branched out where what about people who aren't as artistic? You know, how do they advocate for flat earth? And started going into logic and reason.
So what is your guys' favorite argument to make?
What that is level?
Yeah, I mean, my favorite would be the long distance observations that are impossible on a globe. Other people might have other arguments that they choose.
Yeah, everybody has different arguments, like their favorite that they go for.
Yeah, my favorite would be let the Globers speak. Because we asked some questions. Yeah, we asked some questions like, who measured the curvature of Earth? And when you hear the answers, if you are a Glober and you hear their answers, you're going to shudder. And you're going to try to hide yourself and you're going to try to back away from this Glober thing because the answers they give are so absurd and ridiculous, they're laughable. It would embarrass you.
I just got under my bed right now.
See, most people have a misconception of what flat earthers are actually claiming, right? They think we're a bunch of tinfoil hatters that think that Earth is a disk in space, right? And that Australia doesn't exist, and it's just all propaganda, right? We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? I mean, in most cases, we're testing the globe, right? Most people have been taught the globe since a young age, right? They don't really know much about it. They've never really questioned it or had a reason to question it, right? So we're questioning it, right? And when we actually go out and test the numbers that they're giving us, right, they're not matching up in reality, right? The curvature, the horizon distance. And what we find is most globe earthers that come in here, right, quite a few people come in here quite cocky, right? They think that they're going to come in and debate and crush us really easily, right? But once they get in here, they realize they don't really know much about the globe at all, right? They don't know the basics, and they know nothing about our arguments, right? So they find themselves in a situation where they've kind of entered into, you know, kind of like a little battle, but they don't have any ammunition, right? Then they have to kind of work out how they're going to handle the situation. Different people react differently. But yeah, most people don't really know that much about the globe. Right? Once you look into it, right, look into how it was, who measured it, right, to begin with. You know, that's the favorite question that we like to ask people, right? Who in all of history measured the Earth to be a globe, right? And you'll find out nobody actually did that, right? It was like assumptions and calculations based off those assumptions. We're actually going out and testing the Earth, right, empirically. So we got a whole bunch of information on our home server. And yeah, we're not trying to convince people, right? We're just showing people a bunch of information that they probably haven't had access to before, right? Telling them to think critically, right? Evaluate the information, think for themselves, and come to their own conclusions.
I remember I came in one night and somebody gave such a really, really good argument, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but it had something to do with teaching kids a certain way, and it was like an old school way that just didn't make sense. Man, I need to go back through my DMs because he was really good. I think he was Australian, actually. Veteran. I don't know if you guys know who that is.
Oh, Skinny Vet?
Yeah, Skinny Vet.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Yeah, he hasn't been
Oh
around
yeah,
for a while.
I miss Skinny Vet. I wonder what he's up to.
I hope he's doing well.
I do
He was a
too.
really, really nice guy.
We've got the famous, lovingly abrasive quantum eraser here. He'll be happy to answer questions for you.
I actually have heard of him. He was being talked about in a different VC just a couple of minutes ago.
He's very abrasive, but in a way that will stick.
It's like a big teddy bear with brass knuckles.
He's a pretty mellow fellow.
What do you mean by abrasive?
It's like
Is that
wiping your
true?
ass with sandpaper.
Is that true, Quantum Eraser? Are you abrasive?
All lies.
It's like to understand where Huey's coming from, you have to know where he came from. And he's like not going to suffer a fool. He's not a saint. If he sees the person he's talking to is just a toxic anti-flat earther who's not going to listen, not going to pay attention, he's going to expose them for the pretender clown that they are. Like, at some point, enough is enough. You've turned the other cheek so many times, you're out of cheeks.
He does it in a nice way.
I think he was referred to in the other VC as the Matt Slick of the flat earth world.
He said the Darth Dawkins.
Oh, Darth Dawkins of the flat earth world. Thank you, too.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to get, if they're like people who really think Darth Dawkins is like a bad faith actor. He hates flat earthers. He's to me personally has told me that flat earthers are demonically possessed. Like anytime I'm in a chat with him, he'll just instantly mute me. He says, "Crit, you're demonically possessed," and instantly mutes me. And it didn't have anything to do with, like when I was in his chat just listening to him talk to atheists, because my take was I wanted to get some of these atheists to say, "Hey, do you hear the way he talks to you guys? You don't like it? That's the way you sound when you come in here and talk to us." But instead of doing that, they decided like throw Crit under the bus. He's a flat earther.
You don't
Darth
think
Dawkins
he's
famous?
trolling? You don't think that he's trolling?
Who, Darth Dawkins?
Yeah, about the flat Earth thing.
No, he
demonic.
believes straight up God and country. Like, God bless America. We land on the moon. So when you say something like you're a flat earther, he's not hearing that you're describing the surface of the earth. He's hearing you tell him that his God did not bless his country. That's when I asked him, I said, like, so what? You ask people, why are you atheist? I kind of put a little atheist hat on. I said, well, I don't believe in these heliocentric models brought to you by the Catholic Church. And he was like, oh, interesting, because he doesn't like Catholics either. He doesn't really like anybody, for that matter. So he was kind of entertaining it for a little bit. And I said, like, Copernicus and Newton, these guys talking about Catholicism, George Lamontre, talking about the Big Bang. And yeah, of course, he's not really into Big Bang cosmology. Then about halfway through the conversation, these guys just start blurting, Crit's a flat earther.
Dude.
They couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle this idea that I was presenting an atheist argument for flat earth. So they just had to just nuke the conversation.
Man, you talking about that guy I wrecked?
hard to keep track. You've wrecked a lot of guys.
So Quantum Eraser, other than you being, I guess, supposedly very abrasive, what's your gig? What's your best argument? What makes you the Darth Dawkins of Flat Earth?
First of all, that's insulting. Darth Dawkins.
I'm sorry.
Darth Dawkins has nothing on me. His acumen is far, far below your average second grade retard. My favorite flat Earth argument.
And apologies, I did not mean to insult.
No, I know you didn't. Probably people were just talking out their ass. Horizons.
What about horizons?
Well, it's impossible to have horizons on a globe.
Explain.
According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizon, have a rate of change of slope of 0. But, according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how can we go out in reality, see horizons everywhere that have a rate of change of slope of 0, but yet be told there should be in every direction along a tangent from our feet a rate of change of slope of non-zero?
Honestly, I'm not too versed with it, so maybe I should look into it. I'm always down to learn something new.
I'll submit to you, you are well versed in it. You've been doing it your whole life. So, for example, you go to someone's house, all right? You see that their painting is crooked. You say, hey, that painting's not level. You need to turn it horizontal. You know intrinsically what horizontal means. You operate that way every day.
Yeah, and if you think you see curvature at the beach, then all bets are off.
I don't have any big, strong arguments to support round Earth or spherical Earth or whatever they call
That's okay.
it.
Neither do they.
My only argument, and I'll throw this out there, is whether the Earth is flat or the Earth is round, that doesn't affect my day to day. So, what makes me care enough to figure that out?
Well, you'd have to answer that. That would be inside your worldview.
I can give you some sort of answer if everybody's okay with that.
Yep.
So thinking that you live on a spinning globe in a vacuum of infinite space sculpts your worldview to make you think like you're a speck of less than a speck of whatever in the vastness of reality. But when you realize that none of that can actually be proven and it never has been, and as a matter of fact, it's false because the second law of thermodynamics, but I won't get into that. But I'm just saying, in this paradigm, you have a worldview that's sculpted for you so that you don't actually see your worth and who you are and that you were special in creation. So it's kind of a worldview type thing. So if you have some skewed idea of reality, then nothing matters, or you don't matter, or something like that. So when you find out that the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed, then there's nowhere else to go. Earth is reality, and you are special.
Another thing too, like when you get Mormons knocking at your door, you say, "What's up?" and they say, "I want to talk to you about Mormonism." You just tell them the Earth is flat and space is fake, and they'll kind of look at you like, "Huh?"
It's actually kind of funny, a deterrent for the Mormons.
Because they really love their other. Same thing with Catholics too, like Catholics and Mormons and Scientology. If you just say they try to tell you their religion, you say, well, objective reality, science, No, it's not possible. Your religion is a supernatural claim that I do not believe in.
I'll have to stick around for a little bit, listen to you guys argue. Have you had very many people in today?
Yeah, we live stream if you ever want to check back and hear what's going on.
Yeah, I saw the YouTube thing, but I wasn't sure what that was all about. I know you guys had it in your original server, so
I'll say it's real important for us because a lot of times you'll get these fake reports. Like flat earthers were discussing something horrible or whatever, TOS, something like that. And you'll get these these leather writing campaigns. Shut the channel down. And what's happened in the past is like, prove it. Where's the timestamp? Where did they discuss this? It was live streamed and recorded, 2 different YouTube channels. We got redundancy going on. When did they discuss these things that you said they discussed? Mostly, accusing us of JQ or something like that. And then when they can't demonstrate it, it shows that they are liars. They're bold-faced liars. They just don't want the channel around. So it's good to lock them out of it. Say, they think the channel shouldn't be here. No problem. Here's a role that the channel isn't there for you anymore. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Because if they're willing, it answers that question, why would they lie? You'll see these people come in here and they say, I'm confused. Why would they lie? And then they'll go on to just bear false witness against their neighbor for nothing at all. There's many channels they could click on. They clicked on this one for whatever reason. They think they're compelled to, or they're being rage baited or something. Click on a different channel if you don't like the topic.
Fair enough.
You guys believe
I mean you. I was just talking about the royal you, like a person.
No. I get it. I get what you were saying.
you guys still believe that space time is hyperbolic or Euclidean?
What's that? What's space time?
Like in a motion space, so a dimension in a mathematical space is like the minimum number of variables needed to calculate something.
So like a computer program, like not real. Okay.
Well, it could be real or not. But it's like if something's moving, to calculate where it's gonna be, you need to know like
Nah, bro. Fair point. I tend to look at space time as hyperbole rather than hyperbolic because it's essentially a literary element to a story, which is a creation mythos of the universe, which is a counterpoint to the traditional religions. To say, hey, we have a secular materialist creation story, and space time is part of it.
like those would just be variables needed to calculate something in a motion space. Like if something's moving, doesn't necessarily mean that like the Earth is a globe or anything like that.
It also violates.
Okay, well
It also violates Heisenberg's uncertainty principle in quantum mechanics. By the way. Go ahead. AI.
Nah, I'm going to be in bad signal for a bit. I got to go on mute.
Yes, no, we're going to do a ladies' night in about 40 minutes on politics. I don't know if you're on that server.
I am on that server. I don't often go over there, but maybe I will check it out.
It's like a reoccurring event every Wednesday.
since
what
last
does
Wednesday. Sorry.
And what does it entail? What does ladies' night entail?
Ladies.
Is this a ploy for you gentlemen to get us all in one room? Very
No.
clever.
No, it's the
Very
women.
clever.
It's the women of flat Earth advocating for flat Earth, taking questions. None of the men, all the flat Earth men go on mute.
Oh, I kind of love that.
We're not interested in globe chicks anyway. We're not interested in globe chicks.
Do you know there's a statistical study that women talk less on Discord by like 30%?
That's
Somebody should tell me that.
It's supposed to be. Yeah, where's the sandwich at?
Does she have a sister?
Are we allowed to talk if our pronouns are either we or boss or you with the face?
Yeah, there's no discrimination against pronouns, bro. You can talk whatever you want to be.
Yeah, all the Globers are welcome. It doesn't matter who you are as a Glober. It's just the Flat Earth ladies.
Okay.
It's my most hated night. I don't go there because I can't talk. I can't overpower them. I feel handcuffed.
No thanks, no tanks.
Exactly.
Well, to be fair, you can't overpower them on other nights either.
Maybe that's a wrong. Yeah, I think I set myself up for that there. Huh?
You misogynist.
I think Jenna, me, and Mary Mom, we talk quite a bit, being ladies. But if you ask my husband, he'll be like, yeah, no kidding, because I talk a lot.
Why not just do it here?
No.
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 I like the new woman's idea of like mixing together the Darth and the flat Earth. Like, what is it ultimately that we reference in order to know whether, the horizon is horizontal or whatever? Fill in the blank.
No thanks, no tanks.
Just a suggestion.
I don't mean
Striking out.
I don't mean to be judgmental, but this is my first time being in this room, and I've only been here for like 10 minutes.
So then don't be.
But you guys all seem really chill. Like, I feel extra chill being in this room.
You sound like something's wrong too. You sound chill too.
Thanks.
Well, I'm still 37 degrees C.
It's a pretty chill place,
Sorry,
We bring
if
some
I'm
pretty good
being
vibes.
sorry if I'm being too judgmental.
Wow.
Nah, what?
What? Huh?
Nah, you're good, bro. You said this feels like a pretty chill place, and yeah, for the most part, it is a pretty chill place. I mean, that's why it's one of the busiest channels in the server. People pile in here by the dozens. We have 40 plus people on any given day. It's good vibes, good discussion, intellectual content. Yeah.
Like, I checked my blood pressure and it went down like 15 points whenever I was here.
Hey, that's good shit, man. That's good shit.
The troll is so like weird.
What?
Ram.
Hey now.
I wasn't trolling, I was just joking about the blood pressure thing.
I kind of felt like the blood pressure thing was a joke, but hey, man, you're always welcome here. We have all kinds of really cool discussions on, the nature of reality, physics, the sun, the moon, the surface of the earth, the stars. Man, we talk about it all.
Have you guys ever talked to someone named Pierce Watkins?
No, are they important?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, he's rather awful.
You don't like him?
Like, he's a type of like a used car salesman. Like, he'll smile and talk all nice to you, but then like in the background, like he's like mocking and ridiculing people. And if I'm thinking of the right guy, he had a 2-day Dave in him, right? Did they used to have a show together? And
They did.
Okay, yeah. Then they had a falling out because they're like, dude, why you? Like, they basically, one of them was like, this is supposed to be about understanding people. It's not supposed to be about changing people's minds. It's about, everyone should have their own ideas. And they really kind of butted heads when it came to a lot of minority opinions. And yeah, so yeah, Pierce is, I mean, I kind of get where he's coming from. Like, he thinks he wants to present, I'm not really sure, if I put my finger on it, but he just doesn't seem like he's a very good faith actor. Like, he's not interested in what you have to say. He's more interested in finding an in where he can push his worldview on you.
So, for the people who don't know him in the room, he does a street epistemology show. And basically, how it works is he'll start a show with a topic, and then people come up and they express what their worldview is on this particular topic. We've had him into PNR a couple of times to do a couple of different shows, but I was just thinking maybe if he's liked within your community, which that may not be the case, I guess. I was going to suggest that maybe he does a flat earth street epistemology version on like the stage.
Yeah, maybe with 2-day Dave. I mean, I've done it twice with Pierce, and yeah, it never went very well. Same thing, AJ. Me and AJ did one with him, and then I did one with him and Dave.
Not that you guys would need it or anything. It seems like you get people to come in and talk to you regardless. But I was just thinking it could like spotlight, and maybe bring some people into your room after a show like that.
Yeah, the last one I did, he's basically saying, you don't, like, for flat earthers, there's a couple of us, you can't post any memes. It's got to be all text, all your answers to all the questions. But the people would post memes. Like, basically, they go, like, to Professor Dave and post a meme of the guys pointing in different directions. Like, you're supposed to answer their memes with long-form text. And then if they like your text, then they would say, okay, here's your open mic. Say, now we're going to explore or dissect your answer. And you're like, that's not street epistemology, dude. That's like some sort of like game theory or something. I don't know why you took street epistemology and slapped some sort of like, roasting sticker on it or whatever you did. It just, maybe he's changed. I don't know. It has been a couple years now. It's probably been about, I don't remember the last time it was. Like, yeah, but I was like, I kind of figured it was going to happen. When him and when did they split? When did Dave and him part ways? Because it was almost like right before that.
I think it was like a year ago.
Okay.
I mean, he had told me that the reason they split was because, Dave had other things going on in his life and he wasn't able to like put the time in to some of the shows. But I mean, I don't know. I just know that we had used him a couple of different times in our server and it worked out really good. We did like a religious panel once before, and there was a lot of good information. So I don't know if you guys are interested or not, but if you are, let me know and I'll try to set it up. Or if you guys have a straight epistemology guy, I think it would be really fun, and I think it would put some good focus on your guys' channel.
Yeah, I mean, I get the street epistemology thing, and it works out really well if it's reversed, where you get somebody who's against flat Earth, and you ask them why. Why are you against something you don't understand? Like, ask them. Say, like, You want to argue against a flat earther, you think flat earthers should be deplatformed. Explore it. Let's go through some sort of street epistemology. How is it that flat earthers should not be allowed? How do you disagree with something you don't understand? That's the real question. And that's one of the ways when I talked to Dave, I said, we should do a reverse show where we say, is a flat earth AMA, a street epistemology, but we flip the script when we get a caller who wants to try to take the piss out of a flat earther, redirect the questions back to them. Because it'll turn out that they've added in a lot of nonsense, like, flat earthers are trying to undermine the greatness of America or something like that. Or the flat earthers are an insult to all the brave men and women who boldly explore space. They'll throw in something in there and then ask them, okay, where does that come from? And really try to find the root cause of their bigotry.
So then the argument would be a deconstruction argument, not so much a building up, right?
Yeah, it'd be trying to knock the walls. See, when a lot of people come into this conversation and they have layers and layers of shields up, red alert, walls between you and what you're really talking about. Like Darth Dawkins. Like if we could get Darth Dawkins into a street epistemology, why do you think flat earthers are demonically possessed? It'd be almost impossible to get him to any sort of functionally normal conversation about the topic, the surface of the earth.
Man.
It'd be like trying to knock that wall down. He put up a wall between him and the flat earther. That wall, is there something wrong with the flat earther's soul? Okay, where does that come from? And go through some sort of street epistemology process to find out why he makes that claim.
I would make the claim that he's put up a wall between him and anything rational in life. But that's just me.
Well, yeah, and that's why I'm trying to get to is that you see a lot of these people who think Darth Dawkins is irrational. But when they come to this topic, they try to out Darth Dawkins. I mean, you would be surprised. We got a server, we post some of this stuff. The amount of nasty things we get in our DMs, telling people to self-delete, calling people's workplace, sending in. A couple of years ago, there was a whole event called the Children of Flat Earth, where they tried to figure out where flat earthers were and how many children were in the household, and then send in false reports to Child Protective Services to get the children removed from the household. Why?
Yeah, I'm not sure where that happened, but that definitely would not happen here.
Yeah, that's something. It wasn't here. It was on a completely different server. And trying to dissect that, why would a person have that level of fear and anxiety, where they're basically like that church lady from The Simpsons screaming, "Will somebody please think of the children?"
That's all because they couldn't prove their globe.
Yeah, and that's the sort of irrational thing that you would get down to. You'd be able to cut down the roots to it, and really get there. And one of the best, for my approach, the guy Jerry used to come around here. He was a mod, but he kind of moved on to other things. We were on Modern Day Debate, and there was this really toxic admin called DJ. And after just talking to him and just going through his street epistemology, he'd mute us, time us out. We come back a week later, and eventually, when he had nothing left to really go on, and he really kind of like had done all his admin freakouts and realized it didn't change anything, he broke down and just started talking about how all this childhood trauma about that he had thought space travel and space was going to mean something. Like by this time, he thought by 2025 there'd be like people going to the moon. There'd be like all this peace and prosperity, like that Star Trek episode, First Contact or whatever it was called. Like he expected some kind of utopian science sort of like tech, like a Vulcan-esque world. But rather than approach that, it's not the flat earthers who did this. We're not in charge of anything. We're not driving society off the cliff. It's the globalists. They did that. Carl Sagan said it the best during the Apollo program. It was the most ironic token of human history, where Richard Nixon signs a plaque, "I do this for world peace," as he systematically carpet bombed countries in Southeast Asia because he didn't like what Vietnam was doing with their domestic economic philosophy or policy. So once we were able to get him to say, to evaluate his understanding, then he was able to reset the conversation, and he didn't see flat earthers as the enemy anymore, just other people with a different worldview than his.
Yeah, like I took topics in geometry, which is like a theoretical math class where we have to do a bunch of proofs in Euclidean, elliptic, and hyperbolic geometry. And in the whole class, nobody ever got upset at each other and never accused each other of having a bad soul or being a bad person because they disagreed with their proof, or if they used a rule of inference incorrectly or something like that, or if they had differing opinions.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. There's something that the anti-flat earther is bringing to the table that we don't know, because I haven't walked a mile in their shoes. I don't know where they're coming from. So they're bringing in something very important to them that they think I'm ripping on, or they think I'm knocking, which I'm not. My worldview didn't include them to begin with. They're adding that in and trying to get them to feel vulnerable or feel like it's okay to share that. And then it's very difficult and takes a lot of trust to get there. And most time they won't. Most of these anti-flat earthers are never going to get there because they've already constructed the flat earther as some kind of super villain.
Well, Gret, if the whole universe was destroyed, would you be destroyed?
Yeah.
Right. Like if there was an existential universal threat that would threaten to destroy the entire universe, then the persons within it would also be destroyed. You know, much like the plot to many famous action movies. So when you have this, like, this is my home, this is where I live, this is our hopes and dreams with space and NASA and the globe and all of these things, like, for it to be challenged is to essentially challenge the universe itself and to threaten the existence of the known universe that you know and love as a child, right? And it's imprinted on your ego identity, just like your love language, or sorry, your heart language. You know, like you're born, you absorb the language around you, and that becomes like your intrinsic language that's, you know, part of your core identity. The same way with the globe. You think that's your home, you think that's where you live, and when someone threatens that, they're actually threatening you directly. They're threatening your ego. And to experience the death of an ego is felt in the body as a threat to one's life. The same physiological responses.
Oh yeah,
so when you tell someone, just let me finish up. When you tell someone your universe is about to be destroyed by this argument, they take it literally on a visceral level.
Yeah, Memore talks about that a lot, about the ego death. In that, you know, when they they almost feel like they're fighting for survival rather than engaging in a conversation.
Yeah, I find that really weird that they would tie their ego to whether the earth was round or flat, because it's not like, yeah, I take pride in the fact that the earth is round, as if I had something to do with it being round or flat.
Yeah, but it's not like that. It's not like that, friend. It's childhood psychological developmental stages. So, you know, you go through these processes where your brain and your mind and who you are is formed. And these things are imprinted on your identity without your knowledge and without your consent. So, for example, You didn't get to decide what your first language was. You were just immersed in a culture and a society that used that language, and you just naturally absorbed it as part of you. The same with who your family is, the same as where your home is, and the same as some of the existential questions that include your home on a grander scale like the globe. So like you really have nothing to do with it. It just happened to you when you were young, whether you liked it or not. Which, by the way, bro, is well known in psychological studies and circles, where children express themselves as if they're living on a flat, stationary plane. It is not until they're told the Earth is a globe that they then have a conflict between their local experience and the imagination of themselves outside their body looking back at themselves on a globe. And they have to create this dual system because they know everything they do is flat and stationary, but my parents and the school is telling me I live on a globe. And so they have to struggle for a while until eventually, with peer pressure and conditioning and, confirmation from all sources around them, like they finally just give up and say, okay, I just live on a globe. But they operated 100% as if the Earth was flat and stationary up until that point.
You're kind of saying that as if it's a bad thing, though. But I mean, we have to teach children about the world, right? I mean, there's no other way to go into society without.
Well, no, you don't. Not really. I mean, nobody needs to teach a child that to level a building, you need to understand that you're not actually leveling it. You're just teeter-tottering it on a giant tangent on a giant space ball that's floating in nowhere. Nobody needs to be taught that, bro. It's completely impractical to your life in every respect except religious respects. Okay, the reason why they're teaching this to children is philosophy and religion. That's the reason.
I don't understand the religious aspect of it. But
well, define a classical religion, right? You have a matrix of a worldview of who I am, where I came from, where I'm going, what I'm supposed to be doing here, what are my ultimate truths, right? What are my metaphysics? Those types of things. Those are all answered by the globe Earth paradigm. In fact, so much so that they supplant many of the great religions of the world. So, for example, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and many others, as well as some others which are not quite monotheistic or whatever, they go against what those religions say is the truth. So you have this paradigm which directly contradicts the majority of the world's religion, which most people adhere to, and the people are left with a choice. They say, well, why am I going to choose this over that? Well, they tell you the reason why you should choose our paradigm is because our paradigm is backed by quote-unquote science. And then they say science a lot because science, right, proves things and through experimentation and validation. And so you think, oh, well, the globe must be true because of the word science has been sprinkled throughout the textbook. But in actuality, you'll find that it wasn't science at all. It was pseudoscience, philosophy, and religion masquerading as science to pull the wool over people's eyes so they would accept a religion without thinking it's a religion.
So basically, you're saying they supplanted religion with scientism, just a different form of religion based on their own kind of bullshit, I guess, claim.
Correct. It has a creation story. It has a mythos about why you developed morality. It has a mythos about where we're headed as a species, who we're accountable to. It has everything, dude. It's dripping, just like every other religion.
Although, for the part about us not being important, if the Earth was a certain shape, wouldn't we still be made in the image of God?
Yes and no. So the plausibility of non-importance is greatly increased by the permutation of a universe that doesn't require direct sentient agent causation. So in other words, it just happened by chance, and when we developed over time, You know, like Carl Sagan and other famous people said, you know, we're just a speck, an insignificant speck in an insignificant corner of an insignificant galaxy in the side of an insignificant universe, just floating around an insignificant black hole, yada, yada, yada. Some rock a trillion miles away is more important. It's like, no, dude. That idea that because we live in this vast universe means we're not important is so retarded that only an atheist would believe such nonsense.
Yeah, we'd be important because of the properties we have, like being able to love and to be hurt.
Yeah.
Like
yes.
that.
Yeah. You, if you put on a list right now the most important things, you will find that none of them are physical things. Not one of them. Make a list right now of the actual most important things that exist. None of them are physical things. They're all physical, natural, or material.
You're robot in there.
Their vessel. Like you recognize that you really love that person. You don't love the body so much, right? Like, because if that person was in a different body, they'd still be there.
You're cutting in and out your audio.
Yeah, I got some roboting.
But
so, like all these,
I heard most of what you said. If a person was in a different body, they'd still be the same person.
Things like the idea of a globe Earth, the idea of
your audio is
robot. That's funny.
Cutting out.
AI, you're cutting out really heavy. Go wait for that signal to come back.
You might need to leave and rejoin.
He's on the road.
Oh. Wait, a black spot? What happened to all the satellites?
The cell service, dude.
Now you sound better.
Well, now I'm next to the place with the cell booster tower. Yeah, the physical world, dude, is just essentially a playground for sentient agents. If it wasn't for sentient agents, the physical world would be absolutely worthless. It would have no meaning, no purpose, and it'd be a big waste of everybody's time.
Yeah, I think I was on Discord a while back, and I said I had a small crush on this girl on Discord, and they were like, how could you have a crush on someone who you've never seen what they look like? I was like, with their heart and personality, because I think it'd be weird the other way. Yeah, I have a crush on you because I really like the look of your body parts. Really like how your body parts look. Like I was.
Yeah, because you know what's interesting with that, friend, is that the transverse of what I told you earlier is true, which is those body parts could be invested with any other soul, right? And they'd still be the same body parts. So you're basically telling that person that the soul behind the eyes is irrelevant. Like that. And that is the difference. One is the soul is the most important, and the other is, well, I don't care about your soul. I only care about, your tits and butt. And that's the two great worldviews, man. You got the materialistic paradigm, which is basically like every matter is the utmost important thing, and sentient agents are just an accident, a blip in the grand scheme of things. And then you got the other paradigm.
Childbearing hips, if you're able to protect yourself. It's more than just that. I mean, the looks matter. Physical fitness is very important.
And so you totally missed the point, bro.
No, I just think if we're being honest, that's what most people are attracted to first. It's looks, you know, and then comes the personality.
Well, I can give you a direct example from my life where that didn't happen. So you're wrong. So I gave you at least one. So but you're correct in saying maybe most.
Yeah, maybe most is what I'm saying. Of course, not everyone, but
right. But those are communications, right? So they're all communication signals, like you said. Those things are based on meaning of the content of what those are. Like wide birthing hips means something to do with reproductivity, which is a goal that people have. And so when they see that, they're like, oh, they're subconsciously attracted to it, and those are the reasons, right? But those reasons have purposes, and so your attraction to that is for that purpose. And the meaning of the attraction, right, is a semiotic relationship between the phenotypical expression of the female form, right, and your ability to understand what it means. And if you don't understand what it means, you wouldn't be attracted to it at all, would you? It'd be a little different than looking at a rock.
yeah.
Yeah, but like, whether the person, like, if your goal is like reproduction, wouldn't you care more about? Wouldn't it tell you more about whether the person will be a good parent if you know their personality and their heart and stuff? Whether they'd be suitable parents for your kids.
Yeah, looks just get you in the door, and then you gotta withstand the testing. Usually. That's how it should go, at least.
I like motos, personally.
What's that?
Fuck some moto.
I will show you in the chat.
Like some big.
Yep. I like some big. I like some chunky.
Oh my.
This is a flat earth channel, you weirdo. What are you talking about?
So what?
Are you saying you're attracted to the curvature of, or attracted to people with bigger curvatures?
I mean, we're not walking Robloxes, are we?
I don't know. I just felt like you were about to put something really inappropriate in the text channel. By the way, you said that. So.
No.
Damn, that boy thick.
Oh, what is that? A rhino?
No, it's a hippo. It's
A hippo.
from Madagascar. It's from Madagascar. It's like a whole thing. I wonder what that means about me.
What, that you like a hippo? A cartoon hippo? What are you?
No, I mean that I like bigger men. You know, you were discussing how that like.
You like fat guys.
Oh yeah, I like fat guys. 100%.
Because it makes you feel smaller. That's why women like that. They like just having this giant bear around them. They feel so small. They want to feel small.
I mean,
Now,
there might be like a protection aspect there, but I don't know. Go ahead, too.
Snow,
Sorry.
when you say you like bigger guys, all things being equal, you count the size of their wheelchair and the person?
Dude.
Not talking about for myself, just for a friend.
Gotcha.
Literally aimed at me.
No, bro, I doubt he'd be aware of your situation.
I know it's funny though. Think about it. I'm a big fat dude in a wheelchair.
All right, I see. You were like you had your hopes up.
They did start ladies'
Got a
night.
lady. I'm
Hold on,
taking.
bro.
I'm taking.
Wait,
They did start ladies' night. They did start ladies' night. If anyone wants to hop in over there, I think Stowe said they might be interested. So I got to go shopping, but I'm just here to drop the news. That's why I'm out. Peace.
Wait, is there another person who uses a wheelchair in this voice
Big.
channel?
All the big boys are winning. It seems like it's like big boy summer. I guess is what you're gonna have to call this.
Oh, yeah. It's cuffing season
It's
all
big
year,
boy.
every year.
Big boy summer.
Wait, who said a wheelchair? Who just asked that?
I did.
Is that a joke? You're in a wheelchair?
Well, not right now, but if I want to,
Oh,
if I want to go places, I'd use one.
You crippled? Spinal bifida? You quadriplegic? What's up? Or you don't want to share?
Yeah, quadriplegic.
I'm a para. Got shot
it was
31
from a-
years ago, so I've been
it was from
paralyzed
a
for a long
spi-
time. Just wondering
It was from
what
a
you're talking
spinal
about.
cord injury. And the spinal cord injury, this is real. It was caused by a stroke in my spinal cord. And it actually happened on November 8th, 2016, the same day that Trump was elected president. So I'm sure I'm not the only one who had a stroke that day.
Are you kidding me? Are you joking?
Nope. It actually happened.
You really
that
had a
day.
stroke. You
Yeah.
had a stroke and you, what, hurt your spine when you fell from the stroke?
No, there was a compressed artery in my spinal cord that cut off the blood flow to the nerves.
Holy crap. What kind of freaking odds are that? Well, I mean, I got shot. I mean, what are the odds that a bullet hit T7? But that's just crazy. I ain't even never heard of nothing like that. I always thought it came from breaks and bullets and stab wounds and skiing accidents and car crashes. I never heard of a blown blood vessel that blocked the nerve, the flow, the vertebra, and the damn spinal cord. That's insane. Never heard that one. All right, let me get back on topic. Sorry about that.
No probs, bro. But yeah, the preferred term for us, we prefer to be called either a crip or a crippled American.
I prefer if you call me and order lots of coffee.
Do you make your own coffee or something? Do you like roast it?
Yeah, who's here? How many people are there? Am I gonna get in trouble for talking off topic here? I don't know. Yeah, I roast coffee. Yep, it's what I do.
So you import the beans and then you put them in a big old thing and roast them up?
Big old thing. Yeah, Sono Fresco, 3 pounds at a time.
Oh, hey guys.
Okay.
It was nice to meet you and talk to you, but my dad just gave me the middle finger, so I think that's a sign I
What?
should get off. I think that's the
Jeez,
I think that's the
that wasn't
signal
nice.
for me to have to go. No, that's just our language.
All right, that's cool. All right, man. Well, have a good night. Stop in
All right. God bless.
anytime, bro. Absolutely. So we got freaking ladies night on the other channel. So everybody's gonna freaking boot scoot over to there. I just know it.
And that's happening in another server.
Wait, which channel is our ladies' night? No, I'm kidding.
It's on the other politics, the regular politics server.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna
Never mind.
boot scoot on over with everybody else, but if you don't know, it's right in the same. I mean, it's in Discord. I don't know. I'm sure somebody will throw a link in the chat. Possibly.
Well, not everybody's going over there.
Yeah, no, I would. You can't send invites to politics, rival servers, all that. Not here anyway.
desert. This car pulls up, and I don't even know what the hell that was.
Oh, I found it, y'all. I found it, right? It's to the tune of Tom Petty's I Won't Back Down. Well, we observe the ground. Yeah, we observe the ground. You can find us out making globy clowns frown, 'cause we won't back down. Yeah, we observe the ground, and it don't spin around, right? Let's see, where are we at on that? Yep. Let's see. And globies try hard on dragging us around, but we stand our ground, and we won't back down. You'll get flat smack, baby, to get the ignorance out. Hey now, we observe the ground. No, we won't back down. Let's see. Yep. Well, the globe's not right. And no, this ain't a fight. In a world where no curvature can be found, it's a level ground. And we won't back down. If it ain't contained, baby, you know we're definitely get out. Hey now, we
The
observe
hell did I just walk into?
ground. Hey, Siamese, you made it, bro. You fucking made it. You were who I wanted to talk to yesterday, but you bailed, bro.
You
Come
gotta
on,
say the right
Siamese, I
words.
just heard you. You are Siamese, if you please. Hey, Siamese, I gotta know, man. At what altitude can the direct curvature of the Earth be observed? Go ahead and tell me that. Just right off the top. What is it? Uh-oh. Siamese? Cat got your tongue? Boy, isn't that ironic. Siamese. Oh, now you don't want to talk. Like, what is with that, huh?
It's just for an update. It's Ringo Starr drills a hole into the globe.
Siamese. I got a question. I gotta know, at what altitude that the Earth curve becomes directly observable? Maybe you have that answer for us, right? Because nobody can answer that for me. I get all kinds of different information when I go to Google. I get all kinds of different altitudes. Actually, to tell you the truth, when I just did a quick Google search of at what altitude the Earth curve becomes directly measurable, it said 50,000 feet. 50,000 feet. Well, I mean, here we've got a U-2 spy plane at 70,000 feet and a perfectly flat, level, straight, horizontal horizon. 70,000 feet U-2 spy plane. I would like to see the refutation against this. Hey, you know what else is cool? As you can see the flat, level horizon in the U-2 spy plane pilot's helmet. Check that out. Pretty good. Come on, Siamese, don't be a pussy. You really got a cat in your picture, but you're gonna be a pussy? Come on, Siamese, you can say whatever you want, right? So long as it doesn't, violate our terms of service. Say whatever you want. I'll go on mute. I will mute while you are speaking. Sorry, I'm not the best. All right, Twonger. So I know you can't VC right now, so we'll do this through text, right? You can do this through text, right? You said that at 80K it becomes obvious. All right, so forgive me, I'm not very good at converting kilometers to miles. What is 80K in miles?
50.
What is that?
50.
50, so about 50 miles. Oh my gosh. Okay. Twonger says 50 miles, so now I have to show Twonger some 67 miles above Earth, right? 50 miles above Earth. Whoever's hot micing, you need to chill out. Here it is. Here it is. All right, Twonger. Right here, we've got some 67, I think it is, miles above the Earth. It's actually beyond the Kármán line. It's about 7 miles beyond the Kármán line. In this X-15. So you said 50, right? So 50 miles, right? You have 17 miles on that, right? Add 17 miles. And that's what you're seeing in these images, Twonger. A flat, level horizon at 67 miles above the Earth, right? And you said it becomes visible, observable. No, it doesn't. Where? I don't see curvature anywhere, Twonger. Oh, Twonger is typing. Oh, and Snackle is typing too. Snackle, I will bitch slap you. Better get in this VC. Ain't your mama, but I'll bitch slap you like I'm your mama. Interesting, isn't it, Twonger, right? 67 miles, 17 miles above where you said the curve becomes observable, right? And it's still not observable. What in the actual fuck? Snackle, VC or get out. I'm head chef tonight. What is PNR? That's the Politics and Religion server, Maywen. Maywen, are you in the VC? Let's check.
Yeah.
Is that a no?
Yes.
Oh, you're here. Hello, Maywen. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening.
So, I guess you are still hung up believing that Earth is a globe? Is that an appropriate question for me to ask?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, let me ask why. Why are you still hung up believing that Earth is a globe? Let's start there.
I think there's more evidence for it being a globe than it not, but lucky I was just trying to use this as like background noise while I study. I wasn't trying to debate it too much tonight.
No, that's cool. I mean, you say there's all this evidence. I'm just asking for what the one thing is in your mind, right? What is the one big evidence that sticks out in your mind that would prove that Earth is in fact a globe going around the sun? What is that? I'm very curious to know.
Well, I think this idea that we have of, the globe and then it going around the sun, I think it, compared to, for example, like flat Earth, it can better explain phenomena that we see and predict it, like eclipses.
Okay, wait. Repeat that. Repeat that.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll just boil it down. I think the one biggest thing is maybe the globe can better predict and explain phenomena like solar eclipses and stuff like that.
Okay, that's a claim, right? That's you making a claim. You're not giving me the one piece of evidence that sticks out in your mind. You're just making a claim. I need you to tell me what the one piece of evidence that you think, what you think is evidence, rather, that proves that Earth is a globe going around the sun. What is that? You said lunar. You said the lunar eclipses.
I think I misunderstood the question. Hold on. Let me think.
It sounds like what you were saying. Your answer would be eclipses.
Well, not really just eclipses, just like all kinds of phenomena in general.
That's very vague. That's very vague. All kinds of stuff, right?
Yeah, just
you're trying,
I can't name everything, but
no, it's okay. If you're trying to get information or truth out of me, and I was being vague, and I was like all kinds of stuff, and you were like, but what? And I'm like, all kinds of stuff, right? That's what's going on here. Is you're telling me all kinds of stuff, and I'm like asking you, but what? What one thing in specific, right? No, I don't want to hear you say all kinds of stuff, right? I want you to give me a very detailed, specific one thing that keeps you believing that Earth is a globe. What is that one thing? If you had to pinpoint it, say you have a gun to your head and you have to tell me right now or it's lights out. What would that one thing be?
Gun to my head.
Pictures from space.
Lights out.
That was Flatsy. That wasn't him, but I just know that's
no. I know. I know, Flatsy. It took too long.
And I can't pick one thing, but I'll come back with something. Maybe.
You can't pick one thing. Okay, so like, if you can't pick one thing, then how is it rational? How is it rational for you to believe that Earth is a globe if you can't pick out one specific thing as evidence, as the strongest piece of evidence that Earth is a globe, right?
All right. Well, I guess for the sake of the argument, let's just say I say eclipses. I think that's a pretty strong piece. Maybe not the strongest in my mind, but yeah, let's just say that.
Well, there's a couple different phases of the moon that happen that don't make any friggin' sense for Earth to be a globe, right? And two of those, right? The first one is the gibbous, the waxing and waning gibbous moon phase. Those don't quite work for Earth to be a globe because you get this concave shadow and not a convex one for a ball. The second one would be the Selenilian eclipse, otherwise known as the impossible eclipse. And I'm not calling it that. Not a single flat earther called it that. Some globers, right? Some upper echelon globers call this Selenilian eclipse. Call it the Cheshire Cat smile eclipse, right? You know exactly what I'm talking about. They call it the impossible eclipse because it's impossible for a ball. It's the impossible eclipse.
Well, I mean, here I don't know a lot about the Selenilian eclipse, but I mean, I could look into an explanation. I think there could be an explanation.
Well, I mean, there could be an explanation, except for the fact that they call it the impossible eclipse. Why are they calling it an impossible eclipse for a globe Earth, right? It should be perfectly possible according to a globe Earth, right? All of these eclipses prove that Earth is a globe. So why is it, why for the globe Earth is it called an impossible eclipse, dude? Yeah, definitely look into that.
Okay, so a reason it could be called an impossible eclipse because it may seem, impossible, but there could be an explanation behind it, right? So just because it's called an impossible eclipse, or even just like referred to as an impossible eclipse, like you said, the real name is selenelian, which I'm not sure what it means, but I mean, just because it's called an impossible eclipse doesn't mean that's like damning evidence against the Earth being round, in my opinion.
Are you looking at the chat right now? Let me show you let me show you real quick what the, because I talked about the waxing and waning gibbous moon phase. Let me show you what those look like. So you've got the waning, full, and waxing. They actually have it in the emojis here. So here is your gibbous moon phase. Can you see it in the chat?
Yeah.
All right. So how in the hell is that Earth shadow? Concaved? How? For a convex Earth? How?
Not sure. I don't really looked into the moon cycles before, but
Well, I happen to pay attention to the moon cycles a whole lot. I travel around. I see the moon in all kinds of different phases all the time. So I think it's I'm not quite sure how that can be Earth shadow on the gibbous moon phases, waxing or waning.
Is that even the claim? The globe claim? I thought it was something.
Welcome back. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Jenna. What's your name? I'm not directly looking at the chat, so I can't see.
It's me, Flatty.
Whoa, you're coming up as someone else.
Oh yeah, I was saying, is that even the globe claim? I thought it was supposedly the way the sun is hitting the moon.
Yeah, allegedly they want to say it's the way the sun hits the moon, right? When they realize that that's not Earth shadow.
well, to be honest, my claim was that like a globe, like an idea of a globe Earth, can like predict stuff such as like when lunar eclipses happen. I think that's very pretty powerful kind of evidence to like the our current idea of how the Earth is shaped and how space works. But I don't know.
I just got back. Did Maywen get his question answered?
Sure. Yeah.
What'd you learn?
Not much.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't want to repeat the conversation you just had because I missed it. But I know I was there when Jenna was asking you about your beliefs about the globe. So you believe that you live on a globe, Maywen?
Yes, I do.
What makes you think that?
The biggest reason why I believe that is because I was taught it. The biggest reason.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, I was taught it too, and I believed that I had a semi-decent education. I believed that there must be evidence behind this assertion of the globe model. It actually wasn't until I looked into it to try to refute flat Earth to my original investigation was to try to figure out how to explain to young people that the earth was not flat, because that was when it was becoming a big part of the popular culture. There were rappers like B.O.B. that were asserting that the earth was flat and so on. But once I started looking into it, I realized there were a lot of questions that couldn't easily be answered. There were a lot of contradictions in the model. The more I looked into it, the more I became concerned that even though a lot of the assertions, especially back then, of so-called flat earthers, they were lacking in coherency also, which is not the case today. Today you can find a lot of very coherent evidence to explain why the globe model fails to predict reality, that we see too far to be on a globe. There's no evidence of motion or spinning of any kind. And in fact, the Earth is the way it presents itself, as flat and stationary. I mean, that's how you viewed it when you were born. That's how you experience it now. It's only because somebody tried to tell you, May Wen, that it's not the way you experience it. It's not the way you view it. It's some other thing, that you had to have some kind of specialized access to an area, this so-called outer space, that you aren't allowed to go to unless you either go through this so-called elite training program or have a lot of money. So, how about the other idea that the Earth is actually the way you experience it? That is the Earth.
Well,
what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's like that's a good point. Like, we should have some sort of trust in our perspective on the world. But like, if here's a question. So, like, can you see germs on your hand, like bacteria, for example?
No, I
Kind of a
cannot.
rhetorical question. Yeah. So how would you know they were there?
Well, yeah, if you're talking about bacteria, yeah, I mean, I'd have to have a microscope to know they were there.
Yeah. So just because, like, we perceive something as that does not mean that it is that, right? So, like, if I look out onto the horizon, from my point of view, I see it as flat. Yes, I see it as essentially flat. And same with, like, me looking at my hand. Like, I don't perceive any germs there, but I was taught that, I wash my hands to get rid of these, like, pathogens, and along with other stuff. And I do have, like, the opportunity to do my own research and examine my hand and or swab something and look at it under a microscope. And I'm not exactly, like, sure if there's something, like, very accessible to humans to see, like, and definitively prove that, like, they're living on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
Yeah,
or,
there
like,
is.
something as simple as, like, a microscope or okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's binoculars, there's high-powered zoom cameras, there's lasers. We have a lot of long-distance observations that would be impossible on a globe of the dimensions claimed. I'll put a list of some of the observations in the chat.
Actually, okay.
But the difference is that, I mean, the difference of what you brought up is that is a natural observation. So you're making a natural observation, even if you have to use a tool to make it. You know that what this tool is made of. You can examine the parts of the microscope, the lenses, and so on, and that's aiding you in your natural observation. But it's still a direct observation of something in nature, your hand. When we get into the case of the sky, if we're looking at the sky, for example, we can view the stars and so on. When we're observing the actual Earth any equipment that we have is going to be demonstrating the geometry of a flat plane. There is curve that's expected. I mean, you understand that if we were on a globe of the dimensions claimed, 3,959 miles, then objects would drop off in the distance out of our view behind this supposed curve. And in fact, they don't. I mean, it's an exact measurement. It's just like, you're standing there in the ball, you can't see forever. And, but that's not the case, because anytime something appears to disappear from our view, such as people used to, or still do actually, talk about boats going over the horizon, if you have a high enough powered zoom equipment, you can bring that boat back into view, because in fact, it's not disappearing over any curve. It's only going away from the limitations of your vision.
Okay. Well, to be honest, I haven't looked into the things you just mentioned a lot, but I do know. I do have a question. So like on a flat Earth, you would expect I'm not exactly sure how like day and night cycles work, and this leads into like you could do like a kind of observation by like going down to Antarctica, for example, and seeing is the sun like up in the sky for 24 hours or something, right? You could do that yourself, and then that would kind of lend some like credence to like whatever claim, like
what claim do you think that would lend credence to?
Like the claim that the sun is over Antarctica for 24 hours at a time, at a particular time of the year.
What does that have to do with the shape? I mean, what does that have to do with being on a globe or a sphere? I mean, the thing of it is, I mean, we will go on with this, but before we go on, I put that, I put the link to the observations there. So, if you don't have time to look at it right now, maybe you can open it and go back and look at it later. So the thing that is important to understand is that we do not claim any kind of a model. So we're not here with dueling models. We don't need to do that. That is the disinformation organization known as the Flat Earth Society, which exists only to mislead people about the arguments. Yeah, they sit over there and debate different models. There's various, so-called flat earthers that will do that. That's not what we're about here, because there's no reason for us to come up with a new model. We're not here to explain every single thing you see. But anything that you do see, especially as relates to the objects that are moving in the sky, in no way proves the shape of the thing that you're standing on. Because I could make up, you wanted me to, May, when I could make up like 1,000, probably 2,000. I mean, however much time you gave me, I could just keep making up models for you of what the Earth looks like, because like you said, this is a place around where we live. We don't know what the outer limits are. There's limitations, even like you mentioned, Antarctica. I mean, people go there, but they have to have permission to go there, organized tours. They're usually only allowed to go to certain areas and so on. So, that's not what we're about here. So why would we want to make up another flawed model when you can, like we do here, spend 24/7 just explaining very clearly that the model that's been given, the WGS 84 globe model, and all other variations since then, are all complete failures. They don't predict reality. There's no verifiable, repeatable scientific evidence based on a natural observation that shows any kind of curvature, any kind of spin anywhere.
Okay. Okay, now I understand what this channel is about.
Okay, yeah, can you take a look at those observations?
Yeah, I have
that
that.
I put there. Yeah, open that up so you see the chart.
Yeah.
Yep. So if you pick one of those, like the one I would want to pick because it's the one I've personally observed and measured is the Chicago skyline. It's they aren't alphabetical. It's like about 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 15 lines down. So you see how it says the distance is 53 miles in this particular observation. The observer height estimate max 223 feet. This might have been in Warren Dunes area because Joshua Nowicki takes a lot of pictures of Chicago skyline from Warren Dunes. So he's a little higher up there. The target height, 1,453 feet. Globe predicted horizon distance, 8.2 miles. Globe predicted hidden by horizon, 804 feet. So a lot of these. So let's talk about this. So this is one measurement of the Chicago skyline. There's a lot of different ones. It depends on your observer height and so on. Sometimes you can see the whole skyline. Sometimes depending on atmospheric conditions and other conditions, part of it's hidden, and so on and so forth. But sometimes I've seen it before. You can see the entire Chicago skyline. And you should not be seeing that. It should be hidden behind the imaginary curve, and it's just not.
Shouldn't it be hidden somewhere between like 980 feet to like, I don't know, it's like some over 1,000 feet, like the tops of the tallest buildings should be completely hidden. Some like 900 feet.
That's good. Yeah, I think, you should only be able to see like the very tops of the building. That's right. Yeah. Good point.
Okay. So I guess in order to kind of make this claim that these numbers disprove a globe model, the very first step would be to have verifiable numbers. And although I don't know if they are definitively true. I could do the math myself, to be honest. But I'm not sure if they're true, right?
And you should not. I agree, May. When you should not take mine or anybody else's word for it. That's why I gave you the whole list because depending on where you live, you might be able to make your own observation. Yeah, make your own measurements. Demonstrate it to yourself. Best way to do it is a large body of water, especially if you live near the ocean or the Great Lakes. But if you don't do that, you can do mirror tests over smaller sized lakes. I mean, there's many tests you can do. The question is always and will always be, are you willing to follow the facts where they lead, or are you willing to get stopped by a comfortable lie? Because when someone honestly starts examining this, there's 500 propagandists out there with smoke and mirrors telling you this thing and that thing. Whatever you want to hear, they'll tell you. So, if you're a person who has enough intellectual integrity to actually look into it yourself, you might be surprised what you see. So the best way to start is not to sit here and think, oh, she showed me the chart, must be so. No, absolutely not. I mean, that would show that you're, not really serious. You shouldn't just sit here and whatever, what somebody tells you on the internet, just go for it. But what you could do is take, realize, oh, these people who they, are called flat earthers, they're not just sitting here, they're not the meme, right? They're not the flying disc through space. They're not the dinosaurs crashing in the disk. That's all smoke and mirrors done to discredit the concept that the globe model itself fails to predict reality. So even if you just sit here and think, oh, maybe there's some possibility there could be something to this, then just see where it leads. You might be surprised.
I want to make a point, and that's that through my research, I've come to find that these alleged measurements for a globe come down ultimately to the optical limitation of the human eye. the way the human eye works. There is no actual curvature.
Okay, so I do have two things I kind of want to get out the way, or one thing I want to get out the way before I talk about these measurements. But so I understand that this channel doesn't make models itself. So is this like a flat Earth channel or like an anti-globe channel? If you know what I mean.
That's
Like,
a
how
great
can you make that
question.
assertion?
It's a truth channel, sir. And this, you know, if you want truth, this is where it's at. You know, like I said, and like Dandelion said, don't take my word for it. Don't take her word for it. Right? Go do the research. Go see for yourself, because it is absolutely 100% possible to see for yourself.
Okay,
Yes, and
so
also to that effect, also I would like to add, falsification is independent of replacement. We don't have to replace the already destroyed paradigm of the globe.
okay. Well, I guess my question is more like this channel is called Flat Earth, so you're essentially making the assertion that the Earth is flat, and
Yeah, because it's measured that way. Right.
right. So not only is it like a I think Mary Mom was saying like the globe model is being disproved, but then you're also trying to prove that the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I mean it's a terminology. I mean, flat earthers, I think flat earth is just a term that was more like popularized by the mainstream media. There's a lot of people who have taken it in different directions. I mean, you know, there's the Ball Busters show, which is Quantum Eraser does not that now, the old Globe Busters show. Another show that's like, yeah, we're anti-globe, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then there was the Globe Lie tour that was in 2019 in Europe. They were planning to do one in 2020 in America, but sadly it got canceled. But yeah, 2019, the Globe Lie tour, that was making like amazing progress by person-to-person contact in Europe through many towns, and then it was gaining momentum and then going to bring that same momentum to America in the summer of 2020. So anywho, that's just depends on the individual doing it. Like, we're not some kind of like monolith organization with a CEO here. We're just like a bunch of people, grassroots efforts. People focus on different things. They have different interests, different area of expertise. So yeah, like, you can call it the flat earth, you can call it the globe lie, you can call it anti-globe, you can call it whatever you want. I think people generally just land back on flat earth because that is, what people hear of, although I understand why some people wanted to take it in different directions. It's because the campaign, like I mentioned before, to reduce flat earth to a ridiculous cartoon meme did have a lot of success. And so then, do we want to be part of that name? But it's not really a problem, because I think anyone who's like a thinking person comes in and like talks to the people here and other places and realize, oh, yeah, these people don't really sound like, they're low IQ, cavemen. Like, they kind of sound like they have some arguments and something going on here.
And also a good reason to land back at flat earth is because it's observed that way, it's measured that way, it's practically used that way, and it's navigated that way.
Okay. I guess my last thing before I have to get back to studying, but I have one question about these measurements. Why are they all over a body of water?
Because bodies of water rest or lie flat on their surface at rest. So if there was going to be any curvature that could be detected, it would be over a body of water. So you don't have to deal with topography or anything like that. So it's a wild claim to say that somewhere over yonder, the water's bending into a ball, but we're seeing it lie flat and on its surface at rest. So that's why.
Okay. All right. Okay, we'll have to get back to studying, but thank you.
Good. I'm glad you're going to study. Yeah. Can you tell us what you study? What you study? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to.
Economics right now.
Good. Yeah. Well, studying's important. But we're glad you're here. Come back anytime.
Yep.
Anyone else want to pop up?
Oh, I just wanted to add that, like, everybody is a flat earther, whether they realize it or not.
It's a good point.
Also, there are a lot of globers, or rather, like, they're very anti-flat Earth, that try to call us a cult, right? And they think that whatever, okay. But I'm like, a cult has leaders, right? And they think that there's leaders of the flat Earth. And the point I make is that no, there is not a single leader of flat Earth. All of us involved are leaders, because if we weren't, we'd be followers. And if we were followers, we'd probably still believing that Earth is a globe going in circles around the sun.
Well, one good piece of evidence for you guys being cultish is spamming the same debunked evidence that you know is actually debunked. Right?
Cultish. Okay, let's go ahead and address that. Why don't you go ahead and show us what you're talking about?
Yeah, the Black Swan. There have been several instances in which we have went through the video, right? That the screenshot comes from really quickly. Well, I'm providing the evidence, right?
Yeah,
we
let him
went
get
through the
to it.
video, and the guy who takes the video of the Black Swan. Oh, did I get just muted? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, of the Black Swan, says several times throughout the video, right, that on most days, on regular weather conditions, that it's actually obscured by the horizon, right? But when this is pointed out to you, instead of engaging with the argument, you guys move on.
That's because it's a fallacious argument.
Wait, what is a
No,
fallacious
you
argument?
go ahead. You go ahead, Flatsy. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'll engage with it. Let's go.
What specifically is a fallacious argument?
Well, let Mary Mom answer you, and then I'll go.
Yeah, I mean, all I was going to say is, yeah, I mean, the whole point is that it's showing that the thing, whatever it is. I mean, there's different kinds of black swan observations. I don't know what one in particular
Oil
you're
rig.
referring to. Okay, the oil rigs. Yeah, so it's showing you that those should be obscured behind the horizon, and they're not. I mean, it doesn't matter if some days they are and some days they aren't. It only takes one time. You should never see them. So,
No.
I mean, that's just it.
That's
Yeah,
just a straw man.
you should never see
And you
them.
know this. Like, I know you're lying right now. I know for a
Let
fact
me make
you
the
have.
point.
This has been pointed out to you before, right? So I'm just going
All
to
right,
really
so-
quickly, just to move, just because this is what cultish behavior relies on, right? Is constant repetition of wrong things. So really quickly, this has been pointed out to you before, and I know it has. It is not true that if the globe, it is not true that if the globe was true, okay, that we would never see beyond the horizon. It's just not true, right? If you don't take into account refraction, that's not true. Now, to the extent, again, you're more cultish behavior, right? You won't let me finish. You asked me a question. You won't let me finish. You're a part of a cult.
Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, it's all good. So really quickly, yep. So really quickly, right? If it's the case that the globe is true, it is not necessarily the case that you can never see beyond the horizon. That's just an untrue statement.
Okay, so let's unpack all of this, right? Let's do this. Okay, some days the horizon is going to appear further or closer. And you know what that's due to? You said refraction, right? So I'm trying to understand. Are you saying that because of refraction is the reason we can see things that should be obstructed by the physical
geometric curve?
Yeah.
This happens quite regularly. Adam Morgana.
I'm just asking, are you saying that
Is it the Fata
refraction
Morgana?
is the reason? Hold on. I'm asking him if the reason for being able to see things that should be hidden behind / below the geometric horizon is refraction the reason why we're seeing those things in line of sight? Yes or no?
It could be.
Could be. Okay,
I just sent you the image. I just sent you the image really quickly. Could you really
okay. I let you get your chance to speak, and now I'm asking some questions.
Yeah, I'm
I have
answering your
a
question
really
right now.
quick thing to say though. Do you wipe or do you let it crust?
I'm answering your question right now, right?
Do you wipe or do you let it crust?
All right. So
the answer is
that's
you let it
the answer is
crust.
So listen.
the answer is it could
Okay,
be. But if you look at this, image,
okay.
just wait, hold on. Like put your intellectual just take your cult shoes off real quick. Look at the image I just sent you. Do you genuinely believe in your heart of hearts? Like genuinely look down deep inside yourself. Do you really believe that the left oil rig there's zero refraction there? Do you genuinely believe that?
Where did
and
you
if
post
so,
it
can
at?
you tell me why it's really bendy? Like what's the cause of the bend? Maybe like the metal, just
Okay,
the properties of metal just changed that day?
okay, all right, motor mouth. That's enough. All right. Why is the crane look super bendy? You are a typical Glover. So it could be because of the heat that's coming off of those oil rigs from the oil processing that they do, perhaps, right? That could be a possibility, right? And you're telling me that this magical thing called refraction is what's allowing you to see things that should be hidden behind a geometric limit of a globe horizon?
No,
The
the
distance
reason
to the
why I believe
horizon.
that's a good explanation. The reason why I believe that's a good explanation
All right, so
is
let me
because we
break
have
this down real
distinct.
quick.
Wait, you characterized my
Motor
position.
mouth,
I'm
motor mouth,
clarifying
motor
it.
mouth,
And now
motor
you're
mouth,
cutting me
motor
off.
mouth, motor mouth. Shush. This is ladies' night. This is ladies' night. Okay, and it's my turn to speak. And the thing is, have you ever looked at the weather report? You ever gone out to bodies of water on days?
let him finish his point, Jenna.
Shut the fuck up. Have you ever gone out on days that are humid? You ever checked the weather report? High humidity. What do you usually get with high humidity? You get lower visibility. You get that with fog. You get that with haze. You get that with rain. This is all included in the weather report. Now, on days that are less humid, drier days where there would be less quote unquote refraction, where there is less quote unquote refraction, okay, for the sake of argument, you can see further. Visibility is up. Why? Less refraction. Remember, less humidity, which means less refraction, which means higher, more visibility, right?
Mm-hmm. Did you want an answer to the question, or are you going to keep ranting?
No, I just want to know how the fuck you explain that.
No worries. It's all good.
Globe,
I can help
right?
you out. Yeah, I can help you out real quick. It's all good. So really, yeah, you're welcome. So really quickly, if you look at the video wherein the Black Swan oil rig is taken, you can see, because he's taken multiple videos, that it changes. Right? It just does. Now, if your contention is that it's impossible, right, for refraction to allow you to see farther than normal, that's awesome. You are outside the range of scientific consensus. And I want to understand. I want to understand.
I need to stop you right there.
Because
Stop
so
it.
it's fine.
Stop
it's
it.
fine to be
Stop
outside
it.
of
Stop
scientific
it. Stop
consensus.
it.
That's
Nope,
fine.
nope,
You can
nope,
do
nope,
that.
nope, 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 nope,
That's
nope,
fine.
nope, nope.
That's fine.
Scientific
I'm not
consensus.
saying that's an
You
argument.
want a scientific
saying that's
consensus
okay.
for the shape of something. You want a scientific consensus for the shape of something.
No, that's not what I said. If you listen to what I said, I was talking about whether or not refraction could theoretically allow you to see farther than normal.
No,
So that was the
it can't,
distinct
because
thing.
that's not what's happening. These are look at right here. Toby Dog just posted it. Inferior mirage, superior mirage, inverted superior mirage, and a real image, right? There are different things that are happening through the air, but none of it is Earth curve.
He deafened. That's
Of
not even
course
the
he
argument.
doesn't.
It's not even the argument. It's the distance to the horizon. If he can debunk that, he's talking about everything in relation to the horizon, but the actual argument is the horizon. And he doesn't even know what refraction is.
I mean, he could probably explain it, but you wouldn't let him finish. That's
It's
just
about
kind of
fucking
that's
time.
what's happening to the conversation.
It's about fucking time. And it's ladies' night. Shut your mouth.
Yeah, see, the problem is when he says dumb shit or wrong shit, then he has to be cut off. He has to be stopped. Because why in the hell would I let somebody carry on saying dumb shit and wrong shit, right? Why would I do that? If you know somebody's
Well,
wrong, you should stop them and correct them. Don't let them carry on with their dumb shit.
okay, well, I believe flat Earth is dumb shit. Should I cut you off every time you make a point?
Well, that's nice. You can believe that flat Earth is dumb shit, mate, and I don't give a flying fuck. But if you can't prove that the Earth is fucking curving at 8 inches per mile square, then you can go get fucked.
Well, I mean, he could try and prove it, but you just cut him off every single time, wouldn't you?
Well, why don't you take the Pepsi challenge, buddy? You want to tell us how the Earth is a globe?
Honestly, there's no point because every time he actually made a point, you just cut him off. Like you've done it like what 5 times?
No, if two people want to have a conversation, I'll sit here and either time it or mute people if they can't give people time, so that because this accusation is ridiculous. So, do one of you want to talk to Parat, and I will moderate it.
I would just like to point out. Can you repeat what you said? Sorry, I couldn't understand.
Well, it's okay. What she's saying is the positive claim in question here is that Earth is a globe.
She can say that. She doesn't need you to say it for.
God, be nice.
It's all right. It's ladies' night here. We have each other's backs.
Yeah, I think Earth is pretty globy. That's
You got
my
any
opinion.
evidence for that?
Oh, I love these claims.
I don't know. I've always just known it as a globe. Like I'm going to come to this,
right?
Yeah,
No,
that's
but like
all
me
I've
too.
known
Like
it as.
all of us, right? Just hear me out, right? All of us, when we were really, really, really little, when you were too young to think for yourself and too young to ask your own damn questions, the world gave you a globe and said, this is Earth, right? You had nothing else to compare it to, did you? Yeah, neither did I. Until later in life, when people are like, well, maybe the Earth is flat. And at a certain point, I didn't want to hear it. I'm like, shut up, right? That's dumb. Get away from me. Shut up with that. And I kept hearing it. And so at a certain point, I said, okay, I'm going to go find out. I'm going to prove that Earth is a globe. Guess what? After being honest with myself, I could not prove that Earth is a globe. I know everything there is to know about the heliocentric story, but I can't prove it at all.
Story?
I can demonstrate it. Yeah, story, yes.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was got you. So, like, teach me about it. I'm just curious.
Well, simply put, right? Like, let's go back to like 5th grade physics. Yeah, let's go back to like the simple stuff, right? Because it really is that simple.
That would be very useful.
Yeah, okay, so like large bodies of water seek to be what on the surface? Level, right?
Yeah.
Right. So nowhere ever has level ever meant curved, right? It's called sea level. It's not called sea curve. It's called the horizon, not the bendy horizon. Horizontal, not curvizontal.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got these points of land, right? Say you've got, people want to argue all the time. Oh, mountains aren't flat. That's fine. That's wonderful. We understand that. These elevations of these mountains, the height of them is taken from sea level, right? Establishing a flat horizontal baseline in order to get the height or elevation angle of these mountains, of these topographic parts of Earth. So at no point ever is sea level going to be sea curve.
I think they call it like sea level because it's just like sea
'Cause it's
level though.
level.
Like they don't take everything. Yeah, like they don't take everything into account. Like if I said like, I can come up with an example. Not now, but I got you.
Yeah, they call it sea level because, and I'm just going to reiterate what you said, is that they're not taking things into account, right? Well, like, what are these things? Curvature? They're not taking curvature into account? I mean, you don't have to take into account things that aren't there, that aren't happening. Like, for instance, I spent 3 years in junior Air Force ROTC in high school. We went to Tinker Air Force Base. We did the simulations. We had simulators in the classroom. We had all of that. But the two things that we were never, ever, ever taught to adjust for was curvature or rotation of Earth. Because why in the hell would I have to adjust for these things if they're not really there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one thing, my takeaway from my training is that we never had to adjust for these things. Why? Because they're not really there.
Yeah, but but also being an Air Force pilot does kind of, not really mean you're going to make long flights. Like if you were flying from, let's say, America to United Kingdom, then you're probably taking into account. But if you're only flying maybe like 100, miles out to sea, probably not.
No, even from that far a distance, a pilot is not taking into account any curvature of Earth. The plane flies
You're
straight
using
and
suggestive
level.
terms, so it seems like you're just arguing from ignorance at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, I just, I was just on the plane like yesterday, flying from Los Angeles to where I live now.
I bet you felt it when it would decline or incline.
No, I didn't feel anything. But
Are you a
they
non-earther?
flew over a curve.
Well, did you know that most aircraft fly with the nose pitched up at about 2 degrees? Pitched upward, 2 degrees, right?
All right.
Above the horizontal.
Correct. Now that's simply for the aerodynamics of the aircraft. It keeps air under the wings. However, this aircraft is flying straight and level through the air. There's actually, I've got the document if you care to read through it. If it's a NASA document, it's about 120 pages long. It has the derivation and definition of flight and data over a flat, stationary, a non-rotating Earth, and it has the pitch data, the roll data, pitch, roll, yaw, data, derivatives for what the aircraft do, specifically stated multiple times in the document, what they do over in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Now, why in the hell would that document have to state that? If there is curvature and if there is rotation, then why would we have to state multiple times in a document that there is not curvature and there is not rotation? That these aircraft are not having to account for this thing that is allegedly there? Does that make sense to you?
I'll say this. If I showed you a document that NASA created saying the Earth is a globe, would you believe it?
Say that again?
If I gave you a document from NASA that said, okay, the Earth is a globe, would you believe it?
Source doesn't matter. We're using them as a hostile witness.
Yeah, that's true. Flatty is correct.
So whatever you choose doesn't matter. If you're not gonna,
It's about demonstration.
If you're saying it's wrong on this and it's not wrong on the other thing, that doesn't even make much sense, does it?
Can I have you look at the chat at 6 minutes after the hour Plum Bob posted? Can you see that? Can you see the chat?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
So basic parameters set for the incident flight of time frame. This shows that the pitch data of these aircraft and what they're doing in flight. All of these are flying straight and level. is what it's showing. Over great distances, too.
Over 2 hours from LAX to Honolulu. It's an incident report because it was one of the engines blew out at the end of the
Okay.
flight. Yeah, so for 2 hours, the plane flew level, horizontal. It's impossible on a globe.
Well,
Well,
I was recently, so 7 minutes after the hour, let's use NASA again. Here we go.
Like I said,
That's great.
NASA
So when did they
really
demonstrate that the Earth was curving into a globe for this? Or can you cite something from it, or are you just gonna elephant hurl something at us?
So I love how you think that's a document. That's so cute. I actually have it saved in my PDFs, and it's really hard to find nowadays. Also, I find it really interesting. Don't you guys find it really odd that, like, when Flat Earth started gaining traction, people started questioning NASA, and now the comment section on NASA's official YouTube channel, the comments are turned off. Like, what in the hell if you can't question somebody, right? Like, oh, don't question me. Don't question what I'm doing.
I think it's because it's like government based. That's why. Does Trump? What's it called? President.
It's all really inconsequential, anyways. It's a demonstration. We would like evidence demonstrating that the Earth is curving into a globe.
Okay, can you like give us evidence that the Earth
Interesting.
isn't
He doesn't
curving?
have his off.
Yes.
So what you're about? Yep. Yes, we can. But what he's about to do, Flatsy, is a burden reversal fallacy.
That's fine, but it's funny that we can't ever seem to focus on the surface of the Earth.
I'll say this: I'm not neither claiming the Earth flat or is a flat. I'm not claiming anything. You're claiming that.
Oh, that's a great position to take now. Yeah, it's a great position to take now.
So I'm just curious: how can you prove the Earth is flat? How can you prove there's a horizontal? That there's how it's horizontal?
Yeah, because water lies flat on its surface when at rest, and most of the known.
Can you give any evidence aside from just from anecdote?
Yes, I'm sure it's in the chat. It's rolling by. Just check it.
No, I'm asking you if you have any evidence.
Are you really going to try to combat me on whether or not water rests flat on its surface when at rest?
It's
well, I don't know.
It's like a
bubble. Do you have evidence for it?
This is my logical syllogism. So these true statements, when I come to the conclusion, it's unavoidable.
Well, no, I'm asking you, what is your evidence, the horizontal exists? I'm just asking if you have any evidence.
Wait a minute. Really?
Okay, this is a problem with you not understanding what horizontal means.
Oof. Big oof.
So you're telling your syllogism hinges on a faulty observation? Is that what you're saying?
Hinges on the physics of water. The physics of water.
How do you deduce it being flat?
Carter,
if you would let me, I would finish my syllogism for you.
Okay, go ahead.
So, yeah, when at rest, water lies flat on its surface. Most of the known territory of the surface that we have on Earth is water. Therefore, the Earth is horizontal, flat.
What's your evidence for?
Bingo.
Yeah, you still need evidence. You can't just rely
Show a
on
photo of water lying flat on the table, then you got it. But there is
Okay, I
11 minutes after the hour. 11 minutes after the hour. Quantum Eraser posted a bunch of citations for you. Would you like me to go through them with you?
I can literally show you a curved table. Yeah, I can literally show you a curved table and say that's a curve. That's
You have to let. You asked her a question and now she's trying to answer it. You need to let her answer.
You already answered it.
Yeah, well,
no, she didn't. You asked for citations. She's now giving them to you, so now you will listen to them.
Finally.
Yeah, so 11 minutes after the hour, Quantum Eraser, he posted citations that comply with what I was saying for my syllogism. Water seeks its own level. This is from Physics Info. Water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life. Imagine that.
You're a
So from Amazon.com. This effect is part of folk knowledge, as is witnessed by the common saying that water seeks its own level.
Amazon.com?
I'm sorry, Isaac Asimov. Isaac Asimov, sorry. Physics Hypertext book was the first one. Sorry, I'm reading the links instead. And then the LibreText.org, since water pressure is independent of volume, the levels should be equal to each other, also referred to as water seeks its own level. From National Air and Space Museum, Science and Pre-K, the science of water. Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted on by another force, such as wind. Do you need more? Oh, there is more. No, that's just a repeat. There you
Okay,
go.
so how does that tell you that the surface is flat? Just if you see a small portion of it, it appears flat, so you just deduce that that's talking about the whole.
Most of the known surface of Earth that we live on is water. And if water lies flat on its surface, then the Earth is flat.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. Do you
That
know
was
what
a very good logical syllogism, so you can't avoid
It's
the
not.
conclusion. It
It's
is.
not. Because
Okay, please
okay.
refute it.
Okay, firstly, do you know what a derivative is?
Sure, go ahead. Don't ask me questions. Refute what I said.
Well, if you don't know what it is, then I have to explain it, right?
No, you don't have to explain anything. You
I
just need
kind
to.
of do if I want me to explain why you're wrong. So a derivative is like if you have a curve, right? If you take 2 points on the curve, I forget what the line is called, but if you take 2 points on a curve and make a line, right?
I mean, a tangent.
And you decrease, not a tangent because it's 2 points, but if you decrease the distance between them, and the distance gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and the y, right? The y will approach a value, okay? And as you do this, the line will approach a slope. And that slope is a value you can calculate, and that's the derivative. So there's a slope line, right? But if you do this,
That's a problem.
if you
because
decrease the distance, it becomes flat.
Here's a problem.
So there you go.
Here's a problem because horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. Because according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, horizontal lines, which are derived from horizons, have a slope of 0. But according to the Naval Academy, curvature is defined as a rate of change of slope of non-zero. So you're going to have to reconcile that one.
So, okay, the thing is, we're talking about a circle, right? Or a sphere in this case. Okay? So that's not a function. I'm just giving this as an example, right? Where if you take any 2 points and you decrease the distance between them on any curve, it'll approach a straight line. Okay, you can just think of this intuitively, it makes sense, right? Like
That's
intuitively
dumb.
you can understand.
It doesn't refute me, Carter.
It doesn't matter if it's not a function. Okay? Like mathematically it might not abide by certain rules, but it's still, if you can understand this, then you saying, okay, well, water seeks flat, therefore the
but
entire...
it never gets to it. It never gets to it. Yeah. There's no flat on a curve.
Okay, well, exactly. The flatness is not absolute for your glass of water. You haven't demonstrated that. So that's my whole point.
Have you ever been out? Do you go outside, bro? You ever been to a fucking lake? You ever seen the water still as fuck and there's a perfect mirror reflection in the water, bro?
Okay, yeah, right. Your observation...
Fuck up.
Your observation is like when the distance between the 2 points is like 0.0000001. That's your observation. You haven't demonstrated that it's absolutely flat. You haven't done that.
There should still be some sort of convexity to that reflection, but there's not. It's a perfect mirror reflection. Why? Because bodies of water lay flat on the surface, brother. That's nothing new. That's absolutely nothing new. They teach you this in 4th fucking grade. Pre-K. Pre-K,
Honestly,
yeah,
you,
pre-K
honestly,
even.
you probably
As an
need to go
adult,
into fourth grade with your current understanding of science.
as an adult, you would fail entry to pre-K fucking science. As an adult, with this diatribe that you have.
Yeah, they wouldn't be teaching you stuff in pre-K. That's called preschool. They teach you how to draw.
Wow, bro.
Maybe
So
you
you've
need to
never
learn a
seen so you don't know what specular reflections are, I take it.
You're not even addressing my point. I'm just saying that they don't
No,
teach
I'm still on a point. No, I'm still on a point. No. You specular reflections. You know what specular reflections are?
Yep.
Go ahead and tell me.
Let me tell you right now. Okay, I'll tell you the speculative reflections because obviously you probably don't know what speculative reflections are.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm asking. I definitely do know what a specular reflection is.
Yes,
Go ahead.
no big words, but you don't actually know what they mean. But I'll tell you. It's a mirror-like reflection of light from a surface.
Good job. Well fucking done, sir. Well fucking done. And yes, I did already know that. Okay. So
are you
mirror,
sure? Are you
right?
sure?
So the mirrors in your house, do they have a point, whatever, cunt hair of curvature to them?
Do you have a cunt hair of intelligence? I'm starting to doubt that.
Yeah, listen to you not answering the question. That the mirrors in your house have even a cunt hair of curvature to them.
No, of course not. It's because they're tiny.
No, of course not. Exactly, mate. Of course fucking not. Right? You're going to look at the fucking water and you're going to find out that fucking water, when it's perfectly fucking still, mate, is going to have a mirror fucking reflection in it, mate, yeah?
Look, it ain't goddamn, it's too goddamn small, you know what I mean? It ain't goddamn big, flat surface like you're talking about, okay?
Is it not? Is it not?
It's fucking
Hello?
selling heck, yeah, what's
Is it
going
not?
on?
I love how he's
What's
trying
that?
to imitating him.
So let's go. Come on, you goddamn selling heck. What you gotta say?
Come on, mate. Come on, mate. You mean to tell me that the mirrors in your house have no fucking curvature to them whatsoever? But you're going to tell me that a mirror flat surface of water. You're going to tell me that a mirror flat surface of water has fucking curvature to it, mate.
Tiny, just like the size of your brain, okay?
Oh my gosh, who is shouting right now? Oh, is this Parag? Oh my goodness, Parag.
Get him out of here.
He's so mad.
I just muted him. I don't even know what that was supposed to be. Does anyone have a serious question about the flat Earth?
Yeah, he's just mad because he knows that I'm right when I say that his mirrors in his house have absolutely no curvature to them and that you can see a perfect mirror reflection in the surface of water. Just like the mirrors in your house, no curvature to it. And so he's like getting all mad. But I was kind of imitating him with his accent, though. I'll make a pretty good Australian, mate.
Yeah, Carter, you showed nothing with your argument. You were talking about it approaching the limit of flat, but it never actually reaches it. Nobody says that your globe is made up, is a disco ball made up of a whole bunch of flat surfaces. So you prove nothing.
Okay, my point was, if you're going to observe something to be flat, how do you know it's objectively flat? You can't know that for sure. That was my whole point. Because things could appear to be flat, just like the line or the curve between 2 points.
We can measure real things in the real world. And we can measure if they're flat or not. People do it all the time. They build houses. They build bridges. They use level.
Flat.
Yep.
They're flat enough, okay? That's the point. They're not objectively flat. Or they're not so flat that it says anything about, the surface that they're a part of.
Were you not here when Flatsy went through the references there? Which one are you disputing? Which one of those distinguished individuals do you think you know better than?
Well,
did you hear that part? I mean, we're talking about the physics hypertext book, Isaac Asimov. What else do we have here? I don't know. There's a bunch of engineering LibreTexts. physics.info, environmental engineering. Well, I mean, which one of those do you think you know better than? They're saying that that water seeks its own level and lies flat.
Well, I don't think I disagree with anything they're saying, so I don't know what your point is. I mean, obviously things appear flat.
Yeah, I don't know what
right?
your point is. You're saying it can't be measured flat, and all of these sources are saying that it can be. So I don't think you're the one sitting here trying to prove your globe. So you must disagree with these mainstream science sources, I guess.
No, I just don't think that saying something on a local scale is flat means the entire surface is flat. That's my point.
No, who said that? Who said that?
They did when they said that water being flat has anything to say about the entire surface being flat.
Yeah, because how much of the Earth are we told is made up of water?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because you can't just have. Your globe model claims the water curves. It doesn't say that you have 70+% of the water flat and then globe in the other part. You don't have. That would be more like some of these cartoons we see of flat Earth. Is that what your globe looks like? It's a flat surface with curve underneath.
No, okay. The issue is that, again, the parts do not equal the whole. You're giving fallacious reasoning. And these sources, they say that, yeah, okay, it appears level, it appears flat, but again, these are like local observations, and I would agree with them. But that doesn't mean the entire thing is flat. So you're just being fallacious.
No,
bad faith.
Yeah, 70. Yeah, allegedly 70% water. That 70% level. But on top of that, you've got your plains and your salt flats all over the damn place.
Okay.
So yeah, majorly, it's flat.
How does that speak to it being flat?
Well, until you can prove that there's a curve, which is the only qualifier you need for a globe Earth, then it's flat.
I don't think you can say either way if you don't have evidence. Otherwise, it's just vacuously true that it's flat. Okay, but you don't know that for a fact.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're only supposed to be able to see what 1.22 miles out to the geometric limit of a globe horizon from 1 foot, right? That's according to the ball math. Even on a clear day, on the clearest day. Yeah, but we're seeing 10 times farther than that. Why are we seeing 10 times farther than we should be seeing for a globe?
We've already given you an answer.
No, I still haven't heard an answer.
The scientific method has allowed us to figure this out.
Nope, you're about to say dumb shit, and now I have to fucking stop you.
Wait, weren't you the one that said? Weren't you the one that said I studied the heliocentric model? You literally said that. You literally said that.
Category error.
You literally said that. You didn't study shit. You did not study shit.
Mute him.
Okay,
see
go
what
ahead.
you
Sorry.
did. What you did was a category error. You just threw your ball under the bus. You called it science. You called something that's a fucking shape science. We need science for something that's a shape. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yes, we do. How else are we going to measure it? We necessarily need science.
You need science.
We need to induce it. Yeah.
Shape?
How are we going to measure it?
I've got this excellent meme that was inspired by Glovers, just like you.
It's not induced.
Right?
It's what's the word? But no, if we don't have the means to measure something, then yeah, we use induction to figure it out. That's how that works.
Oh my good lord. Yeah, so you're not actually measuring a physical curve. You're not that's what that means. You're not actually measuring any physical curve. You are appealing, right? You're appealing to science for shapes, buddy. You are exactly who I made this meme about. You're exactly who I made this meme about.
Okay, dude. I don't care about your memes. Like, why do things disappear bottom up?
Shapes aren't science, motherfucker.
Well, it has to do with the atmosphere. Like the atmosphere is like very dense at the surface, and when you get up high, the atmosphere is less dense.
Yeah, that's completely
Okay,
irrelevant.
that's like
It's a
mirages or some
curve.
shit? That doesn't make things disappear bottom up every
Problem
time.
is,
Like
Carter is a
disproportionately.
little
Even if you get like a
retarded.
telescope, right?
Well,
and there's no mirages, they still disappear disproportionately from like if it's a ship from the hole first.
The idea that the Earth disappears bottom up is like it makes
Not the
sense
Earth.
because if you go above the Earth, it would disappear. Obviously,
What? What are you talking about?
are you like dumb?
No, are you high, bro? Like you said the Earth disappears bottom up. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's a globe claim. It's the same damn globe claim that all of you globers make. Stuff disappears bottom up, therefore Earth curve. Except that's not what's
That's
happening.
one of the
It's called
observations that helps us
sinking.
induce
No,
that
you
the Earth
should
is a
really look
globe.
into sinking, right? Sinking, looming, stooping, these types of quote unquote refraction that happen over a flat stationary surface. They're mirage effects. It's not any kind of Earth curve. And you're kind of dumb. Actually, you're really dumb for trying to say that you need science to prove that Earth is a shape. You don't take your fucking science. Shut up. You don't take your shut up. You don't
Okay,
take
bro.
your science book. You don't take your science book to your geometry class.
Yeah, because we have means of measuring things, and the freaking measurements are even given to us. Like,
That would be geometry. Okay,
Yeah.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. You don't need fucking science for a geometric thing.
okay, in your geometry class, do they have refraction in the problems? Like, is there distortions and shit? No.
Refraction is
There's no
refraction part of geometry.
There's no distortions on the triangle, bro. There's no distortions on the triangle. It's a freaking three-sided. It's a three-sided shape. That's it. And
So
you can calculate
triangles
the
have-
angles.
So triangles have what? 3 straight
Sides.
sides? Oh my gosh! Imagine that.
Okay. Your point?
So I mean, you must be a triangle expert, right?
Yeah. I know a little trick, so I'm a triangle expert.
So when I'm trying to get the elevation of a point of land that is above sea level, right, I'm going to establish a flat horizontal baseline so that I can get an appropriate angle to the elevation of these things that are above sea level. That makes a fucking triangle, my guy. 3 straight fucking sides.
Yeah. Okay, so geometrically, prove to me that you superimposing a flat surface means the surface is flat.
You geometrically need to prove to me that Earth is a ball, right? And try doing it without science, right? Because you don't need science for geometry.
Like, okay. You're just not even engaging with what I'm saying. It's like, what's the point? It's like,
Yeah, if there's anybody new that's got a question, I saw a few new people. We've got man raising hand. He might be raising his hand. Too bad we don't have a hand raise function in here. Wouldn't that be cool? Goose is here. I know. Why can't they just throw that in there like they have on Zoom and all those other platforms? And
Cool, yeah, I'd see like a hand waving over their little profile or something.
oh, he said something. Go ahead, man raising hand.
I'm scared of women.
Oh, don't be scared. Don't be scared. We won't hurt you. Yeah. So yeah, did you have a question?
I get a little upset. I get upset with some of these guys that can't be honest with themselves.
Yeah, man raising hand is a cuddly little dog there, so you won't get upset with him, right? I think it's a dog. Is that a dog, man raising hand?
I love dogs. I got 2 little dogs. They're good dogs.
Looks like a dog to me. Do you think you live on a globe there, MRH? He's too scared. That's what he said. What? How about Goose?
Honk, honk. Duck, duck, goose.
Yeah, we're probably only going to have ladies' night till the top of the hour, right? That's what we did last week, Jenna. So I don't know. Now's your chance. Crit made a very nice little description of what this was about. Your chance to talk to him about Flat Earth. So if anybody's got any questions, then feel free to speak up.
I have a question.
Go for it.
It's not really much about like the idea of flat Earth, but like, are you guys like vocal with your beliefs? And do you get like flack from people?
Yeah, that's a good question. I like not everybody might want to answer that. I mean, I don't mind answering it. Like, I have no problem talking to anyone about it, but like it depends on the situation. I usually find like my focus these days, I used to be much different, especially when I first realized it. Like, I thought, oh, like everybody needs to know this. We have to, it's just they don't have the information. We have to get the right information in people's hands, blah, 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 which I think is a valid thing. And a lot of people do that. You know, they go out and they talk to as many people as possible, and more power to them. What I've found, especially after being and talking to thousands of people, coherent, logical argument, explain all the facts, all the measurements that showed you, in this case, me, that the geometry definitely shows that we don't live on this claimed globe. And some people just won't get it, you know. So in my mind, I just don't like run around, you know, with the sign in my town or anything. I tend to more focus on, it's more like focusing on things that are real. Like, you can have a lot of conversations with people about real things without having to claim, you know, the earth is flat. Like, if somebody's talking about the stars or astronomy, I try to keep it on the stars and astronomy, like what you can actually see. You know, classical texts, if you find older books, that's what they used to teach. You know, they didn't teach these cartoon fairy tale NASA nonsense. So, I mean, but I have no problem. I mean, you know, people in my family know that this is what I think, and some of them agree with me, and some of them don't. You know, I'm not like sitting around keeping it a secret or anything. But you don't have to tell people. I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's lots of people who just go through their life and realize it, but they, for whatever reason, just don't feel like talking about it because it can cause a lot of controversy. It can bring, you know, ridicule to yourself. People will challenge it. It can cause problems in families and relationships. In some cases, it definitely does. I mean, I do think it's difficult to, if you have somebody in the family who's a firm globe believer, you know, to the point where they do think, you know, you're crazy if you think the earth is flat, then that's a real problem. You know, that can lead to a big problem. So, you know, people have different ways of approaching it depending on their situation and what they need to do to live with integrity, but also navigate through the world.
You know, it's really great, and it's not really public common knowledge, is that over the years, as the technology has gotten better and increased, we've got these LiDAR scans, right? So they're able to send these pings, and they're able to scan the ocean floor while they're on the surface of the water. And what they're finding is that the ocean floor is the flattest frickin' place on Earth, covering more than half the Earth's surface. That's more than half flat. Damn. So how you gonna have something that's more than half flat be a globe? Hey, Carter, why don't you look up at what Apocryphon just posted at 35 minutes past the hour? Well, his countertop is flat. Flat AF, right? He's got some Energizer batteries set up in a row on the counter. As soon as you bring that eye level down, it appears that these batteries are disappearing bottom up across the flat counter, bro.
Yeah, notice how his camera is below the counter. Like, are you serious?
It's on the counter, right? Just like the
No,
camera
it's
on the Black
not.
Swan. Just like the camera on the Black Swan is 1 foot,
He's
foot
holding
above
the.
sea level.
He's literally holding the camera, like not even on the camera. He's not even on the counter. He's holding it, dude. He's literally holding it below the counter. That is fucking hilarious.
That's not below. That's on the counter, dude.
No, look at the second image. You can see the curve. Look, it's literally on it. If it's on the counter, it's on a curve. That's hilarious.
So the counter's curving?
Yeah, look at the second picture. What is that? What is
so
that?
fucking
What is
slow,
that?
bro.
What does the second picture show? It shows a curve. Look at the right hand side of the picture. The second picture. It's
There's nothing
curving
left for you but
downward.
humiliation.
It's curving
There's nothing
downward.
left
This
for
is
you
so
but
dumb.
humiliation.
It's
Okay.
curving downward. Look at that.
Oh my
That's
God.
flat Earth.
Hey,
That's flat. That's Earth
Apocryphon,
curve
your
right
flat
there.
counter is curving.
That's Earth curve right there. Look at the second picture.
Wow. That's the flat counter is Earth curve, you guys. Look at the flat counter is Earth curve. Apocryphon,
Oh
I
my
gotta
gosh,
know.
you guys are so funny. Here, I'll take a screenshot because you
What
guys
you
want to be
said,
bad
bro.
faith.
That's literally what the fuck you said.
All right, look at my picture and tell me that's flat.
Yeah, that's a flat
Literally,
counter.
camera is below the counter. He's literally on Earth curve right now. You're proving my point.
On Earth curve. He's on Earth curve. It's level. All right, the eye level, the level
There you go.
of
Yeah.
the camera, right? The level of the camera is right there, level with the top of the countertop.
His camera is above the curve. So yeah, there's a slight curve to his
There's not.
perspective
Oh
there.
my God, you are hard.
The counter is both flat and curved.
Yeah.
But he's
You need help.
y'all are so mad that I pointed that out. Y'all are so mad.
No, but the camera is still right there. Look, flat. There it
It's
is.
still,
Flat
yeah,
fucking
he took a
counter.
picture, but it's still
Curve,
over
right
a
here, showing
curve.
the difference between flat and curve,
Why-
right? But the camera is there, level, right? Right
If you're
there with
so
the
confident,
batteries.
just put it on the flat surface. Like, why didn't you
can
do that
it at
first?
home. I've done
Why didn't you-
refraction
why didn't you
tests.
do that first?
I've done refraction tests at home where I can set things up on my flat floor, right? And you can go find this. You can do it yourself, right? Change the temperature in your room. Open a door, right? Put that camera down on the flat floor. You're going to see things. What appears to be things disappearing bottom up, getting all wavy and weird, kind of like the crane and the Black Swan that you guys freak out about so much. Yeah. Ooh, that's a good one over fences. Yeah. Check that out. Flat hallway, flat floor. Zoom it in.
Yeah, I don't like these examples because it's not water.
I don't like them because they hurt my fucking
What is
internet.
it? Aren't you guys the ones to use water as the example, like the perfect example to show this? Like, but you want to use like a flat or like a curving corridor to show.
Yeah,
like,
water's
okay.
great for that because
in this
water
example, it's curving.
water would be the independent, non-manipulatable variable. Water's the constant, right? This flat floor in this would be the constant, representing the water. I don't know how this is so hard for you.
Here's a question. How do you know the floor is flat?
How do I know the floor is flat?
Because it appears flat? Are you going to say because it appears flat?
Oh, shut the fuck up. You want me to answer a question or not?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I've built many, many, many buildings. I have leveled plenty of ground. due to the lens of the camera, the barrel distortion. Cool story.
No, that's a lie, Jenna. So there's two strings that are tensioned, and those two strings don't show distortion. And cameras distort on the edges of the lens and not on the center of the lens. So any image
DJ,
those two
man, you better
strings
fucking check
show
that out,
Earth
man.
curve.
Yep.
So did you hear me, Jenna? Did
49
you hear me?
minutes past the hour. There is no Earth
Did you
curve.
hear me, Jenna?
Yeah, at 49 minutes past the hour, DJ points out there is no Earth curve, right? You have a perfectly flat horizon, so congrats.
Based on what?
Based on the visual evidence that's right here. Fucking DJ screenshot that shit. Good on you, DJ.
Is it between the two reference lines, Jenna? Jenna, is it between the two reference lines?
No, and it doesn't have to be. Your horizon, even though not centered in the frame, is flat.
Okay, but do you remember when your first criticism was that the lens
And how come that doesn't even look like? How come that looks like a simulation and not even like a real thing?
We can get to that in a second, but your first criticism was the lens distorts the image. And I said not in the center between the reference lines. And now you're saying, look, here's an image that's outside of the center, outside of the reference lines, and it doesn't show what was between the reference lines. So your image, that screenshot's distorted, but anything
wait a
between
minute.
those reference lines won't be.
This is a simulation. It's not even real. You're like, we'll get to that in a minute. It's a simulation, isn't it?
If it was a simulation, how did it show from the ground to the high altitude and then falling back down again? Was all that fake?
I don't know, but that doesn't look like real sky or real Earth that I'm looking at there.
Yeah, that looks like someone's messed with the contrast in order to try to find a horizon.
Yep, and it's pretty fucking flat.
Okay, because it's not within the reference. You understand this, right? You criticise the very first point you made was criticising things are distorted by camera lenses, right? So this is showing the distortion, proving, again, my point, the reference is the only thing you should look at. And also, we didn't edit that image. DJ edited that image to try to disprove this by picking a shot outside of the reference that he then changed the contrast.
Now you're being a fucking liar. Now you're being a liar because DJ didn't edit shit. All he did was take a fucking screenshot, you fucking lying mutt.
No, I bet $100 that he didn't take the screenshot right this second. He had it already linked somehow from another video.
He took a screenshot from it, but you're saying he edited it. You lying fucking dog. You lying mutt, you.
Yeah, okay. How long is the video that I linked?
Don't care. Irrelevant.
Okay. That's great. So we've got nothing
lied.
to do, Jenny.
You lied and said that DJ had edited it. He didn't. He just took a screenshot. You're a lying fool.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to say he just took a screenshot, but this screenshot is outside of the reference lines. You agree with that, Jenna?
Completely irrelevant. The horizon is flat.
That sounds like a religious mantra to me.
It's not, though. It's an observable fact. Look at it. I'm looking at the screenshots right now. What the fuck do you see? You see curve in that? I don't see curve in any of that. So,
Are the screenshots between the reference lines?
So you guys feel free to correct me or back me up, whichever, right? So it would appear that between the reference lines, right, you've got some barrel distortion going on.
No, it's the opposite.
Outside of the lines, outside of the
barrel
lines,
distortion on the corners and the edges, Jenna. This is a fact of photography. I can find your references.
Yeah, the fact is that even outside of the reference lines, you have a flat horizon, and that's fucking you up, man.
No, duh. Outside of the reference lines, it is distorted. Within the reference line, there is almost no distortion. So when you say this has been disproved by an image outside of the reference line, that's an image that's distorted and not the one that we're trying to control for by putting in the reference line.
Boom, right there. Thank you, DJ. Look at that. Look at that. Are you seeing it, dogs? Are you seeing it, mutt boy?
Which one of these images are between the reference lines?
54 minutes past the hour. Are you seeing it, butt boy?
Yeah, I see the Earth curve in the middle is going opposite to the curvature of the reference line.
Yeah, I'm seeing that there's definitely some barrel distortion there. Duck mixed
Yeah, but it's less
stuff.
barrel
Right?
distortion
We have
than-
no reason to be respectful to dogs or gods. He is a known liar, clown, pretender troll in here. So
That's just
for
your
most
way of
people,
being
we
a
are
coward and
respectful
running
to
from the
them.
truth, Jenna. Jenna, why are you running from the truth?
Running from what truth? You see it right there? Do you see the truth right there? 54 minutes past the
I
hour.
do. So
The
that
image is
top
compressed.
reference line.
When the image is compressed, you are cooked.
So the
Yeah,
top reference
I would just because we can talk to dogs any day, but Duck is somebody new, so I just wanted to address his comment. What happens here in the flat Earth realm is that
moving downwards if it is flat. But it's not flat, it's curved, which means that that curvature is greater than the distortion that you get from it being closer to the bottom of the camera.
It is flat, and when you compress the image, you see the barrel distortion. It's not curving downward.
There's not a single image of flat, but there's plenty of images of globe. And by image, I mean one that has a reference inbuilt.
Like it's the worst cope cherry pick I've ever seen, honestly. Oh, like this one. This one's a good one too. Toby Dog.
What about my description just then was wrong?
Oh my god, guys! Did I not just tell him? Did I not just tell him? For
Is it
fuck's
true the
sake.
top line is bulging upwards, Jenna?
My dogs listen better than you, mutt.
Is it true the bottom line is bulging downwards? And is it true the Earth is bulging upwards despite being closer to the bottom line?
Okay, let's
can't
see. This
answer
one,
because
at
You're gonna talk about
54
something
minutes
else.
past
It's your
the hour.
truth.
Oh my fucking god. So at 54 minutes past the hour, what DJ posted, right? The reference line's compressed, right? When the reference line's compressed, you've got one bending down, one bending up, and you've got what looks to be the horizon in the middle kind of starting to bend a little bit, right? Between the reference
Yeah, but
lines.
it's bending opposite to the closer line, which is the bottom.
Lens distortion.
Yes, but you can tell how much lens distortion there should be due to the lines.
Yes, but
the Earth
so you
is
agree
going
with
in the
me and then
opposite
continue
direction
to
to what the
argue.
lens distortion. The Earth
So
is
it
going
is
in the
lens
opposite
distortion.
direction to the lens distortion.
So it's lens distortion, period, because you just said yes, but. So don't
That
you
was
sit
the
there and
point of
try
the
to agree with
references,
me and
Gemma.
then immediately turn around and try to argue.
Jenna, do you understand you can have distortion on something and then you can tell how much distortion there is and you can tell, the direction of something despite distortion? Is that something you agree with?
That's not even the debate here. That's not even the question, right? Because you've already seen it, dude. It's compressed.
Yes,
It's not
right.
even showing that there's Earth curve. That's not physical Earth curve. Kiwi Buzz posted a good one at 56 minutes past the hour. That is a flat fucking horizon.
But yes or no, Jen, do you understand that like something can be distorted, but if we have a reference, we can tell how much distortion there is and tell if it's the distortion causing the change or something else? Do you agree with just this idea?
Yeah, the problem is that I've already shown you what the hell the horizon looks like at 350,000 feet above the Earth, and it's still not curving as it should be for a globe Earth of its purported dimensions. That's the
But
big
there's no
issue.
references built into yours, so we can't tell what the distortion is.
References. Oh, good God. So do you need to go watch?
What don't you understand about
seen
that?
it? Do you need to go watch the X15 video? Do I need to post it in the chat for you?
Yes, every time I've watched one of those videos, and I'm fairly sure I've seen that one, it's the one with the wing or something pointing off the side. Every time I've watched it, it's gone from bending downwards at the top to bending upwards at the bottom, and then in the middle it looks flat. That's the way it works due to lens distortion. If there was a reference, you could tell how much distortion there was
So,
in the middle, and you could tell
if
if
you
it's closer to the bottom but still bending upwards, that would mean that it's on a
So you've
curved
just
Earth.
actually proven every flat earther's point, right? Is that a lens, most lenses from most cameras are going to create distortion. They will distort a
Which
straight
is why you have
line. They will distort.
references.
Shut the fuck up until I'm done. You shut up while I'm talking to you. Okay? The straight line is going to distort through the lens. It's going to look curved or it's going to look concave, right? Or it's going to look flat. Overall, that horizon line is flat. You have just said, and we can run it back, it's being recorded, that yeah, lens distortion is happening. It causes the straight line to appear concaved or even convexed. But it's still
Yeah, but we
overall a
know,
straight horizon, dogs. So anyway,
Jenna, we know what part of the lens does that, and we can have references to show us if it's caused by the lens or not. That's my whole point. Do you agree that that is my point, and that is something we can do?
Yeah, no.
Why don't you agree with
No.
that? What is incorrect about that? We know that at the top of a lens, you'll have something go more bend upwards, and at the bottom, it'll bend downwards, and in the middle, there shouldn't be much distortion at all. And then if you have a reference line closer to the top, closer to the bottom, anything between that, like right in the middle of that, will be undistorted. Slightly above the middle, it'll be bending upwards. Slightly below the middle, it'll be bending downwards, but it'll be less than the references. So the whole point of the references is if the reference at the bottom is bending down a lot and the horizon is in the middle or below the middle of the lens, then the horizon will be bending at most down a tiny bit, but it's not. It's bending the opposite direction. It's bending upwards when it should be bending downwards, which means that there's Earth curve that the lens distortion isn't strong enough to deal with.
It's bending upwards when it should be bending downwards. It's fucking strange while it looks like it's bending downward and it's bending upwards, right? But lens distortion, for fuck's sake. You know, dogs, you're always here, and
in DJ's image, the compressor.
Yeah, that's nice. You're always here, and I think it's time we give somebody else some airtime.
That's fine. Run from the truth if you want, but you agree that you have no referenced image of the flat Earth and the horizon being straight, do you? They're all just, you think they're undistorted.
Yeah. All right. So you're being shown right here, right? All of that pincushion distortion and barrel distortion happens through many lenses, right? Because these lenses have these kind of curved effects to them.
Yeah, I know. The lens in the Mage 2 balloon was listed. You know the distortion of that lens, and with the lines in it, you know that distortion is slightly upwards at the top and slightly downwards at the bottom. That's the whole point of the references.
Yeah, so I mean, no matter which way you slice it, man, that horizon is horizontal. Flat is straight, and these lenses are causing that straight line to look concaved or even convex, right? But overall, that line is a straight line. So
How does it do that when that line is closer to the bottom but bulging upwards
how
and
does
the
it
reference
do
line?
that?
How does that happen? They're going opposite to each other when they shouldn't be. They should be both bending the same way if it's barrel distortion.
That's some good shit, DJ.
But Jenna, how are they doing that? How are they going opposite ways when they should be bending the same way if it's lens distortion?
You'd say that what?
How is the horizon and the bottom reference line bending in opposite ways when they should be bending in the same way because the horizon is below the center of the lens? If it's due to lens distortion, it can't do that.
Oh my god! Wow. I mean, does anybody else want to chime in? Because he doesn't get it. He really doesn't get it.
What do I have wrong? The bottom bends down, the top bends up. The horizon, which is slightly below the middle, is bending up for some reason, when it should be bending down the same as the bottom reference, which is bent even more. So if anything, the center of the lens is more distorted towards bending things downwards and upwards.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it, you guys.
That's because all you're saying is that there's some distortion. You're not explaining how that distortion causes that thing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the sea is still level, so that's no proof of curvature there. All you've shown is that camera lenses all you've shown is that camera lenses cause distortion. That's all you've shown, bro.
Do you have a single image that counters this with actual references?
I mean, besides the fact that I've got some things where you're seeing like 30 times beyond the geometric limitation of a globe horizon.
So when you see things, is that a geometric measurement or is that an apparent measurement?
Well, if Earth were a geometric shape, it would be a geometric measurement, wouldn't it?
No, looking at things is apparent, Jenna. That's the definition.
Yeah, that's nice. I understand that.
Okay, then why did you just say the incorrect one when looking at things is an apparent measurement, not a geometric one?
So, if Earth is a geometric shape, then where the hell is the curve? Where is it? That's all we want to know. It's supposed to be a geometric shape, but yet here we are on ground level seeing things that should be blocked by a curvature.
If you were to physically measure it, you would have to use a geometric measurement, but we apparently measure it. We look at it, we take pictures of things.
Well, that's cute.
And so the apparent measurement is a way to figure out where the curve would be. And that is a combination of the geometry as well as the way that light's moving through the atmosphere, which you agree happens and changes the path of light in the video that you showed just before of the people walking away from you and their image being distorted.
I'm sorry, I stopped listening. All I could hear was blah, blah, blah. I cannot prove a globe Earth.
And this is why you don't have any measurements. You don't have a single actual piece of evidence.
It's measured flat, my guy. It is absolutely measured flat. It's not measured to be a globe. Your elevations are from sea level.
Is sea level something objective out there, or was it made by people?
Is the sea? Here's something for you. Is the Earth an object?
Yes, the Earth is an object. See how people can straightforward answer.
Awesome. Great. Cool. Then it's objective fucking reality that it's not fucking curving. Thanks.
So you don't know the history of sea level? Is that what you're saying to me now?
There's a history of sea level? Oh, besides the fact that the sea has always been level?
So the history of sea level is that people wanted to give a standard for an elevation that they would then measure other things off of. So they arbitrarily chose where sea level was, and then they standardized that. So you could go to a place.
So it wasn't necessarily
sea level on this place, and the sea level on this place would be a single point.
It's not necessarily arbitrary, right? Because the water is a constant. It is the independent variable. It's non-manipulatable. Over long distances, it's you can't manipulate the water. You can't manipulate sea level. It's independent. It stands alone. It stands alone.
Tides,
Right?
Jenna. Tides.
Oh, that's nice. Tides. That's great. It's an
Yeah,
overall
so sea level
rise. It's a
changes day
rise
to
and fall
day.
of a level. That is a rise and fall of a level. Now you tell me what mean sea level is, because
Yeah, so
elevation angles are taken from mean sea level.
Mean sea level is what we've chosen between the high and the low tide to establish as sea level. But it's not actually sea
Because
level.
it's a
Even just
constant.
different coastlines have different heights for their mean sea level because the water will bulge up around a coastline before spreading off. In bays, the sea level is higher than it is on like the point of Africa.
So I think Ghost wants to step right up. He looks like he's ready to rumble. You guys work together to shut down anyone who doesn't agree with your delusion. It's a cult-like behavior.
So funny.
He's had enough airtime and he's already been cooked.
No, but I'm correct about that, right? Like it bulges in bays and around the Horn of Africa it doesn't bulge because it can just flow. Is that not true? So what's mean sea level, Jenna?
Yeah, again, mean sea level, right? Doesn't fucking curve. An overall level. The tides are just a rise and fall of that level.
Okay, can you show that anywhere? What's your evidence of this historically?
Wait, are you serious right now?
So I can look up the history of where we get sea level from, and it's people who've
something we run into a lot with these long distance observations is we're seeing things that should be hidden, like Lady Liberty, should be hidden 2,074 feet below a geometric globe horizon. Should be hidden behind a curve, but she's not.
I'm glad you made it here, Minerva. I know you said last week like you couldn't get in or something. So, but I guess I saw you here in the week too.
I made it in.
Good.
I got the kiddos down, so I'm really like laser focused now. So
Oh, good. Yeah, you could be the second shift then, because I am not laser focused at all, except for.
Let's go, Flatty.
Well, you know,
I'll be laser focused on pew pew, getting rid of those little anti-flat earther liar dudes. I'll be laser focused on that.
Are you calling your husband a kid, Flatsy?
No, I am not. He's not asleep.
Oh.
Yeah, Statue of Liberty is Helios or Hecate.
I do want to go hang out with him soon, though. I'm just so happy he's home. He's been home from work for the last week, and it's been nice having him home instead of him at work every day.
Isn't that what guys are supposed to do?
Well, he does. He's laid off. He's in between a period of a layoff and getting a new job because of the line of work he's in. He's a millwright, so. He knows all about he knows all about precision leveling. So
On a globe?
no, unfortunately, not on a globe for those globe cards.
Some millwright deal. Leave it out that means.
They erect
Heating or wood.
they erect machinery, and they work on the machinery that's already built too. So and they maintain
Like CNC machines and shit.
conveyors from plants that like car plants, and they work on power plants also. And he makes really big money when he works those nuclear power plants.
I worked with millwrights guys at a paper plant and a nuclear plant. They're really cool guys. They're fucking smart as fuck too. I give it. I don't even know your husband, but I give
He's
it up to
smart.
him. Yeah, I give it up to him because those millwright dudes, they're smart, dude. Like, yeah.
He's better than a calculator. It's so much faster.
Yeah, they're really good with math. But like you said, they are super high precision. Like when we were doing this thing in the plant, it was a turnaround, so they shut it down. Like it was a turnaround, 2 shifts, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we were working we usually, it's weird because in Arkansas they have these groups they're together. You don't usually work with other trades like here in California. You don't do that. Like ironworkers doing ironworker stuff. Other people do their other stuff. But over there, they have these mixed groups of all trades. So you have a carpenter with an electrician, with the millwrights, with the ironworker, and you guys all work together.
1192.
So then that's how I got to work with the millwrights guys. They're pretty cool dudes. Smart.
I'm pretty sure it's 1192.
I'm not sure the local in Arkansas for the millwrights guys, but
Well, I'm talking about over here,
oh, okay. Yeah, but
Alabama
they're
area.
cool guys. Yeah, they're called when you do that, when you work with different trades like that, they're just called composite crews. It's a mixture of every trade, and we don't do that here in California, but they do that over there in Arkansas.
Yeah, we have a buddy that's a millwright. He travels all over the world. Like he's been to Greece, I think twice, in the past like year and a half. So he's been there with on work, making loads more money over there than over here in the local area. But my husband keeps steady jobs over here in the local area right now until he gets a really good name. He's already got a good name for himself. He's already a journeyman, and yeah, he's already certified and everything. So he's good to go.
So what would they need? They don't let millwrights in Greece. That's kind of
You're cutting out on him.
oh,
What are you
so
asking?
why would they need? Why does Greece have millwrights? Why would they need somebody here?
To erect like machinery, like they need to do the precision work to erect certain machinery like conveyors and things like that for like car plants, power plants, things like that, or to maintain and work on the already existing machinery that's there.
Yeah, like paraplegic, like millwrights guys, like they know, like different, like how would I say it? Like she's saying, like uh, um,
Like assembly line stuff.
yeah, like anything
Slash
that's
like
anything that's machinery, like it has anything has like gears, like compressors, conveyor, like turbine, all the types of machinery. Like you would have a millwright guy, like that's like
fulfillment
working.
centers, conveyor belts, all that shit.
Yeah, yeah. They work on like
UPS,
they work on like
dealership.
they work on anything that has to do with like machinery and like especially like in the plant, like it's nothing but machinery, right? So that's why you usually find millwrights guys in a lot of different plants and anywhere where there's like she's saying, like in car manufacturing
Well, I just
plant.
thought it was weird that you travel that far. Like nobody in Greece knows how to freaking work on.
No, it's just that trades are needed everywhere. Like for instance, being an iron worker, it's called an international. Like it's an international union. We can go to other countries and do our job, like in other countries. Like there's matter of fact, there's a company that hires from Local 433 because he has contracts where he goes and does like shutdowns like in other countries, but he needs iron workers to do the work. So he'll pull them from our hall and take them and like
I'm
you'll
familiar. I'm familiar with that term shutdowns.
yeah
Because Sterling will specify sometimes when he has to go work on a shutdown.
oh, that's the best. You get real good money. You work 12 hours because they do they usually do two crews, 12-hour shifts, because they call them shutdowns or turnarounds because they literally will shut that down in the plant and you have to fix it, and you only have like so they say like you have this many days to do it. So that's why they just do like 24/7. They're working on it to get it
Yeah,
back
you're
up
getting
running.
all the overtime.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, big time.
Tell me this: are there people in England, millwrights, coming here to do shit?
Maybe, yeah, maybe you do have people because you have to understand like a lot of the
Contracts
trades.
with certain companies, and then you probably just go over there because you have a contract with the company.
Right, like let's say like let's say like a company gets the contract and then but they're like from like let's say they're from like I don't know like Ireland or something, and like that owner is like all right cool, and he's gonna grab his people and like bring them over here. The same thing like America going over there. You have to realize that a lot of these trades, they are international. Like literally, like as an iron worker, you could go work in another country as an iron worker because the company that's got the job is bringing iron workers to that country to do it. You know what I mean? And trades are like that. Like there is an international thing.
It's to fly a whole crew for some seems
Yeah, I have a buddy, Frankie.
cheaper.
Yeah, I have a buddy, Frankie. He was working with that company for a good, like, I want to say a year and a half or 2 years. And he was just going from country to country to country to country, dude. Like, and they were doing a bunch of like turnarounds on plants and different types of plants, nuclear plants and, like paper plants and just different type of, plants that are out there or even across the countries. But yeah, he did it for like 2 years, and then he was like, I'm done. He's like, I don't want to travel no more. He's like, I just want to be home. So he just got a job with another company through the hall. He found another, he's still doing his ironworking. But yeah, it pays good money too. Because they pay you extra for being away from home.
Per diem.
Yeah, you get a per diem every day. You're getting like a bonus and then like that per diem is like working like a part-time job. You get so much money off of it. It's like working 2 jobs by the one job because they're paying you because you're there's like in the contract and the bylaws of the union. Like if you work 100 miles or more away from your hall, you get I think it's $100 a day extra, like drive in, drive out. And
It's like a soldier getting freaking.
Gotta love that. Goodness.
There's your global intellect for the people listening at home.
Yeah, right. when they don't have proof, that's what they resort to.
And they don't.
No.
They're totally triggered by just the title of the room.
They just look. They were looking for curvature and they got pissed off and they couldn't find it. They just started flirting.
Yeah.
Hard R.
Just to give you a heads up, Paraplegic, my husband just in one day made almost $900 just on one day job with per diem. So
nice. Hell.
Oh, the best thing about I don't know if the millwrights, if they have it like the ironworkers, but if you work on Sundays, it's double time. So
double time Sundays, yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's the best time because when you work on turnarounds, you're doing 7 days a week. So you're getting like on Sunday, you're getting double time. So like, yeah, you'll make like over $1,000. Well, at least here in California, I bet you 900 is a lot in Alabama compared to here. So over here,
yeah, 900's a lot over here for the cost of living. Anyways, we got Bones of Doom. Bones of Doom, welcome to the room. It's 24/7.
Howdy.
Yeah. What do you think about the topic? You lean towards the globe, or do you know it's flat?
That's a pretty loaded question. Do I know it's flat?
I know, it was very loaded.
I disagree with the concept of a flat Earth. One big thing I like to kind of ask people is how do you explain the seasons on a flat Earth model?
I don't need.
And usually the answers that I get are no.
I don't need to explain them. No, I don't. All you have to do is show me where there's curvature measured. That would be great.
No. The reason why you need to explain the seasons on a flat Earth model is that you need to explain the phenomena. So you don't have a model for flat Earth, is what you're saying.
Do you have a globe Earth model? If you got one, please post it in the chat.
Yeah, I've got a model that can explain the seasons pretty well.
No. I want a globe Earth model, a scientific model.
So the burden of proof I put on you because I'm trying to get you to explain the phenomena that is.
I don't need to.
So then you have no model that's worth.
I don't need to have a model. You don't even have one.
So then you don't need to believe in a flat Earth. And if you have no model, then you should
don't even have a model, buddy. You don't even have one.
So no, I do have a model. I just told you the model. It was a round Earth model that explained the seasons.
You didn't show it to me. Please post it.
Well, you clearly don't want to know because you already don't care about whether the flat Earth
Because I
explains
know
seasons.
you don't have one.
Okay, so I'm going to
What's a
explain
scientific
it really.
model? What's a scientific model?
It is a type of model where you have where you are able to predict, in this case, with respect to the seasons, the phenomena that occurs using whatever observations that you have, and then whatever hypotheses you can use to predict new events that will occur
Where's
in the
experiment
future.
in here? Where's experiment in here?
So I didn't say
models,
experiment. I said hypothesis.
Okay, that's a problem because a scientific model.
So I said a hypothesis. That's a part of the scientific method.
What's a scientific hypothesis? Go.
So a scientific hypothesis can often be found in like these if-then statements. So if I expect there to be a winter season, so
a scientific hypothesis.
Are you going to let me finish my sentence, or are you just going to
you're wrong.
So are you going to let me finish my sentence, or are you just going to interrupt me?
But you're wrong.
So that's not the question that I asked. Do you want to answer my question? Do you want to let me finish?
Are you going to give me a citation for this scientific hypothesis that you're spouting off?
Why do I need a citation for a hypothesis?
Because you're wrong.
Okay, that doesn't follow at all. I could. It doesn't follow at all. No, it doesn't. How does that follow? Yeah, give me the logical statement for that. Go. Give me the deductive reasoning here.
I need you to provide citation.
So you can't provide the logical argument
buddy,
for that either.
Listen, I need you to provide citation.
So ma'am.
Sir.
We can do this all night. So
yeah, we can.
You said that my statement is just false, right? Or that I need a citation, and then your reasoning for that citation was
you're just spouting
was because
off
I'm wrong, and now
just
I'm asking
whatever
you if
you
it logically follows, and you don't want to answer that because you know it doesn't logically follow because you don't know deductive logic.
Do I not? Okay. Well,
you don't.
I would like you to provide
you're not producing the argument at all.
I would like
doing everything.
I don't have an argument. I'm asking you to provide citation for scientific hypothesis, please, instead of just spouting off the top of your head what you clearly don't understand to be the scientific hypothesis. So why don't you do that? Cite it in the chat.
So man, we've already diverged completely away from the original topic that I wanted to go over because you wanted to so desperately. You are so desperate to avoid this. You're very desperate.
You are desperate to avoid it. So we're just looking for measured curvature, and you don't want to at all address that. So you want to go into a model that you don't have. I don't claim to have one. Why don't you provide it?
So if we're going to go off of that question, I want to finish the original topic that I was discussing. Do you want to finish that off, or no?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so the answer is no. So now that we've established that you don't want to talk about seasons,
what is this guy? What's with this guy? Why do I have to give him an explanation for something he doesn't have something for?
Did you mute him?
I did not.
Did he cut out? Did he die? I miss him.
Do you want me to unmute him? Somebody muted him.
I mean, he's not providing any citation, so what's the point?
Yo, let him speak. Yeah, let him speak. You can't just mute people that you think are wrong. You got to hear him out.
No, that's not what was done. It wasn't Flat's.
You don't tell us who we mute and unmute, right? So unless you're a mod yourself, you're mod in here. You're mod in here. You're mod in here. You're mod in here. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, he's going to provide citation or bust. Got it?
So on top of me not hearing any explanation for seasons, I'm now being censored by these.
It's crazy how you just can't address it.
Bones of Doom, I don't want to jump in on Flatsy's question there, but
Is that a scientific model, by the way?
What do you mean by scientific model? I'm
Yeah,
curious.
that's what you're talking about. Scientific model.
Damn,
Douchebag.
defining words. It's so hard. Oh my god.
Hey,
oh my god. Decide.
Douchebag,
Oh
go
my
ahead.
god. Words.
Time
Words
to
are
run
so
away
hard
now,
to
you
understand.
fucking
Oh my
clown.
god.
Run away, you
Notice how you
dumbass
break
clown.
down the moment I
Fucking
ask you a
imbecile.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
where's your
what I
fucking
asked
model?
him already.
Yeah,
I already
that's
asked him
right.
that.
Where's your fucking model at?
So
Globe
notice
tart
how
idiot.
every time I ask anyone a
Globe tart
question, they
idiot.
just
Post your model. Post the globe model right now.
so you guys just break down
Post the
and you get
globe
really
model now. Mr. Model that doesn't even know what a fucking model is. Yeah?
How much is my cheeseburger?
Yeah. What type
How
of
much is
model
my
are you talking about?
cheeseburger?
Like a runway model? Like a fucking computer model? What type of model are you talking about? Scientific model, right? What's a scientific model, dumbass? Come on, you can do it.
All right, you guys done?
What's a scientific model?
You guys get so. Anyways, you guys
What's
get
a
really angry when I
scientific
ask you
model?
questions. But then the
What's a
only way,
scientific
the
model?
only
Yeah, he's done. He's fucking off the reservation. He's fucking blew a gasket.
Yeah, I've already asked him to provide his globe Earth model. Asked him to define a scientific hypothesis. He did not provide citation. He did not provide his model. So I was done with him.
Well, then why is he still talking? Good question, right? I just got back here, so is ladies' night over?
I don't know.
No?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think it's over. Yeah, I mean, it still has an event up at the top. I mean, there's still ladies here, but you're free to contribute, other guys.
Well, I thought so because Timbo was it Timbo that?
Yeah, Timbo was
Yeah,
doing
it was me.
Timbo and Mary Mom were doing a good job at combating this guy. I was done.
He's got diarrhea of the mouth.
Simeon's next.
The same afflicted disease all globetards got because they know their ass is cooked. Fucking imbecile.
Simeon wants to answer the question.
Oh,
Simeon, he hinged idiots. Yep. Pipe up, Simeon.
Okay. Simeon. Hinge idiot. Does he use a hinge? You don't know to fire the hinge, man. You're an idiot. You'll dip bang that some bitch every single time. And look out when the wind's blowing. You're done. No, he's high as hell there, Timbo. I think you picked the wrong guy.
Now that was teed up.
Bones?
Bones is your only contender.
Bones?
Bones, you got to post the globe model in the chat there.
Yep. You got to post it in the side chat. Still waiting. You won't be coming off mute until you post a model. You acted like you had one in the hopper. Where's your flat Earth model? Like a dumb fuck, right? Well, let's see the globe model first.
Should be easy, Bones of retardum.
Bones of retardum.
Mm-hmm.
All right, perfect. So we're gonna go back to the conversation that we had.
Shut
Since
the fuck up.
everyone seems to be so tilted by it.
Up. Shut your fucking
so when
mouth.
I ask people
Just
for
shut the fuck up. Post the model. Don't take him off. Whoever took him off moot, you're gonna deal with him. Who did it?
He said he doesn't post
Giving him an
anything.
opportunity to answer his fucking question or whatever. Say.
If he doesn't post anything unless he has his mic on, then how did he just let us know that?
Fuck off, retard. Go back to your cake decorating forums. They'll probably laugh your dumb ass out of there.
Your trademarks, man.
Yep, you got a DJ. He's a clown.
Yeah.
Bones of Doom.
Sorry.
Bones of Doom. If you could just, every time somebody tries to unmute you, then you just start saying, you guys this, you guys that, you guys the other thing. If you're serious about your globe model, you're here, you think you're here to educate flat earthers about the superiority of the globe model, but you won't even post the model for us. I just, just doesn't even make sense. Makes it seem like you're not serious about your topic here.
Really? He couldn't educate the bionic woman on hearing if he chained her to the back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. Fucking imbecile. Just move on from him. He's a moron.
You really know how to spark some imagery with the things that you say.
I'm a visual learner. And a counter puncher by nature. The fuck out of here, Bones. You abject retard. My God. Just like a wiki parroting Discovery Channel fucking idiot. Get your ass handed to you as soon as you shut that blowhole of yours, but you know you can't. That's why you continue with your blowhole diarrhea of the mouth projectile type one. That's all you got.
What do you guys think of NASA? Is that like a fake thing?
No, NASA's not fake. Where they're telling you they're going is a second law of thermodynamics violation, making them morons and you're an idiot.
Can you elaborate?
Elaborate. Yeah. You can't have gas pressure without a container. In their model, they have fucking spaceships and all kind of shit going outside into the vacuum of space, second law of thermodynamics violation, taking fucking pictures, playing golf, and Googling themselves. So it's a second law of thermodynamics violation at its core.
Where do the rockets go?
I don't fucking know. I know where they're not going, into a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Do you think it would be best for us to investigate where they could go?
No, they're just in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, and then I move on and clean the bathroom. Simple concept.
That's what they're doing with your tax dollars, cleaning their bathrooms with it.
So they send the rockets up into like Narnia or something? And Because you disproved it with a law that you vaguely know.
He forgot more about the second law of thermodynamics than you've ever learned in your life yesterday.
I'm sorry. Did he ask a question on the second law? I didn't hear him.
Yeah, he said that you vaguely know, and I tried to parrot what you usually say, and I failed.
I vaguely know the second Jesus. How do you know that?
I was like, he forgot more about the second law of thermodynamics
Yesterday than he'll ever know.
yesterday. That's it. Yeah.
The fuck? How do you know? How do you know? I don't know the second law of thermodynamics, Graham Muncher. How the fuck do you know that? Did your mood ring tell you that? You fucking clown. How do you fucking know that?
What's entropy?
Your sister's fucking entropy. She causes entropy every fucking day. Fucking, what is
My proven
entropy? Well, that depends. There's two types. Which one do you want? You fucking moron. Classical thermodynamics or molecular thermodynamics? Which one, dumb fuck? You better fucking chat GPT that shit. Real quick. You got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute his dumbass.
Hey, fucked around and found out.
Oh, I know that voice. Tornadoes
having a
haven't
party?
Tornadoes haven't swept his ass away yet.
No,
It's not the end of the season, though.
Yeah, we're just in the thick of it right now. It sounds like.
Yeah, you and me both.
Oh, look who's back. Hello, world. How are we doing?
What do you mean, look who's back? Where are you coming from?
Hey, I'm back.
Oh,
Yeah, who are you?
Geek is fucking back, everyone. All right.
Hey, the fucking moron. Did you post a model yet?
Hey, shut the fuck up.
Hey,
Here we
you
go.
fucking
I'm gonna
clown
about.
of a dumb
Here
fuck
we
moron.
go.
Why don't
So
you
here's
post the
the.
fucking model,
So
you
here we
fucking clown
go.
of a
So
dumb fuck. You fucking
so here's a
clown
very
of a moron.
simple
Why don't you
model
post the
for.
damn model.
Here's a
You gonna
very
post the
simple model.
yet or what? Just kick his ass out of here. It's a dumb fuck.
Model retard.
Yeah,
Bones of
Bones,
retard.
if you leave the server and rejoin, it's ban evading.
Oh shit, he ban evaded?
Yeah.
I banned him and then unbanned him to show him that he's not in a position to negotiate here. He doesn't run demands. I'm not posting a model until I'm unmuted. All right, so that's why I did that. I didn't realize that.
Hinge idiot, come off mute. I'll leave you with that just pumped in Amber's cat look on your face in 15 seconds. 20 with interruptions. Fucking clown. You don't know who you're dealing with. Who was the second law of thermodynamics, dumb fuck?
Goose.
Goose. I feel the need for retards.
Yeah, he's punching way above his weight class, dude. That's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Is his goose cooked?
His goose is cooked. Poor little fella. He ain't no Daisy at all.
Oh, there you go, QE. He's posted a bit of a.
That's not a citation. That's just fucking bullshit. He doesn't know what a citation is. Fucking retard.
You don't like it? You don't want?
I don't like it. It's not a citation.
Oh, Bones of Doom. You got to make it a citation. Sorry, bro.
Let's see if he knows what's missing.
How would he type it in text if he's banned?
I don't fucking know.
Oh,
he's
back.
not. He got unbanned.
Who is this guy? He sounded like he's somebody doing podcasts or whatever. He's got a good mic. Somebody we should know? I want to demonstrate to his audience how much a buffoon he is.
Who is? You won't get a word in edgewise. This guy got diarrhea of the mouth.
Oh, actually, I feel like Alpha, you'll have pretty good fun with him.
It's now that I've presented a model. Does anyone want to, discuss it or no?
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, Alpha wants to discuss it with you.
Minecraft. He might be streaming on Twitch.
Oh no, not today. Not yet. I'm just gonna stream my raid today. Yeah, usually right now it's gonna be twice weekly.
Who gives a fuck?
Except for next week when I travel to Europe by plane.
Who gives a shit?
That's not a citation, dumb fuck. You were asked for a citation and
So
a model.
I was asked for okay, so I gave you a model. You don't want to discuss the model until you get a citation. You want me to hand you over? You want me to hand you Britannica for the?
That's not a citation.
You want me to hand you over Encyclopedia Britannica? Do you want me to hand you over Encyclopedia Britannica? Do you want me to hand you in?
Holy crap. Anyway, I just came to ask, did somebody put out the citation police signal?
He doesn't know what one is.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why you're here.
He just copy pasted ChatGPT.
Yeah, that's all they do. That's all they can do. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot.
Did you see his model at 1 minute after?
No, I didn't. Where was it?
At 1 minute. 1 minute after.
Holy fucking shit.
A cartoon.
That's your globe model? Where's gravity at? It doesn't have anything on gravity here. You fucking imbecile.
Yeah, it doesn't have seasons, doesn't have eclipses, doesn't have day and night cycles.
Nope.
Doesn't have tides.
Nope. He's a fucking idiot.
Doesn't have gas cycles. It doesn't have we can keep going.
What about the molten iron core? What about that? That's not in there either. Oh my
God.
God.
That's not in there. Yep. All those different layers needs that too.
Doesn't have the hydrological cycle.
Yeah, fucking MICs, man.
Too many.
Hey, we got some people in here, man. We got OK, Minerva Minx. Who else is in here? Brand new.
You got the semi-unhinged idiot down here.
Semi-unhinged. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got 2 degrees, you dumb fuck. In actual scientific disciplines. You want to take the Pepsi challenge? You moron of an idiot. I got degrees in your sister. Then you got Twonger, dumb fuck, who couldn't pass junior high school if his mom and dad bribed the fucking teachers. He knows better than come off mute.
OK says Agartha is beyond the ice wall. What the hell?
Somebody's supposed to meet a model. It's Google Earth.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Oh, boy.
All the things that we mentioned before are going to be applying to this thing. It doesn't have any of the cycles that we named, most of us in here that we're talking.
Oh, man. So, at this stage, I've updated our offer to any citation at all, about anything at all, any topic, as long as it's a citation, you get 5 points and 3,000 merch credits at the Flatter store. Just any citation at all.
They ain't going to make it.
It's kind of alarming that people don't know what a citation is.
Yeah, You can up that with one get out of jail free card from me.
Damn.
And that's worth some money right there.
Yeah, it is.
If you use it right.
If they post a citation, an actual citation, you can fuck up one time really big and still be okay.
Yep. I mean, really big. Not TOS big, but
you could post a citation from Amazon.com maybe.
So
go ahead and Google what a citation is. You probably will still get it wrong.
Well, they'll just post one from Amazon.com, Platzi.
Oh shit!
Haas posted.
Amazon.com.
Hey, look at Haas posted wiki for season.
He still didn't get it fucking right. The moron.
He didn't get it right.
Fucking retard.
Yeah, Sammy, that didn't come over well. Are you talking to them or us? And by the way, you guys are not muted by us, so you can unmute your mic. Why are we reading your text?
Yeah,
Fucking
fuck
hell.
the text. Chat skanking.
Open up your mics, dudes.
Yeah, I came back here to see if it was Goose that asked the question about NASA earlier. Maybe Alpha would want to talk to you about NASA. Are you still there, Goose?
yeah.
Was that you?
Yeah. What's up?
Do you want to ask Alpha your question?
Why didn't he get his ass cooked? His goose cooked on the second law of
He might want
thermodynamics?
another opinion, QE. He might want another one.
Not an opinion. He was
He might
challenged with
want
the second law of
another-
thermodynamics. He was challenged the second time with the second law of thermodynamics, and he didn't know what the fuck it was.
Yo,
I would like to talk to someone. Would you like to talk to Goose, Alpha?
Yeah, for sure. But
really? That I don't know. Did you just hear what I said? Is my mic working?
Yo, calm it down, Flattard.
Oh, never mind. So I'm sorry I advocated for you, Goose. Go back to your, whatever, nest.
Flattard, you're a fucking globetard idiot. Captain Kangaroo, you dumb fuck. My cat's litter box will run circles around your dumb ass.
In a snowstorm.
All right, is ladies' night over?
Yeah.
Because we need to set the terms.
Yeah.
The show.
Yes.
Yeah, Heretic, why don't you take off the event? Because I don't want people coming in here thinking they'll get to talk to ladies when they won't. So why don't you just end that event?
what's up, Oliver?
Hello.
What up, dude?
It was supposed to end already, like automatically.
I thought
Yeah,
it was
I'm
still
gonna
up
ask-
there.
Oh, it had a duration.
Yeah, it had a duration of 2 hours. I don't know why. It's still...
Hey, Oliver, can you drag me to another chat real quick? I was going to ask you a question about a room.
Yeah,
so.
we're supposed to end our events when we end them. That way we don't hog the event from the server.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, are you talking about?
I think it is ended now. I think it is ended now. I don't see it anymore.
Yeah. Are you talking about that banner there, Ladies' Night? I put that there. I can take.
Yeah.
I can just delete that.
No, it's in the yeah. But what I'm saying, it was in the event space. Like it had an event, like a real event.
Oh,
so it's over now. But we're good now. Yeah, just in the future, whenever the events end, like let's say they end at 10, let's say, and it's scheduled to end at 10. It's okay to go over, but once it's like okay, we're done, you got to just kill the event. That way, other people can use it if they want to. But also, just the factotum, I don't want to find out guys are rushing the ladies to end their events because they can't wait to talk. You're just gonna have to wait till they're done. Because if I find out you guys are rushing the ladies, oh man, my mic, dang it.
Your mic sounds like a busted fucking chainsaw. I get a
Okay, well, I'll tell you what he was saying, QE. I'll tell you what he was saying. He was saying, if guys come in here, let's say, if we're going to make this 2 hours, 9 to 11, if people come in at you weren't doing this today, QE. I know you were after, but other guys were. They were like, when's this thing over? We can't wait to talk to these guys. It's like, yeah, they're in here talking because there's somebody that's actually willing to talk to them. So yeah, if you want to come in and chase them all away, you can do that at 11 o'clock.
So, like I was saying, AI, your fucking mic is like a busted chainsaw.
I think it's his connection, not his mic. But that's my opinion.
Bones of Doom. Anyone looking at the chat? You might want to do something about that. Just a suggestion. Fuck. Thank you.
I posted your citation from Amazon, by the way.
Oh my god.
Do you guys remember the dude who got on the phone with Neil Thomas or Andrew Thomas Young? Was able to get him before he passed, I think, or if he did pass.
Oh, really?
Holy crap, dude.
Like, his name's Travis. Like, his username was also Travis. I'm not sure you guys heard this, but he wrote a book. Like, it's on Amazon now. Something about, like, the truth. I can't remember what it was called, but someone had posted it. I'm like, you're fucking shitting me. You actually did it?
Who, Travis did?
Yeah. Like, he used to talk about where he would collect the most common statements by flat earth and globe earthers and gonna put them in some sort of book about, like, my journey on Discord or something.
Wasn't that Flat Earth Data?
Yep. That was his original username, Flat Earth Data, and then he changed it to Travis something.
Dude, I haven't heard that name in forever. I remember that guy, and I do remember he was making a book. He made the book? He did complete it?
Yeah, like I saw it on another server, a link that.
Dude, I remember that guy.
Let me read one of the Amazon reviews for you from memory. Okay? This is the most atrocious thing I have ever laid eyes on, and I literally am in pain. That's like one of the reviews of Amazon.
Oh, wow.
Probably a butthurt Glover.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So when you guys have like Thanksgiving dinner, do you guys talk about like
Yes,
like
yes,
flat
we
earth?
have it in at the end of April.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like, what do you talk about with your family? Do you talk about like the flat earth?
Well, shut the fuck up. You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is or entropy. What the fuck are you asking questions for?
I'm asking you a basic question, brother man, about your life.
Basic question. You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. You think you can have gas pressure without a container. You're a dumb fuck. If you're walking down the street and you see Timmy pumping up his tire, he's got a flat tire, you have to go up to him, you and your fuckwit boyfriend that you're Googling, you have to go up to Timmy and say, what the hell are you doing? Remove that tire and then pump up around the rim. You
All right,
fucking
thank you for
clueless
answering my
clown.
question.
Shut your fucking mouth. Don't ask me any questions. My God. Why are you still in here? Is that overly aggressive?
No, that's all right.
No, you're good.
Yeah, this guy deserves it. He's rather awful.
Lovingly abrasive.
he's one of these dudes. I've looked at the mod log. He's dropped the N word. Like he's just joined the channel, just dropped the N word. Shouldn't even be here, really.
So my gut was telling me that the right avenue of approach.
Are you talking about me?
Shut the fuck up.
I've never said the N word in this chat.
Yeah, about you, not to you.
Oh my
You never
goodness.
said, you never said Neptune?
Necrophilia.
We talk about Goose. Goose is the alleged culprit.
He's a repeat offender.
Right, get fucked, Goose. See ya.
I think so. I don't know. It's too garbled.
He's a repeat offender. He was on the permaban list for almost a year. He just got off the.
I don't know. I'd rather hear some side talk about different degens and how they degen their degenness.
Huh?
I don't understand.
Yeah. Degeness. You know what I'm talking about?
The mic.
Well, maybe if we could hear you.
Man. That's it. I'm going home to get Sexy Mike out. Then it's gonna be the rat.
That's what I'm talking about. I can't wait for that.
I can translate because I can speak machine language. He said that these degens are degenning the degen.
What?
What?
Huh? What? Yeah, Minerva Minx was on here earlier. Apparently, she's a flat Earth woman, and she welcome to the server. Well, welcome to one of the servers. Looks like she's following us around now. She's friends with I won't give it all away, but Flat Earth Ranger. And we were having a discussion, and they were listening in, and she had a Glober in her house, and they started a whole conversation. A whole argument with this Glober in her house. Apparently, she can finish the story. That was hilarious.
Yeah, that was earlier. But I can't disclose the debate because Flat Earth Ranger said not to. But yeah, that
Kick her out.
happened earlier.
Kick her out if she's not divulging information.
What he don't know won't hurt him.
Yeah, no need to divulge any sensitive Flat Earth top secret information. Yeah. Just kidding. Plus, we wouldn't want to give the Globetards any ideas. Oh, Globetards. That's your calling.
What do you need to call them for?
They need to have the ability to form an idea in their mind in the first place before we can even give them an idea. Most of them would actually fail at that.
Good point. Shh! Don't tell him that. Oh, mush brain. I mean, mush gain.
Much brain.
Mush brain.
I'm sorry, that caught me off guard.
Did you
Go ahead.
develop any new globe proofs?
Globa.
Any proof of the globe, mush cane? Playing hard to get, huh? Okay. Does anybody talk to Milk? Whoever that is. Milk, are you there?
Milk.
Okay. I'll just start calling him out. I'll start calling him out.
Call him out.
Calling him out. Who else we got here? Mark, we've spoken to Mark before. I don't know what Mark's angle is.
I bet
Mark,
it's
do you
not
know what
90
an angle
degrees.
Mark, do you know what an angle is?
Shit.
Elevation angle?
Oh, God.
No one left.
Hey, if there's no Globers, don't just sit around and act pathetic waiting for them to show up. Start flat smacking the audience. No takers? Oh, man. I got to do it with my crappy mic.
No, your mic was just revived. Check, check.
Look, it's one thing to shut somebody down after they've been exposed. It's another thing to shut everything down and then we have no exposition going on at all. And then we basically have people come on the mic and say, here, Glober, I'm so pathetic. I need you to show up because I'm not going to fill the airwaves with actual flat earth exposition, arguments, history, good content, et cetera, et cetera. See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Do I need to petition to have a bot in the channel so I can just play myself on repeat?
I thought with QE here, he would be liking to present something. The slope intercept formula, perhaps.
I mean, you could do it. Heck, a soundboard could do it. I could literally clip it out, put it on a soundboard, and just press a button, and it could do it.
I don't know much about the slope-intercept formula, but I know that like we have horizons, so that part is true. We do have horizons. If you look at the basis of that word, horizontal. Yeah, so we have horizons. And the globe is supposed to have curved horizons, which we don't have in nature. So they have a real dilemma there. The globe is supposed to be curving, dropping down from our feet in all directions. And this can be found nowhere in nature. Nowhere do we see this, nor has it ever been measured.
Yeah, true story. It's actually more retarded than that. Because a horizontal on a globe wouldn't actually be curved. It would be an inverted reciprocal slope, which is even more stupid. Because if you take a horizontal line, right, you get the center point, and then you move away from the center point either direction, and you're raising in altitude, which is going to form a V. So in their worldview, a horizontal line is a V shape that would hold water in the center. Does that sound legit? No, that sounds retarded on its face.
Yeah. So that's Alice and Bob gone wild. So think of it. Let's say QE is in a tank, and he's traveling along, and they have to create a target, or they have to attain a target while they're moving along on a curved surface. Like if the Earth was curved, how could you ever attain a target while you're moving? Let's say the target's moving also. Let's say both you and the target are moving at the same time. How could you ever attain a target with both of those moving at the same time? Be impossible.
Oh man, Sonny, you ever fired a turret that has the laze and blaze and the gyro thing that kind of like steers you towards the target?
No, as QE would say, I'm a pogue. So no, I haven't.
Dude, the feeling, it's, oh my goodness, dude. Like when you grow up and you play video games, right? Like you're using a controller, you're looking at a screen, and you have a feeling of what it would feel like to lock onto a target, right? But in reality, when you're driving like, a 30-ton Bradley or a 70-ton tank, which I've never driven, I drove the Bradley, and I gunned in the Bradley. But when you pull the trigger, when you lock on the target, and you're moving, right? You're going over hills.
Yeah.
The vehicle's turning around. But the turret, once you pull that trigger on the enemy, it has gyros in it that force the turret to follow where you want to be pointed at from where you pulled the trigger initially. Dude, it feels amazing, dude.
I bet it does. The ships now, the warships that the Navy has do similar things. As well. I mean, I was in the Navy in the 80s. So, I mean, they had some of the fire control systems, but they didn't have anything like they have now. I mean, this is before the PC, so there weren't like I can't imagine what it must be like now, but this is a problem I've thought about, like as a sailor also, like getting elevation angles for fixes of these luminaries. As soon as you move, where did your fix go? If you're on a curved surface and you take an elevation angle, then you're traveling, let's say 5, 10, 20 miles. What happened to your first fix? Gone. Useless. Now, like you were saying, imagine the difficulties. Let's say you were on 2 ships. You can't be on 2 ships, but let's say there are 2 ships, and you're on a ship traveling, and you're trying to find a location of another ship that's also traveling in a different vector of travel, different direction. Can you imagine what difficulties you would have if you were trying to do navigation with elevation angles? Two moving ships? I'd love for a Glober to come in and tell me how they intend on doing this. And I'll just mention this because I was talking about this earlier today about coastal navigation and how we use this device called a radio direction finder, RDF. You might have had those on tanks as well. I'm not sure what kind of equipment they have on that, but the radio direction finder, you put it on top of your deck, on top of the cabin, and in the fog, you turn this thing and it goes beep. It beeps when it hits a radio direction beacon, a beacon that's firing off from, like, say, a jetty or a buoy or a lighthouse. And you can get 2 or 3 of these beacons. You find the angles of the beacons and you triangulate the angles to your last known position, and you can find your way all the way into the harbor in the fog. I've done this myself. You couldn't even see 1/8 of a mile. Try to do that with a curved surface. So how do you do that? You're triangulating with the triangle, like all sides of the triangle being laid down flat. You can't do this with a curved surface. How would you ever do that? So I think that's another good point.
Well, like most of the globe ideas are, like theoretical. It's like, oh, we should account for Coriolis, so then you actually look at what's going on, and it wouldn't even matter if you counted for it or not. It wouldn't even matter. So it's like it's pointless endeavor to try, and even if you did or didn't, you wouldn't even know if it mattered. So what's the point?
Yeah,
a lot of things are like that, but people think it's otherwise. Like they think, oh, this bridge in New York, Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Oh, that bridge had to be designed 1 5/8 out, otherwise everyone would die. And then you look up the actual tolerances on the concrete spans, and they're like 1 3/4 per span, and there's multiple spans. So it's like there's no way in heck you're ever going to be able to build that thing to intentionally have 1 5/8 out at the top. Not going to happen.
Exactly. Let alone with different loads on the deck and all of that, and wind, which is a big deal with bridges.
Guess what? So the show Modern Marvels said that. Other places have said it too. And guys think it's real and true, and then they look it up and they find articles about it, which are just essentially quoting those other quotes. And then when you actually look into it by any journalists that themselves did research, they find out that nobody actually ever measured the thing. So the claim itself is just that, a claim.
Exactly.
And here's the worst part. Even if you measured the tower 1 5/8 out at the top, would that prove anything? The answer is no, because it could just be error. Not only that, but that 1 5/8 is based on a perfect radial. Like if the Earth was absolutely a perfect circle size, that they say, an absolute perfect homogeneous distribution of mass for everything to work, just absolutely perfect. But they believe in potato Earth. So that you could tell if you have the perfect number, you know it's wrong right off the bat.
Yeah.
So you couldn't even tell. Here's the point. Let me finish. You couldn't even tell, even if you measured it, whether that had anything to do with quote unquote Earth curve or not. So it's even pointless to even waste your time.
Yeah, so I was going to sort of dovetail on exactly what you're saying, like design. Well, let's leave out the part like if it's for a globe Earth or not, but like you said, a perfect condition with no other variables included. And so, like those people that talk like that don't know anything about manufacturing. They have no idea. They've never done any civil engineering. They don't have a clue, man. And what else? Oh yeah. So when you mentioned the bridge part, that made me think of this other thing. So you would think, like, wouldn't you think after 10 years that these globers, like the situation that I mentioned about navigating with two ships traveling, trying to find each other's location. And then, like, say the bridges, I know that I'm kind of like skipping around, but you would think they would come up with something better. Like, we asking them for globe proof, and they say, "Oh, these bridges." Like, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, you would think they would have something that could at least present their case of this globe Earth. Like, you'd think they would have more than what they do, just saying, right. "Oh, the bridges." Like, no, what about the water? Okay, what about navigational schemes? Like, how are you going to navigate on this globe? Like, show us the math of how this could actually be done while you're using elevation angles from a flat horizontal, and you're using a flat chart.
Yeah, I'll let you finish that real quick. I just want to say before I go out of the signal zone is that
go ahead.
Let's say you challenge them about the bridge, and they can show you that the engineers intentionally engineered the bridges 1.5 out, and they actually effectively made the bridges 1.5 out. Does that mean the Earth's a globe? No, it just means we have some retarded engineers who think the Earth's a globe and believe it, so they screwed up their design. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then, like, have you ever watched like any of the documentaries of how they now this is going way back to when they built the Golden Gate Bridge, but you ever watch them when they're like building these things, how they have to tweak the bridge into alignment, like with like thousands of tons of pressure to pull them in line? Do they think that an 1.5 out means anything? No. It's absolutely retarded.
Yeah, like the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, the deck that the cars ride on rises and falls 11 feet throughout the year just from thermal expansion.
Yeah.
But if you don't get this 1.5 tower lean, everyone's gonna die. Like, get real.
Retarded, man. So once again, if Globers, if you've got anything better than that, please bring it in. We want to hear about it.
Yeah, some of the real winners like tow tanks. That's a good one. I love that one.
Yeah, tow tanks. I don't even. I'm not even sure I even get what they were trying to present with that.
No, they were saying just like the stupid bridge. If they don't engineer the tow tank to curve with the Earth, then
you started breaking up again. Maybe give it a couple seconds. Should come back around. Back around. Why did I even say that? That's hilarious.
They wouldn't really even have to engineer anything for a curve, would they? They just build it plumb, and then it would naturally be curving.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, unless like they want two bridge towers parallel or something like that, and so they tilt one of them to like overcome the curve or some stupid shit.
Yeah.
But there's no point even talking about it because they don't. It's not a thing that anybody actually does. Like,
yeah, they have a hard enough time trying to connect two pieces of two parts of the bridge from one side of shore to the other. I mean, that task in itself is difficult. I mean, they have to do all kinds of cross-checking, and Flat Lloyd, he's an architect. He could probably tell us more about the difficulties, the challenges that they must have, like with connecting two parts of a bridge from one shore to another, like, right?
Well, just let me know when, AutoCAD has a feature of like curvature, because that would be great. Right? Because we're totally sitting around and calculating it all the time. So often that, like if you look at AutoCAD, there's stuff for like all different kinds of shortcuts, commands, for, the elevation, the flat level lines that we use and start with in nearly every drawing. There's a reason why, a drafting table has a parallel bar. And it's definitely not to make a curve.
That's a really good point. So parallel bar. So exactly. So that kind of takes me back to what the tools we use on a navigational chart. We use parallel rules. So you can walk parallel line going in the same cardinal direction and walk that across the paper to another place. So you can maintain the same cardinal direction and move it to another place on your chart. And then draw a line that's parallel to the first cardinal direction using like the compass rose on your chart. So why would we use tools like that? It's absolutely is mind-boggling to think like how you would actually have to, the tools that you would actually have to use if Earth was a globe, they would be nothing like we have.
I was just thinking the same thing. It'd be nuts.
I thought about this.
You'd have to think about it all the time, Sonny,
Yeah, I've thought about it. Like you would have to have something that was suspended up above the flat chart table that would replicate a sphere. And then think of how complicated the tools would be. So one of the points I like to bring up with navigation is very simple. Draw a straight line and draw a curved line underneath it. Tell me that you're at the same location. If you're doing elevation angles from the horizontal and you have a horizontal navigational table, you have a horizontal chart or flat chart, and you're traveling along the horizontal plane of the water, if the Earth was actually curved, explain to me how you'd be at the same location, thinking about the straight line and the curved line underneath it. Someone please tell me how you would do that.
But the sky is curving.
Yeah, man.
Hey, so AutoCAD doesn't have a feature, Flat Lloyd, for figuring this out? Like if they wanted to throw in the curvature of the Earth?
They don't. At least not like some sort of auto feature like they have for doors, windows, lines, and all the other kinds of geometry that we use constantly.
Because they had Stingray was working something up on an AutoCAD. And Rebel.
I mean, don't get me wrong, you can draw a circle.
But it's
do we
nowhere
account
near.
for
It's nowhere near like
in making a structure?
putting
No
in a
way.
formula in there for the equation of the curvature. In case they want to get saucy with it.
I mean, don't get me wrong. You could code anything you want. Like you could put in a code and have it make a block for you, right? Of a giraffe, and you could do the same thing with a pre-calculated equation, even, right? Somebody could even program it in, and you can't really turn it into its own button on the interface, but you can make a circle. But the question is, why don't we do that every single time that we're making or designing a bridge or an airport? You would think, because architects, especially in the AutoCAD program, we're trying to make things draw faster, right? Because time is money. And, the quicker that we can iterate our drawings, the better and more accurate that we can get the structures to, of course, the next line of people who, of course, build it. And unfortunately make fun of architects sometimes. But no, you'd be laughed out the door if you're like, oh, but are we accounting for curvature, guys? Like it'd be like sea level. Yeah,
It's something
we'll
not
start at
necessary.
zero.
Because you
Yeah.
guys are just going to put your building on something that's already leveled out. I would just assume that's why they need it to be. It doesn't include curvature because that's something that has to be done somewhere else, not in what you're trying to do, right? It's like you don't deal with that sort of thing.
Right. All straight lines. In fact, usually the straighter, the better. It's more consistent. You can cut all that straight standard material. There's a reason why there's an ortho feature, an X, Y, and Z. It's all Euclidean as well. Just they're not. Why? If you were making a digital platform, right, to simulate and model things so that you can make them and machine them in reality, you'd think you would use reality. And in this case, we do. And there's no curve feature, right? And we don't use one when designing any structures that we need to build in reality anyway.
So them appealing to AutoCAD and with curvature that they used for some kind of globe idea, it's just not going to have the weight of it being something viable, you would say.
Yeah, I'd be like, good job, you drew a circle. That's not exactly a feature of AutoCAD.
Oh, okay. There are some that use things out of context, like that would be one of them, right? Using AutoCAD for demonstrations of globe, or using a theodolite for a visual over the surface, utilizing a measurement of sorts of distant things. I think APOC went over this before, but there's still those globers who hang on to the fact that can be done. So I feel like I want to put all that stuff into a basket. All those kinds of nuance ideas that they think that you can utilize AutoCAD and theodolites and just put it all into the same realm of, like, it's not what it's designed for. So
Exactly. To be fair, I have tried to model like the actual size of the claimed globe and of course the sun, and actually did it in a program called Rhinoceros, which is a little bit more three-dimensional and easier to work with astronomical units. But dude, I couldn't even, I made the sun, I made the earth, and if I hadn't have tagged them and made them their own layers, when you're looking at the sun, you can't even find the earth. And when you're looking at the earth, finding the sun was like this gigantic thing still, and don't get me wrong, you can mess with the camera, you can model all kinds of things. Don't get me wrong, I constantly tell my students, like, just because you can make it in the digital realm doesn't mean you can make it in reality. But it is kind of funny how hard it is to even match some of these quote unquote animations and illustrations that are, of course, actually being used, in my opinion, actually kind of fallaciously. They're manipulating the cameras even in those CGI photos, and it's obvious. I think Sporadic was talking about it this morning. Like they even tell you, it's an illustration, it's CGI. But it's dead obvious to somebody like me who does architectural visualizations. Gosh, every other day. We make up reality all the time, so of course we're really good at, making scenes and environments to put that architecture in, right? And let me tell you, Lumion, all the programs we use, they're all flat. Just like any video game is.
I have it
That's
on
great.
good authority that Kerbal Space Program can't factor in linear distances to things like in that program. It's still off. Like I think people that try to play around with that, they can't get the situation from the planets. Doing what they do.
Yeah.
The scale
As somebody
is
who's
always
really
an issue.
tried, like with just two objects. Oh my god.
Yep.
It is
So-
astronomical, and they say that's impossible for a reason, right?
Just seems like they're trying too hard to fix an idea that is they just can't. There's no way to put it into some type of program that will put everything as it is, like as it was one for one in this idea that the globe construct has mathematical form. There's no way that you can put it out there on some type of program and make it real. Like look at my model. Like this,
Precisely.
you can't do that.
Oh, what's your model?
What?
Oh, you just said your model. I just don't know what that is.
The globe concept, which they're trying to figure out how to put it in a model, and it just doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
It's
It doesn't
broken.
work.
It's broken. Yeah.
Like what part is it broken?
Yeah, Kerbal Space Program. So it's like a sort of like quotations realistic version of like the Cosmos.
The game.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like a gaggle of fuckwits here. These three guys coming together, Big Joe and the two T names at the bottom. Just a group of retards that move around together. Just so you know, FYI. Go ahead.
Not true. Not true.
Are these guys debate bros or something? Like,
Yeah, well, not really.
Debate
They're
bros?
just morons that stick together.
Heretic doesn't like us. We just listen.
No, I've just
Like us
dealt
because
with
he was
before
asking
that.
us about things and we made him sad.
My Heretic
Yeah.
just doesn't like us. I don't know what we've done to
He's
him,
very
but
mean
he
guy.
just doesn't like us.
Yeah, see, they're
All right,
talking
so-
with themselves, us. Yeah, see, I've been through this before.
Yeah, we didn't.
But
do
you
that.
just
guys
called
are-
us retards. What are you talking about?
It's
That's great,
probably
Big
just
Joe.
the three of you talking all at once. Like Alpha was having a conversation with one, and you two jumped in. So if you could just let him
Alright,
talk
sorry,
What are
to.
you talking about? We asked a
If you
question.
could
Talk about
just
it.
let Alpha talk to Big Joe, and then he could probably talk to or somebody else. Someone could talk to you guys later.
We
Yeah,
I'll talk to Big Joe. I'll talk to Big Joe, and then you guys can jump in afterwards.
You guys
If you
are
don't mind.
You guys are retards, but don't say anything back. Don't do it.
All right, I'll just mute it.
That's
Yeah, because I told you they were going to pipe up. Yeah.
You
Wait
guys
your
are
turn,
echo
Bulldog.
chamber
Oh,
dick
why are you
sucking,
muting me?
stroking, fuck.
All right, it's Big Joe's turn.
Didn't
They do
take
this
long.
every time.
Dipshits.
So Big
Is it
Joe,
my
you and your friends think that the Earth is a globe, yes?
I mean, I'm always skeptical about things. So
Okay.
but right now, yeah, I believe it.
And what would be your leading evidence for it being a globe? That you can say, I think this is a pretty good argument or an idea that if somebody was to ask me, I'd present this thing. Like if it's a globe, what would you present?
Well, there's a couple things, I guess, right? I'd say gravity.
Mhm.
Because if gravity does exist, which do you guys believe in gravity? I don't know, but
Well,
I'll tell you. I'll let you run through what you think is the best evidence, or
I think. Oh yeah. So gravity, and then I would say the seasons, right? And then I'd say night and day, and then I'd say 24 hours in the northern and southern hemispheres at some points.
midnight
That's
time.
what I would say. No. Like how the sun in like Antarctica can go around and
Yeah, the midnight time.
oh, is that what it's called?
It's
Well, then, yeah.
considered that. Yeah, it's up for 24 hours, but
Well, I don't know if it's
considered midnight time.
exactly 24. It's like
I get what you mean,
around
though.
there,
It's
yeah.
all right. So, we can start with the first, I guess. You want to mention gravity, asking if we consider it in any way. So, specific gravity or relative density would be an answer to that, where we can actually see something happen if you drop something, right?
What do you mean density? Relative density.
Yeah, the object's interaction with the medium.
The medium is just regular reality, like space and.
Well, I mean, for this instance, like where we're on Earth at the moment, it'd be the air that you breathe.
Mm-hmm.
That's the medium. Sure. And the medium can change depending on like the observer. You can test things in this medium. You can use a different medium, right? Like, for instance, if you have a block of wood, you drop it in the medium of air. It's going to have a fall rate. You can time it, right? You could calculate, what time it would take the block of wood to fall from wherever height all the way to the ground till it reaches equilibrium. That sort of thing. So you could test that, right? And it'll have an average rate. Like different elements react differently to the medium. Of course, you have wind resistance and stuff. There's a couple of things you have to take into consideration. But essentially, it's going to be the effect that you see. So that's going to be acting upon, the thing when you see it drop. So we understand this, right? It's pretty basic, pretty simple. But there's two sides to this coin. There's a cause and an effect. What we see, the phenomena of something like appearing to move down, right, in the vector of down, that's what we see. That's an effect. But the cause is something very different. The cause of the effect is something we can say, and I would say all of us in here would unanimously say we don't know what that is. It's unknown. It's unknown. However,
I would say gravity, right?
Yeah, no. Gravity is the idea that something it has a cause and effect relationship. So you have to parse it out into two different categories. So the gravity would mean that you're talking about the thing when you drop something, right? You say that's gravity, but the effect of gravity is what I see happen. The cause of gravity is what's making it have the propensity to move in that vector. Do you get me? So it's you have to parse it out. You have to separate it. So gravity is just like what you see when you see something fall, but then it also has to see. Yeah, but then it's also the cause of something. So you have to say, okay, gravity is the cause and effect relationship, right? So the cause and effect relationship is the effect.
I wouldn't say that though, right?
You have to, because if you're saying that, have to? Yes. So in terms of what something does, then you could quantify that. You can say I can calculate, I can check out different elements as they fall through the medium of air. This is the effect, and you can quantify this effect. And it's basically thorough, right?
You can quantify how gravity works.
Yes, I'm telling you, this is the reason why I'm talking about it. So the cause and effect relationship that you have, you're dealing with both at two ends of the spectrum, right? The one end, you can deal with something that's falling the average rate that it falls. On the other side, you have the cause. What causes this? This is what people would have theories on, right? Well, I think
like what's causing it to fall.
What's giving it the propensity to move in the vector down. What's making it do that? We see it do the thing. What's making it do that thing? That's the cause.
Be, mass affecting space and time.
Yes, this is the cause, right? Idea. The cause idea is the thing we disagree with. This is the disagreement. The agreement part is what we all see, right? The effect. So nobody's denying the fact that
so you're saying like no one's denying that things fall, right? But you're saying that you're denying gravity's existence.
No,
because you're saying we don't know why things fall.
No, the cause.
Yeah,
what they've ascribed. Okay. Yeah, what you just
cause.
Yes, the cause. The effect is already well established.
Yeah, because everyone has eyes and they can see things fall.
Yes, but the cause is because see, like when somebody says this in this room, you guys don't believe in gravity. They're not really parsing it out to like what I'm saying right now.
Well, that is true. You don't believe in it, right?
No, the cause.
Yeah, but
not the effect. Do you get it? I think you're getting confused. I'm talking about what you just described the cause is, which is I hope I'm saying it that exactly like you said, the bending and warping of space-time. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, that's what gravity is.
Okay. So that's the explanation of the cause. That's not what it is. What it is the effect. The cause, however, is still unknown. Although there's this leading theory right now from Einstein that it's the bending and warping of space and time, which means it's causing a gravity well to exist because the object is so massive that the gravity well
everyone has every mass has gravity, right? It's just the strength that which it has based off its mass.
So remember, whenever you say gravity, it's a bit loaded. It comes with the cause and effect relationship entangled into it. So when you say that, you have to say,
what do you think the cause is then?
That's what I've been telling you.
I don't think anyone. Why are you talking about effect? Because no one disagrees that something falls down, right?
And it can be quantified. The effect is something you can measure, right? You can measure things with the effect, and the equation for it is useful in certain industries. So it's not argued that the effect is something that is quantified. That's not argued. The argument comes from what is giving it the propensity to move in the vector of down. So you would say it's the bending and warping of space-time. We would say nobody knows.
Yeah, but you can you can measure it, right? Like an example.
That's the effect. That's the effect. You can measure the effect. The cause you cannot measure. You can't tell me that in any way the concept of space-time can be understood to be measured. That's not possible. It's an abstraction.
To me, it's like we can literally measure how things are going to fall.
That's
by how we know the effects. Yeah, but we know our gravitational pull, right? We can measure things based off 9.8 meters.
Yeah, pull. Yeah, Big Joe, pull is.
Where do you think they got that from?
Yeah,
that's from gravity.
Yeah, pull is
and we
what
can measure that.
Yeah, sir. Pull is equating Newton's gravity idea. Now, it wasn't Newton anyway, but the idea that Newton had the things pulling because of the size of the mass attracts mass idea. So stuff is getting pulled together. However, Einstein is talking about things being pushed down.
Not Einstein, but
it's Einstein. But the thing that gravity, yes,
it's Einstein.
No, the actual German pronunciation.
Is it actually Einstein?
Yeah, it's a German last name. That's how you pronounce it.
Well, I don't like German, so I don't. But just go ahead.
That's how you say it. So it causes a gravity well in which it pushes things down into the earth. So that's the sort of just explanation. Yes, that's the explanation for.
And you're just saying you don't know, like you don't know why.
Of course, we would all say that because what gives things the propensity to move in the vector of down in the flat Earth would suggest that there is no answer to that. You'd have to be able to understand.
Flat Earth doesn't explain why, because if it was all flat, right? It doesn't explain why everything falls at the same rate or why everything would fall exactly like everything falls down, like wherever you are on Earth, right? That wouldn't make sense if it was flat.
Yeah, but that's not being contested at the moment. What we're dealing with.
That's not being contested?
At the moment, right now, we're talking about the cause. And I think we're bypassing that by jumping into this.
No one disagrees that things fall down. Why are we talking about this?
That's the effect, not the cause. We're disputing
just real quick, I just want to mention, so if the Earth was flat, what, would things fall sideways or some shit?
Well, why would they fall down?
I don't think you thought that one out.
Where would be the center? No, where would be the center of... Well, I guess you guys don't believe in the effects, so... Just doesn't make
the effect
sense.
is what... Listen, we don't need to believe in something that we all notice. I think you're getting... Here's the thing. I don't know if you're listening to the conversation. We're not talking about the effect. Everybody is well established. The effect is well established. Why do you keep saying we don't believe in the effect? I just told you we all understand it.
Sorry, I said that once, but yeah, my bad.
So the cause is something that's not established. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The bending and warping of space-time. Do you think that's proven, Big Joe?
I would believe so. Well, it's just a theory, but we have our... We know, like, the Earth is a globe.
No, I'm not talking about that yet. How was, because you wanted to talk
There's
about
evidence
gravity.
backed up, but
I know you wanted to talk about gravity, so I'm asking, how was it proven in any way? The bending and warping of space-time.
well, but like what I said, we can literally measure it.
No. The
what do you
bending
mean,
and
no,
warping of the bending and warping of space-time, has that been measured?
What do you mean by that? That's just you can't. That's just what happens. You can't measure that. What are you saying?
So the cause and effect relationship, we're talking about the cause. Einstein's theory of general relativity, which is the bending and warping of space-time. Can that be measured?
Yes.
Yes, because that's gravity.
It's a geometric.
Okay, yes, because that's gravity. I'm not Bushinator. I'm talking to Big Joe. How was it measured, Big Joe?
Wait, what happened?
The exact.
I'm not talking to you, Bushinator. I'm going to give you one more chance not to overtalk Big Joe. I want him to realize.
He's going to put you in a mute town. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, I know.
Mute that nigger.
Yeah, don't use that.
Yeah, don't use
so
that.
Big Joe, once again, how can you prove that space-time is being warped?
You can literally do math.
Okay, what math is involved?
Like, if anyone here took physics 1, you know that you can calculate how fast things are going to fall on Earth
That's
by
the effect.
a constant rate. Yes,
That's
but
the
where
effect,
does that
and it's
come?
not constant. Okay, it's not. First of all, it's not constant. It's an
Yes, it
average
is.
rate. No, it's not, Big Joe. It's an average rate.
No, it is constant.
No, it's not, Big Joe.
Okay, what is 9.8 meters squared? That's
an average rate of fall.
No,
it's an
that's the
equation that's
gravity
useful.
pulling it down.
So
If you took Physics 101, you'd know that. Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Well, he doesn't know that, but it's okay.
No, you
I
would
told
know that.
he's not talking to me. He's talking to you.
Miggy, I can correct him on that one if you want.
Okay, go ahead.
So 9.8 technically, the rate at which one mass moves towards another mass involves doing math with those two masses. So for all intents and purposes, when you look at something falling to the surface of the Earth, unless you're dropping something ludicrously big, 9.8 meters per second squared is almost always what you're going to perceive. Like, that's how the math is going to come out. But technically, objects with different masses fall at a different rate. They just do that at such a drastically, microscopically small difference that you can't really perceive it. So it's not technically true to say that everything falls at 9.8 meters per second squared. Objects with different masses attract other objects of different masses at different rates.
Well, of course, but you can average
But now I don't think Platypus is helping much because he's doing the same thing this guy was doing, which is just mixing up the cause and the effect together. He's saying attracting masses.
Excuse
We're
me,
not making that
Alpha.
claim.
Hey, excuse
All
me.
right, that's it. All right, I'm going to shut your mic off. That's it. I'm going to just.
And not only mixing up the cause and effect.
Shut his ass up.
Yeah.
Also mixing up.
That's what we got
Also
to do in here. Shut his ass up.
Yeah, but the problem is he is conflating the cause with the effect, like you were. You weren't able to separate
ridiculous.
the two. Yeah, well, that is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. So he keeps talking about
I think you should get a ban in here.
That's the part that's in contention. The mass is attracting, because that would be the cause of the 9.8 meters per second squared. That part's the effect. That's what Alpha's trying to point out to you. Cause and the effect are separate things. The effect, we don't have any contention with. Yeah, that's what's observed. It's what's causing it to happen that we have the contention with. And he just went ahead and gave all of that to you.
What is your guess on why things fall down?
Alpha told you like 10 times, I think. That
no, he really didn't. I don't think he did.
Know. We don't. He said we don't know.
Well, exactly. You're saying you don't know.
Well, how are you supposed to test the cause for it?
That's the part that I was
know.
telling you, man.
You take a shit and the shit falls down.
No. That's the point. That what you just said is the point.
Well, does your shit not fall down? Am I wrong?
That's the effect. You're talking about
but your shit falls down. There's a reason.
That's the effect. The reason is the reason. The reason is why we're disputing this. The reason.
If it's healthy, it should float in the water.
So now that you understand, at least listen, Big Joe. At least you understand this much. You've come to the realization that how should we know this, right? That's the point. The reason why
you have enlightened me.
Right. Well, that's all I'm saying, man. Like we're just getting to the point where we're trying to meet at the table, right? And so
we're trying to meet here.
If it's the cause that we're all agreeing on, and the effect is something that we're disputed, like of course you can go with the theory, it doesn't matter. But the fact is, even if
you
it's an
got it mixed up.
explanation,
The cause we're not all in agreements with.
I know. So if I might have
you
said effect.
you said other.
My bad. So
You're
the
wrong.
cause is what we're disagreeing with, because of the fact some people believe that it's the bending and warping of space time. You know what? Some people
Yeah,
even think it's mass
weirdos.
attracting mass, whatever, right? But
Well,
you're
Well,
not gonna-
no. Look.
That's why I
What they're
didn't want
saying is,
to-
what they're
that's
saying.
why I
Hold
didn't want-
on. Let me talk.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Go ahead.
What they're saying is, those two correlate, right? Because if it bends space time, mass will pull things to the center of its mass through the warping of space and time, which is why they're saying
that's not Einstein.
Which is why they're saying, how's that not Einstein?
That's Newton.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when
Yeah, but he
masses are
based
so
that
large.
off, yeah, but he based that off of Newton's work.
No.
He used that
No.
as-
It
No.
was not-
Okay, you're
it's
right.
not based on Newton. They're two very different.
Yeah, I know it's not 100% based off Newton's, but it's the same.
No, it's not. It's completely different, Big Joe. They're not the same.
You got me.
They are. They're completely different. They're not the same.
I know you.
It's what I've been trying to tell you. Yes.
I know. Newton didn't talk about it warping space and time because he just didn't know.
Well, this
The
is
laws of motion are still the laws.
Amongst other things, that's why it's different. But yeah, they're two completely separate entities. They're not the same. And one's pushing, the other's pulling. So
one's pushing and the other's pulling.
Yeah, Newton's pulling because of the masses are so large that masses tend to pull themselves to each other. Was what you were saying before.
Yes,
And that's not the prevailing theory right now. It is Einstein's gravitational theory, which is prevailing at the moment. I mean, there might be some others in academia, but they're just using this conventionally as how
we
they
know
explain
because
gravity.
that's what. Yes, because Einstein expanded on that.
He didn't expand. He superseded, dude. It was not even.
Well, but he still used Isaac.
No, he
Isaac
didn't,
Newton's
bro.
work. Yes, he
No,
did. What are you talking
no,
about?
he didn't, dude. He did not.
Oh, no, he
Show
didn't.
something.
You got me.
Show
You got
something
me.
in Newton's that's the same as Einstein's.
Right now, I don't have that. I don't have Newton's work.
Well,
on
how
there
can
right
you
now.
make the claim that he expanded on it then?
It's
Yeah,
kind of just common sense, right?
It's not
he
common
used
sense,
Newton's
Big
work
Joe.
to
Common
help with-
sense.
That's not,
It's not.
common sense. Well, fuck me then.
Yeah, it's not, dude. Like that's what I'm saying. You
It's
need to
not.
look into it a little more.
I do gotta look into it.
Just saying, man. If you want to see how this argument unfolds, you got to look into these points.
I do.
Well, and you might be a bit resistant right now because it's in a sort of argument. So you're not really gonna give in and be like, oh yeah, okay. Like of course you're gonna resist, but look
one
into
day
it, man. It's not-
I'll see the truth, and I hope you guys help me with that. Which is why I'm coming in. But
we're here, but we're not gonna be enablers either. You
Yeah,
got to
we're
do
not
your own
being
work, man.
enablers. Absolutely.
At any rate, so that's that for that
I
gravity.
disagree, my nigga. I look at
Can you guys prove the Earth is flat?
Sure, but I'm talking to Big Joe right now.
Yeah,
He was
he's
gonna get
he's
into
talking
his-
to Big Joe right now.
My bad, Big
I'm
Joe.
not gonna lie. Yo, he's
We
talking
can-
to
we
me.
can
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, yo. I only win, bro. You're a bitch. He's talking to me, my nigga. All right.
All right.
Actually, it's I only win. Aha.
I think this guy's a globetrot, and we gotta meet him.
Yeah, gentlemen, let's just one at a time. All right, so Big Joe, what was your second question? You want it outside of gravity? You were talking about the globe. You have
Well, my
evidence for
second question was the seasons, right?
that? Yeah. What about them?
Well, how do they work on a? Because you're geocentric, right?
Pretty good band.
No.
I like their.
Well-
You're not geocentric.
Yeah, if you're talking about geocentric, that would mean that the Earth is in the center, and I would say that it's not
Well,
even.
the Earth
that.
doesn't move. The Earth doesn't move. The other things move.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't move, but
Yeah. So
the cosmological idea is not going to fit that either. So I wouldn't say that.
How does that not fit? How does it not fit with the
It denotes geocentric would denote at least the Earth's still a globe, but everything revolves around it. It's still kind of the same, but not really, right? So it's not. We don't.
Well, no,
you can't imagine.
This is why the seasons exist is because we revolve around the sun.
No,
Like, that's
I'm talking about geocentric. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I know.
But I would say that we wouldn't ascribe to the term geocentric because that denotes like a globe in the center of the universe. That's the reason why we won't say it that way.
Yeah, but
However,
it's not a globe, but you believe it's a flat disc.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, in this,
is logical.
not disc, no disc, just
disc?
No, it's
Could we possibly be in an infinite plane? Is that possible?
No, that's not possible. But here's the thing. There's a lot to digest, man. I can't. We're gonna be bouncing around unless you let me tell you. So
sorry.
It's gonna be a pretty big pill to swallow once I tell you the cosmology. You're gonna ask me like a bunch of leading questions. So we're just talking about. This is basically, essentially, if you think about cosmology, how we say you're standing on the floor of the universe. So all that there is all that's above you. There's nothing more.
The floor
right?
of the universe.
Yes. So just wait. Let me get through this, if I could. Then you'll be able to.
It. And then and then my brain.
So essentially, we have a container that is giving us the gas pressure in which we breathe. So we're breathing gas pressure at about 14 psi on the surface. So you and I are breathing, air at that at sea level, right? So we have gas pressure, which means that in order to have gas pressure, and the definition of it is gas pressure is force per unit area, abiding by the walls of its containment. So the container walls.
Not even true. Not even true.
It is so. It's definitionally true.
You're just not even true.
It's definitionally true. Somebody can post a definition in the. You can even look it up if you want.
I'm not
the definition for.
What are you using?
You don't have to.
What are you using to look it up?
Simply Google. You can just say what's the definition. Yeah, what's the definition for gas pressure?
Google boy over here.
Sure.
I mean,
Once I Google the Earth is flat, it's telling me something else. I don't
No,
know.
not that it's flat.
I'm gonna Google if the Earth is flat. Okay, real quick.
You can. The definition for gas pressure, however, would describe what gas pressure is.
I don't think Google is a good source. It's not. It's not
a source, dude.
Well, then what you just said? Google it. You just said Google.
Google said the Earth's a sphere. Wait.
Google is not a source.
Whoa.
Yeah, exactly. We can't use Google
This is according to all gas laws, yeah?
The Google is a sphere.
Avogadro's law, states pounds per square inch.
AJ, I can't hear your bum ass with your bum ass mic, bud. Okay.
I do know that you guys are trying to be you're trying to be kind of cool in that and hip. That's all right. But like, can you just
according to Google?
I could hear him.
If you guys would apply, listen. If you guys apply a little ounce of intellect, you'll get through it. All right. I know you guys are trying to be little showmen.
I'm trying my best here.
All right. So, the definition is really just Google's just a collection of information, and we're just saying that the definition for gas pressure is found there. You can see what it means.
Don't believe you, but okay, you're wrong.
Okay, I'll search it up. Guys.
If you do search it up, whoever said that, just post it in the text chat.
Well, you got to give me the sources, but.
Well, the definition will be giving us a look into what gas pressure is.
Yeah, he's right. He's right.
But not only
I can't take your word for it. I mean,
it's not. It's not.
I got AI overview. Don't worry. This is the AI Lord right here. We worship this guy. Side chat.
Thanks for that. I only win.
We're using Google as sources now. That's just
no. It's not a source.
Disingenuous. It's just
I can go to BBC.
Google's.
I can go to BBC.
Listen, Google's not a source.
Live as
right?
BBC. Okay.
Here.
I don't know if you're going to be able to get through this, guys. I really want to have a conversation with you, but I can go to somebody else, Big Joe.
BBC.
No problem.
Well, I'm getting interrupted right now.
Just be quiet for a second. Just be quiet, right? So Google
go to somebody else.
Google is the search engine that you use to find sources.
I got NASA.
No, they can use algorithms to fake that shit. We all know it.
Yeah, they use AI overview.
You can't.
I'm talking to one guy. I'm talking to one guy here. Okay?
That's fine.
All right.
Yeah, that's the Glober interrupting the other Glober.
Can I say something else that
it'll take you to just shut up. It'll take you to a source, and then you verify the source.
Hold on, buddy. I'm trying to talk here.
Takes you to.
No, there's the Google
Don't
Answers
fucking interrupt
contributors.
me, you stupid little cunt. All right.
Yeah,
you're fucking Australian. You live in a shithole. I don't want to hear it from you.
Oh yeah, mute Big Joe because he's a dumbass.
Longer, mate. You won't last much longer in here.
You just interrupted me.
Yeah.
And
my only hope is that you young people can actually muster up some intellect, dude. But I can only hope.
Yeah, I'll try. But I mean, one of the things that I also gets me away from flat Earth is the fact that we do have pictures of the Earth from NASA. You know.
Yeah, that seems to be the leading idea.
Oh.
Even though that, because when we ask for people to answer what is the evidence that the Earth is a globe, they say, well, pictures from NASA. And my response to that is not anything to do with, did you validate the pictures? That to me, I sidestep because I want you to realize when they show you these images, there's nothing you can do to compare it to anything in the physical and natural world. You don't take an image like that and say,
You can
"Let me
compare
go
it to
see
other
where I can."
countries who have taken pictures of space, right?
Yeah, but you
Compared it to
can't.
the moon.
You can't compare that thing to anything you notice in the physical and natural world where you live on
And
the
also,
Earth.
doesn't the moon? Do you believe the moon is flat?
That's not about a belief. What I look at it as and what I see it as has nothing to do with the surface you're
What do
standing
you What do you think the shape of the moon is?
Doesn't matter.
It's like you didn't hear you
Yes,
the first time.
does it matter?
Big Joe. No, because the picture that they're showing.
Well, it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
It-
doesn't
I
the
want you
picture-
to shut the fuck up for a second.
See, the picture that they're showing you is of the Earth, Big Joe, not of the moon. So they show you NASA pictures of the Earth. So when in regards to the Earth, you want to know if the Earth looks
Feeding
like
me.
the image, right? So how can you see the image of the Earth anywhere in reality when you walk outside? You don't see it.
Oh,
It's
I
not
can't
noticed.
see it outside. So
Yeah,
thus-
you don't see the
I-
Earth looking like
don't
the
know.
image.
I got
You
a
don't-
question. Have you ever seen Obama in real life?
No, this is not
Do you
answering
know
the
he
question.
exists without seeing a picture of it? Do you know he exists?
So how
You
is
don't-
Obama?
You
How is
don't
Obama like
think-
NASA?
What I'm saying is you've never seen him. So how do you know
So
he
what you're
exists?
saying is you've never seen the globe, just like you've never seen Obama.
Yeah, exactly. How do I know he exists? I've only seen pictures,
So
which could be
so
fake,
then you just
fabricated.
believe. So then you just believe. Is this true?
That is true. I just have to believe.
Okay, that's the whole point. That's
The whole
what my
point,
point
yeah.
was. Yes, my point was.
I mean, Obama.
to get
There's
you
a
to-
chance, but you
Yeah,
will
to
agree
get you
with
to
me. There's a
realize-
chance
Big Joe.
Obama is not real, right?
Big Joe, you finally realized that my point was that when you look at the image of the Earth as a globe, you can only just believe. You don't know it.
That is true.
That was my point. But you brought it masterfully back to that point.
That is true. And
Exactly.
masterfully, is Obama real? And I don't think he is anymore. I think
But you
because,
don't have
how
to
can I
trust
believe it?
Listen, you don't have to trust that. What you can do is test it. You can test to see if he's actually a real person. You can go visit a place wherever he lives and go see if he's
I don't
actually
know. Well,
a
they're
real
hiding
person.
where they don't have his address. I mean, how do I find him?
Oh, but that's not up to me though. So the thing you can do is to test it just like you could test the Earth. And the fact is, if you can't do that, then it's just a belief, just like you have.
It's true. Well, what if
So-
like his history?
So your
like,
pictures from NASA were just really nothing much
How,
about
do,
a
how do we
belief.
know George Washington was real? Like I've
Well,
never
covered.
seen.
Yeah, we've covered that already. So we've already like established that you have a belief system.
Well,
in the
you
Earth
said
as a globe.
you said that I could go physically see Obama, but I can't physically see George Washington. So how do I know he's real?
So we've covered.
That-
We've
without
already
just
covered
believing.
this. So the thing is, Big Joe, you've already covered the fact that you just believe the Earth's a globe. Now I don't know if you have any more "quote unquote" evidence, but it just seems
Well,
like we don't-
you're
whereas-
kind of moving the line for me. I could be flat.
I'm not moving a line. I'm letting you do the talking. You tell me where to go.
I tell you where to go.
Yes, you just
My
described how
place.
you just believe in the Earth as a globe. You're the one to describe Obama, and you can't prove it. So then, just like the globe images, you can't prove the Earth's a globe. So you did it. I
Well,
didn't do
are
it.
they all lying to us? I'm confused. What's going on?
Well, what does that have to do with the fact that you can't prove that the Earth is a globe? You weren't able to prove it. Now, if there's no way that you can
I
substantiate the
did
Earth,
prove it. I did prove it.
that it's a belief. Yes,
And
that
you
it's a
had
belief.
no. I proved it with
That
my
it's a belief.
Einsteinian gravity. That's what I proved it with.
No, we covered that. You don't know the cause.
No, that's
Yes.
you're not understanding.
Yes.
You're not understanding. You're not understanding.
You don't
That's
know the
okay.
cause of the effect. The
No,
cause was something
it's okay
that was a theory
it's
that
okay you don't understand.
it's not
but-
demonstrated.
Gravity's never been proven there, Big Joe. So
It's
unless
never been
you've
proven?
it, no,
The
it's
cause.
never been proven. The cause.
The
of gravity,
cause.
The cause.
Listen, lose
of
some weight, little
gravity
fatty.
has
We're not
never
talking to you,
been
bud.
Proven,
It's me and this
Big
guy.
Joe.
All right. I feel like Big Joe that you're kind of you're being a bit rude to the panel, dude. Like I don't think that's.
I'm not being rude.
You shouldn't be doing that. You are, brother.
This fat fuck is gonna die.
He keeps talking through everyone.
Bro, you don't.
Like, I don't
you don't
know
have
what's
to do
going
that,
on
man. Like really.
He's going to
I know.
fucking
Listen,
die. What
I know
can
we're on
do?
the internet, but do you have to be like that? Honestly, you don't have to do that. People tolerate you because they want you to at least realize that, we can have a better conversation than that one. That's the only reason why, dude.
Agree, absolutely.
Anyway,
we'll talk
does
about
anybody-
we'll talk about this tomorrow, same time.
It would still be a belief system tomorrow, man. I mean, I don't know what you want to do about that. But we could talk to somebody else if somebody else wants to chime in.
Yeah, fuck a monk.
Anybody have any evidence? Big Joe tried, right? But all he found out is that he just believes that the Earth is a globe. There's no evidence to demonstrate that it actually is a globe. Unless somebody can do that.
Yeah,
Yo.
Flix is piped up. I guess he has something to say.
Somebody with the name of Iwanawina, I don't know how to pronounce their handle there. They would like to talk. So
How are you guys doing?
Iwanawina wants to talk. Take it away.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good, man. I saw you were helping your friend out, putting some definitions for gas pressure. But do you think that... That's fine. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
I mean, when like the way you were just loosely defining the term of knowing something, like I have to see it in order to know it. If I don't see it, and I'm just going off of like an inductive case or probabilistic truth, then I guess I don't. Under your worldview, I just believe it is. I strongly
my
believe.
worldview, but what about your worldview?
Yeah, my worldview, I know it because I think that strong beliefs, right? I think anything that indexes to a conclusion in a probabilistic way would be knowing something, right? If the odds are low for another outcome, I think it's okay to believe to live like that. And if you don't
say
believe
you know,
that,
and then you say you think in the same sentence, yeah.
Yeah, because I just told you that I define knowing as a high probabilistic.
See, the thing is, though, I don't know what your whole name is.
Just say
but
I only work.
If you're really looking at this for a place that we can all meet at the table, you're going to have to go to a place where the definition means the same for everyone. It can't be where the definition means something for you, means different for me, means different for the next guy, that we don't understand the terms, like what terms mean. Like, it could just be that you make up, whatever. That's not it, man. We have to agree on
Here's the problem with your worldview. Like, when you're saying that you have to see it, right? If you don't see it, then you're just believing it. There's that little sliver, 1% chance that it's not true. But then, like, you could just put into question, like, sensory data, and this is an actual thing. Even when you see something, it's not 100% that it's actually true. It's still you believing it. You're just believing your senses. You're believing in sense data, right?
That's using only one sense, though. Just sight.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
You need two or more senses to establish a knowledge-based claim.
Okay, so people who are like schizophrenic, right? They can engage with all of their senses when it comes to them hallucinating. But we can draw a distinction between their hallucinations and reality, right? But if anything, this is going to completely destroy your worldview of just sense data. It's just the end-all, be-all objective viewpoint on all things perceivably in reality, right? It's just not true. Sensory data still is a probabilistic case. You're saying odds are my sensory data is not lying to me. Therefore, when I see and hear it's flat.
The problem you have with that is that in order to discern whether or not you know something or you don't know something, or that you can categorize things in certain instances, you're going to have to use your senses. So if you say, okay, that person, or I'm in an altered state of mind, I know when I'm in a sober state and I'm in an altered state.
But you don't know it to 100% though.
Yeah, but you're able to have the discernment. So if you didn't have your sense,
you just agreed.
If you didn't have your information for sense data, you wouldn't be able to have discernment either.
But is the information in sense data 100%? No, it's not. So
it just depends. What are we talking about, right? So it just depends.
What do you mean?
It depends. Yeah, what are we talking about?
Give me a case where your sense data is 100% and you know it's 100%. It's impossible.
Okay, I'll give you a quick analogy for that. Analogy. I'll give you a statement. So what are we doing? What are you doing right now? Like in your room? Like what are you? Sitting down, standing up?
I'm sitting in my chair right now.
Okay, I'm gonna say something very specific to that. Mm-hmm. Do you know for 100% fact that you're sitting down in your chair?
100%? No.
Okay, what would be an instance that wouldn't be the case? What can you tell me outside of the known reality that you know that you're?
There would have to be an ascension of intellect in order to be 100% certain. Yeah, there's no way for me to 100% say this is this, right? 100%, meaning there is no possible other outcome. It is possible that I'm asleep right now, or I'm hallucinating right now. It's 100% possible. I'm not denying that possible. I'd be stupid to deny that possible, right?
Yeah, but you're in a sober state of mind.
Even if I say it's
right.
Yeah, but how do I know that? Even that's only a probabilistic. Yeah, I think I'm in a sober.
So you're telling me that there's So you're telling me that you can't know anything to be true.
No, I can. I'm just putting into question what you mean by truth. Yes, I don't think that I hold truth as an ascension of intellect like you do. I think truth is a probabilistic case. It's okay, I'm 99.99% sure this is going to happen, and when it happens, I'll say, okay, it's true that happens, right? Even, science-based truths are probabilistic. Search it up.
Is there anything that in your worldview that you could know to be 100% true? Anything?
I already said no.
Nothing at all?
Yeah, because it would be based off of your sense data, and that's not 100%. So yeah, it's impossible.
Is fire hot?
Perceivably, yeah.
100%?
No, not 100%. Hello?
Oh, shit. Get the fuck out of here.
What?
FED.
What?
No, the problem with this mindset though is that you're never able to come to terms
It's not a
with
mindset. You haven't proven me wrong yet. It's a claim.
It is.
I'm asserting
The thing is, how would you know if I haven't proven you wrong? If with this idea, you'll never know anything.
Oh my goodness, no, I will. Can you listen to me?
This is the intellectual knot that you're going to tie yourself up in.
Wait, you're strawmanning me.
No, I'm not. I'm actually proving the point that you can't actually have a conversation with somebody.
I can. I just told you that I don't define knowledge and knowing something as 100%. You're.
That's why you can't.
Wait. No, wait. Please interrupt me.
Go ahead.
You're forcing your definitions onto me. I don't hold to what you believe in. Stop forcing it onto me. In your worldview, I don't know anything. Yeah, but in my worldview, and most of all other people's worldview who live in probabilistic cases, right? I can know something. It just would be probabilistic, right? Like, for an example, if I hear my mom call to me in the kitchen, right? I'm going to know it was my mom because of my sensory data is registering information from my ears and stuff, right? I'm going to know it, right? But I'm not going to 100%
You can't know that.
It is definitely possible that it's someone else calling me, right? It's 100% possible. I can't reject the possibility.
No, 100%. Wait a minute. You can't say 100%. That doesn't exist in your worldview.
Speaking hyperbolically. I don't know why you're being formally.
No, hyperbolic would mean that you're actually considering the fact that it could be 100%.
No,
the problem is
you couldn't. Hyperbolic, and I'm over exaggerating what it actually means.
Yeah, I know. So you wouldn't. In no way in your worldview could you ever say that anything is certain to any extent. Nothing.
I can. So for example, I'm certain that the sun is going to come up tomorrow because there's infinite amount of prior.
Yeah, that means that your worldview, the one that you have right now, couldn't be used as an example of some form of reasoning. You couldn't reason because then everything that you would think is probabilistic could be even probabilistic. So everything on what you do basically with what your mindset has right now is you tangle yourself up in so many knots you couldn't even make sense of it. So
tell me what?
It's the worst type of mind virus.
Okay, so do you know 100% that you're talking to me right now? Do you know 100% that you're talking to me right now?
Yes, on Discord.
So it's impossible that you're sleeping right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So how do you define impossibility?
Impossibility, the thing that cannot happen.
Okay, because so you cannot sleep? It can't happen?
Yeah, I can sleep, but the problem is there's different states of being, right? You have different states of being.
Ooh.
So if different states, say again?
You're losing the plot.
No, I'm not. I'm actually having the discernment to tell you that different states of what I'm telling you I exist in, right? I can be awake, I can be sleeping, and I can tell you when I wake up that I was sleeping. If I'm not able to have discernment and tell you that, then I wouldn't know left to right, up and down. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I wouldn't.
There's also examples of people who are
you're not letting me finish though.
Awake.
Yeah, but see how you're jumping in? So I couldn't tell you that information. I couldn't tell you that I know that I ate today. I couldn't tell you that I know my own name. I couldn't tell you any information that would require my sensory data to input into like the conversation we're having now to even make any coherent statement because I wouldn't be able to have discernment on anything. I wouldn't know what terms mean. I wouldn't know how to define things. I would just be all over the place. I would be a hot mess. I couldn't make sense of anything. Your worldview has undermined every possible reason and logical thinking that you could possibly imagine. There would be no way to talk to you because in any way you could just easily say, I don't know that to be true. So the Earth being a globe, the Earth could be flat. The Earth could be, a T-Rex. You wouldn't be able to make any sense of it, dude.
I never said I don't know if anything is to be true. I just told you that No, I didn't. I said when I say truth, I'm simply referencing probabilistic cases, not 100%. Stop doing that, okay? I'm not saying I don't know anything. I don't know if it could be this. No, I.
But that sounds like your worldview.
I don't care if that's what it sounds like. You have to understand me that I've just verbally conveyed to you.
How can I? If you're saying that you could be in a different mind state, what if you're just dreaming this?
When I say possibility, yeah, that is possible, but it's not probable. So I don't engage with that outcome, right? For an example, it's possible.
But it's a possibility.
Wait, stop interrupting me. It's possible that there's a meteor coming right to my house right now. It's 100% possible because I define possibility as something that's logical. If it's illogical,
you can't define it though.
Why are you
because you live in a worldview. Listen, dude, you live in a world where everybody else. Because you live in a world where everybody else is having their own mindset too. So your prevailing mindset is not the only one. And then, of course, outside of you have the laws of nature, where nature abides by its own rules, and it doesn't need you to believe or disbelieve in them. So it doesn't matter if you say one day, well, I think that that's the moon up there. No, wait a minute, I changed my mind. I think that's the sun. Because in my subjective worldview, I can make up whatever I want because it's probabilistic. It's probably the moon, but it could be probably the sun. But then again, I might probably be asleep, so I wouldn't know that because I'm dreaming. So I could probably be schizophrenic. So how could I know I'm dreaming? Like, dude, it is so bad how you think that you couldn't get any logic and reason out of it. I've already told you. It's a really bad way to think.
Horrible.
Why would I continue talking to you after I just let you rant and I try to respond and you serving me and then just straw man my argument for the 5th time? That's not my worldview. That was my critique on you saying his argument is invalid on pictures of the Earth because you're saying it's possible that the pictures are not like that, right? And he gave an example of Obama because he's never seen Obama with his sensory data and he only has pictures.
Yeah, but that's that gentleman's.
No, you're interrupting me again.
That was that gentleman's argument, not yours.
You're interrupting me. Okay, wait. That was my
Are you sure he's interrupting you?
His argument is incorrect. I told you that truths are in probability. I didn't say, it's probably that, so I might believe it. No, I don't lead or follow possibilities. I lead and follow probabilities. So in my worldview, I can never look at the sun and say, no, it's not. Probability and possibility are the same thing.
You put it on a. Listen, and here's the other thing too.
Wait, answer my question. Come on, please.
Yeah, how do you know? Yeah, because I'm going to address that, right? I'm going to talk about what you
address
just said.
What? I didn't even.
Yes, you said probable. That the range of like when you know something to be true as a percentage. I know this to be 67%. The thing is, though, there's no standard by which you can put everything on a scale and say, I know this much to be like, I'm 27%, I'm eating a cheeseburger right now. I'm 47%, I'm pulling up to a gas station. Like, you don't live life like that. That's not how anybody's like living their life. They're using their sensory data input so that they can guide themselves to know what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong. Everything, the discernment is being filtered through your senses, brother. Like, there's nothing that you need to like start. Well, I live my life this way because that's what it makes sense to me. No, actually, it wouldn't make sense to you. Nothing would make sense. Everything would just be a discombobulated, like garbled mess. So that's what I'm saying, brother.
And straw man me again. I never said that my worldview and everyone else's worldview is living in this formally numerical sense of gauging probabilistic things and stats. I never said that, right? It can be just an inherent probabilistic thing. And I gave an example of this even, so I know you're being dishonest right now, or you genuinely are lacking in intelligence. My mother calling from me in the other room, right? I'm using my sensory data to conclude it's my mother, because I'm off priors and all that. Even with all of that, I still have to take into account if there is a alternate possibility. And when I say possibility, I mean something that's logical, meaning it can occur. If there is something that's logically possible to occur, then I cannot say it is impossible for those things to occur. So when I hear my mother call in a room, I'm not gauging stats in my head formally in a numerical sense, like, I think it's like 45.
Yeah, but what you are saying,
let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah, I get you, dude. You don't have to. You're being long in the tooth about it, man. Like, I get it.
No. I haven't finished yet. This is the final key point I haven't got to in a single one of my sentences I've started. I never got to finish it, right? So when I say these things in a probabilistic sense of coming to conclusions when it comes to me applying truth value to things, right? It's not me saying I can't derive truth or knowledge. It's me saying my truth and knowledge are these things. And earlier, when you were saying that it's impossible for you to be asleep because you can make those discernments, but you never even addressed my response to that, which was there's people who are sleeping and don't know they're asleep. There's people who are awake and think they're sleeping.
How would you know that?
And you have these examples because wait, what are you talking about?
If they're asleep, how would you even ask them the question? How do you know you're asleep? They're asleep. They wouldn't be able to tell you that.
There's people who wake up and say, "I thought I was awake when I was."
Then they're awake, telling you that.
Are you stupid? No, listen to me. I'm saying they're telling me their testimony. Their testimony is that they deployed a conscious
when they're awake
while they were asleep, and then when they woke up.
Yeah, when they're awake, they're telling you this, right?
Yeah, when they woke up, they told me when they were asleep, they thought they were awake. Yeah, that's called testimony. There's thousands of them, millions of them.
Yeah, but they're awake telling you that. So your idea was like,
wait, are you fucking retarded? What are you talking? Why does that matter?
You said when somebody's asleep, they don't know if they're awake. You said it backwards.
I said there's example. No, I didn't. I said there's examples of people being asleep and thinking they're awake. And I know that because when they wake up, they tell me that. Are you stupid?
When does that ever happen?
Yeah, there's millions of cases of that. Oh my God, why am I wasting? Oh yeah, are you trolling? Are you being serious right now?
Dude, if somebody's asleep, they wouldn't be able to tell you that they think that they're awake, bro.
You fucking idiot. When they wake up, they tell me. I'm not wasting my time. You're fucking retarded.
They're awake. They're awake. They're not sleeping.
Are you retarded? Listen, when they wake up, they tell me what they experienced while they were asleep, while they were subconsciously deploying events. Or hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, but they woke up. They're not using
your logic. Using your logic, when someone comes out the bathroom, they can't tell me what happened in the bathroom because they're out the bathroom. What are you talking about? They're telling me what happened while that event was occurring. They're telling me what happened while they were sleeping. Hello, are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, but in your worldview, you would say that they wouldn't be able to have that discernment because they could only tell you on a scale of probabilistic. That I think I was doing this one thing, but I'm not really sure because it could be the case that
you're strawmanning me again. I never affirmed that. No, I would say that they say I know this, but I don't know this to 100% ascension of the intellect, because that would be retarded and irrational to say, because not even my sensory data is ascending itself. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but how do you know that? How do you know that?
Because you can't use your. Okay, listen. How do you?
No. How do you know? No, answer my question. How do you know that?
I'm going to tell you how. How do you prove your senses?
No, you're asking me a question. I want you to prove.
Okay, listen.
I want you to prove that point. Prove that point. Because you're not bringing it home, man.
So here's my proof. You cannot prove your sensory data because the only thing you can use to come to conclusions is your sensory data.
How do you know that?
Because I'm making a wait. How do I know what? The conclusion?
That you can't use your sensory data. How do you know that?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why. Because to prove the sensory data, you can't use what you're trying to prove. That would be circular reasoning. It's impossible. That's how. Premise one: if I want to prove something's existence, I cannot utilize the said thing because I would be presupposing it. Right? Premise two:
what do you mean presupposing? If something's existing, it exists.
Are you done?
What do you mean
Listen, if I want to prove 100% that my sensory data is real, how do I do that without using my sensory data? It's impossible. I have to use my sensory data to come to conclusions. My mind, my brain, my senses.
Yeah, that's the point.
Exactly. So that means you can't prove it, dumbass. You can't prove your sensory data
because it exists. That you're using your senses to prove the thing.
Prove it. Prove it exists. You're just saying it does. Prove it.
Okay, if I have a rock in my hand and I hand you the rock, I'm saying, look, this is a rock. I'm going to put it in your hand, and you hold it in your hand. Hold on a second, dude. You already went long in the tooth. So if you have it in your hand, now you have the rock. You say, hey, this rock is here. You're not going to say, well, if I told you, if I hand you a rock and I tell you that rock is in your hand, it's 100% in your hand. Do you feel it? You're like, yeah, I'm looking at it. I feel it. It's 100%. Wait a minute. No, it's not 100% in my hand because it's a probabilistic idea that it could not be in my hand.
I would say, yeah, this rock is in my hand. But it's logically possible that this is not a rock. Why would I deny the logical possibility?
What is it, a hot dog? A bowl of spaghetti?
Wait, listen to me. Dude? You believe the Earth is a bowl of spaghetti, okay? So I'm saying it's logically possible. Hold on, I'm saying it's logically possible, meaning logically.
No, it's
no
not.
laws of logic.
You're not using logic.
Stop interrupting
me. It's illogical, bro.
I literally, listen to me. Okay, answer me right now.
You're not using logic.
How do you know that your sensory data is true?
Because my senses detect that the thing that's in my hand.
So you use your sensory data to prove your sensory data. It's called circular. Do you see what you're doing?
What do you mean it's not circular? That's the God-given senses that you have to have discernment.
Can you prove something while using the said something you're trying to prove?
This is so entertaining.
Answer me. So you're using your sensory data to prove your sensory. You're presupposing it's true already. Are you dumb? Do you understand?
Okay, so then how do you discern anything in reality without using your senses?
You inductive cases. No, you use your senses.
Inductive cases?
Wait, I never said you don't use your senses. You do use your senses. But you can't say your senses are true to an ascension of your own senses. Because the only thing you have are your senses. Meaning you can't say 100%. Meaning there's no other possibility.
Yes, you can.
Are you kidding?
Prove it. You're just saying you can. You're literally like, hello. Prove it.
You've really worked this out in your own. You're just really confused, brother. Really
Can we bring
confused.
this back to the room topic? How can we do that? Is there any way that we can bring this guy back onto the surface of Earth? What do you think?
Yeah, sure. I would say it like this: this guy anyway. He's not going to be able to give us the affirmation that he knows that the Earth is a globe in any way, because according to his worldview, there wouldn't be any way for him to have discernment about the thing because he's going to use his senses. And he thinks it's circular to use your senses to even affirm that you're using your senses to detect that the Earth is a globe. So he couldn't do it. It's just
fuck out of here.
His worldview is completely upside down and inside out, like that song. It's so bad, dude.
So his ass got checkmated by revealing his philosophy. Can't determine truth through data. So if he says I see the Earth as a globe, he's pointless because he admitted he can't defend it.
This is crazy,
so what
dude.
What you're saying is he's got nothing to go on. So
pretty much.
Another glober with nothing.
Yeah, he was a bit. I don't know. I call it tweaking out a little bit.
Yeah, he didn't even know he was on Discord.
Yeah,
or sitting down even.
Fire's
because
high.
he said I asked him. I asked him if he's sitting down. He's like, well, no, I wouldn't know that to be sure. I was like, okay.
I don't know if fire's hot, dude. I don't know. Yeah, get out of here.
It's hard to imagine what it's like to go through life not living within reality. That's a concept I don't even know is possible, yet there's a whole group of people that seem to be doing it.
Yeah, it's what I think they're teaching a lot of this in the schools. They've taken it to the next level or something. I don't know.
But boys, this is the famous solipsism defense, right? So we can't know anything. So either we believe the scientists or we can't know anything.
Exactly.
You know what, Grizzly? I was thinking that maybe he had that epistemology. I think that it wasn't that epistemology. This guy had like his own brand of way of thinking. I think because he didn't even answer like some of the solipsist questions, like that would be what they would say is the only thing I know is I think, therefore I am. Like he didn't even go that way. Like he went something completely different.
He would have gone that. If he would have kept on going down that road, he would have gone there, but didn't go that far.
How could I know anything?
So if you can't trust your own sensory data because it's circular ultimately, and imagine trusting somebody else's, like a astronaut that allegedly went to the moon and came back and told you, I saw the moon. Be like, oh, I'll take your word for it.
I won't trust my senses, but I'll trust some other guy's senses.
Maybe.
Exactly.
He'll take his word for it, maybe. Because like he heard his mom calling him, but it could have been his dad or the dog barking. Or perhaps it was a cool breeze that went through his window. So it just, it was, you never know. On top of that, he could have been asleep. And then on top of that, he didn't know if he was asleep actually. Because, you could be a schizophrenic. It's good, it's so bad, dude. Like he had to just.
And he might have just been dreaming that he was asleep and miscalculated it too.
Yeah, he had the whole dream thing going. Yeah, I just could be in a dream, my friend, he was in a dream and he said he knew he was in a dream. Yeah.
Yeah, but he would have told himself he was in a dream when he woke up.
Yep.
What's wrong with these people?
But that could be another dream, and he doesn't know it yet. So he's just deceiving it, but he doesn't know it. So he's stuck in an Inception world.
Right. Yeah, it gets ridiculous.
What you got to do.
Go ahead.
Take that movie Inception and just play it backwards and pretend it's the sequel to Tenet.
All right.
Matthew, you don't teach in a school where this kind of nonsense gets taught to students, do you? Where they can go through life not believing anything? You don't promote that kind of stuff, do you? Being a math teacher, you're probably more about 1 and 1 is 2 and 2 and 2 is 4, right?
Yeah, especially in the realm of mathematics, there are things we can know 100% for sure.
There.
Oh yeah, you betcha.
Can you know for sure what horizontal means?
Definitions of words are in a different kind of category because they're sort of socially constructed. But I'm talking about things like we know for sure.
Shape.
Right. I'm saying the things that we know for sure are things like, an even number can be divided by 2. There's an infinite number of prime numbers, stuff like that.
And what about geometry?
Yeah, geometry fits in that category also. You can't you can't construct you can't square the circle, stuff like that.
And can you bend a straight line and still call it straight?
A line is either straight or not straight.
That's right. What about the globe then?
That's right.
What about the Earth? Is it a globe or is it straight?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth is either straight or not straight.
That was a safe answer.
That's true. I mean, it's geometrically a fact, right?
That was really safe. Come on.
What about the surface of water, sir? What about that? What's the geometry of that?
It's either straight or not straight.
Yeah, that's true. I think that the large-scale geometry of the surface of the oceans is curved.
Right on. Good on you. How do we verify that, Matthew? Exactly. How do we verify? How would I verify?
It's a little bit hard to do. I mean, I think that the sunset over the Pacific Ocean is one way, but that's just evidence towards that idea. It doesn't prove it.
Right. Gotcha.
In general, I think that the project of science is finding explanations for observations, not proving things. Proving things is for math and logic.
So I can prove that Bigfoot's real with math? Can I do that?
No, because Bigfoot isn't a mathematical object.
All right. Just checking. Yeah.
Oh, man.
What about if I said Superman could fly over the Empire State Building? Can I do that with math?
No, I don't think so, because Superman is a mathematical object either.
What about an airplane flying over an ocean? Is there any math involved with that?
There's math involved, but an airplane is not a mathematical object.
But there is math that went into figuring out aerodynamics, right?
Yeah, mathematics is useful for designing airplanes and for calculating how much fuel they use and how far they can go.
Right.
All that stuff.
And when you're flying a plane, man, you have to kind of keep it level if you're trying to get somewhere, right?
I'm no pilot, but I think they have to keep it at with the nose up like 2 or 3 degrees to keep it at constant altitude.
Exactly. Yep. That's true. That's the aerodynamics of an airplane. That's definitely how it works. It's been done.
And if they kept their nose straight, and if the plane's nose was straight and it kept flying straight, what would happen next?
If the nose is at 0 degrees, then it would slowly descend because in order to maintain altitude, they have to nose up slightly.
All right, so it's just going to start descending all by itself.
Correct. No, he's correct. You're right, man. That is it would slowly descend if it was at 0 or below.
It'd have to be but it would still have to having a negative nose down to fly around a ball.
That is the contention that I, kind of hooked onto here recently, last few years. Yeah, that was. I mean, the physics say, "Hey, man, if you're going to fly around a ball, man, you got to kind of dip down a little bit, bro." That's just the facts of a ball. You don't fly level on a ball for 18 hours.
Nice theory.
So, Matthew, the nose be above what? Horizontal by a few degrees?
Yes, 2 or 3 degrees.
Yep.
I love that horizontal.
Gotta love it. It's been a popular one these days, I'll tell you. Love that horizontal. Damn. It's a cool place to be. The horizontal. Very accurate. Very accurate. Horizontal. It's pretty accurate.
You can't have horizons on a globe.
Why not?
I don't know. It's just chanting QE.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Because of the slope intercept formula?
Yeah, slope intercept is a formula for figures on a 2-dimensional plane.
Thank you for that.
I like it.
That was ace, bro. That was ace. I got to give it to you. It did make me smile. Perfect. Anything else we got cooking? Throw something else. Throw some shrimp on the Barbie. What are we doing, bro? How we keep this going? I got like
shrimp on the Barbie.
Yeah, that's so gay from the 80s. Back when
Crocodile Dundee shit, mate.
Crocodile Dundee was selling commercials to come to Australia. And he's like, "I'll put another shrimp on the Barbie for you,"
Yeah,
and it was huge.
First and only time I've ever heard that.
It was so huge here in America, man. People would say it all the time. It became a joke, And yeah, it's just one of those things that us Americans.
And then you found out that we put prawns on the Barbie.
There you go. But they called it shrimp.
I know that Crocodile Dundee was lying to you.
I know, right? What a mongo. That mongo. Damn.
Why wouldn't he just say prawns?
I don't know. Well, it wasn't an American term. It was an American commercial. So it was here in America at the time. So we didn't know prawns. I mean, unless you're maybe from Louisiana or some shit, you might know
But my
about that.
gumbo.
Some gumbo.
Mud bug.
Yeah. But yeah, prawns was not a term for most of America. Most of America, they live away from the ocean, bro. They don't know a lot of fishings. Anyway.
We call I haven't heard it for a while, but girls with really nice bodies and ugly heads, we call them prawns.
Huh. All right. That's fine. To each his own. Carry on.
Just another Aussieism.
Matthew dropped the little link to a.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing, but I've heard it termed butterface.
Oh yeah, good body, butter face.
What? Get out of here.
Yeah, we say butterhead. That's a good body.
Another way of saying it is she's nice from far, but far from nice.
All right. I'm gonna not get into that conversation, but I appreciate the information. Back to planes. So yeah, they keep the nose a little higher on the horizon. I like it. But they're still descending, Matthew.
Yeah, the point being that you don't have to have your nose pointed down in order to descend.
But what's the descent rate, man? At
I don't think we're talking about descent though. We're talking about flying around a ball.
Yeah. Well, that's a whole another. Yeah, that does include pilots. Descent is a pilot thing for sure. Somebody's got to descend the plane. How do you do it? You back off your motors, add a little trim, right? You start dropping pretty quick.
Going at the same velocity, you're going to need to tip the nose down to go down. Because if you drop velocity, you don't have to drop the nose down.
Exactly. So, yeah. But flying on a flat stationary plane is super easy. But flying on a globe, you got to account for a lot of stuff, bro.
Really? Why would you have to account for it?
Come on, Matthew. We've been around this
I
conversation.
think it'll be about the same.
Someone's not listening.
You think that, but I've talked to 15 pilots in the last 10 years, and they all tell me, man, they just treat it as flat and stationary. So what do you got?
I agree. They treat it as flat and stationary.
Yep. Cool, man. Thank you, brother. Great answer. You should win a prize for that answer. That was perfect. Yeah. If pilots had to treat the Earth as a globe, I mean, you know how many flights there are every day? Thousands, right? They would have to calculate so many different things, and it would be a problem. Yeah, but they don't. They just keep it level. It's all good. Got the right heading. We're into the wind. This is nice. We're with the wind. Pilots love flying with the wind. Oh yeah, you can get cooking. Get some airspeed, baby. Let's go. Yeah, well, there's different airspeeds, apparently, for different planes. Some are faster than others. And if it was a globe, man, they'd have to account for that curvature much faster if they're going like, Mach 3. Right? They gotta dip that nose down big time. Damn. Shout out to those high speed SR-71. That was my favorite one for sure. Yeah. What a great plane. What a great plane.
Bro, I can't turn my camera on. This shit is actually dog. Wait. Okay, we're gonna go to. Okay, we're going.
Okay, that was weird. Anybody got anything they want to talk about Earth? Did anybody plant a garden or getting ready to plant one, or is a tree fell down in your neighborhood? I don't know, man. Anything Earth would be great.
Too early for outside planting for me. We still got another frost or two coming. But I do have a kitchen table full of all kinds of tomato plants and some other stuff. Mostly tomato plants, though.
Okay. Well, that's a good start. I like that.
And my sister sent me a bunch of seeds in the mail of some tomato plants that she grew, and she kept the seeds from them. So I got some all kinds of different ones, some dwarf ones and some big ones and some medium-sized ones. So it'll be interesting to see what we come up with.
You can't use that word anymore, Plum Bob. Gotta use little people tomatoes.
Yeah, little people tomatoes. Dang it! I was doing so well too, and I screwed it up.
Well, and even little people is problematic these days. You're supposed to use person first language. People who are little.
Oh God! Only in university, not out in the real world.
Well, I don't know. They were selling tickets for midget wrestling where I was from, so they don't mind that when you pay them.
That's Mongo. You know what? Whatever gets them in the door, right?
Mongo wrestling.
Sheesh.
And now you gotta call it wrestlers who are experiencing midgetness.
It's PT Barnum, man. Whatever gets them in the door, whatever it takes. We gotta do it. We got wrestling midgets. Let's go. All right. Is that selling tickets today? Yep. People want to see the midgets wrestle.
It's awesome.
Okay. I paid $50 to see them. Yeah, 20.
About midget strippers.
Oh, the worst. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, whatever. PT Barnum, man. Whatever gets them in the door. It's entertainment. Jugglers, people lighting themselves on fire, whatever. Yeah. I don't care. What do you got? Yeah, that's how those Mongos work, man. They just, what do you got? Oh, shit. That's pretty cool. Magic. All right. You're in. I think the globe is a little bit of magic, some dark magic for sure, in my opinion. I mean, the whole NASA guys, man, they were kind of sketchy. At least the JPL guys were super sketch. Yeah, and that's a big institution these days. But back then, man, it was a couple Satan worshipers and some cult leader. Okay, that sounds like a good organization to get going. Just weird, man. I think it's weird. Yeah. Okay. You know, if I'm wrong on my facts, man, help me out, man. Tell me Aleister Crowley was cool with hanging out with Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. That's weird. It's just weird, man. And that's where it started. That's what?
And we are live. Wait, are we live?
Quick, everyone change rooms. CB's here.
Oh my god. This is. Wait, what are you guys doing in here? I was super quiet.
Oh, we were waiting for you.
Facts.
Yeah. We ran out of things to say. Flat Earth dude wasn't talking, so no one else talks.
Oh yeah, flat Earth dude yapping. Why is Migo Wego muted? You hot micing?
Don't know. Maybe he was hot micing. Yeah, you can unmute him.
All right, let's pop him off mute. Also, Daz68. See what you posted there. That's so funny. I used to live in that very town where that happened. I don't know if you guys remember that meme where the guy grabs the mic from the lady, he's like, "F her right in the P." That shit was crazy. Hold on, let me lock in real fast, chat. We're gonna cook. We're just cooking some idiot in the chat right now. Hold on. All right, let's take a look at the panel here. We have from the top, AJ. We got Alpha. We got Miggy. We have Brand Dynamite. Have you guys spoke to this person before? Brandy.
Yesterday.
Oh, really? All right, go ahead, Bran. We hear you breathing. Go up. Go ahead. Welcome, caller. What's going on tonight? Moving on smartly. We have Crit in the panel. W Crit as well. Big fan. Honestly, dude, I've been saying for a long time, back when I was a silver. You guys remember those good old days? We did those. What was it called? Precious metals.
Is that before they felt sorry for you and made you a mod?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. Back precious metals, and then we had like certain like discussion topics. And I brought up. I was like, we should talk about our favorite flat earther, and they were like, no, that's too controversial. We don't want to piss anyone off. Like, what do you mean? Like, we would just simply be hyping up our own team, type of thing. So, anyway, my favorite flat earther, the person I said all that time, like back in the day, was Crit. I've been saying Crit was the homie since day one, bro. I'm a fan, dude. So, W Crit, guys. We're not gonna let anyone sit here and talk shit about Crit either, bro. Not gonna happen. Even though those guys come in, they're so. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, when I first started listening to 24/7 on YouTube, of course, my number one favorite was Miggy.
Yeah.
But I also liked, who's that aggressive religious guy? Oh,
XO,
yeah.
Pick Pillbox, yeah.
Yeah, he was hilarious. And there's another one, Lemonbird or.
Lemonbird, yeah, shit. Yeah, he's been gone for so long.
Yeah. It was good. And then when I jumped in, I was like, oh, and then I started listening to Heretic, and I was like, this guy's got down pat.
Yeah, shout out to Central. I remember when he went by Central.
Yeah, Central 2.0.
Central Banker. He was trying to be CB too, bro. It was not going to happen. But yeah, W Central, bro. W Heretic. I think I checked him in too. I remember checking him in. That was awesome. Good times. Yeah, but shout out to Crit, bro. He might be one of our older panel members. Also, it's like him and Sonny, right? Pretty sure, or like Ildiko is the oldest for sure.
Yeah,
But
I think she is. Yeah.
I think in terms of non 304 members, I think Crit and Sonny are like up there.
You're a cunt, mate.
Dude, I'm sorry. Oh. So yeah, man, shout out to Crit. It's so funny too. I just love the way he talks. He's like, he has like he accentuates certain words. I crack up every time. He'll be like, and he doesn't know anything or whatever. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
In your worldview.
Yeah. That shit cracks me up, dude. I'm a big fan, dude. So yeah, let's we might need to get some W's in the chat for Crit, but we also have Daz68 from Down Under.
Daz, we love Daz.
Probably drinking a VB right now.
I doubt that.
Long neck. Get that up, yeah, dog. All right. Well, we have DJ. Dude, DJ, bro's been putting in the work. I don't know if you
he's good to listen to. I like him. He's so calm and.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And he does the
rhythm
thing that I
going.
like too. Yeah. Shout out to DJ. Bro's been stepping up on the mic. But he does something that I find really funny too. I told him about this. Might remember, but he goes like, he'll be like, yeah. That shit cracks me up, dude.
Hey, yeah.
I don't know if you noticed it, but it's hilarious to me every time. He'll be like, yeah. I love that shit, dude. It's good stuff. Next up we have Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I don't even know who this person is, bro. Is this like, who is this?
I went. No, me neither.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Try and talk to them.
Maybe he's cleaning his room right now.
T-Dub?
He's a poser. Just a poser.
Shit. Hey, JVP, you gonna let him sit there and talk to you like that?
No, he's a moot.
Maybe he's studying lobsters.
Oh, yeah, probably. He's cleaning his room, cleaning a lobster. He's doing something. You mook. Who said that? Damn. All right. Moving on smartly, we have FE Batman. I don't have a whole lot to say, although someone recently was like, I was in here talking to FE Batman. I was like, no, you fucking weren't. FE Batman doesn't even talk. So I know you're capping. Oh, really? I'm just saying that to get him to talk.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, FE Batman, feel free to chime in.
He's here.
Yeah. I
He's
talk
here,
when I need to
guarding the
talk.
room. Oh, there he is.
There he is. Is that a Glowcard, or is he Aussie, or what is he?
I'm Aussie.
He can answer for himself.
So, are you a Glowcard?
Of course I'm not. What do you reckon the FE stands for, you clown?
Oh, hey man, let me put some prawns on the Barbie. We gotta smooth things over. It's gonna be all right, man. Damn, FE Batman with the smoke, dude.
Sorry, my hands are tied.
He doesn't fuck around.
What'd he say?
My hands are tied.
They're tired? Take some rest, man. What are you doing with your hands?
Fixing a 4-ton guillotine.
Yeah, maybe get off Discord then, Batman.
What is that, T-Dub? A 4-ton what?
Guillotine, you know what the thing that cuts paper?
Oh damn! All right.
Steel, mate. Steel. It's a steel.
it's a
a
steel
4 mil
guillotine.
steel. Yeah, that's it.
Well, it was invented in France and was meant to cut. No, I'll stop there.
Wait, are you trying to cut? Trying to cut off some Globetards heads, or what are we doing? Guillotine. That shit crazy. All right. Well, shout out to Fe Batman. He called me a clown. Holy! I'll be the class clown. It's all right. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
You don't mind being a clown?
What did he say?
You don't mind being a clown?
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, look, fuck it, dude. I'll be a clown. I don't give a fuck.
We have a laugh now and again.
Yeah, man. Gotta have some fun. I don't give a fuck, bro. Gotta have some fun in this joint, man. And you know what? We gotta keep you. We gotta keep you old heads young. I feel like that's part of my role in this whole thing.
How old?
I mean, what would you say the average age of our community? It's definitely like 40 plus.
40, I think. Yeah, average age. Yeah, I would say
It's up
about
there. It's up there for sure. So, and you know, there's not a lot of YMs in the panel if you know what that means.
Go film. Yeah, at the moment. I just got a. Oh no, you can take it out the hole for now. I've just got to Oh, sorry, fellas.
Yeah, I was about to mute you. You're all right.
So what you're saying is we need to change the name to 24/7 Flat Earth Nursing Home.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that defeats the what is it? Like the image that people think of flat earthers. They probably think we're like young and dumb, but a lot of us are older, like fairly experienced. We've been around the block several times. There's not a whole lot of young dudes over here, so you know I enjoy it. I like the shift in culture, if you will. That's why I've been joking around about this, like head of the cultural development department, like. Because I hear you guys saying stuff like "that's cap, bro." I'm like, well, where did you get that from? You know,
from you.
Exactly. Which I love that stuff. I'm a huge fan of that. So I'm just like,
yeah, we're precariously living our youth through you. So.
Exactly, bro. I love this shit, man. They be like, "CB chills." I'm like, well, we're having fun, man. Like, sorry, I don't know what else to tell you. So, anyway.
My kids, tell me when I use words like that it's cringe and I've got to stop.
Nah, dude. You should be like, that your kids say, you should come back, hit him with a comeback or something. Like that's cat, bro.
Yeah, or hit him with an open hand. That might work.
Oh shit! Oh. Yeah, exactly, bro.
Bit of a backhand, you reckon?
Yeah. That always works.
Brilliant.
I'm only joking.
Look, I got no comebacks for my youngest daughter. She's a fucking gun. I've taught her well, and now I'm in trouble.
How old is she?
Oh.
She's 15 now, turning 16. Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
But same age as my kids, 2 of them.
Wow. I mean, though. That's amazing.
20. I got 21, 19, 18, and 15.
Damn, what a Chad, dude. Holy.
Bro's got 3 girlfriends and only one of them's overage? That's crazy.
What? Wait, what?
Okay, mate. Whatever.
No, I said I got 4 children. I said I got 4 children. Big difference, yeah?
Who was that chimed in? Who was that?
Yeah, who was that? That's not funny.
That's fucking weird, bro. Who was that?
Yeah, that is fucking weird. Who said that?
No, it's some P word.
It was MDM Apple.
No, I wouldn't say that. I didn't say the P word at all. That's fucked up.
Yeah, you're fucked up.
You're the one that's got an underage girlfriend.
It's his fucking daughter, bro.
That makes it even worse.
All right, what?
Just kick him out, man. Kick the fucking
Bro,
idiot
what
out.
the fuck, bro?
Yeah, I got 26, two at 15, and 1 at 11.
Damn, you guys are some fucking chads, dude. No wonder why, man.
And I'm ready for more. No.
Okay. All right, Chad. Dudes, chill.
I fixed that problem a long time ago.
Yeah, so did I, mate.
You're fixed?
Yeah, fucking oath.
Damn, why you guys do that for? Oh, I know why you did that.
Didn't want any more kids, and we can fuck without condoms. Oh, sorry, this is not for this chat. Sorry.
Penny. I have to do that.
All right, who was that retard that came in? Let's have a chat with him.
He fucking bounced out, or someone bounced him.
Oh.
That was
All right, let's get back.
though. That was not cool. We do not condone that shit. Yeah, we do not condone that shit. The next is GE Platypus, but he's deafened. We're not going to hype him up.
Who's
we have
okay?
Okay. We have OK in the panel. Okay. Okay.
Okay, are you there?
We hear you breathing. Okay, go ahead. Chime in.
Okay.
All right. Alrighty. Go ahead.
2%.
Oh yeah, we have Q as well. Are you a conspiratard or what? And they're off. Oh, what? Never mind. They're still here.
And we've got Ski.
Ski.
Oh, cool. We can talk to Snackle. Snackle.
Welcome, bro.
Hello, Snackle. You know, if you owned a restaurant, right? Some guy just came in and sat down at your restaurant, didn't fucking order anything.
Yeah, I know that's weird.
You just kick them out.
Yeah, kick them out.
Actually, yeah, Snackle can tell me what the observed natural phenomenon was prior to the Foucault pendulum. What was it that Foucault observed happening, which inspired him to create the so-called experiment? I'm still waiting for the dependent variable. Still waiting for
All the Earth rotating, Tito.
Yeah, I know, right? He keeps saying that, and it's fucking you little. If the naturally observed phenomenon was the Earth rotating, then you wouldn't need to fucking prove it.
Pendulum. Fucking pendulum. Oh, well, that's all we've got. Got a Minerva Minx, who is a friend of Effie Ranger. Talk to her.
Our Black
TV.
Queen. Yeah.
Oh, you know her?
What's up, Queen? Yeah, we talked to her a little bit earlier. Just a wee bit.
Yeah, she's sleeping. Miss Ranger.
Okay, W. Is that your girl?
That's my friend.
Oh, it's your friend? Oh, okay, nice.
Gonna say pink looks good on you, man.
We're still here. So I'm just doing some shit in the background, but let me take a look. See who else needs a shout out. We're gonna keep cooking through the panel here. Just give me a second. When was the last time a flat earther like legitimately took an L? I don't hear that very often, to be honest.
I'll tell you, but I'm not going to tell you on the live stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you.
When I finish driving, I'll post it in the main server. What's the one? The chat above the channel.
Live stream?
No. Yeah.
You can just DM me, bro. Shouldn't DM me?
Yeah, sweet. When I get home, I'll.
Sounds good. No rush. No rush.
Might even be able to give you a timestamp too.
Ooh. Hey, I like a little drama. I like a little beef.
I just hope it wasn't me.
Doubt it. I hella doubt that.
Busted. It was.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Who wrecked me? Who was it?
I don't think the Aussies take L's ever. The Aussies never take L's, bro. I've never heard it.
I heard that.
I don't think I've ever heard an Aussie take an L, bro. Sorry.
What the hell's an L?
What the hell's an L? Who said that?
Batman.
What's the hell's an L? That's an L. That itself is an L.
An L is a loss. W is a win.
Yeah. W is a win, L is a loss. Exactly. What's up, Miggy? You think you're just gonna sneak in, not say hi?
Yeah. I was gonna see if I could just slide in. APOC does it to me all the time, dude. He just slides in and he don't say what's up, man. I'm like,
yo.
I got my hand up. I got my hand up, like trying to shake his hand. He's like, just slides on by and just starts talking. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? I thought we was better than that.
I usually just don't want to interrupt, and I just chill and I wait.
There he is, and there he is.
You did like the opposite of Homer Simpson going into the bushes, yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah, just put that video in reverse. That's me. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do it right now. Hold on. I'll do it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, we had a
I'm gonna make it.
But a guy giving us a yappuccino about how he doesn't can't use your senses to discern, anything.
Oh, that was bad.
I live for those are the kind of conversations I live for, bro.
I could hear you smiling, mate.
You don't even know, dude. I get all giddy inside, dude. I'm like, oh fuck, this is my shit right here. Fucking hell.
Hey, it's CB. It was like a psychologist talking to a fucking crazy person ranting. It was funny, man.
When was this?
About an hour ago.
I missed it. Rewind the stream, do you'll hear a little bit of it. You catch a little glimpse. Oh, dude, it's like a buffet, dude. Like I'll take a little bit of this. I want his cog this over here. I mean, dude, he was like the first guy was light work, dude. Like he tied himself up in a knot. He's like talking about how he believes the Earth's a globe. Did you hear that? Dude, I was like, you did it masterfully.
That he doesn't know anything, yeah. Look.
But he was aiming for that. He actually knows that the Earth is a globe through the images from NASA. And he just wound up like proving my point. That was great, dude.
I
got a question.
He ruined it with his Obama. Okay, go ahead.
Obama.
If the world is flat, so to speak, or whatever you believe, how come you see different constellations in the northern hemisphere that we call it and the southern hemisphere? I'm just.
Did you just Google that, or
no? I've always wondered this because we have the Southern Cross where I'm from, and you don't have that in your fucking hemisphere.
Yeah, but hemisphere.
So do you?
This hemisphere relates to. Go ahead, CB.
I just want to ask him a quick question. I'll pass it to you very fast. What percentage, like when you look up, what percentage of the sky are you seeing there, Lance? 1%, 5%. Why do you think you should see 100% of the sky?
Nah, you wouldn't. You wouldn't be able to see it. But if it's flat, you should be able to see it.
No, that wouldn't change. No, that wouldn't change. Right? We're saying the Earth as it is right now is flat. So when you look up, you don't see the whole sky. That would never change. If I waved a magic wand over your head and made you a flat earther. Oh, did he leave?
Nah, I'm here. I just got told off.
Okay.
My bad.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not gonna see the whole sky, bro. But go ahead, Miggy, bro. Thanks for letting me get in there. Pause.
Yeah, dude. So it has to deal with this celestial sphere. Have you heard about that?
No, I haven't. No.
So, I mean, I hate to do that. I'm going to give you a little bit of homework, but if you look up what celestial sphere is, it's a conceptual model that actually puts all the, the stars and sun, moon in a position that's predictable in the sky. People have been using it since the 6th century BC. And so ancient Babylonians have been using this conceptual model to be able to detail whether they know, eclipses and the star movements are. And so geographically, wherever you are, you can tell where all these things are going to be at. So they've been cataloged by ancient people, just sky gazing, essentially. And that has to deal with the idea that the celestial bodies are in a spherical kind of conceptual model, which has an infinite radius, which there is no understood specific idea that the sphere has a definite size. So they're not putting a definite size, which means infinite could be just whatever you think the way it appears, because there's no way to definitively prove that it's a sphere of a certain size. But it does appear that way, right? Because you only see half a sphere basically from your observation. So the Earth would be a flat Earth with a dome of stars over it. And this is not the way I'm saying it. It's exactly how it's described in the celestial sphere explanation. You can Wikipedia it and all that kind of good stuff. So you'll see that when you say hemisphere, it's not talking about a terrestrial sphere. It's talking about a celestial sphere.
Yeah, right.
So the vernacular and how you use the term hemisphere has to do with the celestial sphere and not the terrestrial sphere.
Roger. Well, that's my question for the day. I came to talk shit, but you actually have made me question it. I have no response to that.
Cool shit, man.
Stay, man.
Nah, you guys
don't have to go,
give
but
up.
I can
you can go, but you don't have to.
Yeah, it's not about getting anyone, man.
Nah, it's just this bloke at work who's there's a flat earther, but he's very he doesn't have any information on it. He's very entry level, picks up shit on Facebook and says it.
Yeah, he's
yeah, some of them have a lot of zeal.
He's a believer. Yeah, he's my.
They have a lot of zeal, but they don't have the experience to have a conversation that could lead to other questions that you might want to ask.
Yeah, so I asked him that today at work.
You know what?
I don't fucking know. You're fucking dumb, but now I've asked you, and you're I have no response to what you said. You're right, so I don't know. I don't know how to.
It's reasonable. It's reasonable. Go ahead.
Do you know what we mean when we say the Earth is flat? Though? What do you have in your head?
I don't mean you directly think it's exactly flat and there's an edge of the world. I just think you're saying it's not a sphere how we've been taught. That's what I'm guessing. It's not a globe as we've been taught it is. That's what I'm guessing you're getting at.
Yeah. So the known surface that we can see and we know about is measures flat, used as flat.
Yeah,
and,
I'm not one of these dumb cunts who hear you. I'm not one of these dumb cunts who hear you say it and go, "Oh, well, you think there's an edge of the map and you just fall off the fucking edge of the world." I'm not going to say that. I know you're not you have an actual justified reason.
Yeah, it is silly. Yeah.
That's good,
anyway,
man.
boys.
Yeah, cool, man. I appreciate you stopping by, Lutz. Thanks, man.
Have a good one.
Come back.
Good one, brother.
Nah, you ain't leaving.
He's having a little drinky drink, dude. I think he just wants to chill.
He was having a VV long neck. I saw that.
That was a VV. It was confirmed. Yes.
It looked like
no
a VV long neck, right?
He sounded like he was from either Queensland or Western Australia.
Do we like him, Timbo?
Oh, so it was
He
a
sounds
4X?
right, man.
Oh, he's all right. Okay, he's approved, CB.
Yeah.
I think he's from up north, like Darwin sort of area. Right
Do we
up
like
the
him,
top.
DJ?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's good. When he's sober, he's cool. Yeah, he was cool then, but when he's drunk, he's freaking annoying as all hell.
He's annoying as okay. Well, I just meant regionally. I meant regionally. Do we like him? Is he a cool Aussie? Like, we got beef with this guy.
I have no idea.
Do we got beef with this guy?
Nah.
You know, it just depends where you're at on Australia. I mean, we like certain people. We don't like other ones.
He's a
Like,
tough cunt.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, we don't like the Bogans, right? We don't like Bogans. We don't like those
Yeah,
guys.
he was a bit of a bogan, but
He's a bit of a Bogan.
yeah.
If he behaves,
Fucking
he's
hell.
all right.
We'll get AJ to toughen him up. How about that? Send him to Uncle AJ. He'll put him to boot camp or training, whatever.
He's one of AJ's mates.
Oh shit, dude. Okay.
No, I'm joking. I'm just
It's
giving.
part of his security detail, man. Oh man, yeah,
Is
it was a good
Snackle
time
here?
today. Love it.
Snackle. He said, that does not work on flat Earth. Bro, you don't know what flat Earth is. You're not in a position to be telling flat Earthers what flat Earth is like. You are clueless. You don't know what flat Earth is. You guys should never, ever do that. Well, if it was flat, blah, 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 blah. Like, bro, shut up.
What he was saying in the text is most flat earthers denied the 24-hour sun prior to it. I don't think anybody
never
was
did.
denying it. Dude,
No
we
one
were just
denied
saying
it.
we were just saying that it's not confirmed. Like, basically, so I mean, if it's confirmed now, that's fine. Who cares? Like, 'cause we don't stand to lose anything from that. You know, they saw the sun go around for 24 hours. Okay, good for those guys. They took all them. Everybody took their shirts off, even the booger eater. You know, like they.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I can't picture how that would work on the flat Earth that I made up in my head.
Yeah, some people were vaping, some people weren't. Some people denied
were
it.
vaping, Biggie.
You know, we got the vape gate going on. There's all kinds of shit.
You're hilarious, dude.
You guys are fucking idiots. They are.
Vaping.
Fucking taking their tops off.
Yeah,
That was great. That was cringe.
no, but you know what's even more cringe? Given Doofus Duffy, that's a good name for him. Doofus Duffy, props for Well, we like to thank Duffy for bringing us over here and having this spiritual experience. And then he comes after, you know, every flat earther says what they say. He comes in with like that you know, the Grinch when he smiles. That shitting grin.
Yeah.
He had that fucking grin on his face, dude. Like he's smirking to all. Like that's the biggest smirk you've ever seen anyone ever have. Like that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he comes through and he's like, "Yeah, well, you know, you just gotta thank God for this." I'm like, "Dude, come on, dude. You just
red flag."
Oh, dude, he was teabagging those true earthers, bro. With you know, like come on, bro. He took true earthers over there.
And Lilibeth? Who the fuck was Lilibeth?
Supposedly, the word on the street, man. Word on the street is that she went back to the globe. Is that true?
Bro, oh my god.
She turned back.
Never even heard of her before.
Yeah, she popped up.
No one
and
knows that 304.
She popped out at 1 a.m, bro. Like, what can we say?
Like, legitimately, who is that 304?
Yeah, well, you know, she was known. Now she's unknown, and perhaps made some history because she was once a flat earther and now she's not. Because she's
fucking cat, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's how it works. That's how the ball bounces, man. That's how the cookie crumbles. That's the look. Oh, look, check him out. That's the look, bro.
Look at that.
Oh, dude, that's that smile right there.
Who made that gif?
Looks like he's gonna eat a pound of like turds. that look right there. That guy, man, that's something else. Guy's a piece of work, dude. I'll tell you what. Mr. Moneybags Duffy. Yeah, you got to tell Snackle, man. If you really want to get him, if you want to get him good, man, tell him to form it in a logical syllogism, premise, conclusion of how the sun 24 hours proves that the Earth is a globe. Just have Snackle do that. Let's see what he does.
Well, if the Earth were flat.
Yeah, straight to the flat Earth. Because they do that. It's like they're straight to the flat Earth. You only want to talk about flat Earth. That's it. Even the ChatGPT does it, man. It's like, well, I mean, we know it's not flat for 24. Like, dude.
Yeah, I heard it do that when you were talking to that guy that couldn't say his R's.
Yeah. It's annoying, bro.
Hey, why couldn't he say his R's? Retarded?
He spoke like that guy from I don't like teasing
Brandon,
speech, but the guy
Brandon Borrell.
Yeah, like Brandon. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was here the other night.
He couldn't say his R's to save his R's.
Loki, the whole time I wanted to make fun of him. I'm not gonna lie.
Timbo got
it. I know what you mean, though, Timbo. I was biting my tongue because I really wanted to make fun of him. To be honest.
Those pesky wabbits.
You have to. Oh, you know who talks like that guy from Big
Brandon.
Bang Theory?
Oh.
Yeah, Big Bang Theory. Yeah, that one.
The guy with the lisp. That's cool though, man. I mean,
hey, you guys.
He was actually.
Gotta hear this clip from Will Duffy. I'll play. Hopefully, it plays through my mic.
Let's fucking go, dude.
You shot. Right. So he's debating Kingdom in Context about the shape of the Earth is the name of the debate. Right. Listen to this.
Answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
Whose voice is that?
Will Duffy.
That was Will Duffy.
Wait, why does his voice sound like that?
Like a cartoon character?
Hey guys, so listen, I swear, like what? That's corny,
him, dude. That matches his smile, bro. Telling you.
I know it does.
Perfectly.
Why did he say that? Avoiding the topic of the debate
by talking about the sun. Yeah.
Yeah. So why did he take everyone to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun if it's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth topic?
That's the $500,000 question. Well, because he has that amount of money he spent on that trip.
Why did where did you
that's
get
that's what he said. Will
Where'd
Duffy
you get that
said
clip
that
from?
Oh,
Clipboard posted it in the side chat there.
No, W. So when did he say this?
In the debate with that gentleman.
Oh,
like how long ago? You mean?
Yeah, that was my next question. How long?
What's the
recently? I think
that wasn't clipped out of context. That was like that's
straight up. Yep, he said that those words. So you want to talk about this 24-hour sun has nothing to do with the globe? Isn't that weird, dude?
I would have snapped straight back at him.
Yeah.
Go, what the fuck?
You would have gave him the old Hadouken, man. Just ended him right there.
Wait, I got you.
Yeah.
Or Kamehameha or whatever it is. Okay. Shit, dude. Nobody knows that shit.
Falcon punch. And with the Falcon punch.
Dude, he would have not recovered after. That would have ended the whole argument, dude. It's like, wait a minute, didn't you just spend $500,000 on taking everybody to prove that the Earth was? Oh, wait a minute, you didn't take them to prove the Earth was a globe. That's true.
Yeah, because you were talking about the sun.
Yeah, they were just trying to disprove flat Earth. Nothing to do with the globe. Duh. That's funny, dude.
Retard.
Savage. Oh, some savages.
That Timbo, dude, he's like a wrecking ball.
He came in like a wrecking ball.
Oh, hell no. Rewind time for that, sir. We need to reclaim that 2 seconds.
That's never happened.
Yeah. All I pictured was Timbo swinging around on a wrecking ball at his jocks.
Oh my god!
Pause, dude. Pause.
I thought CB reached that low. AG just came back through and just fuck, dude. What? Hey, did the boxers have like pink on the back, or did they say like love?
Oh
or something?
my god.
Oh, I don't wear boxers, mate. I wear budgie smugglers.
Oh shit, dude! That
You dirty dog.
Had little globes on it.
little globes. Yeah.
No, the little globes are in it.
Ah, that's what I'm talking about.
I see what you did there.
Timbo, where did you learn how to be that quick, dude? I mean, obviously from in here.
I'm a tradesman. We give each other shit all day at work.
Talking shit. You got to be on your toes, man.
Yeah, you do. You got to get these younger guys
hip to the game
because they think they're smart. Yeah, I think they're smart, and you just can't have these comebacks, and they go, "Fuck, you got me."
Yeah, they still got a little Similac behind their ears, so.
Yeah,
what's that?
Man. Milk.
What is that?
Baby formula.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, well, I should say the bread still smells like Similac.
That's funny.
But yeah, there's these guys, man, that come through here. They think they're at least debate gods. Oh, that's so much fun, dude. Can't believe it. I wanted to actually take down all the crew that was in here, one by one. That would have been like 99 bottles of numpties on the wall or some shit. I don't know.
Are you talking about the guys before, or are you talking about like Jaren and that?
Well, shit, dealer's choice. But I'm saying, no, I was referring to those guys who were in here.
I like muted the other two of them so you could finish speaking to that other guy.
Did they run away when you did that? Because I was like, dude.
That does happen sometimes.
Because they were I was listening and I couldn't hear properly, and I thought, if anyone else is listening.
The guy had his name.
Chiming in.
The guy had his name, I Wanna, and it's WINA. So if you can say that out loud in your head, that's what his name was.
Winner? Wait.
Say it all together.
I want a winner?
Say it again.
I want a winner?
Keep going. Keep saying it.
I want to win is that it?
Yeah, keep going.
What the fuck? Keep going. Say it again.
Yeah.
I want to win. I want to win. I want to win. Like, what am I? I don't get it.
Change the pronunciation on the I in the winner.
Make it sound like
I want a wiener. I want a wiener. Oh my god! What the fuck? Clip cord, do not clip that. Clip cord. Clip cord. I swear to God, if you clip that.
Fucking select. Let's erase that from the timeline.
Yeah, clip cord. I'm watching you, bro.
Right.
Clip cord's like, I got you.
I got his ass.
I got his ass.
CB says, I want a winner.
Oh Lord.
He's gonna be like, gotta keep that one for future reference.
Fucking no.
He's gonna blackmail you like no other, dude. Like, all right, see, check it out, CB. This is what I require, bro.
Yeah, blackmail.
Like, fucking
Clip cord, you motherfucker.
Yeah. Damn it. Looking for the best globe proofsies ever. Who's a minor Vaminx? Minor Vaminx.
It's Flat Earth Rangers friend.
Oh.
Yeah. We talked a little bit to her earlier. She was beefing with some people in the background about the topic. Looks like we just have Q 2%, Q338. That is, and also okay.
And I'm
I
excited.
feel like we should cook okay. Yeah?
We're gonna cook okay? Nah, he's what was it? He said something. He's
really
concave? No, he's something.
Oh Lord,
Can't remember. It's something obscure. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was saying something in the chat like Agartha is beyond the ice wall.
That's it.
Yeah.
DJ, you got an eidetic memory, son.
What does eidetic mean?
Photographic. It's a misnomer, but you can photographic memory.
What does misnomer mean?
It's what you think it was. It's not really that. It's something else.
It's like a word you can use like two different words.
Oh yeah, because like if he says I got a photographic memory, it's really eidetic memory, not photographic.
All right, nice.
But that's pretty cool. Not a lot of people have the ability to recall such things. And for me, it's kind of random. I mean, I do have the capability to remember things from the past, but I don't know, certain things that leave imprint on my mind, not everything.
Dude, Cambo Beats is the best at that, right? He'll remember every single Globie that he spoke to in like the last year. Some random Globie will come in, he'll be like, I remember you, I spoke to you last year. And we spoke, and he'll remember the whole conversation.
Yeah, man. I haven't heard him do that, but it's awesome.
That's crazy.
What's up, Batman?
Sorry, mate, just hot micing again.
Perfectly okay, man. We know you're busy with your guillotine.
Snackle. Is he
Oh,
still
he's
there?
back. He's back. You bet he's back. Bones of Doom. He was giving out Yappuccinos like no other. So
Bones of Doom, welcome. What kind of bone we talking here?
Mr. I think are you on Twitter right now? Bones?
Twitter? No, Twitch.
Twitch.
Have you guys figured out how to?
What's your fan base like over there? Drop a link.
It's pretty small. It's just like a few people. Yeah, it's just a couple.
Oh, just
people.
a small community.
Yeah, pretty small.
But
like, what, drop my like Twitter or my Twitch?
It don't matter. Like we just want to see.
Right, sure.
Unless you don't want to, I don't really care. But
yeah, sure. Why not? I'm always open to have new viewers.
Hey, man. That turns out. What's that?
Absolutely.
#1 space fan.
Yeah.
That's cringe.
Well,
That's in my I think, Discord bio. Yeah.
The guy has a Bones of Doom. Oh, you guys you do WoW content, or what's your content?
Yeah, I like to do WoW content for the most part. It's normally what I've been doing.
How long you been playing? WoW's an old game, dude.
Nerd.
Yeah, it is. I got into World of Warcraft back when Kata was current, so it would be like
you must have like
2010, 11-ish.
You probably have like about 10 characters at level 95, or probably what's the cap now these days?
Actually, I can show you. Hold up.
I'm kind of a gamer.
It's like 3 characters at 85, and then like 2 characters that are sitting near. Yeah, when did you guys figure out how to make seasons work on the Flat Earth?
Here we
go, dude. Like you've come to the right. See, the thing is though, it just depends on what time of the day you come through this chat. You're gonna have a different conversation. So,
I love having different conversations. I personally like it when people make claims and are able to, at least talk about it to some degree.
Well, good thing Flat Earth is not a claim, but you have to be careful, Bones, because if you're saying
Flat Earth is not a claim, interesting. How does that work?
It's an observation. Well, let me finish saying what I'm saying.
So round Earth is an observation, so I don't have to defend my worldview either. So do you want to?
You don't observe that.
Oh, so I don't make observations, but you do.
Hold on, Bones. Let's walk through it. What do you see? Well, let's start with that. What are you looking at?
Oh, I see a horizon. Yeah.
Okay, great. Is the horizon curved or not curved?
So the horizon is defined as like it's an edge that you see at the.
But we're talking about observation. So what do you see? You see a flat horizon or see a curved horizon?
I'm telling you what the observation is. You see an edge.
We just need to know
below
if it's
that edge
curved or not.
are objects you don't see.
Bones. Hey, Bones. We don't need the lore. We need the observation. So
that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling.
Yeah,
why would I see a?
You're giving us
why
lore.
would I? So why would I tell you anything besides an observation? So what I observe is
what you're not doing though.
What I observe is there is a line, there's a demarcation line between things I do see and things I don't see.
Is it a curved line?
What do you mean by is it a curved line? Yes, of course it's a curved line.
Oh, that's your observation? You're observing a curved horizon?
Yeah, it's a very small curvature that you could
chat. We're gonna get small.
Where do we?
So now that we've gone through my observations, now we're debating observations. I thought we weren't allowed to debate. Sir, I thought we were.
Holy shit! Where this? He's in arsehole mode.
We need to walk through this observation. You're saying you see curvature from ground level?
So we need to establish a couple things.
No, we just need a yes or no. We're not going to establish shit. You're going to answer basic questions. Yes or no, you see curvature from ground level. We need a yes or a no.
You absolutely can. I think that our sense data.
You're fucking absolutely cooked. Guys, he's a BYOB earther. You don't even agree with the globe as it's presented. You can't see curvature from the ground, ding dong.
I think if he
You're saying, well, I see a round Earth. You don't. The hell?
So yes, you can actually. So when I make the observation, that there's a horizon, what I see is that above the horizon there are things that I do see, and that behind the horizon there are things that I don't see that come into view the closer I get to said object.
Yeah, so you said
this would not occur under a flat Earth model because the horizon would be infinite.
Yeah, thanks for that. So the horizon that you do. The horizon. That's fine. The horizon that you do see, Bones. So you're saying that there's a slight curvature to left or right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What is that?
I guess in any direction, really. Any direction, kind of going away from the observer. Yes.
Do you have any pictures?
How does that work?
Wait, let me.
Wait. I don't need pictures. I just need my sight. I just need my senses. Here real quick. You're saying that my senses are.
He's going to get kind of diverted away. I just want to ask him a few questions, if you don't mind, gentlemen. So let me just
try to
ask
get
him.
his 1,000 words in. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just. Okay, I'm trying to take it from the top, Bones. So you said it's measured. Yeah.
Yes, I think my senses are reliable. Yeah.
Excellent.
I think you do too. You agree that our senses are reliable? Yes.
100%,
making sure,
bro. 100%.
Okay, perfect.
Yours aren't.
Good.
Yours aren't.
Good. All right. So
okay. So what's the claim for that?
So
what's the
wait a minute. God damn it! Wait. Because this guy's he sees a quarter in the ground, he's just going to look at that quarter. He's not going to fucking pay attention.
Squirrel!
All right. So,
ooh, shiny.
When you said that the curvature is measured from the horizon, I want to see if you know what the numeric value for that would be. Post it in the text chat. Let's have a look-see.
What the numeric value for the curve? Or are you talking about like a relationship?
No.
Between like certain things?
No. Absolutely not.
Do you want like the... Do you realize that varies based on where you are on the globe, right? Because it's an oblate spheroid specifically. Yeah.
So then, how do you
want like the relative like curve or something? Hold on.
No, I want the one that you see when you look at the horizon. That's the one I want you to put in the text chat.
So give me 1 second. I can show you the kind of relatively accurate way to kind of demonstrate, or not demonstrate, kind of show the oblate spheroid.
No, I'm looking for the. That's not what
getting what you just said, though. That's not what.
Yeah, that's not what I asked for. I asked for the numeric value for the left to right curvature that you see on the horizon.
This is another example of how your senses don't work.
So we're gonna start. We're gonna start with the mathematical representation of a sphere. You know what that is?
We're not going to start.
That's not what I'm asking for. Let's try to get you back on track, right? Because you lose the plot, and I don't like that. I think that you're doing it on purpose, perhaps. I don't know. But if you're looking left to right and you see curvature, what's the numeric value for that curvature that you see? Go ahead, Bones.
So when I make the observation that I see the horizon, I see that there are objects in front of the horizon.
That's not what we're talking about. Left to right, sir. Not in front of you. Stay with me. Stay with me, Bones. Don't leave. All right, so left to right curvature. Curvature, left to right. How much of there is there? Please continue.
So there are objects that are in front of...
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about, Bones. We're talking about left to right.
Stupid.
Left to right, not in front of you. Walk with me, sir. I think you're having a difficult time walking with me. Left to right.
Yeah, because you're not walking where I want to walk. Anyways,
yeah. So anyways,
this is what you said.
Yeah, anyways,
curvature.
When I see the horizon, I see objects in front of it. And
I think this record's on repeat. It's skipping. Somebody's bumping the table. Dude, it's simple.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm doing the vacuuming. I bumped it.
Yeah, I keep saying in front of me. I'm really wanting the thing to go to the part where it said, please demonstrate left to right curvature with a numeric value so that we can know it's been established. Pretty simple, dude.
Which is
I think
what
the
you
audience,
said.
Inquiring minds want to know.
So when I look in a 360 degree cone.
Yeah, cone. Oh, you got a cone going on? Listen, brother. You talk about cones and all kinds of stuff, but we're talking about left to right curvature on the horizon. So be curving on the horizon.
So what do you mean by that exactly? Because I can show you the flattening factor.
Yeah, it's simple.
What you said. What the hell?
I'll say it because CB was actually talking to you about it, and he says, "Is the horizon curving?" And you said, "Yes." Why, yes. And then we're like, okay. So the horizon is what you see in front of you from left to right. Yeah, pretty simple. So left to right. If there's any curvature there, or I should say, let me restate it. Maybe you misheard. Maybe you didn't know what he was saying. Left to right curvature. Not in from where you're at to in front of you. Okay? That's not what we're saying. Left to right.
So I guess I think you just misinterpreted what I said.
No, I think you misheard. But if you're not able to follow along, I think that's going to be a very difficult thing for you. You know, it's very basic, right? Anybody that has, any kind of in this discussion could understand what we're talking about when we say horizon. Okay? Horizon, horizontal, left to right. Is there any curvature?
Oh, yes, there is in fact curvature. I can talk about.
Excellent. Now let's look for the numeric value for what that left to right curvature would be to establish that it actually is curvature, and perhaps maybe not because you ate a chili dog and you had an upset stomach and you're seeing things. Let's establish that it actually is curvature. So what's the numeric value for that left to right curvature, Bones?
So it is 1 divided by 298.25722355563. Or sorry, there's just 1 5 at the end there. That's that's the flattening factor to correct for ellipsoids. Yes.
Ellipsoids. What ellipsoid? We're not doing ellipsoids. We're looking at the horizon. Why are you trying to figure out what an ellipsoid is? Is that the horizon?
So that's
is an ellipsoid the horizon, Bone?
So that's the correct for the shape of the Earth.
The shape. We haven't established shape. We're talking about horizon, Bones. Why are you talking about a shape?
Insane. So you guys keep silencing me here. You're not yet.
Bones,
yeah, it is. It's important because when you start talking about ellipsoids, we're not talking about ellipsoids. We're talking about the horizon, which was what was talked about in the first place. Now you went to ellipsoids. I don't know why. I think you're having a problem. A little oopsie daisy or whatever you want to call it.
The Earth is round.
So I'm gonna explain why talking about an ellipsoid is critical.
Nah, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna talk about the horizon, which is what's in contention here. That you think it's curving, but it really isn't. But you think it is. So we're asking for the numeric value for that curvature on the horizon. It doesn't seem like you're ponying up with the information. Only about an ellipsoid, which has nothing to do with the horizon.
It does actually. Do you want me to?
No, I don't want you to.
No, we're good.
That diverts away from the question. But if you have no more for the horizon, we can move on. No more for the horizon?
So it does not divert from...
Yeah, it really does. You want to talk about an ellipsoid, which is not the horizon.
I'm not running away. That's crazy.
No, you don't have to run away. You don't have to run away, dude. I'm going to hold you to task. It's what I do. I love to do it. I'm happy to do it, bro. But you got to remember, you got to be here and don't leave. Do not leave. Remain here, okay? So what we're doing is, for about maybe, I'd say 4 or 5 times, ask you about the horizon, specifically, nothing else, just the horizon. You gave us lip service on how it could be a ellipsoid, that it is curving, that it's in front of you, things that are disappearing. Nothing to do with the question, is the horizon curved? Did he just deafen? Okay. Well.
Wow, bro.
He's annoying anyway, man. Like,
This guy's fucking annoying, dude. Because I
taste of his
just
own
put it
medicine.
in the chat. I put it in the chat, right? He brings up something like, I can see the curvature from left to right. And we go, okay, great. Do you have an observation? Do you have any numbers for this? He's like, so anyway, this other thing.
Yeah.
What the hell, man? I hate when people do that. The kids have a saying that goes, stand on business. If you're going to say something, stand on it. What's the point of saying something if you're going to throw it out the window in 2 seconds?
Well, he's got a problem with that.
he's
We're
just
only holding him accountable. Yeah, of course. We're only holding him accountable to the things that he said. Now, he was like, what did he say? Flat Earth is a claim. I said, no, it's not. It's an observation. He's like, well, I can say I observed the globe. No, you can't. What do you see? Oh, I see curvature from the ground level. All right. We're just lying now?
But he did actually say that the horizon was the edge of a ball too. But that's not even the claim.
But that's not the
Globe
observation.
does.
That's the lore.
I don't think you're good at tracking, so.
Yeah,
I literally just repeated literally everything that happened. What do you mean? You can't even Bones. You can't even track the words that you just said 2 seconds ago. You said
like, so
curvature's left to right.
Yeah, we're talking about the horizon. You keep talking
him
about
to say
other
we're not
things, Bones.
Crazy. He doesn't.
You're
even
in
know
your
what
own
he
head,
said.
brother. Like when you're back into reality where we're all at, making observations of the horizon, perhaps we can have a conversation.
Damn, I'm
Bones
sad.
of Doom. What'd you say, Heretic?
What did you say, Heretic?
I'm sad I missed this.
Oh, Bones of Doom? Yeah.
Take them off mute so I can hear some.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, so Bones.
So
we're
the
talking
reason
about
why the ellipsoid is crucial to
ellipsoid. No, we're talking about the
There we go.
horizons. Yeah, there we go.
So,
The horizon.
so yeah, that's part of.
Can you follow with the horizon and not the ellipsoid?
I am talking about the horizon. You're just too stupid to understand
no,
it. That's
you're
fine.
Aw.
That's fine.
Now you're calling me stupid. That hurts my feelings.
Yes, I know, because you are. That's fine. That's
Aw.
just a fact of reality. Okay, that's an
Okay.
observation I'm making.
So you're saying that, but you're not following. You're not following along when
So,
we're talking.
you just aren't.
So the horizon and not what you want. Does that make sense, Bones?
So you guys just aren't smart enough to follow me. That's fine.
Really? Well, I think we are. I think you're just losing the plot quickly. It seems. See how that works, Bones? All you got to do is follow the plot. We're good. Good to go. Gucci.
So the gradient.
Gradient? Oh, wow.
God, bro.
Another thing you're bringing involved that's nothing to do with the horizon. Interesting. How's that a point?
So do you
He's moving
agree
around.
that
He's moving
on a round object,
Round object.
Bro.
We're talking about the horizon, dude. How is it possible you're talking about round object? That's like the sixth thing you introduced. What are the things
so you're not able to perceive?
Are you going to talk about catfish nuggets and, I don't know, Coke bottles and stuff? Like, what are you doing?
I don't talk about topics that are insular to what I'm discussing with you guys.
Yeah, you are. You're doing it right now.
Nope, that's false.
Literally
So I
happening
can
in 4K right
demonstrate
now.
what I'm talking about is pertinent to the horizon if you just let me finish.
Why don't you just
That's
talk
fine.
about the horizon that you said is?
Why
curving
can't you just
left to
talk
right?
about the horizon like
That's it.
TB's saying?
Because I need to set up information.
Set up? No, you don't need to set up. It's an observation. You go outside and you see the horizon. What do you need to? Are you trying to set up a tripod? And what are you doing, bro? You're doing too much. We're just looking at the horizon. That's all we're doing.
You said
I'm explaining why the observation is what it is. That's what I'm doing.
Well, yeah, but you're trying to make it sound like you have to involve a lot of other factors that you don't need.
Yeah, you have to involve a little bit of math to understand it. Yes.
Really? What kind of math?
All
Sir?
right,
Go ahead and let us know.
Can we just say? Can we
Yeah,
just
sure.
say?
Let's
okay,
go into
you-
it. So we can
oh,
talk,
all right,
so we can
so
start from the mathematical.
You All right, so you give in, right? So you say, okay, let's not talk about the horizon. So you concede that it's not curving. So we can move on to something else, right?
Yeah, you know what? That's fine by me. I think. Miggy, what do you think?
Yeah, is he going to concede, or is that what you're asking? If he's going to concede,
We're
He needs to
conceding.
concede.
It's not
Yeah.
curving.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. If the horizon's not curving,
Wait, who the fuck is conceding? Hello?
You
Like,
aren't you?
Not even standing on it.
no,
Bro.
hell no.
Standing on it. You're not standing on anything.
Yeah, well, you're not arguing the point.
Yeah, you need to
You
argue the
brought-
Your
point, bro.
claim was the
Readdress that.
horizon's curving
Run
left
from
to
that.
right. Yeah.
I haven't heard him get a
So
chance
if
to
you can,
argue the
you can
point.
concede that.
He's not trying to address.
Oh, here we
it.
go.
But let's. If you don't change your name, we're just gonna keep banning you until you change
Wait,
your name,
let me-
because you're not gonna
let
come
me-
in here
let's ask
mocking.
him.
Hold on, TV. You're not gonna mock the flat earthers with the name like that. So either change your name or you're just gonna keep getting banned. It's
Well,
your
I'd
choice.
love to pin him against. I'd love to pin these two against each other, like Mr.
No,
Silly.
we're not that guy. He's
Can you see
mocking the
curvature?
channel. No, screw
That's-
that guy.
I just want to ask him though, like, can you see curvature from ground level? Yes or no?
Flat earthers
Oh,
are silly.
man,
He's got to
this-
change his name, brother. Like, there's no way. That's a mockery of what we do here.
Because that would be really good to know. Because if he says no, then the other guy's cooked.
All he's got to do is simple, right? All he's got to do is change his name. He can come back in here. That's it. But having that to mock the channel and just blatantly be like pissing down your back while he's in it, like, fuck that, dude.
All right, yeah. It's fine.
The other guy is fine, but just come back when you, change your name.
Just real quick, guys. Earlier, Bones is the one who said we need science to measure the curvature of the globe. To measure the globe, he said that. Recorded. I have it
Nigger.
stamped, or I have it clipped.
Come on, man.
He thinks that we need science to measure the Earth, and then that's when Jenna smacked him silly and put him in his place and told him, you don't use science on shapes. This dude is not, he's not at the level, dude, to be even talking to. He thinks he is, but he's not. He's a fucking total reject.
Well, when he said he could see curvature from ground level, that's when he cooked himself immediately.
We just want to keep him in a spiral mode, It's good for the content. Constantly in the spiral mode. So as far as my count goes, I'm up to like 8 diversions. So he's deflecting away from the topic as much as he can possible.
Is it a diversion to talk about observations and explain why they
You're
are
not
the way
doing
they are?
that. You're not doing that.
Yes, I am. You just don't give me
You
enough
are
time.
not doing that.
I have to sit here and lecture you guys about this.
You don't have to do that. We know your worldview better.
Okay. So then, great. So then, just let me talk about it then.
We don't need to.
Are you going to talk about the horizon? You're going to talk about the horizon?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Go ahead.
You just won't
as
let
long as as long as you mention the word, you're good.
So,
what about it?
You're not.
So when we're talking about the horizon with respect to an oblate spheroid,
nope. That's begging the question. You got to start with just the observation of the horizon. That's it. Just the observation.
I knew exactly you were going to mute me when I said oblate spheroid, and here we go again.
That's begging the question. We don't know that.
Talking about
exactly
when we're
As far
talking
as
about
we're
the
concerned,
horizon,
you don't know
it's
that
spheroid.
Yet. You don't know that yet. That's as far as we're concerned. You haven't reached that conclusion yet. You're going to lead us through the process by which you reach that conclusion.
Correct. So the horizon demonstrates what? You can't start already presupposing that it's demonstrating.
So you want me to explain how the horizon shows around Earth?
Yeah. So right.
You don't want me to explain the observation at all.
Yeah. No. We're going to talk about how if you see curvature, because that's the first thing you said. You saw curvature, right? So you said you saw curvature. Now
I see through mathematics a.
Whoa.
Through mathematics.
You see through mathematics. Explain that, please. What do you mean by that?
So yeah, there's a gradient that.
A gradient.
Like I can't speak.
Yeah, a gradient.
So there is a.
What do you mean?
So there's a change in the curvature of the Earth with respect to your longitude and latitude.
Wait a minute now. Where is longitude and latitude derived? I think you're digging a hole here.
So longitude and latitude lines are specifically derived from one of them's from Greenwich, and that dictates, I believe, 0 degrees on, I think it's latitude.
I know, but what are they
longitude
derived?
just refers to from longitude. It just refers to the equator of the Earth.
Okay, is
Like, that's what we're defining.
Is that is that presupposing the Earth is a globe before you even get to the fact that it?
You don't. It doesn't necessarily presuppose that, but we can talk about.
Okay, so then how do you know? How do you know that that's all leading you to the fact that the Earth?
The reason why I know that there's curvature is because I see horizon. That's it.
Yeah, you see horizon, but is it curved?
Flat horizon?
So I can talk about how a horizon.
Yeah, you said you saw it through math, which didn't make any sense. You saw the horizon through math. You're not using your eyes to see the horizon?
Yes, I see it through math. My eyes.
No, not through. You don't have math goggles, man, and looking through. You don't see through math, bro.
Math. What the fuck?
That's a new one. Have you heard that? Have you guys heard that? See through math?
That's retarded.
That's what for the books, huh?
Numbers.
Yeah, he
you
sees
said
through
you
math.
See curvature from ground level. What?
So we don't see through math.
So
we just.
I'm going to talk about why I can see. Well, I can talk about why the Earth is round by a.
No. We need to go back to the point.
It.
Yeah, we need to go back to an observation is being made of the horizon, but yet you said I see through math. We don't see through math. We just see. All we're doing is seeing the horizon. That's it. You're just making an observation.
Matrix
So
movies.
I can talk. So do you want me to talk about it or not? Like,
Yeah. So is it
this
true?
constant interruption and.
Yeah, is it true that you? Of course, because you're not actually stating what needs to be said. Are you just making an observation of the horizon? That's it. No seeing. You don't have math goggles on. You're just looking at the horizon. Simple.
So when I see a horizon,
yes,
there are objects that I can see that are in front of the horizon.
No, we're not talking about stuff in front or behind
said
it,
left
dude.
or right.
We're just saying left to right, bro. Left to right.
So you guys want observations, but then when I talk about observations, you mute me. That's kind of crazy.
It's important that you realize.
It's important that you mute me. That's.
Yeah, it's important that I mute you so you can realize that when you talk over me, when I talk about just left to right, not front to back. Now it's in front of you. Behind you.
So when I turn left and right, I can see that some X distance, there's a horizon. Yeah, and that changes because it's an oblate spheroid. Granted, it's
whoa! That's begging the question, dude.
What?
You're begging the question. You haven't established that it's one yet. We're trying to get your information to substantiate the claim that it actually is one.
Retarded. Okay.
Aw. Let's not go there. I mean, it's just we're just trying to read.
Yeah, we are gonna go. I'm so sorry. We are gonna go there. So, anyways, we're gonna talk about the
It's like he wants to get muted and not listen to you at all, Alpha.
Yeah, you can just simply talk about left to right. That's it.
You good? You're very happy with that mute button, by the way.
Yeah,
oh, dude, I'm smiling from ear to ear, bro. I can't tell you. But I'm saying though, like you can't realize that we're only talking about the horizon. You introduce other things. We don't not talk about nothing else.
I'm introducing math to talk about the horizon.
No,
yes.
You're introducing begging the question about what the Earth already is prior to the observation.
He just
on an oblate spheroid.
When I talk about
we observe the horizon. Like that's not true.
So when I see, at the horizon, I see objects that are in front of the horizon that I can see, and there are objects that are behind.
He keeps
You're
going
too
back to that.
fucking dumb, dude. You're too fucking retarded.
He just introduced another claim too. He said that the horizon changes due to the oblate spheroid.
Really?
Yeah.
He
can't even stand on the things he says. That's what's most embarrassing. If you're going to say one thing, stand on it. Don't run away from what you said.
It's kind of fun.
And like a child, did he just deafen himself?
Yeah, he keeps doing that.
He'll come back.
I would too.
Maybe why don't we start with an observation? Can we just keep it simple? Here. Like post a picture of the curved horizon. How about that? I would love to see that. Like no talking. I want to see visual now.
CB's already like I had it up to here with your ass.
No, but it's just getting ridiculous. So let's just get a visual in the chat. Let's have him post it.
Well, I don't know why he just wouldn't just say, okay, well, maybe I was wrong about left to right curvature, but can I talk about the one that
So
I want to talk about?
That'd
Ready
be
to
good.
listen or no?
Bones. Let's get a visual in the chat. Let's get a post in the chat of this curved horizon, and then we'll go from there. Because clearly,
So when I talk about a curved horizon, I'm talking about a gradient.
Let's get a visual in the chat. How about that?
So I'm talking about a gradient.
Let's not talk about it. Let's just get some. Let's post it. Can you post it?
You better
Post
post
what?
it. He wants a
You said
visual,
man.
an image.
You said you observed this, right? You said you observed the horizon, right?
You're doing it
So
like one of those old time.
Do you want the math behind it?
It's observable. Let's get the visual.
Do you want the math?
Yeah. No, a visual. A visual.
Visual, you know, like
So
picture.
you want me to?
You understand what observing means, right?
Can you do a picture, sir? You know what a picture is? I don't think you know what a picture is, sir.
Of what you're talking about in the chat. Let's take a look.
So do you want me to like plot it on a graph or something? For you?
Picture.
No, let's
It would take me a little bit to do it, but I could code up something to do.
We don't need that.
You can code up. This guy said I can code it up. Let me code it up.
You said you go out there and you see the horizon curving. Cool. Do you have a picture of that?
I have math. You want the math?
Oh, he's got math.
You said you observe it with your eyes. You see this.
Math goggles.
Did you take a picture?
Confused.
Yeah, absolutely. I observed this. Yes.
Okay. Do you have a picture?
No, but I have math. Do you want the math?
No, there it is. Right. No,
they don't want the evidence.
No.
They don't want it.
Can you
We got confirmed.
maybe? Can you? Does it?
We got a confirmation. CB. He does not have a picture. He has.
Why don't you have a picture? How many?
Because I have the math, and that's better.
That's better. Oh my!
Yeah, the math is better. It is. It is in fact better.
We can get into the math.
It is in fact better.
You're saying you observe.
Doesn't work without an observation.
I want to see what you're seeing. You can't post it for us?
So when I was talking about this quote-unquote
we
curved
don't want you to talk or Yappuccino anymore. Let's get a visual going. Honestly, bro.
We've got visuals.
You, dude.
We've got math too.
This is shit. You don't have...
How about what's the math for the distance to the horizon?
Ooh.
How about that?
So yeah, that just depends on where on the spheroid you are on.
Well,
do you
on
want
the
beach,
choose somewhere.
How about 1 foot above the? Yeah. How about 1 foot above?
So this would require me to first start off with the mathematical representation of a sphere and then correct it for the oblate spheroid.
On a sphere? What? Dude, you're breaking the question.
Okay, you don't even. So.
But hang on, you'd only have to change the radius by 14 miles, so it wouldn't make a difference.
You're begging the question, Bones. Come on, bro. You can do better than that.
Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. The horizon's not curving left to right. You know that. That's why you're not posting or saying anything about it. That's why you want to tap dance around that. So we know the horizon's flat. It's horizontal. You're cooked. So we can just move on to something else.
You ripped the Band-Aid off. I'm going to put it back on. I want to keep this guy.
Aw, that's so cute.
I can't let it go. I can't quit him.
I don't know why he's claiming that it would be different depending on where you are, because the radius would change from 3959 to 3973. There's not much difference.
You have to correct for that.
What's up, Bob?
But saying there's a gradient horizon. I'm surprised you guys.
A gradient, bro. You imagine that? There's a gradient horizon.
You guys let that slip by and let him just get away with it.
He could see the horizon through math. There's another spectacular thing he said. So he's got his math. He's got.
So you're ready? Are you ready for the math?
Yeah, dude. Let's have some math. Let's have the horizon math. What's the horizon?
So let's start with the equation for a sphere. You ready?
Sphere, dude. Where do you get this sphere equation? We're not seeing spheres. Where do you see a sphere? Did he leave? Aw.
He left.
That was the mute that broke the camel's back.
That was painful.
No, dude, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a decent conversation out of someone like that anyway. So it was kind of fun.
You just dude, just get as much fun as you can out of it. It's just fun. That's all it is. Those guys,
It'd be
anyway.
different if he was willing to fucking just have a chat.
Correct. We're being, rascals. At least I was. He's all like, "Fuck all this, dude. Fuck that. Fuck you guys."
It pisses me off, dude. Like, don't say something if you're not going to back it up. I'm really big on that. You should only say things you're willing to stand by, you know? When you say things that you don't stand by, your words mean nothing. It's just fluff. What's the point of listening to that? You don't even believe the words you're saying. Why should we? Why should we?
We didn't even he didn't even get to how the horizon changes due to the oblateness of the sphere, and then he was going to get fucking surprised when it changes even more.
No, but he could see through math, dude. Like, you know, Neo from the Matrix, ones and zeros and shit.
Yeah. Or that remember that show where they had all those nerds and they were profiling people, and that guy would like see all these math equations in his head, and he'd go, this guy's 6 foot, he's had 4 past girlfriends. We're looking for someone who remember that shit? Oh, what's it called? Profiler or something? I don't know, something like that.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
I'll have to look it up. It was pretty good, actually. I don't think it was called Profiler.
See-through math.
It's just you have to love that, man.
I observed this.
That shit is like, man, that's so awesome.
Well, we already know that. So as soon as he said, "I see curvature from ground level," all right, well, you're done.
He's like, let's talk about the horizon. Okay, so you got a sphere, right? I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Where'd you get that sphere from? You just pulled it out your arse, bro. Like, he's trying to use a sphere to talk about a horizon. It's like that's what you're trying to find out from your observation, if it is one.
Yeah, there's no point in lore reporting when we know the lore better than that.
Who's in here right now? We got Grizzly, for the code, Julius J. Got some folks in there. We got Cole in the chat. What's going on, Cole?
Cole, what's up?
Watch it be another. If we get another one of those, like CB's just gonna be like, all right, man, I'm on. Peace, man. I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow. It's gonna be like, fuck that.
Yeah, for real. Well, Cole's the one that changes his name like once a day.
Oh yeah.
Is that?
Yeah,
is that PD? No, I'm just kidding.
Like, I hope not.
They're here a lot. They're like here more than me. It's crazy.
Hey, CB, you used to do that too, mate.
No, I didn't. Yeah. That was a marketing campaign. No,
I think that you are wrong, sir.
No.
How many times do you have in your book, Timbo?
Oh, at least 100.
At least,
bro.
Yeah, we got him up there. Yeah, we're about the same. We compared numbers. Yep, you're right.
It was a marketing campaign. All right.
I was like, dude, we don't even know. Is this? How do we call you, man? Like, yeah, we're just trying to figure it out.
No, it was a good marketing campaign for a little while.
I'm not like Miggy,
bro. Like, where you literally exactly. See, now Miggy, on the other hand, this dude over here, bro was on his like 4th name.
Yeah, I'm on my 4th name, and that's true.
Facts, bro. What is it? Mayhem. We're talking Miggy.
No, I started off with. I started off with. I think Dr. Science back in the day.
Oh, for real?
That's when I was doing Flat Earth Initiative, I was using Dr. Science. Because back then it was all about, who you are. Like, well, what qualifications do you have? Well, what's your credentials? Right. I'm like, dude, we don't need to talk about credentials. It's about the truth. No, if you're not somebody in academia, then we can't really speak to you. It was that kind of shit. Yeah. Dude, you fucking should have been here from the very beginning. Like, it was a whoo, man.
I bet it was crazy. I mean, I was more of a listener in like 2017, 2018.
I did my fair share of Yappuccinos, man. Like, I get in line.
Bro.
I was a esoteric earther, sir. And I was an ice waller, and it was that kind of shit. But at the very beginning,
what do you mean? Did do your fair share of Yappuccinos?
Oh shit! You're gonna
smoke, bro.
That, bro.
Golly, I was leaning in to give him a hug, and he punched me in the gut, dude. Like, fuck your hug.
No, it's all love.
I know. Nah, it's because, man, like, sometimes, I ain't gonna lie, man, I get long in the tooth. I admit it. Raise my hand right here.
No, it's good.
But I know I'm doing it, so it's like, shit. I gotta trim my fucking 10,000 words to like 5 at least. It's hard though.
Well, when you're not in here, it's pretty quiet.
Yeah. I like to see if I can mix it up. I'm trying to, I don't know, trying to work on a little bit of a different dynamic for my style, you know? Because I've been going hard in the paint for quite some time, so I'm just trying to see what I can do with just switching it up a little. I still want to go hard, but just not the way I was doing it. Maybe, yeah, not stomp on them so hard, you know? Maybe use some like soft, fluffy shoes when I stomp.
Been working.
I don't know. Yeah, I've tied up a few of these guys up in knots. I get them actually to leave the chat versus me fucking booting them. That's what happens. The worst thing I'll do is just mute somebody, just so I can at least speak or say something. Other than that, I won't boot them. Like I said, unless they're really, really bad. But anyways, particle board, you know, showing up and doing his thing. What's up, Particle? We got Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. What's up, brother? They don't think that you actually have a voice, bro. And I'm like, dude, comes on. And maybe I heard you speak once in here. But I think you said you're really busy or something. You use this like a podcast. So some people were questioning your authenticity. They think you're a bot, sir? Nah, that didn't come through if you were saying anything.
Type it in the chat, Mr. Peterson.
I just type
something. Prove you
everybody,
are real.
like some of the people that haven't heard you speak, they're gonna want to hear you at least say, "Hey, man, what's going on? It's me. I'm cool."
Yeah, when you're addressed in somebody else's room, it's rude not to respond. It's rude to just ignore them.
He lit up, but I couldn't hear him, so I don't know. Maybe might be having some mic issues
and keyboard issues too.
I even told him, dude, like when he popped on here, I was like, dude, frickin', I never hear you talk. Like this is the one and only time that I've ever heard you. So yeah, I heard him that once, and that was it. Heat up, you doing the dishes, bro?
Sorry.
No, what I'm saying is that what you're doing? Like,
yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, man.
He's having a piss.
As they say in the UK. Oh yeah, right. Keeps filling up beer bottles, like Dumb and Dumber. You know what he's? I need another bottle. He's like, "Well,
there
just
he
stopping."
is. There he is. He.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Cheers, man.
Yeah, you've just. Yeah. You're good for another 10,000 years. Okay, you can go back and never speak again for another 10,000 years. Oh shit. I'm so used to the nights that staying up at night is not a big thing for me, but fucking hell, dude. Yeah, I know. Just they haven't heard you. That's all. Like there's a lot of people in here who haven't heard your voice, so there's like I don't know how many people heard you, but not that many people have. Yeah. Who else is in here except for the Aussie clan? Just you guys, huh? Okay. I was talking to Oliver. He goes by I am in this Discord.
Yeah, the mod.
Yeah, I was asking him if I could talk to him about getting a room so I can do some events. He was like, "Fuck yeah, dude! Just let us know. We'll set you up." So I'm like, "Sweet."
What kind of events we talking?
Oh, and I've been meaning to talk to you. I don't even know why I haven't even done that. But I'm gonna have a show.
Hell yeah.
I don't know what the name is, but I wanted you involved in some capacity. I don't know what like your time frames are. You gotta touch base with me and see if we can work something out.
It's not great, to be honest, but
it's a
I
bit
wanna help
sporadic.
any way I can. Yeah,
Sporadic?
you know, I got real force calling, man. Sorry, bro.
No, I mean, yeah, your obligations are your obligations. Then I was saying because you kind of fit in with the cultural department, so you speak
Yeah.
Zoomerese, Zoomerese.
Yeah, I sure do.
So you help with the Zoomers, and it kind of will smooth things over with those guys.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah, I love that.
With the YNs and such.
Them YNs, exactly, Miggy. I'm a big fan of yours, dude.
I'm trying to be dialed in, bro. I don't know if that's possible.
What the hell's a YN?
It's TOS, sir. We can't say it.
This is a family show.
You could just imagine that it's young, and then the
A
end.
young
would be
ninja.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Them young boys. See, these days it's you're either a YN or unk, or you're a unk.
Yep.
Unk.
Unk is the
You're
older
unk.
version,
T-Dub,
like the older
Timbo,
guys.
You're an unk. Miggy's an unk.
Oh, and then
Indio's an
the
unk.
second word starts with a T? No?
No, an unk is
No?
like it's short for uncle.
Short for
so-
uncle.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of something else.
Bro, what are you thinking of? What the heck?
I'm not going to say it.
Did it?
I can't even fathom unk.
I don't know.
It's fine, bro. But yeah, you're either like, yeah, a YN or
it's
you're
okay.
unk.
No,
We don't have that
the
many
reason
YNs
why
here.
I mentioned it is because I think just having you there would be like that presence, Because we're gonna get into some topics, dude, some red pill topics. So it isn't just gonna be flat Earth. It's gonna be a part of the show for sure, but we're gonna expand it to a lot of red pill topics and controversial things. You know what I mean?
All right, bet. Yeah, when do you plan on kicking off the first show?
Oh, dude, it's gonna be sometime either towards the end of May or probably I don't know, June sometime. But because I got to get settled in and moving and setting up my studio and all that shit, dude. I got to do a bunch of stuff. I got a little neon sign that says, live nudes. I was thinking of like putting it in my background. It's got like an arrow. It's got an arrow pointing. So I want to do something, man.
That.
Fucking love FaceTime, dude. Like that's just been me for a long time.
Oh yeah, we should go on camera. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing, man. Like I want to have a setup. I want to be like FaceTiming, like that's just what I want to do, And if you guys feel inclined to do that, nobody's has to do it, but if you feel inclined, then I'll have you as like a guest speaker on a window, that people can see you. So we're FaceTiming these dudes. It isn't, they can see our reactions,
Oh, I'm going to have some good reactions.
You know what I mean?
Bro.
City,
Yes.
you get what I'm saying? Like that's going to be
Look at the
like
chat right now. This is gonna be me the whole time. Every time someone says something stupid, I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, that bro what?
What the fuck? Yeah.
But if you can see where I'm going with this, because it's gonna be all the way live, and I'm just like, I've been excited about this project for a while because I've been kind of
do what you said with the call-ins, like have a call-in radio station kind of thing.
100%, dude. Like that's the reason why I wanted.
Sounds good, man.
What you call it? I wanted to have another room separate from this one Because in the same vein, I still want to have this, but we're going to be going hard in the paint, bro, the way we do it, and on different topics. So the way
can we sit in there, or we have to listen? You'll limit the room, and we got to listen on like YouTube and stuff.
No. So the way it is, the way I want to do it, okay, is I have figured out like kind of to have maybe 2 channels, right? One channel for like if somebody drops in and they want to come into where we're at. It's like that room would be the room that so you want to come on the show, you're going to be talking to such and such, this is the topic or whatever. We're going to have somebody that can pop down and see the new people that are joining that little room without disrupting the channel where everybody else is in. You know what I mean?
That's a good idea, yeah. So we can't just blurt something out. You've got to be like selected from that room to be able to jump on.
Kind of like a call. Kind of like when somebody's calling in,
Yeah.
So you'll see their,
like a
their
waiting
handle.
room at the doctor.
Yes, exactly. And that's easy to do, right? So I can set up a channel like that.
He can put his elevator music in there too.
Well, no, like really, when we're in the channel talking, just the boys, and whoever, like, because I don't know how it's gonna all fall out, but whoever's in there,
you should limit the amount too, yeah. Like just have like maybe like 3's a good number, yeah.
Well, I was even thinking like there needs to be, because I don't like. Here's the thing. I don't know who's going to be on at whatever time. Because like CB said, everybody's busy, dude. Like that's just the whole thing of it. And I don't know who's going to pop up. So whoever does, the crew is what I'm saying. You're welcome to join in and shit. But for the most part, I don't want it to be mishandled by, I hate to say it, bro. Like your game's got to be on point when it comes to arguments. If you're that guy, I want you on the show. If you feel not that confident yet, like actually have conversations, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm selective of that. That's the one thing I'm going to be selective of is like...
Yeah, you got to be.
Yeah, because you're going to be in front representing, like 100%. Like now it's FaceTime. It's not just like behind the shadows, like what we're over here. So, yeah. So no, it's whoever wants to.
Yeah.
It's whoever wants to show their face. No, nobody's like the guy in the text chat saying like he wants Crit to get on. Nobody's forced to or like has to or anything. If you want to jump in, you could jump in just your voice. Like Indio is only going to be his voice, 100%. He's not going to be FaceTiming anybody. But like me, I know I will do it. CB's down for it. Like whoever else is like going to jump in or whatever. But these conversations are going to go like only one speaker. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you have to have that engagement. Like when somebody else is talking, it's cool to like want to jump in and stuff, but the other speakers, there's a little decorum that's going to have to happen. It can't just be too wild like the way we do things here.
Yeah, more structured. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a show. You got to...
Yeah, like a podcast.
And essentially, you can't go too hard in the paint with the curse words and shit like that because you're going to try to make it for a broader audience. So in order for that to happen, you're going to have to be a bit temperamental in that. So I'm trying to work on that. I'm trying to get to where I'm not as flagrant as I was before. Let's put it that way.
That's why you're practicing.
Yeah, I'm practicing, bro. I'm practicing. Because I got to dial down the flagrant attitude. It's got its place. Don't get me wrong. People like the fire in your bones, but they don't need to see you lit on fire all the time. It's just
mate. Come on.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Like that's you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
People are just gonna be like changing the channel. Like, oh, fuck it, change the channel. Fuck it. But, yeah. You get me? Like that's the way. It's like everybody. Like we're all as bros. We're gonna all know where we're at. Like, well, it's a show. You're FaceTiming.
Nice.
So,
guys, I'm gonna log out. I'm home. Going to spend some time with the family.
Dimbo, appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, shout out to our kangaroo guys.
Okay.
See ya, everyone.
No worries, Timbo. See you in 5 minutes,
bro.
mate.
Let's get some. We'll see you in 5 minutes. What the? Let's get some W's in the chat, guys.
Oh shit.
Crit Simp wants to see Crit. Yeah, well, you can see Crit as soon as we hear your voice. How about that, motherfucker?
We got Fry in here. What's up, Fry? You get in trouble with your girlfriend because you're on here? Dude. You need to cut that shit out, dude, man. They don't like that shit. Yeah, bullshit, dude. If she fucking finds out, dude, your ass is toast, bro.
She doesn't need to know. Yeah, W.
Yeah, but I know where you. I was waiting on you, and you took 30 minutes. You're like, dude, I got hung up somehow. I was just like, my family wanted me to do.
Who was that bitch you were talking to on the phone last night?
Yeah, she's gonna be like, I know you were on Discord. Don't even lie to me. That's probably what she tells you, and you're like, oh shit. Freaking Fry. To be young again. This guy he put an L for UCB.
Oh no. What am I gonna do?
What are you ever gonna do now? There's an L. Oh, Crit's here. I just noticed that. Oh yeah. Grisp with the big W. That's the Spirit Bomb W, man. Doesn't get better than that. He's gonna drop it on Crit's worst nightmare.
Crit doesn't get nightmares. He told me.
Crit's just rubbing the sty out of his eye, man. Let him get fully awake, dude, so he can fire on all cylinders. Go and get you a Egg McMuffin and stuff, Crit. Get them proteins on you. I'm telling you, man, we gotta look out for this dude's head, man. Like, check him out every now and again, ask him how he's doing. Take long walks or something. Get his steps in. Get your steps in. Because once you don't see CRIT in the chat, bro, you know something's up, man. The storm's brewing somewhere. The universe isn't right. I'm going to talk like a Glober. The planets are not aligned.
Oh, Lord. Let me get my tarot deck out.
Oh, shit, dude. We got Kaizo in the chat, but he's deafened. Oh, man. Who else? All right, we're just going to have to pick on Fry then. I'm just kidding, Fry. So he's a closet flat earther. That's for real, dude.
It does.
You don't want to. Well, it's just the same like his vegan, lifestyle. A lot of people don't know that. He's got to pretend to eat the lamb and the beef. Well, you don't eat chicken. He just pretends to eat that. But anyways, Fry, the guy that was in here last said he could see the horizon curving he could see the horizon curving through math. He could see the horizon curving through math. What he said. And he says he can prove that the horizon's curving, but he has to first talk about a sphere. The ellipsoid. Crazy.
CB sees women with math.
Is that right?
Facts.
304.
304.
Oh, you're 304?
80085. Yep.
That's one of your favorite ones, huh? 80085 makes you smile?
If I see 80085, I'm in there.
Like swimwear?
I'm in there like swimwear, gang.
You're dozing off, man. We're not allowing it. You're like, no. Fuck.
I know. I'm getting there. I'm honestly.
Okay, you're just gonna get to the point where the headset's just gonna just slide off your head.
There's been many nights I fell asleep with AirPods in, and I wake up and all over the bed somewhere.
Bro, we were talking to you one time. You were like, I don't know if you were talking in your sleep.
Was I sleep talking? Oh,
dude, you were saying some shit, dude.
Damn, what'd I say? What the heck?
Yeah, you were talking about what were you saying? I win a wina? I win a wina?
Bro, shut the fuck up. Look at you. Bro.
I had to, bro. I had to, man. It was way too easy right now. It's like,
wait, but did that actually happen though? Like sleep talking?
Nah, you didn't say that, but you were kind of like, oh, something. You were like, oh, dude's mumbling, man. What's going? Who's doing that? I can see these lighting
Did you
up
guys
over
mute me? Did you guys mute me?
Yeah, dude. Like, nah, but for the most part, you weren't like doing it out loud or anything. It was just like every now and again we hear like a little buzzing, like just like. What the fuck?
Oh wow, yeah, I've definitely have fallen asleep unmuted and woke up unmuted. I'm still not server muted. I'm like, all right, bet. Well, at least I didn't snore or some crazy shit.
But you were saying some, you know what I'm saying? Like,
listen,
talking, man.
304.
Yeah, something like that. I was like, dude, saying
back in the kitchen. What are you doing out of the kitchen?
Where's my sandwich?
Where's my sandwich? Too funny.
Oh, look at Casey. Oh, shit.
Wiener. Oh, I'm getting cooked in the chat
You're
right
getting
now.
cooked in the chat, dude. If Clipcord's got that, dude, he's gonna be like, "Oh, buddy."
Oh, please do not Clipcord.
My God.
I will personally ban your ass.
He will ban you constantly. Every time he sees you, just constantly ban.
All right, it is now the top of the hour. We got like 30 seconds left. I think I'm gonna roll.
Yeah,
out.
we're gonna do it, man. What if the best Glober comes in here right now? It's like, I want to debate CB right now. You're like,
you know what? I was listening on YouTube. All right, you know what? Forget my productive day tomorrow.
Yeah, fuck my work, dude. I ain't gonna. Nah, man, but yeah, cool. They hung out this long, dude. I didn't think you were gonna be here this long.
That was a good night. It's been a good night. Been a good call. Been a good panel. Got some. Can we get some W's in the chat? I feel like we should throw some W's in the chat.
Oh, you're starting a W train.
Let's get a W train, guys. Hella Don DeMarcos as well. Listen, guys, I want everyone in the panel right now to take their right hand, reach across to your left shoulder, and pat that at least 3 times. Pat yourself on the back. It's 2025, season 9, season 10. Bro, we are so up. We're so winning. No one can cook us. You should be proud. You should be happy for yourself. You made it this far, guys. Like,
holy smokes.
Be glad you're not like Crit Simp or Rich Evans. You're a flat earther,
hate
bro.
that.
There's
That
nothing to
freaking
be
guy.
ashamed of.
It's only my
Which
first
one,
year,
Rich?
but I'm gonna pat myself. Right, you better not be joking around, man. If you say anything globish, dude, I'm gonna hold you. Oh, I told the last second he came through.
Hey, with that, I'm out of here.
You know where this is going.
Y'all from Agartha?
Oh, here we go. Chat, you guys have fun. I'll catch you all later.
Later, bro.
All right, boys.
See you in Agartha, bro.
I don't know what that is, but all right, peace.
Yeah. So, I mean, people say that the Earth is a globe, but there's no evidence for that unless you have some. Voke.
Go to space.
Yeah, so you're just telling me something you can't do? Is that true?
Oh, I could go to space.
But have you done it?
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't think so.
What do you mean?
What's the craft you went in?
A spacecraft.
What's the name of it?
I don't know, I just pay for it.
Yeah, how much you pay for it?
Like 100 mil.
Dude, you don't have enough bread to actually pay for one of those things. It's more than that.
What if I show you? I can show you my house.
What's that got to do with taking a rocket ride?
I rocket rided in Fortnite.
No, because it wasn't real. So the problem is people think the Earth is a globe, but you don't know how it actually is a globe. You and everybody else.
How is it not a globe?
Well, you can't see it anywhere. You don't observe a globe.
How do you think Earth is flat? What if it's a square?
Well, whether or not it's a shape, it's like the overall shape of the Earth that's not our contention. We're actually only discussing the fact that the surface is horizontal plane, which is measured as flat.
Mm.
That's what we're talking about.
So a volcano is like flat.
Of course, that's an absurd thing to say. A volcano's not flat.
But you just said like the surface and is flat.
No, it's a horizontal plane, but it's measured as flat. Horizontal plane can have land topography, sir.
I know that. I just learned something new. Thank you, bro.
No worries. But that's the other thing too, is that people just believe that the Earth is a globe. They don't know what it is.
I don't even know if it's a globe or not, bro. You
That's
want me
cool.
to be so honest? Like, I don't know what it is.
Are you you're attending school like right now? Like, what grade would you?
Yeah, of course.
What grade are you in, Vault?
I'm in 9th grade.
Okay. And have you studied like earth science or whatever science class? I don't know what you're taking. What courses you're taking?
Nah, I mean we just take. I take economics.
Have you talked about the Earth and planets and anything to do?
Oh yeah, they said it's like a sphere.
Right, but they don't tell you how to think about it. Like they just tell you what to think. I think that's the issue that we have here. Most of us been through the education system. We have the same type of mindset that you do, at least currently. We were told the same thing. So going to school, they only tell you how the Earth is a globe. They don't show you how to think about it, like maybe investigate it. And they don't, none of that. They just tell you, okay, the Earth's a globe. People know that it is one, astronauts and satellites. And so they just fill your head with a story. So you just believe it because, people that are telling you are teachers and stuff. So you don't question that stuff. But if you were to, right? If you were to question it and you ask them, okay, so like in science, they tell us that Earth's a globe. How can we measure the surface to be curving? That question right there, I guarantee you they won't be able to answer it. They'll tell you something like, well, Eratosthenes measured it back, in the old days with 2 sticks and shadows. They'll say something like that. But they won't tell you how the method was done to determine it, that it's a globe.
Mm-hmm.
So you and everybody else, myself included, went through the education system and were told that it's a globe, and there's no way that I know or you know that we can know that it's a globe because it's not real.
Yeah.
It's not real.
I don't even know if it's a globe or not, bro. Like, I don't know what type of shape it is. So,
but that's cool, man. Coming from your perspective, at least you can still be curious about it, right? Like, if people tell you that, man, dude, the Earth's a globe, you know what you can tell them? Prove it. No, seriously,
bro.
like, if they ever question you, be like, dude, what do you think? You're a flat earther or something? You'd be like, no, I just want you to tell me if you know how the Earth is a globe. Tell me how they measured it. The surface, to be curving. Guaranteed, dude, they're not going to know. The people will not know this because it's not taught. This information is not known.
Right.
So,
bro, I learned something new. That's crazy, bro.
It gets deep, though. I'm telling you, it gets deep. It's not just this. It's not just this information. Like, water lies flat on its surface. Like when you think about it, water holds rigidity. So if you get a glass of water and you manipulate the cup in any direction, that surface of the water is always flat to the ground that you're standing on. So that's true. So the physics of water always denote the fact that the Earth demonstrates itself to be a horizontal plane. So that's what
I think they would say, like the air molecules like push the water down back to the Earth, to the core.
Yeah, dude, you're correct on that. You're correct on saying that air pressure does keep water on the surface. That is correct. Air pressure. You're right. So that's something that a lot of people haven't said it here. You've actually surpassed a lot of people who think the Earth is a globe by saying that. I don't know. You might have a mind to actually think about this in a very intelligent way, which is what a lot of these guys lack, intelligence.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
Well, I'm just saying, man, there's a lot of people who don't want to be more than what they are. They just
Oh, of course, bro. People
I'm just saying-
people don't be questioning the truth sometimes, bro. Like they think it's a bad thing. If only
Yes.
it would make the truth stronger if you're correct, and if not, then boom. You know,
dude,
so.
I can't even tell you how refreshing it is to hear a young person speak the way you do.
Thank you, bro.
I'm just saying, man, because usually individuals your age are just looking at brain rot. You know, they're doom scrolling and they're caught up in all kinds of social media activities, and they don't really care about intelligent conversations. But the fact that you're even saying those things means to tell me that you could be a intellectual powerhouse, man, if you kind of curate yourself in the right way.
For real. Thank you, bro. Because I've been looking into philosophical and like all that, like theological, like science. I've been looking into some of that, bro. I really enjoy it, bro. It makes me like think.
Yes,
I like it.
Keep your head up, young man. You're gonna be. You will be, man. I want to say encouraging words because the fact is, people come in here and they completely start demeaning this conversation, but they don't allow the conversation to happen because they're afraid.
Exactly,
they're afraid that they could be wrong. So,
for real.
But it's like if you don't have any dog in this fight, right? Like if you're not like on your guard about it, if you're like, dude, if it's the truth, it's the truth. So what? Like if you're that kind of way,
they shouldn't be scared. Like that's the thing.
If you approach
if it's truth, boom.
Yeah, if you approach it that way, then I mean, I guarantee you're gonna go far. You'll be able to like listen to somebody speak their viewpoints, and after they speak, then you'll be like, okay, let me articulate what I heard from you. Let me just tell you how I could discern whether that makes sense or it doesn't logically. You could be able to do that, but to the person who just is mainly just interested in just like, you know, social media things and they're caught up with their girl or whatever, like they don't care about stuff like this. Like they're too caught up in the world, you know. This right here is food for the intellectual mind, you know, to have stimulating conversations, bro. That's important.
Nah, cause like, bro, I've been talking to people more like about like all that type of stuff, like religion, like morals, like philosophical stuff, all that. Bro, I've been really happy since, bro, cause like it makes me think, bro. I don't have to use like social media to like feel something, but like when you use your mind, bro, it's so stimulating. It makes you think.
It makes you feel alive, like doesn't it?
Yes, bro. Like you actually start thinking like, maybe this person's like actually speaking the truth. You should look into that.
It's weird, man, because I haven't had conversations with a young person like this, and it's been a good minute. Because most of the young people that come in here, they're a bit like fake on the surface. Like they're just saying a bunch of things to kind of hype up that they're intelligent, and then all of a sudden they come up with a troll. I'm like, oh shit, you know, like whatever. But I'm always hoping that there would be a young person that comes in here, and I'm like, dude, this is the one that could go places, you know, that's not going to be like everybody else, and just, you know, being caught up in the world, that they can actually,
for real, bro,
be the next, you know, huge mind.
Cause bro, the social media stuff, like I'm not gonna lie, it is doomed the newer generation. Like
it's weighing you guys down, bro. Like I'm being honest, man.
Real.
You get,
I've been putting the phone away because of it too. Like I've been like put a time limit on TikTok, 30 minutes a day only.
Cause you could doom scroll forever, bro, and I could tell you that because that's happened to me. Like I can doom scroll and I'll be there fucking 2 hours, 3 hours doom scrolling. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta get off of this thing. Like it happens to everybody,
for real, bro. And like I've been replacing so back then, let's say I would scroll, right? I'm friends with this one guy. He told me instead of scrolling, bro, you should just go on a walk, because like walking is good for you, you know, like it helps the brain, it gets the blood flowing. I've been doing that, bro. I feel really happy now. Like,
who are you, dude? Are you even a young person? Like you're like an old person and a young person. Like, dude, nobody talks like that, man. It's weird. And like, I'm gonna say, man, like it's been about months since I've heard somebody speak like you, and being young as you are, and still in school. Shoot, for real, man.
For real, bro. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
No, I guess I'm just kind of like, I'm flabbergasted by it. because it's like, oh, and that's another thing in your vernacular. Always try to acquire new, interesting words to use for certain other phrases, so that the way you speak will start increasing. So I would say that how you can use AI to be beneficial, like find an AI like either ChatGPT or Perplexity AI or DeepSeek or whatever. You can use any one of these and just ask them to train you on like certain words, like what better word can I use for like happy or whatever, just like a more eloquent word, and then it'll give you that, and you can just incorporate that in your vernacular so that when you're speaking you can use words like ephemeral, which means something temporary, and you can incorporate that in how you speak. So I'm just saying, like, that's another, because I'm gonna boost your intelligence, dude. I'd rather just lift you up and like put you in a place where
no, because that's refreshing. Like, bro, seeing another like a person like trying to bring you up is like, bro, I love that, bro. That's really nice to have, bro. Like a person wants to see you go up. I really appreciate that, bro. I'm gonna definitely start doing that.
And that's the best way to go, because then when you increase your vocabulary, it gives you a different look than just the normal vocabulary that young people have when they're trying to assimilate themselves to be like everyone else. Use the like the lingo, the jargon that you guys use, like "What's up, homie?" Like, you can speak like that, because you can adapt, right? But you have to overcome. Mm-hmm. You adapt and overcome. That's something that's a motto that the military uses. The Marines, they adapt and overcome. Yeah. So that should be you. That should be you. Any situation you're in, you should be able to adapt to it and then overcome that.
Should make it a challenge, bro. Like,
exactly.
It's really good.
So, I'm gonna put you on some pretty good information, since I can tell you a little bit of good stuff. Nothing about what the topic is, but basically just how to acquire more knowledge. So, like one of the things I told you was to talk to AI, like how to use your vernacular a little bit better, and different words you can use for just plain words, something to kind of freshen up your language. And just continue to like look into topics like logical fallacies. So I don't know if you want to write it down or just remember them, but if you look into logical fallacies, those are a framework of logic. So if somebody's using like, okay, I'll give you an example. I'll use the topic that we're talking about as an example. So people think that the Earth is a globe, right? But they would say, well, the Earth is a globe. That's how I know I live on an Earth that's a globe. So they will tell you that, and when they say that, they haven't proved that the Earth is a globe. Their claim is that it is a globe. So they're saying that as a begging the question, because they haven't proved that it's a globe. They're just telling you that it is one. So that's a logical fallacy that they say the Earth is a globe. That's how I know I'm standing on one.
Yeah.
So
I get what you mean.
So in other words, in logic, they'd have to be able to provide evidence for the thing that they're saying to you is true, instead of just declaring it.
Yeah. It's like telling someone they're a murderer, but you don't have any evidence that the guy's a murderer.
Yeah, so you'd have to first prove that the thing that you're saying is true.
Yeah.
So with evidence. So this is the thing. The way we speak, sometimes when you speak to people like your friends and such, you don't know that every day people commit logical fallacies all the time. Like there's an all or nothing fallacy. Like somebody might say, well, you can either know everything or you can't know anything. That's called an all or nothing fallacy. Like that's just not true. You can still know some things, but then again, you can't know everything. But you can know some things. So to say that you have to know everything or nothing, that's the all or nothing fallacy. Then there's like stereotype. There's a stereotype fallacy where you say, well, you're just like those guys over there. So you're assimilating that guy to be like everyone else there. So that's a stereotype. And that's a fallacy. Because maybe that person isn't like those guys. You just thought he was.
That's, bro, you're speaking. Thank you, bro. Like, actually.
Yeah. So this is like, I'm putting you on logical fallacies. So once you increase your vernacular, once you understand logic, dive into the frameworks of logic, like the laws of logic. You need to write this down if you haven't done it. Laws of logic. right? The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, right?
Yeah.
So if you start getting into the laws of like law of identity would be like if you see something and you call it out for what it is, you're identifying what it is. It cannot be if you see a tree and say that's a tree. When you tell somebody that, you're not talking about another thing. You're specifically declaring what it is based on how you identify it. So that way
By the leaves, the branch, all that.
Yeah, when you speak, you're speaking clearly and logically. You're not saying other things. You're speaking about the very thing you're talking about. So in logic, this framework is important. It's paramount. It's how we carry conversations with people. Now, there are certain worldviews that this does not apply, and that becomes illogical, right? To have conversations with people that don't adhere to logic. So if somebody's like, if you're talking to someone and they're like, well, I can't know if the thing you're telling me is true. That tree over there, I don't know if it's a tree 100%. Well, that violates the law of identity because they're saying that it cannot be the thing that you say that you identify it as.
Right.
And it was just a few things that, I mean, looking into the laws of logic is really, really important for how you carry yourself within future discussions. And just continue to challenge yourself on other things. I guess I'm coaching you a little bit because I think I see potential for somebody to be an extremely intelligent human. So.
Oh, bro, I'm definitely gonna, I already wrote those down. The laws of identity, laws of contradiction, logic. I'm gonna look at videos on that.
Yeah, look for laws of logic. That would cover the ones that we spoke of. And probably help.
I just searched it up. Identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle.
Excluded middle, yes. And then they're gonna give you the explanation for each, probably some examples. Dude, I'm telling you, this is the best way to go. So you're going to be, specifically when you have conversations with somebody, so precise and poignant that they're not going to be able to escape the logic. They won't, unless they're somebody who doesn't adhere to logic. That's the only way that they're going to get around to having conversations with you.
Yeah.
A well-spoken debater will understand the ground that he's in. So in other words, you'll be able to identify the person you're speaking to if they're adhering to logic or they're illogical. So either one. But you'll be able to identify that. So,
bro, thank you a lot. Like, you're putting me on some game. Like, I'm being so for real. Thank you, bro.
Yep. And I think
I'm gonna look at a video right now.
Anyways, I'm talking your ass, dude. That's just like I got all excited. I was like, dude, this is a guy I could probably put on something. So maybe he can look at something up. Yeah, man. Take your time. Look into that stuff.
Thank you, bro. Well, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna watch the video like right now. Like, I'm being so for real. I'm gonna watch it right now. This is very interesting, bro. I think I could get into this.
You're gonna really, if you like what you've been talking about so far, you're just not gonna be able to get enough of this. I guarantee it.
Thank you, bro. All right, well, I'm gonna go, bro. You have a great one. Thank you so much.
Later, bro. Yeah, have a good one, bro. I just saw potential in him, that's all. I didn't want to miss that opportunity to give him a good foothold on logic.
That's very wholesome. Thank you so much for that.
Yep. Seeing Heretic back. What's up, bro?
Not much. Just hoping for a flat snack.
Oh, yeah? Well, that Bones guy came in. He was really no challenge. I mean, he was just caught up in his globe belief.
Yeah, he sounded like an idiot every time I heard him. Haven't had really a chance to stick around, but now I have a bit of time, and I'm hoping something will happen.
Yeah, he's really confused about the horizon. He thinks the horizon, he has to talk about ellipsoid. I was like, dude, we're not talking about other things. It was really like he said he sees the horizon through math. That's how he sees the horizon, through math.
It's just idiotic.
Yeah.
Ask him what that even means. Like, well, I guess you obviously did.
Yeah, he was just talking about it's math. That's how he knows the horizon is a globe, because of math.
Math. Yeah.
Yep. Math is reality, all that kind of good stuff.
Well, what math?
An ellipsoid. He was really wanting to talk about an ellipsoid. Oh, the ellipsoid. Like, really?
Did he show you the math, though? Or
No.
just said ellipsoid?
Yeah, he said some numeric value, but I don't think it was. He was just looking at something that he probably found on the internet.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. He's a pretty deep cultist, globe cultist.
They can't help themselves.
Nope. Anyway, I'm probably gonna head out. So.
All right. Well, keep it flat.
Keep it flat, bro. I'll talk to you later, Herzig.
Okay, sounds good, man.
See you.
Good day, Des Flanders. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, man? So, I'm doing all right. How about you?
Yeah, just doing all right.
Word. I'm actually watching Munich, Spielberg's '05 movie.
That rocks, man.
Oh yeah, no, it's actually insane. I'm trying to get informed. Perhaps people know better than me, but my brain instantly goes from okay, if Mossad in the '70s, and this is confirmed as a record, did a revenge plot for the murder of the Israeli Olympiads in Munich.
Yeah, wrong
Why would they
channel,
not?
bro.
What's up?
It's the wrong channel. Thank you. Yeah, wrong channel.
Conspiracies?
Yeah, did you show up with any globe proof by chance?
With any what? I'm sorry. Oh, globe. Oh, okay. I thought
About globe Earth, the thing that people think they're living on in a vacuum of space. Any proof of that?
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought this was like general conspiracy stuff. Flat Earth claims. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's fair. I mean, if you thought that for real, then.
But genuinely, I thought it was like all encompassing conspiracies. But if you're centralized,
There is a conspiracy chat. If that's actually what you're looking for, that does exist. This is Flat Earth chat.
gotcha. Let me check this.
Yeah. It's up to you, man. I mean, if you're looking for the conspiracy door, it's that away. It does exist. It's here, but yeah, do you?
No problem. Do you know where that is? Maybe I'm dumb. Oh,
Yeah,
I see
man.
it.
You want to
Thanks.
bounce out of here and go? Yeah, that's all good. I get it.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Evening, shoppers. How's your day been? Don't all speak at once.
Be a lot better with some glow proof.
Ew. Alright, so globe proof comes from globers, so we need to get the globers in here. Alright, globe tards, I know you're at home listening. Step up, bring your proof, make your claims. See what you got.
Yeah, cool wasting my time. Get in here.
Yeah, Heretic's not getting any younger.
There's a clock on this,
Just so figures. As soon as I have time to be on here, nobody's showing up.
How about this? How about a Glober come in and tell us the pivotal moment in history when someone discovered beyond any doubt that the Earth is a sphere, and how anybody else of average ability, right, is able to do the same thing, to verify it for themselves and know with absolute certainty that they live on a ball. I want to know that moment, and I want to know what that person did and who was it.
Yeah, I think there's a fair lineup, Tito. To be quite honest with you. Oh shit! I probably told you this the other day, but working in the nursing home, I can tell you now, with all the people that have got dementia and stuff like that, I'm not having a crack at people with dementia. They are very similar to having conversations with Globers. The same shit round and every day. You can have the same conversation 3 or 4 times with the same person. It's crazy. And being at work is exactly like being in here. Cruise on down the corridor, say good day to whoever comes up next, John or whatever his bloody name is. Yeah, how's your day been? Pretty good, mate. I just got here. Oh, alrighty then. And they'll go and sit down and watch TV or whatever they're going to do or have brekkie. Then you go outside, take me wallet and keys out, chuck them in the drawer, chuck me phone in there too, grab me work keys, hook them on me belt, go back inside, and old mate will be walking back. How's your day been? Same as it was 2 minutes ago, bruv.
Exactly, man. I've got a mate that's like that. He's like, so I'll hear everything I heard the last time and more, right? That we ran into each other. And the thing is, like, he probably doesn't remember telling me all this shit because he tells everyone, so he forgets who he's actually fucking told.
Yeah.
Right? Who's and then it's just become this automated thing for him where he just like has to just diarrhea them out, you know.
One of the chaps today, I had to hang all the curtains back up in their rooms after they get washed. And one of the chaps there spends quite a bit of time in bed. He's got cancers and things on him that have been cut out and frozen off and all sorts of nasty things. And he's sitting there, and I thought, you know what? No, I'll see what old mate's like. Tell me something, young fella. What do you do for a living? Or what did you do for a living? And he goes, well, I'm actually a ordained Anglican minister, and I'd done that for 50 years. I was like, oh, wow. That's a pretty good wicket there. And he goes, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, you're 100% correct. And that's the speed he talks too. Like, super nice guy, really is. And yeah, because quite a few times I've had to help him out with his TV and other little things. Like 3 times a week because he forgets how to press the power button on the side of it. But yeah, super nice guy, but just, yeah, some of the dementia side of him is quite sad.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like, man. But yeah.
It'd be interesting to know what it's like from their side. You know, like, it's not often that people get dementia and then get rid of it. It just normally it gets worse and worse and worse and worse, and they end up passing away suffering from it. But if anyone had ever had it and then got rid of it, to understand what it'd be like from their side would be an amazing thing. Like one lady there, she collects stuff. She's like 84 or 5, something like that. And she's actually quite fit for age. She's still walking around. And she'll go into anyone's rooms and just pick shit up and just take it. And then she'll take it back to her own room. And she had a remote control in her hand. And I stopped her and I asked her, whose remote control is this? Yes. Yeah, the remote control. Where did you get this from? Oh, well, this morning I had breakfast. No, we're not worried about breakfast. We're worried about the remote control. What remote control? The one in your hand. And I'm just sitting there going, you don't even know what I'm talking about, do you? And she's just shaking her head, and every time I asked her about the remote, she's got it in her right hand, holding it in front of me. And she had no idea how it magically jumped into her hand, where it come from, when she picked it up. Like, shit, she could have been born with it, and she probably still wouldn't have known. And it's so sad, and I'm just sitting there, look, I just want the remote control so I can take it back to the poor bastard that's lost one, so he can turn his TV on.
Right, yeah.
Because there'll be someone sooking tonight that they can't find their remote and they can't turn their TV on. And I know it wasn't hers because she's got an LG TV and that was a Hisense remote, so. A bit of a giveaway.
Got an eye for detail then. That's good.
I try to track them. A lot of the remote controls, I've been putting labels on the back of them. So room 17, bed A. So I know exactly if I find them growing in the garden or something like that, I can pick them and go and deliver them to the appropriate owner. Entertaining stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
end up with a box full at the office desk, yeah.
Yeah, they've got a drawer full of them. Oh shit, yeah. And no one knows who owns them or where they've come from. All you can do is wait until someone whinges that they can't change channels.
Yeah. Well, let's see. We see if one of these work.
Yeah, exactly. You go and have a look at the TV. Oh yeah, it's an AVA or whatever brand it is. Blaupunkt or LG or Sony. Go back to the drawer and just open it up and go, look, a Samsung remote. That's what I'm after. But yeah, the comparisons of talking to dementia patients and talking to these zealot globers is strikingly similar.
I reckon it'd be somewhat like living in a dream, like dream state sort of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get what you mean with the globers, right? Because like that last guy, one of the last guys, what's his name again? See, I'm getting dementia.
Don't do it, T-Dub, don't do it.
That's something. Yeah, but yeah, he was doing the exact same thing, man. It's like that's what Alpha was like. Let's talk about the Horizon. And he goes, okay, well, on a spheroid, and Alpha was like, no, we're not talking about spheroids, right? Like we're talking about horizons, right?
I always love it when it doesn't matter what the conversation's about. But if the Earth was flat, no, we're after your proof of curvature. Yeah, but if the Earth was flat, oh
right.
Shit! You could nearly write a book on that, and some of you guys have been doing this shit for a long time, and that's what you should call it. But if the Earth was flat, and then you have a set of brackets with just ... And then in the book is all the reasons why. But if the Earth was flat, and insert straw man here.
Yeah, when does anyone ever come in and say, but if the Earth was flat, we'd be able to just like zoom in with a high-powered camera across a 20-mile lake and see to the other side like there's no curvature. Nobody ever says that. We can show them that.
Well, that's like the minister mate today. He said something about religion and that, and I said, yeah, for some people it's a matter of perspective. And I said, look, from my angle, I'm a flat earther. And he goes, I've heard of that before, and I'm not really sure about it. And I said, well, the short story is, I don't believe I'm on a spinning ball flying through space. I'm more inclined to believe what it says in Scripture. And he goes, oh, well, that's actually quite nice. It's just the way he said it, like super quiet voice, really, really calm. Well, that's actually quite nice. And I said, yeah, well, my issue is it switches from a belief when you actually start measure stuff. And he said, yes, I agree with that. Once you are not believing something and you've verified it, it then becomes knowledge. And that's what he said. So it's nice to have people not related to the subject matter saying the same sensible thing. So we're not loonies. And he's actually in there not because he's a dementia patient. He's actually in there because his family doesn't love him anymore and they just want to put him out of the way, which is quite sad. He's actually quite capable and So
yeah, there's a scene from the last Indiana Jones movie where now though he's in a category error, right? He does say something interesting, right? Because he's talking to his mate who's trying to like say that like he's onto something with this Archimedes shit, and and this heirloom thing, this artifact and all that. And Indiana Jones is like, yeah, but can you prove it, right? And he's like, and he starts rambling like with his beliefs and shit, and he's like, no, you should know. This is what would make it science, right? If you can prove it, right? He's like, and I was like, whoa, like when I saw that scene. Okay, so he's like basically saying if you can validate it, right? Can you validate it? Can you make it not belief? Can you make it knowledge, right? That's basically what he was saying. But it was, I get what you mean, like, because that is a common like understanding that, and that's why when people think that when they hear the word science related to like astronomy and astrophysics, right, they think something has been actually done to validate all these claims that they believe are true. Right? They just assume that since it's attached to the word science, that someone must have done something, and it's now knowledge. It's not belief anymore. Nobody, when you look into it, nobody did that.
Yeah, that's what I was reading on Facebook, that somebody asked when this was measured or checked out. The initial post was something about why we have to teach the globe to small children. And a couple of the comments was, because you've got to indoctrinate them while they're young in order for it to stick. And then there's a few people going, no, it's because it's the education system, and that they're just trying to defend it. And it's... But I was thinking today that passage out of John, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And I was thinking today, you know what? Fuck me, I have not been more free since checking this stuff out over the last probably 3-4 years. Like, even though I heard about it back in like 2007, I personally, mentally, have not been ever this free. And it's absolutely mind blowing, really is. Now that I sit back and have a look at my life and all the constraints and other things that have been put on, not to do with FE, but to do with a lot of other things. But it's actually an absolute mind job, truly is. When you realise all the stuff that you don't have to stress about, think about, worry about, all the bullshit news reports, all the crap about dinosaurs and evolution and all the other crap that I've been force-fed over my lifetime. And I just sit back now and I just go, fucking idiots. All right. What else can I fit in there? I'm sure you just want to listen to me dribble on for a while. All right, I'll go and grab another beer and I'll come back and I'll have a look at what's on Idiot Book. We'll see if we can find something funny. I shall return. Right, let's have a look. See here. Oh, I'll tell you something funny. The other day, we had the electoral commission guys come around because it's a nursing home and all the people can't get out to vote this weekend. Don't forget to vote if you're an Aussie and you're registered. If you're not, you're a legend. If you are, suck shit. Go and vote. They come around because all the oldies can't get out and about, which is fair enough. They set up their little polling booth thing down in our enclosed veranda, so the ones that are able to waddle on down and they do their voting. The ones that aren't, which are bedridden, when they're finished, they come around and see to all of them. Anyways, I'm walking along the corridor, and just as the electoral people go into one room, there's this one old fella. Okay, sir, we're here so you can vote, ready for next week's election. Why the fuck would I want to vote for these cunts for? And that's all I heard as I'm walking along the corridor, and I'm cacking myself laughing because I can't stand politics at the best of times. And I just heard that, and I nearly fell over laughing. Seriously, it's the funniest shit ever. It's just the way he said it. It's like, yes, he said what I was thinking. But anyways, that's my political story. So let's find Facebook.
Yeah, that's funny.
And I'll switch that back so I don't get as much feedback. That's a bit better.
We
Right.
went and did early voting.
Yeah, it was cool. I could too. So yeah, it's not often I get an excuse to early vote. Normally I just line up with the rest of the sheeple.
They don't even ask you, man. Like they just say to you, "Are you? What do you say to me this time?" Usually they just say something like, "Do you have reason to be early voter?" You know.
Yes.
Yep. And then they go, okay, and then they give you your shit. Like they don't ask for your excuse or anything.
Yeah, I had to vote early. Quite a few years ago now, and yeah, basically I had to have a signed letter from my mum and everything on why I had to vote early, and it was like, dude, I'm running my own business. I can't get there on that day, so I'm doing it now.
A letter from your mum.
The shit that I had to go through, and and over the last couple of years, they're a lot more relaxed now. It's sort of like, have you voted before? No. Why would I want to vote multiple times? I hate politics at the best of times. And she goes, fair enough. Here's your forms. Fill out this many boxes. Go and do your thing. Happy days. Excellent. Yeah, I remember when I long distance voted, and the reason I did it was I'd travelled back from Western Australia. So I'd come from WA, I'm in New South Wales, and I had to do a long range vote because I was still registered in Western Australia. And yeah, it was just an absolute shitstorm. And they, what are you doing here? Why is this? I was like, for fuck's sake. Just anything else you want. A stool sample, perhaps? Or just let me tick the box and I can go home.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, shit. Ooh, what do we got here? Oh, here we go. Someone's having a bitch about flight paths. Flat Earthers, I don't know what kind of pilots you interview, but it's a nice write-up. 100% of them don't use the flight paths depicted on the Flat Earth model. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hand over a Flat Earth model. But anyways, the fact you have an excuse for such a ridiculous, illogical flight path is beyond pathetic. Well, I haven't presented a flight path, and I don't know anyone that has. You keep saying planes should nose dip. And we explain there's no need to do that if the height between the Earth and the plane is always the same. Well, if the height between the Earth and the plane is always the same, it has to dip its nose in order to keep that height always the same. Right, and here we go. Since you have small brains and short-term memory, you forget this important detail. Some of you are so delusional and brainwashed that even when you hear common sense in this explanation, you still claim the Earth is flat. Oh, so your claim is it should nose dip. Well, anyways, the reason flight paths curve on a flat Earth map is because the flat Earth model is a North Pole centered top-down flattened version of the real Earth. We know it's a globetard model. Anyways, if your model were real and made sense, planes would fly in a straight line. In the southern hemisphere of the flat Earth model, which sounds weird, flights would literally be 2 or 3 times longer. Because, what, the map's bigger. So because the map's stretched and you don't know how to read an AE map, all of a sudden flight times magically become longer. You, my friend, are a doorknob. Anyways, it doesn't matter if Earth curves an inch per mile or 2 miles or 5 miles. The plane will still be at the same height above the ground. Get over it. So this doormat doesn't realise that the plane's got to dip his nose to follow the curve in order to stay at a fixed altitude. Anywho, it's annoying asking you for evidence knowing very well it doesn't exist, but for argument's sake, what do you have to say for yourselves? Well, oh, there's 1.5k comments. Better read some of these. Let's get in here. Also, there's people commenting on all sorts of shit here. God disagrees. He created the earth flat, as he explains in the Bible. So, unless you're willing to call God a liar, yikes, good luck with that. And that one's got 98 comments against it, so there's a lot of not so religious people. CGI, animation, Big Bang, water balls aren't real. Pilots are out there exposing the fact that they don't adjust for curvature because there isn't any. The Earth supposedly spins at 1,038 miles an hour, yet scientists and laws of physics states and proves planes can't land on moving ground when they're travelling at 130 miles an hour during landing. Hey. What I find fascinating is Globers use extremely rude, insulting and bullying argument methods. Hey! Flats have information, studies and explain research to educated people. I know who I'd want to be around in a crisis. Look in the mirror, talking brainwashed and delusional. Not following common sense. Show me water on any other ball spinning and staying level. Can you explain how the aeroplane maintains the same distance from Earth without nosing down? Ooh, hello. That's a question I'd like answered too. Answer number 1. Honestly, if you're that stupid, just Google it, you moron. Number 2. Are you a flat earther? My answer will make sense if you don't mind answering. Number 3. As a 21-year pilot, I'll explain it to you again. The trimmed aircraft will maintain its altitude following the barometric pressure level. For it to climb higher, as you are assuming it would, you would require more power and lift. So no mention of the ground. Excellent. Here we go. Gravity. That was it, just one word. Gravity. Easy. Gravity versus aerodynamic lift. Aerodynamic lift is through speed and attitude. Everything falls towards the center of the Earth. If not, an upwards force is acting against gravity. Once you've set up the airplane with a speed/attitude combination that perfectly counters gravity, you will need more corrections. You need no more corrections, sorry. It just flies level without need to dip the nose. Ask any pilot. Well, if it's flying level without the need to dip the nose, I don't want to be rude, my young friend, but you're probably flying over a flat, level plane. Cheers to you. Right.
Hey.
Yeah. G'day, mate. How's it going?
So, how can there be a calendar with a flat Earth?
How can there be a calendar with a flat Earth? I don't think the shape of the ground has anything to do with a calendar. But anyways, you explain to me how it does, and we'll go from there.
Hey, just FYI, in case you didn't know, calendars. In case you didn't know, calendars are actually flat.
Yeah, but they are not representative for the geometrical form, right? But nevertheless, I mean, I do not know what kind of measurement you actually allow, right?
For a calendar, well, the last time I went and got some made, they were done in A3 and then folded in half.
Okay. Let me state it differently. For example, if you do not understand something, can you say that something is wrong then?
Let me put this a different way. Purple crayons should not be eaten because you think they're grape flavoured. So you've just asked a question. Right? You said that you were going to put it a different way. So I'm expecting something to do with calendars and or the shape of the Earth, and now you've just jumped a totally different question altogether. So that's probably why I gave you a stupid follow-up.
I mean, the standard way how it goes, right, is like, okay, there are some globe earthers, stupid globe earthers, stating some points, and they're wrong. Okay, good. Yeah. And then what's the conclusion of that? That the opposite should be true or what? The flat earth. But maybe you didn't discover new variables in the whole equation, right? So
okay, so what variables would you say are out there?
Yeah, one variable
could affect the shape of the ground. So we've done a laser transition over 40 miles, and we've measured 0 drop over distance. So what variables are out there that could change that from 0?
I can explain it to you.
I don't want explanations. I want measurements, mate.
Yeah, you can get books about that, the history of science, how science works.
Books about measurements to tell you how to do it properly.
Also, yeah. But you have to look. You have to not look into a physics book. I do not think you can read a physics book. You have to read a book. Yeah, absolutely. You have to read a book about the history of physics, because then actually you will find.
So in order to read a physics book, I've got to understand the history of physics. Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, Crit has often points on that. Like he often recapitulates the meta perspective on the whole debate, right? He says that they want to silence flat earthers and so forth. And when you look into
there was actually a Congress meeting about that. If you care to jump onto YouTube, you can watch it at your own leisure.
Yeah, when you look at the history of science, philosophy of science.
We're not into the philosophy of science, my friend. We're into empirical measurements. So, have you got any proof of Earth curvature, or are you just going to yammer on?
Yeah, but wouldn't you agree that empirical measurements are totally subjective, and that people within a culture determine what is a measurement?
Looks like we got another Yappuccino.
Now. Yeah.
There is no Platonic world where we get the measurements, a holy divine world. We are humans. So
measurements are subjective. So you're telling me, if you're standing beside me and I whip out my trusty tape measure, which has been calibrated, and I measure the length of my table, and it turns out to be 1 meter.
You're stating a circle here. You're stating a circle. You explain a measurement with a measurement.
Excuse me. No, listen. If I whip it, actually, I'll try to. If I whip out my trusty tape measure and I measure my table, and it's 4'8" long, and you're standing beside me, and you see 4'8", subjective or objective?
If you have a culture, which doesn't have,
we're both staring at the same tape measure.
You cannot say that something is long or short.
Stupid.
You do not have a notion for that.
Hello. We're both looking at the same tape measure. We're both standing side by side. I can put my arm around you, give you a kiss if you'd like. Right. We're both looking at the same tape measure. It measures 4'8". Subjective or objective?
if I don't understand from my perspective, I don't understand the type measurement.
So you're looking at a fucking tape measure. You're looking at the same tape measure as me. It says 4'8", and you're not understanding.
What is that?
What is that?
Yeah.
What is a tape measure?
Yeah. What is that?
Okay, all you've said is what is that? That doesn't help me. I'd like to know what is what.
You've obviously measurement. What is that? What is that? That's the whole.
Okay, talking through me is really not going to do you a favour. You said, what is that? Are you talking about the tape measure? Are you talking about the actual length? Are you talking about me putting my arm around you and giving you a kiss? Which part are you confused about?
Yeah, what is what?
Even like having it length is not self-understandable or clearly understandable.
Okay, stop.
Are you serious?
We're standing side by side. The tape measure is ran along the table in front of us. We're both looking at, and you want to talk through me. That's rude, dude. Seriously.
I don't want to trigger you.
Looking at the same tape measure. Right. We're both side by side. We're both staring at the same tape measure. It says 4'8".
What is that? Okay.
What is 4'8"? It's 1 inch longer than 4'7".
I see the problem here. Wait. I don't want to trigger you.
I see the problem too. I haven't hit the mute button.
Don't act childish, please.
Well, don't. Hey, hang on a minute. You're going to tell me not to act childish, and when I say we're both, and then he fucking talks through me. Nah, stop. Listen, my friend. You're lucky I've had a beer, and I'm feeling quite generous at this point in time. You're telling me when somebody says there's a distance of 4'8" measuring something, and you're standing right beside them, and you can witness this yourself. And then you say, I don't know what that is. Which part don't you understand? The physical measurement? Is that the bit you don't understand?
Yeah, you have to explain what the measurement is and how it is emerged from a culture.
Stop. Do you not understand imperial measurements?
Nope.
So you're in metric, yes?
What?
What's a unit of power?
No, he's got to be trolling.
Yeah.
He's got to be trolling.
So if someone has a question, you say, okay, he's trolling.
No, if someone's a moron, we say they're trolling. There's a difference.
You know what units of measurement are, right?
How do you determine units? How do you do that? The kilogram, for example. How do you do that?
Yeah.
Explain it to me.
He just wants to be this. This is not philosophy.
Yeah, you do not have explanation for that.
That's stupid.
That's bad.
Okay, what I want you to do is just scroll up a tiny little bit. It says 24/7 flat Earth. It doesn't say 24/7 philosophy. All right. So now that you've read that, now that you understand that, let's get back to proving what shape the ground is.
Yeah, but the point here is that's why I was
your point is you want to dribble on about philosophy, and personally, I don't give a rat's ass.
Trigger you. I told you, you are talking with yourself, with your own brain.
I can go back to talking to myself because I was actually entertained by reading Facebook crap.
Yeah, I'd rather listen to that than him. No, that's just he's terrible. I mean, how can you not understand what a unit of measurement is? Like they measure horses height in hands, so it was like the average size hand of a man, I guess. That's how they figured that out, like, right?
I was going to jump.
It was a unit, right? A unit of measurement. And he wants to know the ins and outs of every unit of measurement and how they were determined and who decided that it was that length and blah, 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 blah.
I was going to ask him
how... with him, Killian?
Well, I was just going to ask him how tall he is. That was my question.
Oh, well, there you go. He's yours.
How tall I am?
Mm-hmm.
Guess.
No.
I
don't need to play guessing games with you. I'm asking you questions.
The feet system, but the metrics 183.
So you're approximately 6 feet. You're approximately 6 feet in height, right? 1.8 meters equates to approximately 6 feet in height. So I can talk to you in both sets of measurements. So question being, you're in Europe. Do you drive? You take a bus? You ride a bicycle? What do you do?
Okay, I see. Okay. Like, the problem, I mean, in my opinion, I know you guys.
Oh, you're that guy that likes to take the burden. So you like to see where people are going to. You like to jump to the end because you just said, "I see." See, the problem is, you think out loud, right? You talk out loud. You think while you talk, and you tell everybody what you're thinking, and this is why you're a disingenuous individual. I'm out. Bye. See, this is when life sucks. When people don't want to talk to you, when people don't want to engage with you, this is when you should really go and reassess yourself.
Yeah, he's not worth the conversation.
Oh, well, we've got another one just dropped in. Who was it? Okay. Oh, we've got another one. Trimranium? Don't you pretend that your mic doesn't work. I just saw it unlocked. It was Trimranium, wasn't it? Now let's see a bit closer. Yep, cool. You just wanted to drop something. Hold on. I'm going to copy your user ID just in case it was something stupid. I have to do my thing. And he ran away.
Well, who just started an activity?
Sarkany. Sarkany? There's those little tick things above the A's, so I've probably said it wrong.
I don't like that profile picture. Is that is How To Basics? No, it's probably not. It's all good.
It's Sarkany.
Yeah, it's usually what, like, How To Basics sort of profile pic he has, but I just checked his profile. It's the same
fair enough.
username.
Right, where was I? Idiot book. Yeah, we're laughing at stuff. Gravity. It's been 0 days since a flat earther has asked the same question that 1,000+ times already. Oh, shit. Alright. Oh, here we go. Someone speaking on his dad's behalf. My father was a pilot. He had his own plane, and I've been up in the air since I was 3 years old. Well, good on you. The first time he told me the earth was flat, I was 18 years old. Just laughed it off and thought it was funny. It wasn't until when I was 39 when I looked into the flat earth and realised it was flat and he was right. I'm going to put a like on you. Good boy. Doing your own checking shit out. Holy shit, this one's a write-up. Anyways, it might have some good stuff in it. Find out. 100% of pilots don't use routes based on the flat earth model. In quotation marks. Response, that's false. Many pilots have pointed out that the actual flight paths make more sense on an AE map, the flat model centered on the North Pole. Moreover, there are flights in the Southern Hemisphere that are non-existent or have illogical stopovers if we consider the spherical model, but they make perfect sense on a flat map. Why avoid more direct routes over Antarctica? Why so many detours that are only explainable if the world is not a globe? Okay, planes do not have to tilt because they maintain the same altitude above Earth. Response. That argument contradicts itself. If the Earth were a sphere, a plane would have to consistently adjust its angle downward to follow the curvature. See, this dude gets it. Or it would gradually drift away from the supposed globe. Flight manuals, however, state that airplanes level themselves according to the apparent horizon, not a curved surface, and that so-called automatic correction system, there is no evidence of any mechanism that consistently adjusts a plane's pitch to stick to the curve. They fly level because they fly over a flat surface. Might be doing some copy-pasting soon. The flat Earth model is just a distorted projection. That's why routes look curved. Response. That's a weak argument. If you need to distort maps to make the spherical model visually make sense, you're admitting the model isn't intuitive or verifiable through simple observation. On the flat map, routes and trajectories appear as they are experienced. That's why flights like Santiago, Sydney, which never cross Antarctica, have stopovers that only make sense on a FE map. Fucking hate that term. Flights in the southern hemisphere would be longer on a flat Earth. Response. On the flat Earth, flat model, yes, they would be longer. And that's exactly what we've observed for years. The absence of direct flights between continents in the southern hemisphere. And when such flights began appearing, their durations were suspiciously short, unverifiable by independent means, and often lacked continuous GPS tracking. Even today, some routes that are commonly used are not, raising doubts about the globe model's validity. Next one. It doesn't matter how much of the Earth curves, a plane will stay at the same altitude. Response. That argument ignores basic geometry. If a plane doesn't continuously adjust its nose downward, it would be moving away from the curved surface. Maintaining an angle relative to the Earth's axis is not the same as levelling with the visible horizon. Again, planes level themselves with a flat visual plane, not a globe. If they are really following a curve, an entirely different navigation method would be required. It's annoying to keep asking for evidence when it doesn't exist. Response. It doesn't exist, then why so much censorship, mockery, and discrediting of those who ask basic questions? If the evidence was so obvious, they could just show one real photo, not CGI or composites, of the entire Earth with visible curvature, or a non-stop direct flight over Antarctica, but they can't. Everything we get are computer-generated images and theoretical models. We want direct observation, not trust NASA. Pilots use flat maps just for convenience. Response. Not just for convenience. They use them because they work better in a flat world. If pilots were truly flying over a sphere, they would need to use spherical trigonometry for their route calculations, but instead they use plane trigonometry. Why? Because they are navigating through a medium that requires no curvature corrections. If you navigate on a flat surface, you calculate on a flat surface, and let's not forget the word aeroplane isn't just a label. Aero meaning air and plane means flat surface. It's called that because it moves through the air over a flat plane. If the medium were curved, even the name would have to be. We don't live in a flat Earth out of whim, but because of experience, observation, navigation, logic, common sense contradict the spherical model. We are not satisfied with embellished explanations or academic authority. We want facts, empirical demonstrations, and so far they have not been provided. Fuck yeah, what a legend. That was a good write-up. And the first comment to reply to that big write-up. Seek therapy, dear child. It's difficult to escape psyop of cult. And the next numpty. If that's all you can come up with, ha ha ha. Typical of those who repeat unfounded arguments. In the end, it's clear that those who defend the space narratives do it out of insecurity and without truly understanding what they're talking about. What is clear to me that instead of debating with facts, they resort to the easy way, trying to ridicule. They are part of this circus, deceiving and being deceived, repeating what they've been taught without questioning it. I'd say, oh yeah, he was having a dig at the seek therapy child. But anyways, that was a good write-up, I thought. was going to say, you can pull me up at any time. Don't think you ought to sit there and quiet and listen to me talk shit. I know I'm full of dead air, but seriously. How can I copy all of that without putting that name? Shit, yeah. Ooh, not that many. Control C. Smash that in chat. Oh, it's going to put it as a text message. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's what happens if you put too many words in. Cool. There we go. That was that right up. So if anyone wants to copy that and part or adjust it and use it for something else, send it. Alright, let's go find another one. Ooh. You cannot have a pressurized system without a sealed lid on it. You can't create pressure whilst also being open to a vacuum of space. Show me how I can recreate a pressurized container that has no barrier. If you can show me how the two can both exist without a barrier, I'll believe the globe Earth is real. Wow. 688 comments. Okay, you're first, clown. Earth doesn't need a lid because pressure is created by the weight of atmosphere being pulled down by gravity. The closer to Earth, the more atmosphere above you, so the pressure is higher. As you go up, there is less air above, so pressure drops. No dome needed, just basic physics. So for all those that are listening at home, I'm reading shit. So don't feel free to feel like you need to jump in here and attack me. This is just Facebook crap. I know it's measured flat, flown across flat, sailed across flat, worked across as flat, and I'd already sussed this shit out before I joined any Flat Earth pages. So, yeah, don't attack me about Facebook stupid comments, please. What else have we got? It's been 5 days since this post, and many comments have shown that there is indeed a pressure gradient without any barriers. You said if you can show me how the two can both exist without a barrier, I'll believe. So time for you to acknowledge that the globe is real. Ooh. From my house, I can drive up to 14,000 plus feet altitude in roughly an hour here in Colorado. At that altitude, the air pressure is 8.4 psi versus the 14.7 psi at sea level. What physical barrier exists to keep the two different pressures separate? Oh, here we go. The Earth. There's your example. Graduated pressure gradient due to gravity. Your lack of understanding doesn't change reality. Wow. Air pressure gradually decreases with altitude until it reaches zero. There's no pressure against vacuum. This question is asked every single day in every single FE. Pointless exercise because you dimwits don't believe in gravity. Which is the answer. It's just a way for you to think you have some gotcha money. Fuck me, gravity's just like special sauce that you chuck on your sausages. It's the answer to everything. Just tip more on. Gravity, just put it on. I'm going to eat it and swallow it whole.
That just makes everything tidally locked, does it?
It tastes better. Oh, shit.
Because, I mean, like, because they're saying, like, okay, so because if you look at a plane at any given point in air, right, it's pitch up, whatever, 2 or 3 degrees relative to perpendicular to vertical. So they say that vertical is radial, so you have a new vertical with every moment that you move over the surface of the Earth.
Yep.
So if you maintain the orientation that the plane had from the last moment, from that initial moment, right, and then it moves forward, it's got to maintain the same distance from the center of the Earth, right? But
correct.
If it maintains that that orientation, then its pitch to relative to the next vertical is going to be greater than it was the last time, so forth and so on. So what has to happen in order for it to maintain or 3 degrees pitch above, horizontal on their ball.
Its nose below zero. Yep.
It has to keep. It'd have to adjust. And they're saying that gravity does that for it. Is that what they're saying?
Oh, this is a different one. This is all about gas pressure. This shit. But yeah, there's quite a few that. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, man. Okay, I was.
No,
I'm a few
you're
comments
sort of half
behind.
listening.
Yeah, I'm a few comments behind. Sorry, man. Yeah, because I was listening to you read out all the ones about the
planes. Yeah.
The planes. Yeah. Sorry, and I just come back. So.
I actually posted up the long one I was reading out in the side chat. So yeah, if anyone wants to copy it and go through that, she's a pretty tidy. Hopefully it's all in there. I don't know. I've probably capped it how many letters I can post up, but.
Well, has anyone in there asked them which gravity, and what is gravity?
I don't know. They'll probably just go refraction because that's the next buzzword they use. Too scared to. It's not too sharp in there. Oh wow! Who's this dude? Is this even real? Oh yeah. So someone has posted up infrared picture. Is this even real? And there's only 3 comments. No, it's the Rocky Mountain. No, next. Ooh, they're quick to answer. No. Infrared just shows how vast Earth is. If Earth was flat, then from US you can see the Giza pyramids, but you can't. No matter how powerful optics you use in your infrared camera, you see those 1,000 miles, but just because you're so high. But on the scale of Earth, it's not even a pinch. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be that much. I don't care if it's flat or round. I'm just here to laugh at how roundos get. Oh, shit. Not often you get the flat earthers having a cheap stab at them. they're trying to always just, here's the measurements, here's the proof. And yeah, it's just a sledging match. What's this? If there's any measurable curvature, there wouldn't be any flat earthers. 100%. And I'm going to borrow your picture there. Yep, there. And I'll post that up. Nice. Right, put that in my collection. Good. Here we go, gravity. It's pretty simple. How it works, how flat earthers want it to work. Right, posting that up too so people can see the dumb shit that I'm looking at. So, Numpty believes it works on the left-hand side, and he thinks that we believe it works on the right-hand side. Well, the issue you've got there, Mr. Facebook Numpty, is we don't believe in a ball. No ball. Ball gone. So, that's got 487 comments. Let's see how stupid it gets. Okay, besides gravity, the other 3 fundamental forces in nature are electromagnetism, the weak nuclear force, and the strong nuclear force. These forces are responsible for all observed interactions. And, anyways, gravity doesn't exist. We are denser than the hydrogen in air and many other parts. Okay? My question is, why do flat earthers want to write so badly? Because if they were, they are absolutely not, in brackets, but that would mean this planet is all there is. There would be no space exploration. There'd be no mysteries about the universe to uncover. There would be nothing new to learn. There would be no hope that one day we could see a universe like Star Wars or Star Trek. We could just be stuck here with no ability to further our species. I just don't get why they want this so badly. Well, Mr. Facebook person who just posted this, I'm not going to put him out because I'm not that horrible. I don't think you qualify for being one of the special ones that are going to get on a fucking rocket even if they have them. just putting it out there. If you're on Facebook, you're not going to be doing rocket time. So, unless you're holding Katy Perry's hand and you're in a bullshit excursion, then just keep doing your Facebook posts. Yeah, and the next dude underneath, look at this post, look at it. Good. Actually, that can go well with that gravity one. I think your perspective of a flat Earth is out of line. A flat Earth would be on its side like a plate, laying flat. Oh, there's some special people out there. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out how gravity works. Well, I've got no problem with specific gravity. Works quite fine when I'm doing my home brew. I'm actually due to do another batch. I can feel it in my bones. If we're flying in an aeroplane, at which point do we start flying upside down? The biggest problem with the Flurf idea was their own concept of up and down outer space. Earth should be falling because of it. Okay. Oh, here's another big write-up. Get to hit someone having a sook. Right. Flat Earth believers equals denialism. So let's just do a quick poll. How many of you people in the panel are flat Earth believers? None. Excellent. So we don't really have to worry about this post. The superseded belief that Earth is flat and the denial of all overwhelming evidence that supports an approximately spherical Earth that rotates around its axis and orbits the Sun persists into the 21st century. Well, you say overwhelming evidence. I wonder what that is. Modern proponents of flat Earth cosmology, or flat Earthers, refuse to accept any kind of contrary evidence, dismissing all space flights and images from space as hoaxes, and accusing all organisations and even private citizens of conspiring to hide the truth. They also claim that no actual satellites are orbiting the Earth, that the International Space Station is fake, and that these are lies from all governments involved in this grand cover-up. Some even believe other planets and stars are hoaxes. Adherents of the modern flat Earth model suppose that a dome-shaped firmament encloses a disc-shaped Earth. They may also claim, after Samuel Rowbotham, that the Sun is only 3,000 miles, 4,800 k's, above the Earth, and that the Moon and the Sun orbit above the Earth rather than around it. Modern flat Earthers believe that Antarctica is not a continent, but a massive ice floe, with a wall 150 feet, 46 metres or higher, which circles the perimeter of Earth and keeps everything, including all the oceans, water, from falling off the edge. Flat Earthers also assert that no one is allowed to fly over or explore Antarctica, despite contrary evidence. According to them, all photos and videos of ships sinking under the horizon and of the bottoms of city skylines and clouds below the horizon, revealing the curvature of the Earth, have been manipulated, computer-generated, or somehow faked. Therefore, regardless of any scientific or empirical evidence provided, flat Earthers conclude that it is fabricated or altered in some way. When linked to other observed phenomena, such as gravity, sunsets, tides, eclipses, distances, and other measurements that challenge the flat Earth model, claimants replace commonly accepted explanations with piecemeal models that distort, simplify how perspective, mass, buoyancy, light, or other physical systems work. Where I've lost it. These piecemeal replacements rarely confirm with each other, finally leaving many flat Earth claimants to agree that such phenomena remain mysteries and more investigation is to be done. In this conclusion, adherents remain open to all explanations except the commonly accepted globular Earth model, shifting the debate from ignorance to denialism. Wow. I betcha this fanboy has a tattoo of NASA on his arm. I should ask him. Anyways, that is a
Nah, on his ass.
I didn't want to say it, but I was thinking it. Oh shit! Oh shit! My glasses are fogging up now. That's a good sign. All right.
Got a tramp stamp. NASA tramp stamp.
NASA. Yes. Wow. Me. So what made you become a flat earther? Flurf. I think the earth is flat because I look outside and the ground looks flat. So earth has to be flat. You are a fucking special egg. Yeah. And I said it how it was spelt too, so don't worry. Oh shit. Things fall because they can't stand on nothing. Things fall because there's nothing beneath them. Seems to be a fair paraphrasing. But see, the thing is that it's just throwing your hands up and saying it happens like everywhere, but there's no reason. So any reason you give is wrong. Imagine the corner providing you an official report and you learn that your loved one died because they stopped living. Would you still have questions? I think that's supposed to be coroner. Anyways. Gravity is a satanic lie meant to protect the globe lie. Things fall because they can't stand on nothing except electromagnetically. No object attracts another based on mass. None. Lies. Ooh, they must have liked him because he's got 22 comments on top of that. Anyways, these... Ooh, that's... Here we go.
I want to ask him which gravity.
It's time to go into Dream World. Right. Say I was to dig a hole all the way through the earth. Would I come out feet first? How would that work when I magically flip over in order to keep digging down? But we don't have to worry about that because we can't dig any further than 12 miles deep. But we know what's down there for sure. It has to be a molten core. That's the only thing we've ever been told. So it has to be true. Science says so. That's where the volcanoes come from, the centre. With no evidence or proof or way to prove, we just have to believe it. Because science said so. Don't know about you, but it's all built on trust. While you'll say there's no faith in science, who's been to this centre of the earth? How do they know for certain? Yet, you will claim they have known for thousands of years. The theories all point to this fact. They make a